Chapter 84. Annihilation of the Southern Heavenly Army. Both individuals possess the cultivation of the 7th level of the Fa Xiong, and if they could unite the full strength of a complete legion, they could even suppress those at the 9th level of Fa Xiong. However, at present, both legions are clearly not at full strength, each composed of merely over 1,000 remnants, as their main forces must have been tightly engaged on other more critical fronts. What further narrowed Chen Lin's eyes was another concealed yet extremely swift aura that was stealthily approaching from the direction of Dizhou, rapidly closing in on the bloody battlefield. Were they here to assist the rebels? Chen Lin immediately halted the gathering of his life essence, his figure flickering as he vanished from the mountain peak like a phantom, silently merging into the boundless night. The border between Dizhou and Zizhou is a desolate land. The remnants of the Divine Guard army have scattered their formation, struggling to retreat under the frenzied assaults of the enemy, leaving a trail of blood with each step. Zhou Juesher leads the charge, wielding his long spear like a furious dragon breaching the sea, each sweep forcing back more than 10 pursuers. Yet his mystical armor is already splattered with blood and scarred by blades, his breath growing heavy. Yuan Qinghua, has His Majesty ever wronged you? The Southern Heavenly Army has enjoyed the Empire's glorious grace, and yet you commit this treacherous act unworthy of even swine or dogs. Do you not fear the annihilation of your 9 clans and eternal condemnation? Zhou Juesher's voice thundered with fury. In front of the Southern Heavenly Army, Yuan Qinghua rides a fearsome beast clad in scales, merely scoffing at the words. Zhou Juesher, you are obstinately foolish. The downfall of the Lin family is imminent. Resisting in vain leads only to death. Nonsense, Zhou Juesher roared, the brilliance of his spear surging once more, momentarily pushing back the tide of oncoming enemies. After all, Lin Tian is his own nephew, destined to ascend to the throne. Yuan Qinghua's malevolent grin widened, about to issue the final assault command. Just then, a personal soldier beside Zhou Juesher suddenly exclaimed with joy, "General, look, it's General Liu of the Demon Suppression Army. They have come to rescue us." From a flank, a small squad was hastily approaching, led by an officer clad in the standard armor of the Demon Suppression Army, with a handful of elite soldiers behind him. The sudden joy of survival surged in the hearts of the remnants of the Divine Guard army. However, this joy lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, to everyone's incredulous gaze, the so-called General Liu, with a gleaming blade in hand, unhesitatingly cleaved the personal soldier who had just shouted in celebration in half. Blood sprayed forth. "Leave none alive, kill." General Liu's expression was icy as he issued the order harshly. The dozens of trusted aides behind him instantly surged forth like tigers among sheep, mercilessly striking at the defenseless soldiers of the Divine Guard army. A perfect trap from within and without. Zhou Juesher's eyes widened in disbelief, an overwhelming fury and shock almost shattering his reason. He could hardly believe that even the general of the Demon Suppression Army had betrayed them. The structure of the Demon Suppression Army is rigid, with the supreme commander being the formidable Demon Suppression King. Under him are 4 generals, each commanding 50,000 elite troops. Below these generals are the highly esteemed generals like General Liu, each commanding 25,000 soldiers, guarding a territory with substantial authority. Such influential generals have actually betrayed. Moreover, the strength of the Demon Suppression Army and the Northern Suppression Army has long surpassed that of the other 2 legions. They have long been engaged in fierce battles on the border, facing the demon tribes and the Tianjian Empire. Their combat prowess honed through real battles far exceeds that of ordinary legions. Take General Liu, for instance. His cultivation has reached the 5th level of Fa Xiong. At this moment, Chen Lin's figure suddenly appeared beside Zhou Juesher, effortlessly dissipating Yuan Qinghua's assault with a mere gesture. The overwhelming residual force slammed Yuan Qinghua down to the ground with a thunderous crash. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. The soldiers of the 3 legions exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Who is this person? Seeing Chen Lin's casual action forcing back Yuan Qinghua, Zhou Juesher's thoughts raced, suspecting him to be a hidden expert of the royal family, and he immediately bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the elder." However, Chen Lin merely maintained a calm demeanor, saying nothing. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on the members of the Southern Heavenly Army, and he quietly uttered a single word, "Die." No sooner had the words left his lips than a wisp of ghostly flame flickered from his fingertips, rapidly expanding into a torrent of fire that surged towards all the cultivators of the Southern Heavenly Army. Having betrayed, they are now mortal enemies. The cries of anguish had yet to escape when the raging flames had already consumed flesh and soul. In the blink of an eye, numerous cultivators were reduced to ashes, leaving only a ground covered in white dust. In an instant, the entire Southern Heavenly Army was left with but Yuan Qinghua alone. Chen Lin did not strike at the Demon Suppression Army or General Liu, for they would still prove useful in the future. However, they were all rendered immobile by an invisible pressure, unable to move an inch. Zhou Juesher witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting in shock. "This person shall be dealt with by you," Chen Lin said indifferently. Zhou Juesher's face immediately broke into a sinister smile as he stepped toward the immobilized Yuan Qinghua. The latter's face contorted in terror, his eyes filled with dread, yet he could not even lift a finger. The tides of battle are ever-changing. Is there truly such a thing as a perennial victor? Zhou Juesher sneered, thrusting his spear, the tip piercing through the skull in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, he severed the head cleanly. General Liu and his soldiers were horrified at the gruesome sight. They had just attacked the Imperial cultivators, and this elder was evidently a royal figure who had surely seen through their treachery. With no path to survival, death was their only option. The crowd's faces turned ashen, their hearts like ice. Chen Lin merely cast a fleeting glance at General Liu and the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army. In the next moment, those individuals felt the world spinning, their minds dizzy, as if the entire universe were tumbling upside down. In an instant, all the rebels, including General Liu, collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious without any warning. Zhou Juesher was utterly astonished by this scene. What kind of inscrutable sorcery was at play? Suppressing his shock, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "May I inquire your esteemed name, Senior? This life-saving grace, I, Zhou Juesher, shall undoubtedly repay with utmost sincerity in the future." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's lips curled into a slight smile, yet his voice resonated solely in Zhou Juesher's ear. The surrounding divine guards could only observe the subtle movement of his lips, unable to catch a single sound, as if their senses had been entirely muted. "In the past, I once had Lin Tian deliver something to you." At these words, Zhou Juesher shuddered violently, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Why, you are the esteemed master of the prince, the legendary Wanfa Tianjuan," he exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly from overwhelming astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the powerful and enigmatic master spoken of by Lin Tian had actually descended upon this perilous front line. Although he had never laid eyes upon this figure, he had heard countless tales of their extraordinary prowess from his nephew Lin Tian. Having witnessed this today, it was clear that their strength had likely reached the realm of Dongzhen. No wonder the prince held them in such high regard. Chapter 85. The Fist in Hand, the Wine in the Cup. Reflecting on the fact that His Highness has now retreated to Tianyan City, he could not help but let out a faint sigh. This was indeed an unavoidable circumstance. The Nine Nether sect and its minions relentlessly pursued and attempted to assassinate Ling Tian, making it nearly impossible to guard against their attacks. Additionally, given Ling Tian's limited cultivation, remaining on the front lines could prove to be a burden. The consequences of his potential capture were too dire to contemplate. Therefore, when Ling Tian proposed a withdrawal, they all consented, for the prince was the foundation of a nation. Chen Lin seemed to perceive his thoughts and remarked calmly, "They cannot escape." Allowing Tianer to retreat from the front lines serves as a form of training. Although he has held the title of prince, he ultimately lacks the tempering that comes from such life and death perils. Upon hearing these words from Chen Lin, Zhou Juesher felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Firmly believing that this elder would never stand idly by while Ling Tian faced humiliation, the elder's presence on the front lines was, in fact, a means for Zhou Juesher to gauge the situation. Chen Lin, however, did not elaborate further, simply stating, "I have my own important matters to attend to." With that, he ceased to speak, raising his hand with a gentle motion. A pure and powerful surge of vibrant green, true essence poured forth like a tide, enveloping all the soldiers of the Divine Guard in an instant. In the blink of an eye, every injury, both minor and severe, as well as long-standing ailments, began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. Many cultivators, having shed their chronic afflictions, found their cultivation barriers loosening, faintly sensing the opportunity for a breakthrough. Zhou Juesher was particularly jolted as the countless hidden injuries accumulated from years of battle within him were swept away. The long stagnant bottleneck of his law manifestation at the 7th level revealed a crack, allowing him a glimpse of the threshold to the 8th level. Overcome with excitement, He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have this esteemed master whom his highness revered. With such a powerful protector, what could hinder his path forward? He immediately resolved to firmly grasp this opportunity. He also wisely refrained from further questioning the elder's intentions. What need does a strong individual have to explain their actions to the weak? If it were not for Ling Tian's connection, the elder likely would not have uttered a single word, let alone take action. At this moment, all the surviving soldiers of the Divine Guard felt the vibrant life, force, and strength coursing within them. They gazed at the serene figure, filled with boundless gratitude and reverence. Chen Lin said little more, merely stating, "I still have pressing matters. You may handle the rest." No sooner had his words faded than his figure, along with the unconscious Commander Liu and his personal guards, vanished into thin air, as if they had never been there at all. Zhou Juesher was taken aback by the abruptness of the departure. Just then, his deputy stepped forward quickly, lowering his voice to inquire, "General, did you and that elder have a prior acquaintance?" Zhou Juesher nodded slightly. He understood that whether he admitted it or not was of little consequence. Perhaps it might even serve to intimidate the lurking enemies, causing those at the true insight realm to tread cautiously. Upon hearing this, the deputy's face momentarily brightened with joy, but it quickly darkened again. "General, our current marching route is highly confidential, and only the newly appointed Grand General in the court is supposed to know." He referred to the newly appointed Grand General of the Divine Guard, who, in name only, held that position. However, Zhou Juesher had already, through trusted confidence within the military, effectively usurped the authority of that unfounded upstart, continuing to wield control over the Divine Guard. The Grand General had long since become a figurehead. This situation was no secret among the high-ranking officials on the front lines and many formidable practitioners. Yet, during such extraordinary times, everyone maintained a tacit understanding. After all, it was far more advantageous for an experienced veteran like Zhou Juesher to lead rather than an unfamiliar novice commanding the Divine Guard. As for post-war accountability, followed by discussions of merit and then subtle elevations or demotions, the gradual restoration of authority could be executed with finesse. This was a tactic the royal family excelled at. Daring to conspire against me in the shadows. Zhou Juesher snorted coldly, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. "Once I break through to the 8th level of the law manifestation, I shall personally settle this score." The deputy general's eyes brightened at these words. The general's proclamation undoubtedly indicated he had touched upon the threshold of the 8th level of law manifestation. Once he breaks through, the might and prestige of the Divine Guard would ascend to new heights. While they may still not rival true experts of the Enlightenment realm, they would easily suppress any adversary within the law manifestation realm. Moreover, the Divine Guard could exchange a few blows with a true master of Enlightenment. Of course, just a couple of exchanges. The third would likely lead to utter annihilation. Unless Zhou Juesher ascended to the 9th level of law manifestation. Only then would the overall strength of the Divine Guard reach a new pinnacle. Splendid. We shall act as the general's protectors and ensure his triumph, the deputy general declared with fervor. Once the general breaks through, he could first target the Southern Heaven Army, which had not yet been transformed by Yuan. This move would not only establish authority, but also diminish the rebels' morale. Subsequently dealing with the shadowy Grand General would become considerably easier. Zhou Juesher considered the deputy general's words and found them somewhat reasonable, nodding in agreement. Without further hesitation, he sat cross-legged, focusing his mind and energy to break through the barrier of the 8th level of law manifestation. Observing this, the deputy general immediately commanded the surrounding soldiers. Anyone sensing a loosening of their bottleneck with hopes of a breakthrough, proceed without delay. The rest, rally behind me to protect the general. With the orders disseminated, those within the ranks who had been on the brink of healing from their hidden injuries displayed expressions of joy and promptly sat down, channeling their full energy into their practices. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged as if drawn by an immense force, wildly converging into this area, forming a visible vortex of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Chen Lin had returned to the mist-shrouded mountain peak with the unconscious Commander Liu in his confidence. With a casual gesture, a deeper force infiltrated their bodies, ensuring they remained in a profound state of unconsciousness. "Once I endure the tribulation, I shall present these individuals before the Demon King. All will be revealed in due course." He had already devised a plan in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled how he had enlisted Zhou Juesher's assistance for the Demon King. realizing they shared a past bond. Yet, this thought flickered briefly before he shook his head. Once I break through to the realm of enlightenment, all these superficial gestures and credentials will be in vain. In the end, the truths of this world are measured solely by the might in one's hand and the wine in one's cup. Strength is the sole, undeniable truth. If one's power is sufficiently formidable, one can compel even the demon king of the town to submit. Just then, from the dense forest below, a rustling sound emerged, faintly tinged with demonic energy, permeating the vicinity of the 10,000 great mountains. Despite the solid defenses in place, occasional rogue demons still slipped through. Clearly, they were drawn here by the unusual fluctuations of the rich spiritual essence in this realm. However, before these creatures could reveal their menacing forms, an invisible yet vast force swept through the entire forest like the might of the heavens. In an instant, all the demons were reduced to mere ashes, unable even to emit a cry. Only the demon cores within them, as if summoned, soared towards the mountain peak. At the same time, Chen Lin began his artifact forging. In the blink of an eye, the night faded, giving way to the first light of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. Atop the mountain, Chen Lin suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light gleaming within. His thoughts stirred. Extraction. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Today's pinnacle royal grade martial technique, Creation Palm. Chapter 86, Transcending Tribulation, Physically Withstanding the Thunder Tribulation. In that moment, a torrent of profound information, vast as a sea of stars, surged into his consciousness. The essence and transformations of Creation Palm, along with a fragment of the true meaning of the law of creation, manifested in perfect clarity, merging seamlessly with him. The intricacies of royal-grade martial arts are unparalleled by celestial-level techniques. Their might and depth of meaning are truly divine. He slowly raised his palm, and within it flickered an ephemeral vision of the cyclical nature of the sun, moon, and stars. There was no need for practice. This powerful royal-grade technique was thoroughly mastered, as effortless as moving his fingers. Just in time, Chen Lin felt the exhilarating surge of newfound power within him, a slight smile gracing his lips. With the reverse destiny technique providing an almost infinite reserve of life essence, combined with the unparalleled offensive prowess of Creation Palm, he felt a heightened sense of assurance in facing the impending thunder tribulation. It was time. The tribulation awaited. With a determined thought, Chen Lin rose to his feet. In that instant, the spiritual energy within 100 miles seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rushing towards him at the mountain peak, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual essence. His aura surged, released unabashedly, stirring the laws of heaven and earth. At the moment his aura reached its zenith, boom! Above the 9 heavens a tempest brewed. Boundless dark clouds rolled in from all directions, enveloping the world in gloom. Within the clouds, destructive thunderous energy coalesced violently, emitting a deafening roar, while brilliant arcs of lightning danced through the obsidian sky, exuding a terrifying celestial might. The thunder tribulation, at that moment, centered on the mountain peak. All beings within hundreds of miles, whether secluded cultivators in the deep mountains or hidden demons, felt an overwhelming sense of dread from the depths of their souls. As if the very firmament were about to collapse, they instinctively looked up in horror, gazing towards the heart of the gathering thunderclouds. Someone was transcending tribulation. It was the true void thunder tribulation. Someone was on the verge of breaking through to the true void realm. Many erudite cultivators instantly paled, their voices lost in astonishment. In this borderland, the phenomenon of a thunder tribulation had never been witnessed. After all, the Cave of Truth was exceptionally rare. Simultaneously, Chen Lin's countenance transformed amidst a subtle interplay of light and shadow, morphing into a completely unfamiliar, austere visage. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the mountain summit, gazing upwards at the increasingly ominous thunderclouds accumulating in the sky. Not only was there no trace of fear in his eyes, but rather, a fierce martial spirit ignited within him. The life essence of the reverse fate heavenly art surged vigorously within him, while the profound intent of the creation palm flowed through his mind. Surrounding him, 3 newly forged celestial armors radiated brilliance, forming a robust defensive barrier, and his body, tempered through countless trials, had already attained a strength comparable to the finest celestial artifacts. Fully prepared, he beckoned the challenge. In that moment of fervent thoughts and peak battle intent, the long-gestating dreadful thundercloud above trembled violently. A thunderous roar resounded, capable of shattering eardrums. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a dragon and blazing like the sun, descended with a destructive aura, akin to the wrathful whip of a celestial deity, striking directly towards Chen Lin at the mountain's peak. The might of this blow was already on par with the full force of an ordinary ninth realm Dharma manifestation cultivator, before the thunder even reached him. The terrifying pressure had already cracked the surrounding stones. Yet, Chen Lin stood proudly at the mountain's summit, unflinching and unyielding, not even stirring his energies, relying solely on his formidable body, tempered to the strength of a top-tier celestial artifact, to withstand the onslaught. Boom! The massive thunderbolt struck him fiercely, erupting with dazzling lightning, instantly engulfing him. The lightning serpents writhed violently, producing a crackling sound, their destructive energies capable of easily annihilating a cultivator at the Dharma manifestation stage, rampaging across his surface. In the next instant, Chen Lin invoked Scarlet Sky Tribulation Body, his vital energies burning like a furnace, beginning to audaciously devour and refine the power of the Thunder Tribulation. He could distinctly sense his body undergoing subtle, yet solid enhancements amidst this destruction and rebirth. As the lightning dissipated, Chen Lin's figure re-emerged clearly. He remained steadfast, his robes billowing in the aftermath of the Thunder Tribulation, his skin shimmering with a faint, precious glow, utterly unscathed. The terrifying thunder had failed to leave even a mark upon his skin. This power alone was still insufficient to elevate his physique to the realm of a kingly artifact. A faint, indifferent smile, tinged with dissatisfaction, graced his lips. As if incited by his apparent disdain, the thunderclouds above roiled once more, the aura of destruction suddenly intensifying. Boom! The second Thunder Tribulation followed closely. This bolt of lightning had deepened in hue, nearly transforming into a purplish-black shade, its inherent strength surpassing the limits of an ordinary ninth realm Dharma manifestation cultivator, reaching a terrifying level capable of suppressing or even killing a typical ninth realm practitioner. Chen Lin's gaze sharpened slightly, yet he still refrained from employing his protective, celestial artifacts or magical powers. He inhaled deeply, feeling his vital energy surge like the mighty Yangtze River, his physical form radiating brilliance as it ascended. Once again, he confronted the challenge with sheer corporeal strength, the Qishao Jie T operating at its zenith. Another unembellished clash ensued. Shortly thereafter, the third Thunder Tribulation began to brew, lingering for a moment, yet exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. This was no mere thunder. It manifested as a dark purple lightning sludge, condensed to near liquid state. The destructive force contained within transcended the realm of Dharma manifestations, genuinely brushing against the threshold of the true insight realm. This Thunder Tribulation bore a trace of the world's laws, locking onto Chen Lin's spirit. Boom! Once more relying on his physical body, the dark purple lightning sludge crashed down. This time, the mountaintop where Chen Lin stood could no longer withstand such immense power and collapsed in ruins. He was utterly engulfed in boundless lightning and shattered stones. Moments later, as the lightning dimmed and the dust settled, Chen Lin's figure re-emerged. At this moment, his formidable physique bore some scorched marks and injuries, yet his eyes sparkled with an even greater excitement. He could distinctly sense that his body was undergoing a qualitative leap. He was so close. If he could endure one or two more tribulations of such magnitude, his body would surely break through the limits of heavenly artifacts and ascend to the realm of royal artifacts. Meanwhile, in the distance, the cultivators drawn by the celestial phenomenon witnessed this scene with astonishment, their hearts trembling in awe. Could it be that he traversed 3 Thunder Tribulations solely with his physical form? And the storm clouds had not dissipated, the pressure intensifying. He was to face the 6 Harmonies Thunder Tribulation. Who exactly was this formidable being? His physical prowess was astounding. Without a moment's respite, the thunderclouds above roared once more. The 4th Thunder Tribulation thundered down, its power surpassing that of the 3rd, the destructive energy causing the very heavens to tremble. The heavenly artifact armor manifesting on Chen Lin's surface barely endured a heartbeat before emitting a mournful cry, shattering into countless motes of light. Chapter 87. The 6th Thunder Tribulation. The power of true insight. The terrifying thunder force directly impacted his body, producing a sound that was agonizing to the ears. His physique, comparable to heavenly artifacts, finally began to show signs of strain, skin fissured, golden blood seeping through. Before he could recover his breath, the fifth thunder tribulation descended with even more terrifying apocalyptic might. This time, the two defensive heavenly artifacts he summoned were as fragile as paper, disintegrating into ash amidst the lightning, utterly obliterated. Boom! The thunder struck solidly against his chest. Chen Lin's body jolted violently, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he abruptly spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his radiance dimming considerably. Though not a fatal wound, it marked the first true injury he had sustained since the onset of the tribulation. A hint of astonishment welled up within Chen Lin. The might of this fifth thunder tribulation was formidable enough to effortlessly obliterate all Dharma manifestation cultivators in existence, annihilating all heavenly artifacts. Even a true royal artifact, under such celestial might, would likely sustain damage. He could scarcely fathom how those who successfully navigated the Six Harmonies thunder tribulation managed to accomplish such a feat. As his thoughts raced, the sixth thunder tribulation began to brew. This time, the thundercloud fell into a brief silence. However, the suffocating aura of impending destruction that accumulated was more overwhelming than ever before. The spiritual energy of the world was frantically siphoned, surging into the chaotic thundercloud. Seizing this moment, Chen Lin exerted himself to the utmost, channeling the reverse fate heavenly art, allowing the immense power of his life essence to circulate rapidly, mending his internal injuries. Yet, he could distinctly sense that the strength of his physical form, after enduring the baptism of 5 thunder tribulations, had reached a critical threshold, tantalizingly close to the legendary realm of royal artifacts, with but a final thread remaining. At last, the tranquil thundercloud had reached its zenith. The core of the calamity cloud transformed from a purplish black to a harrowing crimson, as if forged from endless destruction and blood. The sixth thunder tribulation descended. It was no longer mere thunder. It materialized as a red pillar of annihilation piercing through heaven and earth. Although Chen Lin had never truly witnessed a full-force strike from a powerful being in the true void realm, the destructive might of this sixth crimson tribulation filled him with an awe that suggested even a typical attack from a true void cultivator would pale in comparison. The onlooking cultivators in the distance were already rendered speechless, their minds shaken beyond measure. The fourth and fifth thunder tribulations had tested the extraordinary talents of many, who barely survived by exhausting their treasured obliteration artifacts. Yet he had nearly relied solely on his physical form, losing only 3 heavenly artifacts in the process. An experienced old cultivator trembled, disbelief etched across his face. The fourth and fifth tribulations often hinged on the cultivator's foundation and wealth. Some prestigious sects or exceptionally fortunate solitary cultivators were willing to expend precious heavenly or even earthly artifacts as if they were worthless to counteract the celestial pressure. By the sixth, however, it was deemed a threshold of despair. It was said that even formidable beings were forced to utilize incomplete royal artifacts or consume royal-grade elixirs capable of instant restoration to their peak state, merely scraping by in a perilous manner. This was precisely the fundamental reason solitary cultivators struggled to achieve the true void realm. They lacked the robust resources to defy fate itself. At this moment, the blood-red sixth destructive thunder tribulation loomed ominously. Chen Lin pushed his cultivation technique to its limits. The terrifying energy impact brought him to the brink of excruciating pain for the first time. Yet he gritted his teeth, fervently urging the reverse fate heavenly art. His strategy was exceedingly clear. Any portion of energy he could withstand and absorb would not be wasted, treating it as material for tempering. As for the destructive energy that exceeded his limits, he would unleash it with the newly acquired royal-grade martial technique creation palm, striking it down with ferocity. In this extreme tug-of-war between destruction and rebirth, the radiant aura enveloping his body intensified as his skin, bones, and organs underwent a profound metamorphosis. Crack! It was as if an invisible barrier had been utterly shattered. A formidable aura, far more potent than before, erupted explosively from within him. At the very heart of this cataclysmic thunder tribulation, his physical form finally transcended its ultimate limits, astonishingly ascending to the realm of a kingly artifact. His entire being radiated with resplendent brilliance, embodying the essence of immortality and indestructibility. Once his physical body attained the status of a kingly artifact, The once terrifying crimson thunder calamity, striking upon him, seemed to diminish in ferocity by more than half. Ultimately, the thunderous light gradually faded, and the atmosphere of destruction in the world began to dissipate slowly. Chen Lin's figure reemerged, a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth and some scorch marks and injuries upon his body, clearly indicating that the ordeal had not been without cost. Yet he had succeeded. However, before the onlookers could fully comprehend the shock of Chen Lin overcoming the Six Harmonies' thunder tribulation, they were horrified to discover that the vast thundercloud above had not only failed to disperse, but had instead begun to converge once more in a frenzied manner. Its destructive aura, now exponentially stronger than before. The thunder calamity was not yet finished. How could this be? All the cultivators gazing from afar were utterly petrified, as the scene before them transcended their understanding. Even a formidable man clad in dark armor, who had silently descended from 100 miles away, suddenly changed countenance. His aura was as deep as an abyss, and he was none other than the Demon Suppression King, guardian of the region. Behind him, the elite Demon Suppression Army stood in solemn silence, a sea of black. The Demon Suppression King's gaze, like lightning, was fixed on the figure at the center of the thundercloud, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Who on earth is this person? The Six Harmonies' thunder tribulation already possessed the power of the early stage of the true realm, and it was still ongoing. He recalled ancient records in the realm of the Six Harmonies. The seventh layer could rival the full force of a cultivator at the early stage of the true realm who had condensed 4 celestial domains. The eighth layer was comparable to 5 celestial domains, and the final ninth layer S might have crossed into the mid-stage of the true realm, akin to the strike of a 6 celestial domain expert. However, it seemed that these were merely attacks from cultivators undergoing the three heavens thunder tribulation. The thought of what an attack from a cultivator facing the Six Harmonies thunder tribulation could unleash was unfathomable. Such things he had only heard of, never witnessed with his own eyes, for the highest record he had seen was merely the Six Harmonies thunder tribulation. At this moment, the seventh layer of the thunder calamity descended with ferocity. Chen Lin, not daring to be negligent, immediately utilized drops of his life essence, and the overwhelming vitality swiftly mended his physical form. Yet, the power of the thunder calamity was terrifyingly potent, still inflicting damage upon his newly ascended kingly artifact body. In the end, he had to rely on his formidable reserves to barely endure. Soon after, the eighth layer of the thunder calamity appeared. Its oppressive force made all cultivators within 100 miles, including the Demon Suppression King, feel their souls tremble, nearly unable to bear the sight. A profoundly dark crimson thunder column pierced through the heavens and the earth. For the first time, Chen Lin unleashed the full power of his king-level martial skill. The transformation palm, as he struck, it seemed to invoke the very forces of creation. The arcane power collided violently with the thunder column. Boom! The terrifying impact caused the Demon Suppression King's expression to shift dramatically. This strike was already comparable to the power of the 3 celestial domains of the true realm. Yet he was evidently still merely at the Dharma realm. Chapter 88. 9 Extremes, the True Realm, Kingly Artifact Body. With the aid of 2 drops of the Life Source Elixir, Chen Lin managed to briefly restore the formidable power of the Creation Palm and the frenzied absorption of the Scarlet Sky Calamity Body, barely enduring the 8th layer of Tribulation Lightning. However, the cost was monumental, as the consumption of true essence by the Creation Palm was nothing short of astronomical. As the 9th layer of Tribulation began to brew, an eerie silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. Everyone held their breath, realizing they were perhaps witnessing the birth of an unparalleled prodigy that would overshadow the ages. At the moment the 9th layer of Tribulation Lightning descended, a chill ran down Chen Lin's spine as he sensed an unprecedented threat of death. Without hesitation, he summoned the Reverse Life Pearl with all his might, the surging life energy instantly restoring him to his peak condition, while the remaining drops of Life Source Elixir stood ready for use. However, this final tribulation exceeded everyone's imagination. Within the calamity clouds, lightning did not immediately strike down. Instead, 4 terrifying primordial manifestations emerged, the heavenly fire of annihilation, the world-destroying thunder, the netherwater of the divine abyss, and the immortal divine wood. The powers of these 4 laws intertwined and fused, ultimately evolving into a vividly lifelike, towering thunder dragon adorned with scales and claws. This thunder dragon, enveloped in the four-colored runes of the laws, emanated an oppressive force that transcended the mid-stage of the true void realm. With a roar that resonated through the nine heavens, it charged down towards Chen Lin, carrying the ultimate will of judgment. In response, Chen Lin let out a mighty howl, elevating himself to an unprecedented pinnacle. The reverse life pearl floated above him, cascading an immense aura of life energy that enveloped him, while the remaining life source elixir was poised to merge with his body. The profound runes of the reverse fate technique and the scarlet sky calamity body circulated between his palms as he boldly soared into the sky, confronting the dragon with his flesh and engaging it with his palms. A thunderous explosion, unprecedented in its horror, erupted high above the nine heavens, unleashing a storm of destructive energy that swept across the surroundings, sending the distant onlookers flying. Even the Demon King, exerting all his strength, struggled to maintain his stance. His eyes filled with astonishment. The brilliance persisted for a full 10 breaths before gradually dissipating. As the storm clouds began to disperse, the destructive aura receded like a tide. Chen Lin's figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the now-ruined mountains below. In that moment, he appeared wretchedly battered. His newly ascended royal physique was marred by countless cracks, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering, while golden blood stained his entire being. His breath had weakened to the point of near extinction, falling into a state of grievous injury. Yet above the nine heavens, from the heart of the clouds that once threatened annihilation, an endless cascade of harmonious, multicolored sunlight poured down, vast and pure, the energy of the heavens and earth, accompanied by fragments of profound laws, descended like a gentle rain, precisely infusing Chen Lin's broken body. This was the gift of the heavenly Tao, a baptism of auspiciousness after transcending the supreme tribulation. Nurtured by this overwhelming vitality and energy, the horrific injuries on Chen Lin's body healed at a visible rate, cracks mending, scorch marks fading, and new skin emerging with a radiant glow, stronger than before. His breath not only recovered instantly, but began to ascend with a terrifying velocity, surpassing the limits of the law manifestation realm. Simultaneously, deep within the recesses of his consciousness, accompanied by a surge of vast energy and an understanding of the laws within the thunder tribulation, 3 resplendent points of light, imbued with boundless power, suddenly ignited and swiftly expanded in stability. They resembled 3 nascent cosmic whirlpools, voraciously devouring auspicious energy, ultimately transforming into 3 majestic and ancient realms that emanated profound waves of law. 3 realms. Within his consciousness, he condensed these 3 realms. As the auspicious energy gradually subsided, Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes, which appeared to contain the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars, and his aura was as deep as the ocean. A stark contrast to his previous self. He felt the surging new power within him and the towering realms in his consciousness, and a satisfied smile finally graced his lips. Chen Lin slowly rose from the ruins, his robes fluttering without wind. Although his aura was restrained, it exuded an imposing majesty that was difficult to gaze upon directly. The body, tempered by the thunder tribulation and blessed by auspicious energies, harbored a hidden brilliance, as if every gesture could invoke the laws of heaven and earth. In the distance, all witnesses, including the Demon Suppression King, were already submerged in unparalleled shock, their minds resonating with a singular thought. Today, they bore witness to the birth of a true legend. The astounding commotion in this place had long surpassed the boundaries of the mountain range. The terrifying celestial phenomena and fluctuations of laws had stirred the entire region, even alerting formidable presences in the nearby fallen territories of Zizhou and Linzhou, who turned their gazes toward this locale. Chen Lin's indifferent gaze swept across the distance, instantly locking onto the most potent aura emanating from the Demon Suppression King. As their eyes met across the void, in the next instant, Chen Lin's figure seemed to meld into the emptiness, vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed. As for General Liu and the others, they had already retreated before Chen Lin's tribulation commenced. The distant onlookers felt overwhelming disappointment and regret upon witnessing this. They had yearned to forge a connection with this newly risen legendary powerhouse, even if just to become familiar faces, yet the individual showed them no regard. Meanwhile, the Demon Suppression King, upon locking eyes with Chen Lin, was gripped by an indescribable sense of horror that tightened around his heart, as if shrouded by an invisible shadow of death. This sensation was even more terrifying than facing the demon emperor who had condensed 4 realms deep within the heart of the 10,000 mountains. How could this individual, who had just ascended to the realm of the true cave and condensed only 3 realms, exert such oppressive pressure that far exceeded that of the 4-realm demon emperor? The waves of fear surged within the demon suppression king, causing cold sweat to bead upon his back. That final glance from Chen Lin, seemingly calm yet unfathomable, made him feel as though he were standing on the brink of an abyss. However, considering that the other party had merely reached the 9th level of law manifestation, yet could unleash the power of 6 realms, he dared not linger for even a moment longer. He swiftly commanded his soldiers to evacuate this treacherous place at the fastest possible speed. Not long after their departure, a series of formidable auras tore through the void, descending upon the charred remnants of this desolate land. The visitors were none other than the Sword Sovereign and the Feather Emperor, among others. Their fluctuating energies indicated that they had recently endured a fierce battle against the elders of the Corpse God sect, each bearing significant wounds. The Sword Sovereign's expression was grim as he effortlessly summoned a fleeing cultivator from afar, directly extracting the memories of this place through soul-searching. Moments later, he released his grip, and the cultivator collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. A complex array of emotions flickered in the Sword Sovereign's gaze, shock mingled with wariness. He and the Feather Emperor, along with the others, lingered in silence, absorbing the lingering terror of the thunderous tribulation and the oppressive aura in the air before wordlessly turning away. Chapter 89. Meeting the Demon Suppressing King. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Earth State, deep within the imposing and solemn Demon Suppressing King's manor, the space quivered slightly. Chen Lin's figure appeared within the main hall of the manor, as silent as a ghost. He casually chose a seat, awaiting the return of the manor's master. The guards outside, vigilant and steadfast, remained utterly oblivious to his presence, as if he were transparent. A glance around the hall revealed an eerie stillness. Indeed, the king-level martial techniques were extraordinary. Chen Lin felt a stirring within as he recalled the might of the creation palm. Although its execution consumed nearly half of its true essence, its earth-shattering power truly warranted the title of king-level. Now, he possessed 2 perfected king-level techniques and martial skills, alongside an exceptionally robust physique blessed by the heavenly tribulation. He sensed that even when facing an initial stage true being from the 5th cave, he would not falter. Yet, he also recognized that the resources required to condense the 4th cave would be immense beyond imagination. However, possessing the power of true being would afford him the opportunity to acquire resources of a higher caliber. Ultimately, the specifics of his combat prowess could only be gauged through actual encounters, for the strength of a true being was indeed difficult to measure. He reined in his thoughts, ceasing further contemplation. After about half an hour, the steady sound of footsteps finally echoed from outside the hall. The doors swung open, revealing the demon suppressing king, clad in a dark royal robe. Upon recognizing the individual seated within the hall, his pupils constricted sharply, and he froze in astonishment. Was this not the mysterious powerhouse whose gaze during the transcendent thunder tribulation had plunged him into a state of icy dread? Senior. The demon-suppressing king suppressed the tumultuous waves within his heart, refraining from calling for the guards, instead bowing respectfully with hands clasped, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Seeing such awareness from the other party, a slight smile graced Chen Lin's lips as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Your Highness still possesses an imposing presence. However, he paused momentarily. If you could completely eradicate those long-standing hidden injuries and ailments within you, I believe that soon, Your Highness would be able to glimpse the pathway to true being. To him, the myriad of injuries, both superficial and deeply concealed, within the other party were laid bare, devoid of any secrets. Yet for him, it was merely a trifling task. The demon-sealing king harbored not a shred of doubt upon hearing this. The opponent had demonstrated an extraordinary ability to restore himself to peak condition even amidst the cataclysmic tribulations of heavenly thunder, indicating that the recovery techniques at his disposal transcended the limits of the king's comprehension. Your insight is truly remarkable, esteemed senior. Nothing escapes your keen perception. The demon-sealing king remarked with a smile, his tone imbued with respect. However, he deftly diverted the conversation, inquiring about the purpose of the senior's visit. Pray tell. What brings you here to seek out the likes of me? Chen Lin, noticing the subtle shift in topic, merely smiled serenely. Indeed, he was worthy of his reputation as one of the most formidable princes of the empire, his thoughts meticulously calculated, never easily yielding leverage to others. I have come for two purposes, Chen Lin stated, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable gravitas. Firstly, I wish to extend my assistance to you, to jointly confront the menace posed by the 10,000 mountain demon tribes. Secondly, he paused momentarily, his gaze deepening. It is to aid you in purging the traitors concealed within your ranks. His tone remained nonchalant, as if discussing a matter of trivial significance. The demon-sealing king may have been reluctant to accept such aid, yet Chen Lin believed the allure of this proposition would inevitably compel the king to make a choice. The demon-sealing king, naturally skeptical of such fortuitous offers, sensed ulterior motives. However, the chasm of power between them rendered him unable to confront this suspicion directly. In that case, I am grateful for your generous intentions, the demon-sealing king replied, maintaining an unruffled demeanor as he clasped his hands in thanks. Chen Lin, at this acknowledgement, waved his hand casually. In an instant, several figures materialized from thin air, sprawled across the hall in a state of unconsciousness. None other than General Liu and a few of his most trusted confidants. The demon-sealing king's expression sharpened, his gaze sweeping over the fallen individuals, anxiety flooding his heart. What was the meaning of this? Before he could voice his query, Chen Lin raised his hand once more, channeling a gentle force into the bodies of General Liu and his companions. They gradually awakened, bewildered and disoriented. Upon opening his eyes, General Liu immediately laid eyes on the composed countenance of the demon-sealing king, and a sinking feeling of foreboding washed over him. Instinctively, he turned to survey his surroundings, his gaze fleetingly passing over the disguised Chen Lin, whose second transformation had gone unrecognized, before returning anxiously to the demon-sealing king. Your Highness? Why am I here? His voice trembled with an unmistakable panic, utterly perplexed by the situation. The demon-sealing king did not respond immediately, but instead directed a probing glance toward Chen Lin. Your Highness, this is what I referred to as the second matter, Chen Lin stated with a calm, yet significant tone. General Liu remained lost in confusion, while the demon-sealing king's gaze upon him had transformed into an icy glare, as if regarding a corpse. Traitor! Though the demon-sealing king did not wholly accept Chen Lin's assertions, the bizarre circumstances before him, coupled with General Liu's guilty demeanor, had already swayed his belief to a considerable extent. Chen Lin stood with his hands clasped behind him, uttering no further words. What he wished to observe was the decision of the demon suppression king. Suddenly, a fierce murderous intent erupted in the eyes of the demon suppression king, who no longer regarded General Liu but fixated intensely on the trembling confidants beside him, his voice as frigid as ice. Speak. What has transpired? The terrified confidants, overwhelmed by this dreadful aura, trembled uncontrollably, their gaze instinctively darting towards General Liu, their lips quivering yet unable to utter a single word. General Liu himself was stricken with fear by the unexpected inquiry and the prince's murderous intent. Although he comprehended little of the specifics, the king's gaze conveyed everything. Observing the state of his confidants, the demon suppression king grasped the situation with clarity. A profound disappointment and fury surfaced on his face, and without hesitation, he raised his hand. A tremendous force surged forth, crashing towards General Liu. Having chosen betrayal, death was his fate, he pronounced coldly, devoid of any emotion. General Liu, filled with horror, instinctively attempted to muster his strength to resist. Yet, the demon suppression king was a peerless powerhouse at the 9th level of the Dharma realm. His wrathful strike was beyond General Liu's capacity to withstand. In the next moment, the king's hand clamped down on his head like an iron vice. No! General Liu barely managed to emit a brief cry. Death! The demon suppression king's expression remained indifferent, his fingers suddenly exerting force. With a sickening crunch, General Liu's head shattered like a watermelon, crimson and white spraying forth. The remaining confidants, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, instantly collapsed in terror. However, the demon suppression king showed no mercy. With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying wave of energy swept forth, with a series of dull thuds. The confidants could not even utter a scream before they were all reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Chapter 90. The Assault of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In an instant, the Great Hall was left with only a faint metallic scent of blood. The Demon Suppression King withdrew his hand, his breath steady, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. His decisiveness in slaughtering was unequivocal, without a hint of hesitation. Chen Lin, hearing this, merely smiled faintly, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the Demon Suppression Pass. As if he could penetrate the layers of space, the Demon Emperor within the 10,000 Great Mountains seemed to have been stirred once more. Clearly, it was the grand celestial phenomenon triggered by his breakthrough that had alerted the unfathomable Demon Emperor. The countenance of the Demon Suppression King abruptly shifted. The incursion of the demon race was a matter of utmost urgency, demanding immediate action. He immediately cupped his hands. The demon race has invaded. The military situation is critical. I must hasten to the Demon Suppression Pass and cannot remain any longer. With that, his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, rapidly departing. At nearly the same moment, Chen Lin's silhouette silently vanished from the main hall of the royal palace. At this moment, outside the Demon Suppression Pass, a dense miasma of demonic energy obscured the heavens. Countless grotesque and snarling demons coalesced into a terrifying tide that stretched beyond sight, unleashing earth-shattering roars towards the towering fortress. Upon the weathered battlements of the Demon Suppression Pass, the walls bore witness to a tapestry of overlapping claw marks, the charred remnants of arcane assaults, and dried bloodstains that had long since turned a dark brown. Above the ramparts, countless soldiers stationed in defense of the pass beheld a scene that rendered their hearts heavy with dread, instinctively tightening their grips around their weapons. As the air thickened with an atmosphere of tension and impending mortality, the Demon Suppression Pass stretched for miles. An imposing fortress divided into sectors under the command of 4 generals loyal to the Demon Suppression King. At this moment, the commanding officer of the Western Wall was none other than one of those 4 generals, Zhang Wenhua, a seasoned warrior himself. He had achieved the formidable realm of the 7th stage of the law form. His prowess was on par with the unparalleled Zhuo Juesher, a testament to the might of the Demon Suppression Guards, and a glimpse into the strength of the Northern Guards. However, upon witnessing the spectacle beyond the walls, his countenance grew gravely serious. In the territory under his charge, the gathering of demonkind exceeded 10,000. Leading them was a renowned demon commander, a powerful being who had attained the 9th stage of the law form. This commander, adorned with 3 massive, fearsome lion heads, possessed a physique akin to that of a small mountain, draped in a tough, scaly hide, hailing from the formidable 3-headed lion clan. He was the infamous 3-headed demon commander, whose very name struck terror into the hearts of the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army. With a thunderous roar emanating from a central head, the command rang out, "Charge! My army!" At this order, the black tide of demon forces unleashed a cacophony of battle cries, surging forth like a raging flood towards the towering Demon Suppression Pass with wild abandon. "Prepare the crossbows!" On the city walls, General Zhang Wenhua's voice boomed like a great bell, suppressing the turmoil within his heart as he issued a decisive command. In an instant, thousands of specially crafted demon-slaying crossbow bolts, shimmering with a cold light, cascaded down like a tempest, instantly tearing through the front lines of the lower-tier demons, impaling them into the ground. The ground before the pass became stained with the blood of the demons. However, the sheer number of the demon horde was overwhelming, their hides tough and resilient. The fallen bodies of the lower-tier demons became stepping stones for the advancing waves of their brethren, the onslaught undeterred. Long-range barrage. Target the mid-tier demon ranks. Zhang Wenhua bellowed once more. The human cultivators, already poised, simultaneously formed their seals, harnessing the energies of heaven and earth. A cataclysm ensued. A tempest of fire, ice, lightning, and colossal boulders converged into a devastating zone of annihilation, raining down upon the demon throngs, with explosions resonating endlessly, reducing countless demon soldiers to charred remnants or mangled flesh amidst their wails. Yet, the fervor of the demon charge remained relentless. With a furious roar, the 3-headed demon commander unleashed a simultaneous bellow from each of his heads, the sound waves materializing to disperse the incoming spells. His massive form reared up, crashing fiercely against the gates of the pass. "This is dire. The demon commander is personally breaching the gates," the deputy commander exclaimed in alarm. "Stop him." Zhang Wenhua's eyes widened in terror, acutely aware of the catastrophic destructive potential wielded by a 9th-stage law-formed demon commander. His entire being surged with true essence, and a massive sword, reminiscent of a door, materialized in his hand, ready for him to leap down the battlements and engage in combat. At this critical moment, a chilling and authoritative voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, echoing across the battlefield. "Beast, how dare you act so recklessly?" In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure, vast as the sea of stars, descended upon the scene. A figure appeared as if teleporting, standing directly in front of the gate, facing the ferocious charge of the three-headed demon commander. It was none other than the Demon Suppression King. Without sparing a glance at the demon commander, he casually unleashed a palm strike. A colossal, almost tangible energy hand manifested from thin air, its palm intricately detailed and exuding the majesty of a sovereign meant to suppress all. It struck precisely at the largest head of the three-headed demon commander. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed like a mountain collapsing. The once mighty three-headed demon commander, with its formidable body representing the 9th level of its demonic manifestation, was struck as if by a mountain hurtling through the air, letting out a piercing wail of agony. Its massive form was sent flying backward faster than it had approached, toppling a multitude of demons behind it before crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, its central head now a bloody pulp. However, just as the morale of the defending soldiers surged, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the roiling demon clouds, two more terrifying presences, equal in might to the three-headed demon commander, erupted from two different directions, subtly encircling the Demon Suppression King. Two more demon commanders had arrived. Alongside the previously injured three-headed commander, there were now 3 commander-level adversaries fixated on the Demon Suppression King. Witnessing this alarming scene, the confidence of the cultivators atop the battlements was swiftly replaced by dread, their palms clammy with anxiety. Yet, facing the encirclement of the 3 commanders, the Demon Suppression King remained stoic, his demeanor devoid of panic. "Zhang Wenhua," he called out sternly. "I am here." Zhang Wenhua responded immediately. "Gather all soldiers from the west, consolidate our formation, and fortify the battlements. These beasts are to be dealt with by me." "Yes." Without hesitation, Zhang Wenhua issued the order. In an instant, the elite forces of the Demon Suppression Army on the western battlements unified their presence, their formidable battle intent and true essence merging within the formation, emanating a heart-stirring aura. Under his command, with the unparalleled strength and number of the Demon Suppression Army, they could rival or even suppress ordinary 9th-level adversaries. And at this moment, with the Demon Suppression King as the core of their formation, their collective might was unimaginable. In a flash, the battle erupted in full force. The 3 demon commanders roared and launched a ferocious assault on the Demon Suppression King, their demonic energy surging. Undaunted, the Demon Suppression King radiated an aura of sovereignty and boldly met their charge. Simultaneously, thunderous cries and the sounds of spells erupted from the other 3 sides of the Demon Suppression Pass, where an endless horde of demons also appeared. Amidst the tumultuous clash of 2 formidable factions, each led by a fierce demon general, a relentless assault was underway. On the eastern city wall, one of the 4 esteemed generals defending the stronghold, Jing Tianxing, furrowed his brow, his expression grave and laden with trepidation. Before him lay an endless tide of demonkind, their offensive ferocious. Yet, curiously, he sensed no presence of any demon general among them. Why was it that, while the other 3 fronts bore the presence of such powerful adversaries, he alone felt their absence? The anomaly stirred his instincts. Something sinister was afoot. Just as his thoughts spiraled in urgency, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, akin to a volcanic eruption, swept from the distant horizon where the demon army gathered. Jing Tianxing abruptly looked skyward to behold a figure emerging from the depths of an inferno of golden flames. The being's skin resembled flowing lava, exuding an aura of searing heat capable of incinerating all it touched. Towering several meters high, it appeared as a deity born from the flames. Jing Tianxing's pupils contracted in sheer disbelief. The Flame Emperor, Feng Jiutian. The origins of Feng Jiutian were shrouded in mystery. No soul knew his true lineage. Yet his mastery over fire had reached an unparalleled zenith, and his name inspired dread throughout the 10,000 mountains as the supreme demon emperor. The fact that he had personally descended upon the eastern wall sent shockwaves through Jing Tianxing. "Emperor of demons, you dare to personally grace this place," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the intense heat of the pressure bearing down upon him. In a desperate bid, He summoned all his strength to send an urgent plea for aid to the Demon Suppression King, who was engaged in fierce combat with 3 other demon generals to the south. Yet, in the presence of one as formidable as Feng Jiutian, his secret of communication felt trivial and futile. In that fleeting moment, Feng Jiutian raised a hand, from which a terrifying sphere of blazing fire materialized. A mere trick of ants, he remarked, his molten visage betraying no emotion, only an infinite indifference. Without even casting a glance at Jing Tianxing, he casually lifted an arm that seemed to be composed of flowing magma. In the palm of his hand, a concentrated sphere of pure white fire, radiating an aura of annihilation, swiftly coalesced, warping the air around it into a cacophony of distortion and crackling heat. Before Jing Tianxing could prepare, the cataclysmic fireball plummeted toward the eastern wall like a descending sun. Form a formation. Defend with all our might. Jing Tianxing's pupils dilated as he bellowed in fury. Instantly, every soldier on the wall channeled their magical energies into the military formation, conjuring a robust, shimmering barrier that surged with power, desperate to withstand this world-ending strike. Boom! The incandescent fireball struck the barrier with tremendous force. It held for but a moment, perhaps only a breath, before shattering like fragile glass under the relentless heat and destructive energy. Erupting into a shower of radiant sparks, all the valiant soldiers, including Jing Tianxing, were struck with tremendous force, causing them to spew forth copious amounts of blood. Their bodies uncontrollably hurled into the air by the terrifying shockwave, crashing heavily against the walls and even further back, resulting in devastating casualties in an instant. With merely a casual strike, the defensive core of the eastern wall was on the brink of collapse. The Flame Emperor, Feng Jiutian, hovered in the air, surrounded by swirling flames, gazing down at the scene of utter defeat below, much like a deity observing struggling ants. Jing Tianxing coughed violently, crimson blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth. With great difficulty, he raised his head to behold the figure above, akin to a flame demon, his eyes inevitably tinged with despair. A heavy silence and a profound sense of hopelessness enveloped the hearts of every soldier like a chilling tide. In this moment of utter desolation, a curious, yet remarkably clear voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the battlefield, resonating directly within the souls of all present. In the next instant, a figure appeared without warning above the eastern wall, standing in stark contrast to Feng Jiutian. The newcomer bore an expression of indifference, a detachment even more profound than that of Feng Jiutian, as if the cataclysmic battlefield before him was merely a trivial speck of dust. Even more astonishing was the fact that his arrival had gone unnoticed by Feng Jiutian. The latter's lava-like form momentarily faltered, the flames surrounding him flickering for an instant. He slowly turned to face this unexpected guest, a hint of gravity surfacing for the first time in his previously indifferent demeanor. Chen Lin did not immediately acknowledge Feng Jiutian. Instead, his gaze swept over the wounded soldiers below, sprawled in various positions. Casually, he raised his hand, palm facing downward. In that instant, an immense wave of vibrant green essence, brimming with boundless vitality, cascaded down like gentle rain, tender yet swift, enveloping each injured soldier. The life-giving light swiftly permeated their bodies. What is this? All the soldiers bathed in the luminous rain, gazed in astonishment at their hands, feeling the miraculous transformations occurring within them. The grievous internal injuries and the wounds that had torn their bodies, even the depleting essence, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In the span of a single breath, they were restored to their former selves, their condition even surpassing what it had been before. Such a divine miracle was simply unheard of. Jing Tianxing abruptly stood up, incredulously feeling the surging power and the unscathed meridians within him. He gazed in shock at the unfamiliar figure in the sky, though he did not recognize this person. The terrifying ability to reverse life and death and heal a multitude in an instant was unmistakable, an extraordinary power. Feng Jiutian, witnessing this, displayed a clear astonishment upon his lava-like visage for the first time. He spoke in a deep voice, akin to the rumbling of molten earth. "Who are you?" Chen Lin did not respond immediately. After healing all the soldiers below, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes as frigid as ancient ice, resting upon Feng Jiutian. "The demon race has wreaked havoc upon our Yin territory and must be eradicated. After all, this empire will eventually belong to his disciple, Ling Tian. Thus, It is not unreasonable for him to claim it as his own. As these words were spoken, Feng Jiutian's expression shifted dramatically. The tone of this individual was so domineering, treating him as inconsequential. Could he possibly be an ancient being of the Ling royal family, hidden away from the world? Below, the surviving Jie, Tianxing, and countless soldiers of the demon suppression army were likewise struck by a similar conjecture, their gazes toward Chen Lin filled with reverence and anticipation. The moment the words fell, Chen Lin made his move. Without any superfluous gestures, he simply directed his palm downward toward the boundless tide of demons. The king-tier martial technique. Krizi Shenpeng. In the next instant, a resonant hum filled the air. The energy of heaven and earth was abruptly summoned and drawn forth. A colossal, intricately patterned energy hand abruptly materialized above the battlefield, casting its shadow over countless demons. Chapter 92. Suppression of Feng Jiutian. Feng Jiutian found himself positioned directly beneath this enormous hand. Once the hand took shape, it descended with an irresistible velocity, carrying with it an overwhelming intent to obliterate everything in its path. Feng Jiutian scarcely had time to react further. In the next moment, boom! A terrifying roar, capable of rending eardrums, reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Beneath the colossal hand, the countless, ferocious, howling demon army, be they lowly demons or formidable demon generals, disintegrated upon contact with the annihilating energy, their bodies collapsing, souls dispersing, transformed into ash in an instant, utterly obliterated. Simultaneously, innumerable demon orbs, shimmering with various hues and imbued with pure demonic power, appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, rising autonomously into the air and vanishing into the shadow of the massive hand. With a single strike, myriad demons were reduced to nothingness. Upon the city walls, a profound silence ensued. All the soldiers of the demon suppression army stood in stunned silence, gazing at the battlefield that had been instantaneously cleared. Their eyes fixated on the indifferent figure floating in the air, their hearts overwhelmed with unparalleled shock. The astonishment within Feng Jiutian reached unprecedented heights. The destructive power contained within that palm was simple yet brutally effective, far surpassing the might he could unleash at his fullest. And he was still injured. Who on earth is this person? He barely had time to voice his incredulity when Chen Lin's attack arrived. In that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted within Chen Lin's eyes. His right pupil transformed into a radiant sun, exuding boundless light and heat, while his left eye resembled a resplendent moon, radiating a chilling brilliance and coldness. The sun and moon shone together, manifesting in the same being. In the next moment, these two utterly opposing, yet equally terrifying forces erupted from his eyes, hovering before him. Chen Lin raised his hand to unleash the ultimate strike, the creation palm. This profound imprint did not merely strike out. Instead, it forcibly encompassed and fused the extreme powers of both the sun and the moon. In an instant, an energy orb, infused with the violent radiance of the sun and the frigid essence of the moon, materialized, exuding an aura of chaos. This terrifying strike, a fusion of solar and lunar powers propelled by the creation palm, surged forth toward Feng Jiutian with a velocity that transcended thought itself. At this moment, the molten flames enveloping Feng Jiutian erupted wildly, as he sensed an unprecedented threat of death looming over him. With a roar, he concentrated his entire demonic power before him, forming an immensely thick molten shield in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens. The brilliance consumed everything instantaneously. Yet, the standoff lasted scarcely a breath. Crack! The molten shield, which embodied all of Feng Jiutian's strength, crumbled under the weight of the sun-moon infused assault, as fragile as paper. The devastating force collided violently with Feng Jiutian's massive demonic form. He coughed up a copious spout of golden demonic blood, and the once blazing flames surrounding him dimmed instantly, revealing cracks all over his lava-like skin, as his breath visibly waned with alarming swiftness. So powerful, the shock within Feng Jiutian's heart swiftly morphed into an overwhelming fury intertwined with a barely perceptible hint of fear. He let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, and a dazzling phoenix apparition soared forth from his mouth, shrieking as it ascended. The phoenix shadow burgeoned with the wind, transforming in an instant into a magnificent form, enveloped in eternal flames, a sight of extraordinary wonder. A fierce glint flickered in Feng Jiutian's eyes as he struck his chest, unleashing a brilliant stream of golden essence that merged entirely with the phoenix apparition. Nourished by his primordial blood, the phoenix shadow solidified immensely, its feathers becoming vividly apparent, resembling a true divine phoenix descending upon the world. It emitted a clear, resonant cry filled with lethal intent, and its massive beak opened wide, releasing a concentrated crimson energy beam radiating waves of destruction, akin to divine retribution. Aimed directly at Chen Lin, this strike, imbued with Feng Jiutian's essence and overwhelming demonic power, surpassed the previous assault, warping the very fabric of space. With its scorching heat causing the soldiers on the walls below to feel a stinging sensation upon their skin. This was his ultimate attack, potent enough to obliterate a cultivator of the initial stage of the 4-cave heaven. It had already ascended to the might of the 5-cave heaven. However, in the face of this divine phoenix's cataclysmic strike, Chen Lin's response remained astonishingly indifferent. He did not alter his technique. He merely raised his hand and pressed down. The creation palm, a colossal handprint, seemingly forged from the very laws of heaven and earth, appeared out of thin air, meeting the terrifying crimson beam head-on, without flinching. Under the watchful gaze of countless astonished eyes, that fearsome phoenix assault disintegrated silently and rapidly, akin to snow confronting the blazing sun, ultimately vanishing into nothingness without leaving a single ripple. It was as if that world-shattering attack had never existed at all. An abyss of dread instantaneously engulfed the once mighty Flame Emperor. He no longer cared for his dignity. Taking advantage of the moment when he was propelled backward and his vision was obscured by chaotic energy, he decided to flee. The formidable demon army and the siege of the city became insignificant in the face of the looming threat of death. However, just as this thought flickered through Feng Jiutian's mind, Chen Lin's figure vanished like a specter, only to reappear in front of him in an instant, at an incomprehensible speed. Immediately afterward, Chen Lin seemingly casually raised his palm, striking towards Feng Jiutian's chest. At such a close distance, the opponent dared to rely solely on his physical prowess and internal essence rather than unleash his terrifying martial skills. Feng Jiutian was momentarily taken aback, but then a surge of furious indignation washed over him as he felt utterly belittled. His tribe, the ancient Xiangqi celestial clan, was inherently attuned to the laws of fire, and their physical strength was one of their greatest assets. The demon body he had refined was already comparable to a top-tier celestial artifact. The fact that his opponent chose to forego his formidable martial skills seemed to Feng Jiutian nothing short of suicidal. Nevertheless, the more powerful the martial skills, the greater the toll they exacted. The opponent must have expended considerable energy. Furthermore, he was likely only at the initial stage of the 5 Caverns realm. There was no need for him to seek out Feng Jiutian. The high-ranking members of the royal family had no reason to approach him, as the 10,000 Great Mountains still held value. Seeking death, Feng Jiutian roared internally. This close proximity was the perfect opportunity to capitalize on his physical advantage. He reacted swiftly, unleashing a highly concentrated, nearly pure white flame from his beak-like mouth, scorching towards Chen Lin's face at such close range. Simultaneously, his demonic power surged wildly, and a formidable body-refining technique of his clan was instantly pushed to its limits, causing his exterior to shimmer with a metallic dark red sheen, its hardness rising to the threshold of a royal artifact. He was absolutely confident that in this sudden close-quarters battle, his robust demon body, possessing characteristics of a top-tier celestial artifact and even hinting at a royal artifact, would be sufficient to injure his opponent. Yet, the anticipated scene of Chen Lin being severely injured by the flame of his life essence did not materialize. The pure white blaze, capable of melting gold and iron, enveloped him, but instead of causing harm, it met an invisible barrier, failing to inflict even the slightest damage, not even stirring the hem of his garment. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's seemingly casual palm strike, upon making contact with Feng Jiutian's chest, erupted with unimaginable, terrifying power. What? Feng Jiutian's pupils constricted, and his complexion changed dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force, one he could not hope to resist, penetrate his body. His once proud, formidable demon physique, which rivaled even the characteristics of a royal artifact, crumbled like decayed wood before this power. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. Chen Lin's palm strike not only obliterated all his defenses in an instant, but also continued relentlessly, piercing through his chest and leaving behind a gaping, horrifying wound. One strike. This power undoubtedly surpasses the fifth celestial realm. An overwhelming sense of dread and incredulity instantaneously engulfed Feng Jiutian's consciousness. Boom! His colossal demonic form plummeted from the sky like a meteor, shaking the very walls of the fortress. The once blazing flames surrounding him flickered erratically, wildly dissipating, while golden demonic blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in his chest and the fissures across his body, his aura dwindling to a pitiful low. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the horror of his opponent's king-level physique, which contained a power that reached even higher echelons. As a genius who had survived the Six Harmonies Thunder Calamity, he believed his strength to be on par with the ordinary early-stage practitioners of the Fifth Celestial Realm. Yet, he never anticipated that, at this juncture, the unmistakable sin of death would wash over him like icy water, enveloping him entirely. Chen Lin was also somewhat taken aback. He had not imagined that after overcoming the legendary 9 Extremes Thunder Calamity, his power would amplify to such terrifying proportions. The opponent, a formidable early-stage practitioner who had coalesced the 4 celestial realms, appeared utterly feeble before him. In fact, if he were to unleash his full strength. Just as Chen Lin contemplated this, a flicker of profound unwillingness and fear flashed in Feng Jiutian's eyes. With a fierce determination, he bit down hard, recklessly igniting his life essence, his complexion turning as pale as paper and his aura plummeting sharply. At this cost, a flash of blood light enveloped him, and he vanished from his position with a speed that seemed to tear through space, leaving only a faint ripple in the air. A secret escape technique. So swift was his flight that even Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, momentarily unable to intercept him. However, Chen Lin paid little heed to this fortunate survivor of defeat. Through this battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. His adversary was no longer a match for him. With his current king-level, formidable physique, blessed by the auspiciousness of the 9 Extremes, and coupled with the unparalleled essence and the profound intricacies of king-tier techniques, he was likely capable of directly contending with mid-stage practitioners of the celestial realm. The disparity likely stemmed from his possession of 2 perfected king-tier techniques and martial skills. Even the foremost powers of the present Dayan Empire, such as the Tsang Emperor, might not have cultivated any single king-tier inheritance to such an unparalleled pinnacle. Feng Jiutian's previous strike had failed to even disturb his body's innate defenses, leaving not a trace behind. It is essential to recognize that the might of celestial realm practitioners primarily manifests in their control over vast reservoirs of essence, while their physical strength is not necessarily formidable. Successfully overcoming the Thunder Calamity does not guarantee that one's physique reaches commensurate heights. Many practitioners of the celestial realm may possess bodies superior to those of earthly artifacts, yet they still fall short of true robustness and must rely on essence for protection. In the chaos of battle, it has always been a contest of comprehensive foundation. No one possesses inexhaustible power. Each activation of powerful martial techniques and methods entails a significant consumption of essence. Once the true essence is depleted and the physical body rendered feeble, even a formidable master of the Tao of Truth may find themselves vulnerable to being besieged and overwhelmed by a multitude of practitioners from the law manifestation realm. Of course, such extreme circumstances are exceedingly rare. This is simply because those who attain the Tao of Truth are invariably individuals of profound thought and deep cultivation. They would undoubtedly be equipped with top-tier elixirs capable of swiftly replenishing their true essence, or possess other means to rapidly restore their strength or make a hasty escape, ensuring they do not easily fall into the dire predicament of physical exhaustion. Subsequently, Chen Lin's gaze shifted toward the countless fleeing demonic beings below, his eyes as cold as ice, uttering a single word, "Die." As his voice faded, a radiant sun's phantom abruptly materialized within his right eye, its intense light seemingly igniting from the depths of his pupil, reflecting upon reality itself. The remaining demons, upon witnessing this scene akin to divine retribution, were struck with terror, their souls scattering and their hearts quaking. Even the powerful Flame Emperor had suffered a crushing defeat and fled. How could they possibly withstand it? Yet, there was no opportunity for escape, as the resplendent sun emanating from Chen Lin's right eye descended. Not the actual sun, but rather a highly condensed manifestation of his technique. As one's power ascends, even the original celestial and earthly techniques gain enhanced potency. However, they still pale in comparison to the royal tier. Under the encompassing radiance, all demons, regardless of their rank, silently dissolved into nothingness, their demonic essence dissipating in an instant, reduced to mere ashes. Only the demonic cores within them seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, autonomously soaring into the void, vanishing without a trace. Having accomplished this, Chen Lin's figure once more vanished silently, and in the next moment, he sped toward the central battleground of the fierce conflict. At this juncture, the two principal walls of the Demon Suppression Pass had transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. The city walls were ravaged. Corpses piled high, both of human soldiers and countless demons, suffering immense casualties on both sides, with the battle continuing unabated as lives fell every moment. In this moment of desperate combat, a blazing and resplendent sun, radiating boundless light and heat, streaked across the sky like a meteor. Where it passed, whether lowly demons or roaring demon generals, any who were touched by that supreme light were as if thrown into the core of the sun itself, vaporizing instantly without a scream, turning to naught but smoke and ash. Even a demon commander, who had been overpowering a human general, raised his head in shock, only to be grazed by the edge of that resplendent sun's light. His massive form disintegrated into nothingness in an instant, as if he had never existed. The beleaguered soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army, witnessing this miraculous scene, were left utterly speechless, their hearts brimming with unparalleled shock and awe. Even the general, who had been embroiled in a bloody struggle, stared in astonishment at the sun that swept the battlefield before swiftly retreating, murmuring in disbelief. What kind of practitioner is this? In but a fleeting moment, the resplendent sun had traversed the entire battlefield, leaving in its wake countless demon kin as if they had been erased by an invisible cloth, utterly reduced to ashes without a trace. The figure that heralded both destruction and redemption did not pause for even a heartbeat, transforming into an elusive streak of light and racing towards another section of the war-torn central fortress. The innumerable survivors of the demon-subduing forces, alongside the cultivators aiding in the city's defense, remained enveloped in unparalleled shock, unable to regain their composure. They gazed at the suddenly desolate battlefield, and then towards the direction of the vanished figure, their faces etched with reverence and disbelief. In a fleeting thought, the annihilation of myriad demons raised questions. Who was this esteemed predecessor? Could it be the hidden power of the royal family? Or perhaps a peerless wanderer of the realms? Amidst whispers, the previously despondent morale ignited like dry tinder touched by a spark, transforming into resolute hope. That the general, recalling that the prince was still engaged with 3 demon commanders, felt an urge to provide support. Yet, upon turning to the direction of the esteemed figure, he halted, realizing the necessity to assess injuries and casualties first. However, Chen Lin remained indifferent to such concerns. His form had already appeared above another section of the central fortress. Here, the battle was equally brutal, with walls ravaged and the bodies of human cultivators and demon kin alike heaped together. As a demon commander grinned maliciously while tearing apart the protective essence of a human general, Chen Lin's gaze was apathetic. He merely raised his hand. Not the radiant sun this time, but from his left eye flowed an endless, cold, and pure moonlight. The moonlight cascaded like the Milky Way from the heavens, chilling to the bone, yet exuding an equally terrifying aura of obliteration, silently sweeping across the battlefield. All demons enveloped in the moonlight found their movements abruptly frozen, their surfaces sheathed in frost, before they, along with their very souls, quietly disintegrated into powder, scattering with the wind. With another strike, a section of the battlefield lay cleared. The previously grinning demon commander did not even have the chance to display shock before he followed in the fate of his companion. The soldiers stationed there were equally overwhelmed by this incomprehensible miracle, standing in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the demon cores also vanished into the void. As for Chen Lin, his presence vanished once more without a trace of longing, as though he had merely accomplished a trifling task. Continuing onward to the next area in need of purging, the western fortress where the demon-subduing king resided. Upon the western fortress, although the demon-subduing king fought valiantly against 3 demon commanders, he still exhibited his terrifying prowess. With his peak cultivation at the 9th level of the Dharma aspect and bolstered by the formidable formation of tens of thousands of demon-subduing troops behind him, the 3 demon commanders were already drenched in blood, their scales shattered, appearing utterly wretched. Yet, at this moment, the demon-subduing king was consumed by anxiety. Devoid of any joy in victory, he was acutely aware that beyond the eastern fortress, the flame Emperor Feng Jiutian had personally descended. At this moment, the three demon generals were evidently risking their lives to hold him back. Every second of delay could signify the collapse of the eastern city wall and the demise of Jing Tianxing along with countless soldiers. Just as he felt an unsettling anxiety, an indescribable sensation of soul-stirring dread suddenly surged forth. "Get away," he bellowed, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the entangled three demon generals hurtling backward. He then raised his head sharply, his piercing gaze directed toward the source of the dread emanating from the eastern city wall above. In the far distance, a resplendent sun was radiating boundless light and warmth, shining brilliantly as though a second sun had descended upon the world. Wherever that great sun shone, the sight was enough to make his pupils constrict. The demon army below, akin to a black tide, comprised of both lowly demons and formidable demon generals at the law manifestation stage, were scorched into nothingness the moment they were touched by that searing light. Reduced to ash in an instant, this apocalyptic scene was also captured by the three heavily injured demon generals, their expressions transforming from one of ferocity and madness to sheer terror. The monstrous eyes of these demon generals at the 9th level of law manifestation were filled with disbelief and a primal shudder. Their heightened sensitivity allowed them to perceive the immense power contained within that resplendent sun, a force so vast and supreme, imbued with an indomitable will for destruction. The Demon King, upon seeing Chen Lin's sudden appearance, felt an overwhelming relief wash over him. The fact that Chen Lin had arrived from the direction of the city wall indicated that he was aware of the Demon Emperor's descent. At this moment, his ability to stand unscathed here signified a terrifying truth. The once invincible Flame Emperor, Feng Jiutian, had likely been defeated or even fled. Having just ascended to the initial stage of the Cave Truth Realm, he had managed to vanquish the fourfold Demon Emperor. The terror was palpable. After Chen Lin's arrival, his indifferent gaze swept across the remnants of the demon forces, devoid of any superfluous words. He suddenly raised his hand, directing it toward the remaining demon tide and the three grievously wounded demon generals, and struck down once more. The royal-grade martial technique, the transformation palm, manifested as an enormous hand seemingly forged from the very laws of the universe, carrying the might to obliterate everything as it descended forcefully. Under this irresistible pressure, the remaining demons could not even utter a cry of despair. Their bodies were crushed as if by an invisible giant force, exploding into a mist of blood. Even the three formidable demon generals at the 9th level of law manifestation could only withstand for the briefest moment. Their protective demon energy crumbled before the transformation palm like paper, and their massive forms followed suit, shattering completely, their essence extinguished. With a single strike, the area beyond the western city wall was rendered utterly clear. All the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army who witnessed this scene were utterly astonished, their hearts filled with unparalleled shock. The might of the true Void Master. This was the genuine power of a true Void Master. With such ease, he had annihilated 3 demon generals and countless demon warriors. Soon, many soldiers' eyes sparkled with ecstatic hope as a thought involuntarily surged forth. This elder must be of the Ling clan. After Chen Lin accomplished all this, his gaze swept over the injured soldiers below before he raised his hand once more. A magnificent, pure emerald green essence, brimming with boundless vitality, surged from his being, transforming into countless delicate raindrop-like light needles that precisely fell upon each wounded soldier. The reversal of destiny. That life-infused light rain swiftly permeated the soldiers' bodies, rapidly mending their overlapping wounds, and even many long-standing ailments were thoroughly eradicated in that moment. Chapter 95. Alliance's Success Achieved. As they felt the rejuvenating vitality and strength coursing through them, all the soldiers were overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to rise and bow respectfully toward the figure in the sky, their voices trembling with gratitude. "Thank you, Elder, for saving our lives." Chen Lin nodded slightly, his voice calm, yet distinctly resonating in each person's ears. The Demon Suppression Army is the sharp blade of the Empire. You all are valiant warriors who risk your lives for our homeland. This is my duty, and there is no need for excessive courtesy. Such words stirred boundless feelings of gratitude and recognition within the soldiers below. At this moment, the demon suppression king stepped forward, bowing solemnly. On behalf of all the soldiers of the demon suppression pass, I express my profound gratitude to the elder for your heroic intervention. Had it not been for your decisive strike against the Flame Emperor, this pass would have been in peril. His tone brimming with excitement. Now that Feng Jiutian has been defeated and has fled, the demon clans of the 10,000 mountains are left leaderless. Even if another Wind King remains hidden within the mountains, they are no longer a threat. Deep within the 10,000 mountains, there indeed exists another true Void Demon King. Originally of noble status, he was the rightful Demon Emperor of the 10,000 mountains, self-styled as the Wind King. Though he had survived the 3 thunder calamities and condensed 4 realms, he was vanquished by the sudden rise of Flame Emperor Feng Jiutian, who seized his power. And since then, he had vanished without a trace. Then, the Demon Suppression King spoke with even greater respect, extending an invitation. Elder, after your series of battles and the healing of countless soldiers, it must have taken a great toll on you. I humbly request that you grace us with your presence at a banquet in the Demon Suppression Manor, as a token of our gratitude. After this battle, the demon clans have been severely weakened, and for at least several years, they will have neither the strength nor the courage to act again. Chen Lin sensed that he had only about 1/3 of his essence remaining after the intense confrontation with the Flame Emperor and the large-scale healing of thousands of soldiers. The consumption had indeed been immense. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly agreed. Very well. That night, the Demon Suppression King's residence was ablaze with light and filled with joyous revelry. The banquet was set in the main hall of the royal palace, extravagantly lavish. The ceiling was adorned with countless luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the hall as if it were daylight. The ground was laid with millennia-old warm jade tiles, which felt soothing and comfortable underfoot, further nourished by subtle spiritual energies. On either side, jade pillars were intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, vividly lifelike. The tables are crafted from the ancient and tranquil agarwood, upon which exquisite vessels, neither gold nor jade, are placed, fashioned from some ethereal and luminous material. The delicacies served are extraordinarily rare, including a precious broth brewed from the blood of enchanted beings combined with spiritual herbs. Delectable dishes grilled from the tenderest parts of deep-sea mystical creatures, and a spirituous wine aged for centuries, thick and fragrant, invigorating one's essence and soothing the soul with a single sip. In the hall, a graceful female cultivator, proficient in music, plays the zither and dances, her celestial melodies enchanting all who hear. As the banquet unfolds, the atmosphere is vibrant and joyous. Seizing a moment of opportunity, the demon-subduing king approaches Chen Lin's table, humbly filling a cup with the divine wine, under the guise of offering a toast. He discreetly conveys a message through a secret method, his tone imbued with profound respect and subtle inquiry. Your Excellency, your unparalleled prowess has turned the tide of fate. We, the demon-subduing officials, are deeply grateful. However, I must boldly inquire, from whence do you hail? Are you connected to the esteemed Ling family of the imperial capital? Upon hearing this, a faintly enigmatic smile graced Chen Lin's lips, hinting at a connection. He then transmitted a thought directly into the demon-subduing king's consciousness, subtly implying, the current dynasty is in turmoil, both internally and externally, on the brink of collapse. Although the reigning sovereign harbors grand ambitions, the chaos unfolding may very well be a consequence of his own actions. As the audacious yet incisive words resounded, the demon-subduing king's eyes narrowed, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Was this a direct critique of the current emperor? Before he could ponder further, Chen Lin's voice echoed again, more bluntly. The emperor cannot remain sovereign forever. This vast land must eventually be inherited by his progeny. At this revelation, the demon-subduing king suddenly gained clarity. The individual before him was not merely of royal lineage, but distinctly aligned with a particular prince. This was a pathway being paved for the future, a subtle invitation to ally. Maintaining a composed demeanor, as if savoring the exquisite wine, he returned the transmission, his tone increasingly respectful. Might I inquire which prince you favor? A wielder of unfathomable power, having transcended the legendary 9 extreme thunder tribulations, the prince he supports would undoubtedly enhance his chances of seizing the throne. This was a crucial signal of allegiance. Chen Lin, elegantly toying with the jade cup, smiled nonchalantly, his voice crystal clear through the transmission. Historically, the selection of a crown prince has always hinged upon 2 principles: the establishment of the eldest and the virtuous. The eldest holds rightful legitimacy, garnering respect, thereby solidifying the foundation of the nation. Conversely, choosing the capable could lead to a more prosperous era. The balance lies in the circumstances and the fortitude of the ruler. He refrained from naming names, yet he had clearly delineated the options, either the eldest son or a person of merit. Conclusively, he drained the invaluable spirituous wine from his cup with effortless grace. This transmission resonated sharply in the demon, subduing king's ears, akin to a thunderclap. In an instant, he comprehended, and his heart was devoid of doubt that the elder support was undoubtedly for the Grand Prince, who once held the title of Crown Prince only to lose everything thereafter. Only he could truly grasp the profound meaning of loss and the subsequent regaining. The elder's words held great truth. The demon suppression king laughed heartily, no longer utilizing sound transmission. His voice resonated throughout the hall, declaring that the loss of something does not preclude the possibility of reclaiming it. Perhaps, when one regains it, their form and strength will far surpass that of the past. This statement served as a response to Chen Lin's words, subtly revealing his own stance. Regardless, the elder's act of saving me, the demon suppression, in our moment of peril today, is a favor of monumental weight. Should there be any needs in the future, I am at your command. I, along with the demon suppression army, shall exert our utmost efforts. The demon suppression king clasped his hands, his tone exceedingly solemn. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. This matter was settled. He flicked his fingers, and a droplet of vibrant green, brimming with boundless vitality, descended at an imperceptible speed into the cup before the demon suppression king, causing the liquid to instantly radiate with spiritual energy. With this matter concluded, I shall not linger. As Chen Lin's voice fell, he abruptly shifted his tone, which grew grand and solemn, resonating clearly in the ears of every general within the hall and countless soldiers outside. I observe that you soldiers have labored diligently in your practice, standing guard at the borders, drenched in blood and battle. Today, I bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity, demonstrating a celestial-grade martial technique. Whether you comprehend it, and how much you grasp, will depend on your individual fortunes. Chapter 96, Blood Battle Across the Wilderness. I hope you all diligently practice, so that you may more powerfully safeguard this pass and elevate the prestige of our dynasty. Upon the utterance of these words, the hall erupted in astonishment, followed by an overwhelming wave of excitement. All soldiers held their breath, their gazes fervently fixed upon Chen Lin. The opportunity to witness and learn a celestial-grade martial technique directly demonstrated by a Grand Master of the realm was indeed a rare and invaluable chance. Chen Lin spoke no further. His aura shifted dramatically as he raised his hand to perform one of the celestial-grade martial techniques he had mastered, the Dragon Capture Hand. He extended his palm, appearing slow, yet it drew the surrounding spiritual energy into a frenzied convergence, conjuring an immense, shimmering platinum dragon claw, inscribed with arcane runes, which materialized from thin air. The dragon claw seemed to embody supreme power and skill capable of subduing mountains and rivers. The spectral dragon claw executed a series of intricate maneuvers in the air, each move encompassing formidable laws of power and techniques, displaying a myriad of phenomena, yet remaining unmistakably clear before the eyes of all soldiers. At that moment, the entire demon suppression pass seemed to fall into silence, with only the evolving essence of the dragon capture hand and the figures of countless soldiers, entranced and absorbed in comprehension, remaining. As the midnight hour approached, all was still. Chen Lin's figure quietly appeared atop a remote mountain peak in another region of the state. The night breeze brushed against him, stirring his robes, blending his aura seamlessly with the tranquil night. He held in his hand a seemingly ancient tome, its cover adorned with 4 bold characters exuding a fierce aura of bloodshed, blood battle across the wilderness. This is precisely the martial art he acquired from the demon king of the town. This technique is remarkably unique, embodying both skill and power. Practitioners become increasingly formidable in the heat of fierce battles, adept at condensing their inner essence into various potent offensive techniques at will, making it an unparalleled secret manual for carnage on the battlefield. Of course, the manuscript in his possession is not an original, but rather a meticulously copied version. Random extraction in progress. Extraction completed. Today's grand completion. Celestial level technique blood battle across the abyss. In an instant, a vast ocean of martial knowledge and countless insights from relentless combat surged into his consciousness. The essence, profound principles, and the relentless spirit of blood battle across the abyss were entirely grasped and integrated by him. A slight tremor coursed through his aura, and a unique essence, fierce and increasingly powerful, was born from his Dantian, as if he had immersed himself in this path for countless ages. The pinnacle of blood battle across the abyss is known as dragon battle in the wild. Once this state is invoked, the essence within the practitioner burns at an astonishing rate, typically double that of their normal state. However, correspondingly, there's a remarkable surge in power, capable of enhancing one's might by nearly 50% in a short span of time. Naturally, this increase is relative. The lower the realm, the more pronounced the enhancement provided by the technique. For a practitioner in the law manifestation realm, a 50% leap in strength might be achievable, whereas for a formidable being in the true enlightenment realm, constrained by the technique's inherent tier, an enhancement of 2 or 3/10 is already a significant limit. Nonetheless, the corresponding consumption of essence does not reach a terrifying double. As one's realm ascends, the augmentation from lower-tier techniques becomes increasingly limited. Yet, even for a true enlightenment powerhouse, the ability to augment their combat effectiveness by 2 or 3/10 at a critical moment is still commendable. Chen Lin's gaze swept over the storage ring, where a mountain of demon cores lay in abundance, totaling over 100,000. The demon tribe of the 100,000 mountains, though vast in number, akin to a tide, does not imply that all possess profound cultivation, as a significant portion consists of lower-tier demon cores. A considerable fraction of the cores in his possession are, in fact, the backbone of their forces. Following this battle, the main forces of the 100,000 mountains were decimated, their vitality greatly diminished, and the Flame Emperor Feng Jiuqian suffered severe injuries, fleeing in disarray. Chen Lin chose not to pursue relentlessly into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. After all, Feng Jiuqian might not return there, and it would be reasonable for him to assume that he had no cause to venture into the 100,000 mountains. Most of the high-level demons had been vanquished by Chen Lin, and a visit now would yield only the cores of lower-tier demons, which were of inferior quality. It would be more prudent to allow for recovery and sustainable development. Chen Lin shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. The immediate priority is to enhance his strength. With a focused thought, he began to absorb the vast accumulation of over 100,000 demon cores from the storage ring with all his might. In an instant, an immense and pure power surged forth like a raging flood, bursting forth from the realm of self-discipline and flowing uncontrollably into his being. As Chen Lin devoted himself to absorbing the overwhelming energy from the 100,000 demon cores, several hours quietly slipped away. At this moment, on the border between the Earth State and the Forest State, a figure appeared without warning, clad in a plain robe and wielding an ancient long sword upon his back. He bore a stern expression, reminiscent of ice that has endured the ages. Most strikingly, a small yet fierce sword-shaped mark was distinctly imprinted upon his brow. He was a sword servant of the Hunyuan sword sect, known as Yun Tian. Yun Tian furrowed his brow, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that a cultivator who had just transcended the 9 extremes thunder tribulation could actually subdue a demon emperor who had traversed the 6 harmonies thunder tribulation and condensed the 4 heavens. He murmured to himself. News of the demon suppression at the Earth State had indeed spread, although it spoke only of a mysterious, powerful figure turning the tide. He had almost instantly deduced that this individual must be the extraordinary prodigy who had provoked the 9 extremes heavenly tribulation. His purpose for coming here was to witness this person firsthand. If he could entice him to join the Hunyuan sword sect with such unparalleled potential, they might truly propel the sect to dominate the myriad forces and become the true sovereign of the Northern Xian domain. The Northern Xian domain sprawls vast and boundless, capable of accommodating numerous formidable powers. In the north stands the 2 great imperial dynasties of the Dayan Heavenly Sword, while the east is occupied by the 10,000 Demon Dynasty, and the west is the pure land of the 10,000 Buddhist sect, with the Flame Palace holding significant strength to the south. In the expansive central region, it is a battleground for the Hunyuan sword sect, the Netherworld Pavilion, and the Celestial Commerce. Should he gain this prodigy, these forces might one day prove inconsequential. However, if he fails to recruit him, a cold glint flashed in Yun Tian's eyes. To cultivate a friendship? That thought was utterly negligible. Today, the Hunyuan sword sect might forge an alliance with him, but tomorrow, The Heavenly Sword Empire and the 10,000 Demon Dynasty could just as easily entice him with even greater benefits. An uncontrollable prodigy, even if not an enemy at this moment, would be enough to keep all forces restless and anxious. Regarding an uncontrollable entity, the Hunyuan Sword Sect's principle has always been straightforward and tyrannical. Either claim him entirely or obliterate him completely. Soon after, he keenly sensed an extraordinary and powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the distant mountains. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a sharp and unmatched beam of sword light, dashing swiftly toward the source of that energy. Upon reaching the mountain where Chen Lin was situated, Yun Tian's pupils abruptly constricted, and a tempest of shock surged within him. He beheld the place where Chen Lin sat. The surrounding space was still infused with tumultuous energy vortices, and countless remnants of demon cores littered the ground. This individual had forcefully absorbed a vast quantity of demon cores in such a domineering manner in a remarkably short time. It had to be him. Yun Tian instantly confirmed his suspicion. At the same time, Chen Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide. Within his sea of consciousness, the fourth majestic heaven had already coalesced and hung steadily in place. At this moment, only a few hundred of the more than 100,000 demon cores remained. 100,000 demon pills, and yet they barely coalesce into a single realm. The consumption is indeed staggering. Chen Lin felt a chill in his heart. Yet he could distinctly sense the unprecedented vastness of the true essence within him. The power amplification granted by this realm far exceeded his expectations. The resources required to forge future realms would likely amount to astronomical figures. He slowly rose, directing his gaze toward the uninvited guest, Yun Tian, raising an eyebrow slightly. Who is this individual? His aura was profound as the sea, and he was also a formidable master of the realm, clearly at a higher level than Chen Lin himself. In his usual practice, masters of the realm were elusive, but now that he had just ascended, he encountered one so casually. Yun Tian was likewise probing Chen Lin, yet he found his divine sense akin to a cow sinking into the sea, utterly unable to discern the depths of his opponent. Indeed, a peerless genius. His foundation was unfathomable. He mused inwardly, maintaining an outward composure. Alas, lacking growth, he remained nothing more than an ant. Who are you? Chen Lin initiated the dialogue. His tone calm. I am Yun Tian, sword servant of the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Yun Tian replied with an air of indifference. Hunyuan Sword Sect. Chen Lin's heart jolted in surprise as he recalled the Hunyuan Sword Sect cultivator who had perished at his hands. However, his expression remained unruffled, and he slightly cupped his hands, inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed senior, what brings you here?" He could naturally perceive that the other's realm was far superior to his own, an aura shrouded in mystery. Yun Tian's demeanor was devoid of emotion as he stated his purpose directly. I wish to recruit you into the Hunyuan Sword Sect. Should you agree, you will be granted the esteemed position of Swordmaster. What say you? The Swordmaster of the Hunyuan Sword Sect held the highest status. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin hesitated not a moment before shaking his head. He was not one to relish confinement, especially since he was now deeply bound to the Dayan Empire. Joining the Hunyuan Sword Sect would essentially allow them to indirectly control the Dayan without lifting a finger. This was the hard-earned endeavor he and his disciple, Ling Tian, had built. He would never relinquish it lightly. Assisting Ling Tian in ascending to the throne would provide him with ample resources and support. And knowing Ling Tian intimately was far more reassuring than aligning with a foreign sect. I am accustomed to a life of freedom, unshackled by sect constraints. I fear I must decline your esteemed offer, Chen Lin asserted, his tone calm yet resolute. Yun Tian, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise on his face, seemingly having anticipated such a response. Talents are often proud and lofty. He intensified his offer, his voice steady yet laced with temptation. Should you join the sword sect, you would be a revered swordmaster. All rare treasures within the sect would be prioritized for your use, and all disciples beneath the swordmaster would heed your command. In his view, this was an immense sincerity, sufficient to satiate any genius's appetite. Nevertheless, Chen Lin remained unmoved, simply reiterating 3 words, not necessary. Having faced successive, decisive rejections, a clear expression of disappointment and coldness finally surfaced on Yun Tian's face. He slowly spoke, since you cannot be of use to me, allowing you to grow unchecked may eventually lead you to be driven by self-interest, forge alliances with the adversaries of my sword sect, or through cunning schemes, become a grave threat to it. Therefore, I can no longer allow you to remain. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the air without reservation. Faced with this blatant threat of death, Chen Lin not only showed no fear, but instead smiled nonchalantly, even teasingly remarking, "I could tell at a glance that you are no good." Now that his opponent had laid bare his intentions, he felt no need for pretense and spoke candidly. Yun Tian, however, remained calm and collected, slowly drawing forth an ancient longsword from behind him. As the blade emerged from its sheath, a cold gleam flickered across it, reflecting his enigmatic smile. "I am a good person," he replied with a playful tone. A mere dead man, he thought. Why not indulge in a little banter? Taken aback by this sudden twist of logic, Yun Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! How amusing! On the brink of death. You still have the leisure to jest? Are you perhaps stalling for time?" Gripping the ancient sword, the tip emanated an icy chill. "Then you guessed correctly." Yun Tian's tone shifted, tinged with self-mockery and coldness. "I am indeed not a good person." Throughout his life, he had been decisive in matters of life and death. Who was to define good and evil? After hearing this, Chen Lin shook his head with feigned seriousness. "You see, I knew you were not a good person." This time, even someone like Yun Tian found himself amused by Chen Lin's nonchalant demeanor, shaking his head with a sigh. Indeed, the thoughts of a genius are always so uniquely different. Before he could finish speaking, the ancient sword in Yun Tian's hand transformed into a streak of brilliance, piercing toward Chen Lin's face with unparalleled sword intent. However, just as the tip was about to reach its target, Yun Tian's expression abruptly changed, his attack coming to an abrupt halt. Chen Lin leisurely spoke. "You didn't truly believe I was merely passing the time with idle chatter, did you?" Frowning, Yun Tian's consciousness swiftly scanned the surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered that an immense formation, formless yet pulsating with profound energy, had quietly taken shape around them, completely enveloping both men. A formation drawn in the void. "You are actually a celestial-level formation master, and have even touched the threshold of the royal level." Yun Tian exclaimed in disbelief. The ability to shape formations from the void is the hallmark of a royal-level formation master. Although the formation his opponent laid down still belonged to the celestial level, its techniques were already unfathomable. Such talent is indeed unparalleled throughout the ages. Once the formation was complete, Yun Tian immediately felt a powerful suppressive force descend upon him, as if the vast true essence within him was being confined and consumed by an unseen power, causing nearly 1/5 of it to vanish in an instant. Even more alarming was his realization that he could no longer draw spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to replenish his losses. This formation possesses the extraordinary effect of weakening and confining. Seizing the moment of Yun Tian's shock, Chen Lin laughed heartily and struck again. The creation palm, still employing that royal-level martial technique. Yet under the influence of the formation, its might surged even greater than before. A colossal handprint, seemingly infused with the essence of heaven and earth, materialized out of thin air. The runes within its palm swirled, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed all. As it struck down mercilessly upon Yun Tian, who was ensnared within the formation. However, as Chen Lin unleashed his attack, his aura became unrestrained, allowing Yun Tian to instantly perceive his true realm. Chapter 98, Confrontation, Astonishment. The Fourth Cave Heaven. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Yun Tian's eyes. In such a brief span, from merely entering the cave truth to consolidating the fourth cave heaven, this speed was utterly unprecedented. Yet, even if the opponent was a peerless genius, he believed he could not be defeated. The astonishment was fleeting. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Even if the adversary was an unparalleled prodigy, he remained merely at the initial stage of the cave truth. As for Yun Tian, he had already ascended to the mid-stage of the cave truth, with 7 cave heavens firmly established within him. The disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. Could a firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? He snorted disdainfully, standing resolutely against the descending handprint of creation, unwavering and unyielding. His ancient sword emitted a melodious dragon-esque roar, and a sword aura, refined to perfection and capable of cleaving through the void, erupted with dazzling brilliance. The sword intent enveloped Yun Tian, with the phantoms of 7 cave heavens flickering behind him, exuding an immense and boundless pressure. However, at the moment their powers collided, Yun Tian's expression drastically changed. The force emanating from the opponent's handprint was so overwhelmingly vast, it matched his own strength as a 7-cave heaven cultivator. How could this be? A mere 4th cave heaven could confront the years of arduous cultivation he had endured to achieve his 7-cave heaven prowess? In that fleeting moment of shock, the handprint, imbued with boundless creation, crushed his sharp sword aura as if it were brittle, its residual might continuing to bear down upon him. Yun Tian's pupils constricted, and drawing a deep breath, he unleashed all reserves. His ancient sword trembled violently, erupting with an overwhelming sword intent, revealing 2 additional sword shadows, slightly smaller, yet equally solid. The 3 Killer's divine sword. He bellowed, invoking his ultimate martial technique. The 3 sword shadows, arranged in a triangular formation, fiercely cleaved through the air, finally shattering the terrifying handprint of creation. Yet, just as his previous strength dissipated and new power had yet to manifest, Chen Lin's figure appeared as if conjured by a specter, mere inches before him. A cold smile gracing his face as he delivered another straightforward strike to Yun Tian's chest. Yun Tian had no time to contemplate. He instinctively crossed his sword to block, forged through countless life and death battles. A thunderous clang erupted like the tolling of a great bell. Yet, Chen Lin's terrifying physical strength, honed through the 9 extremities thunder tribulation to the level of a kingly weapon, was far from ordinary. An indescribable, immense force surged through the sword, crashing into Yun Tian's body like a tidal wave. Yun Tian's countenance paled instantly, feeling as though his internal organs had been violently displaced, his vital energy surging tumultuously. His arm, gripping the sword, was beset by a wave of soreness and numbness, and he was uncontrollably propelled backward. Chen Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing elegantly, his gaze tranquil as it settled upon the somewhat disheveled Yun Tian. The recent strike of the creation palm had consumed approximately 2/5 of his true essence, yet its might was sufficient to withstand the assault of Yun Tian. A practitioner of the 7-cave heaven, undoubtedly, he recognized that his opponent was a prodigy, otherwise, he would not have reached such heights. He surmised that the adversary's combat prowess could ascend even further. When he had first entered the 3-cave heaven, he had been unaware of the precise boundaries of his own strength, and his battle with the Flame Emperor had been more about experiencing his own capabilities. Moreover, at that time, he had expended an enormous amount of true essence to rescue nearly 40,000 soldiers below. Even so, the Flame Emperor had easily subdued him. The Emperor's strength was at most that of the 5-cave heaven. Now, having attained the 4-cave heaven cultivation, if he were to exert his utmost, he estimated that his true combat power could rival that of an ordinary 8-cave heaven expert. All of this stemmed from his mastery of 2 royal-grade techniques to the point of perfection, as well as his formidable and unparalleled royal-grade physical body. Not to mention, the true essence contained within each of his cave heavens was of a richness and purity that far surpassed what an ordinary true essence practitioner could fathom. After all, he bore an abundance of techniques, and the depth of his foundation had reached an almost unfathomable level. Yun Tian, clutching his still throbbing and numb arm, wore an expression filled with shock and disbelief. He cast his gaze down at the ancient sword in his hand, where a fine yet distinct crack had appeared on its blade. Although this sword was not a royal weapon, it was nonetheless his life's work, nurtured over many years, renowned for its indestructibility and resilience. The fact that his opponent could inflict a crack upon it merely through physical strength was astonishing. He had survived the 6 harmonies thunder tribulation, his foundation solid, his true combat prowess comparable to that of an ordinary 8-cave heaven expert. In the realm of true essence, the disparity in strength becomes glaringly apparent with each cave heaven a practitioner condenses. Typically, those who have only withstood the 3 heavens thunder tribulation find it exceedingly difficult to challenge those of a higher realm. However, a genius who has transcended the 6 harmonies thunder tribulation, armed with a more profound foundation, can often battle 1 or 2 cave heavens above their own level. This is due to the varying limits of potential among individuals. Some may reach their peak at the 6th thunder tribulation, while others may touch upon the thresholds of the 7th or even 8th, yet constrained by the laws of heaven and earth. One can only manifest and overcome the 6 harmonies thunder tribulation, making the apparent gap seem minimal. But once combat ensues, the victor is readily discerned. Chen Lin had withstood the legendary 9 extremities thunder tribulation. His foundational strength was far beyond what ordinary minds could conceive. Though he currently possessed only the cultivation of the four cave heaven, his true combat power was already sufficient to rival those who had endured the three heavens thunder tribulation, or even those of the seven cave heaven who had overcome the six harmonies thunder tribulation. However, one must also consider other factors. The calamity is not absolute. At this moment, Yun Tian finds himself ensnared within the weakening formation, his strength diminished, which is indeed a contributing factor. Chen Lin, indifferent to Yun Tian's inquiries, felt a glint of cold light in his eyes as the four realms within him surged into action, an immense reservoir of true essence pouring forth without restraint. He unleashed another strike, still executing that creation palm technique, yet this time its power was utterly transformed. The imprint of his palm became more solid and fearsome, as if he truly wielded the very essence of creation, bearing an unyielding will to crush all, descending upon Yun Tian with relentless force. Now that the battle had commenced, it was a fight to the death, with no room for retreat. Yun Tian sensed the terrifying creation palm imprint, magnified several times over compared to before, and his expression shifted dramatically, the shadow of death instantaneously enveloping his heart. He let out a furious roar, recklessly igniting his life essence, the ancient sword in his hand emitting a mournful wail as three sword phantoms re-emerged. Three killing divine swords, break for me. He channeled all his strength into this royal-level martial technique. The three-sword phantoms tore through the void, embodying a resolve that was unyielding, boldly confronting the crushing creation palm. Boom! This clash surpassed all previous encounters. A terrifying energy storm raged wildly within the formation, which was on the verge of collapse. The creation palm imprint, a manifestation of Chen Lin's full power infused with the supreme foundation of his nine extremes thunder calamity, obliterated the three brilliant sword phantoms in an instant, leaving no trace. Crack! The ancient sword in Yun Tian's grasp could no longer withstand this cataclysmic power, producing a sharp sound as a once fine fissure rapidly expanded, causing the blade to shatter completely. Yun Tian suffered grievous injury, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath waning like an avalanche. The residual force of the creation palm imprint remained firmly pressed against his chest. With a thud, Yun Tian's entire being was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the light barrier of the formation, producing a muffled sound. His bones undoubtedly broken in numerous places, his organs dislocated, and he bore unprecedented injuries. His eyes brimmed with horror, unwillingness, and a flicker of disbelief. How could he, a formidable practitioner of the seven cave heavens, suffer such a thorough and rapid defeat? Flee. He must escape. At this moment, that singular thought consumed his mind. Notre Asure, no unparalleled prodigy, surpassed the value of his own life. With the last vestige of his strength, he fiercely crushed an ancient jade talisman he had concealed within his sleeve, a teleportation talisman bestowed by his sect for life preservation. In the next instant, his figure became indistinct, abruptly vanishing from sight, leaving behind only a resonating cry filled with resentment and dread within the formation. The Hunyuan sword sect will never let you go. In his wake, only a shocking pool of blood and the broken ancient sword remained. Chen Lin slowly retracted his palm, a slight frown creasing his brow. Ultimately, this individual managed to employ his trump card and escape. It is evident that a mid-stage true realm expert is not so easily retained. However, Chen Lin exhibited no hesitation as he promptly retrieved the rebirth pearl, clasping it firmly in his hand. An overwhelming surge of pure life energy instantaneously flooded into his body, revitalizing nearly half of the nearly depleted true essence that resulted from his prior exertion. Simultaneously, the subtle mark he had secretly inscribed on Yun Tian resonated clearly within him. Chen Lin closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness tracing the mark, conjuring an image of Yun Tian fleeing at great speed. In the next moment, his figure silently vanished from his original position, pursuing the sensation with relentless determination. At this juncture, in the depths of the fallen district of Zizhou, within a dim and eerie hall, the leader of the Nine Nether sect sat in darkness, enveloped by a chilling aura. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a flicker of uncertainty flashing within his crimson gaze. In his perception, a familiar yet exceedingly faint and chaotic presence staggered into his domain. With a swift motion, he He transformed into a wisp of black mist, appearing instantaneously outside the hall. There, not far away, Yun Tian's figure manifested, looking utterly wretched, his aura diminished, and drenched in blood, clearly having sustained unimaginable injuries. Oh! The leader of the Nine Nether sect uttered a low exclamation of surprise, astonished that someone could inflict such harm upon Yun Tian. Evidently, they were old acquaintances. Yun Tian, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, was about to call for help or explain when an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to plummeting into an icy abyss, surged from behind him. Instinctively, he whirled around. To his shock, Chen Lin stood silently behind him like a specter, his expression an unsettling mask of indifference. Yun Tian's pupils constricted, his mouth opening in a gasp. Yet he had no time to utter a word. With a swish, an invisible yet razor-sharp blade seemed to materialize from thin air, slicing through the air with an unfathomable speed. In an instant, Yun Tian's head was severed from his body, his face frozen in an expression of sheer terror and disbelief as it rolled to the ground. The headless corpse swayed momentarily before crashing heavily to the floor. The entire sequence of events transpired with blinding speed, executed with ruthless precision. The leader of the Nine Nether sect, witnessing this abrupt and near-overwhelming execution, underwent a drastic change in complexion, the surrounding ghostly energy swirling violently around him. Yun Tian, whose power surpassed his own, had been so effortlessly slain. Chen Lin's gaze then shifted towards the leader of the Nine Nether sect, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Was this not fortuitous? His disciple, Ling Tian, had been relentlessly pursued by them. Today, he would exact some interest and severely injure this individual. As for the act of killing, it was presently unfeasible, for he feared the arrival of the Blood Wolf mercenary group or the Yin Tian sect's true realm presence, and he was not at his full strength. Without affording the leader of the Nine Nether sect a moment to respond, Chen Lin's true essence, which had only just recovered to half its capacity, surged forth with reckless abandon, consuming an astonishing 40% in an instant. The leader of the Nine Nether sect barely had time to register any reaction before a terrifying palm print, imbued with an aura of annihilation, materialized before him, seemingly defying the very fabric of space itself. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, and in the next breath, he was horrified to discover that his entire left arm had been reduced to mere ashes beneath that palm print, utterly obliterated. As he emerged from the depths of agony and shock, he realized that Chen Lin's figure had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed at all. Cold sweat drenched the leader's back, the intense pain coupled with the lingering dread of death instilling a sense of trepidation within him. The adversary's single strike had not only severed his arm, but had also left him with no time to react. That arm had become the price he paid. The leader was acutely aware of the actions taken by his subordinates. Chen Lin's chilling voice seemed to resonate from beyond the heavens, echoing clearly in the leader's ears before fading into oblivion. The leader's expression oscillated between dark and light, a countenance rendered exceedingly grim. Though he had consolidated 6 celestial realms and prided himself on his formidable strength, he felt as powerless as a mere child before his opponent. The strength of the adversary was terrifyingly unfathomable. Suppressing the agony of his severed arm and the overwhelming humiliation, he acted without hesitation, urgently relaying everything that had transpired, particularly the assassination of Yun Tian and his own grievous injury, to the Han Yuan sword sect through secretive means. Shortly after dispatching the message, the space beside him warped, and the second elder of the corpse god sect materialized silently like a specter. Upon observing the leader's empty left sleeve and the disheveled aura surrounding him, the elder's withered face betrayed a flicker of surprise. I did not anticipate that the Dayan Empire harbored such a formidable warrior, he rasped with a tone of incredulity. Turning his gaze toward the leader of the Nine Nether sect, a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he remarked, "It seems the young master ought to exercise greater caution in the future." His words carried an unmistakable undertone. The leader merely nodded in response, his demeanor indifferent. Seeing this, the fourth elder of the corpse god sect chose to remain silent, blending back into the shadows and disappearing from sight. Chapter 100. Return to the Scripture Pavilion. Once the second elder departed, the layer of skin the leader had donned as a disguise began to flake away like fragile porcelain, revealing a strikingly youthful visage imbued with an air of innocence. He sighed softly, yet his voice belied his appearance, resonating with a sense of maturity and resignation. It appears that seizing control of the Dayan Empire is far more arduous than I had anticipated. In the past, the founding ancestor of Dayan, through sheer luck, acquired our sect's treasures, the Destiny Pearl and the Celestial Banner, thus laying the foundation for this vast enterprise. Now, with turmoil unfolding and formidable enemies emerging, the path ahead is fraught with difficulty. With that, a pill, the size of a longan and radiating an extraordinary vitality, materialized in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. He observed as the flesh at the site of his severed arm began to writhe, the bones emitting faint, delicate sounds, while a new arm gradually sprouted at an astonishingly visible pace. Just as he exerted all his energy to catalyze the restorative potion, a panicked disciple of the Nine Nether sect rushed in to report, "Master, there is a change on the battlefield. 5 formidable figures of unknown origin have suddenly appeared, each possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of the Dharma manifestation, and their physical strength is terrifyingly formidable. The Dharma manifestation realm cannot breach their defenses." The master of the Nine Nether sect, or rather, the youth revealing his true form, was struck by a sudden flash of terrifying brilliance in his eyes upon hearing this. However, the current Tiankei was no longer the flawless war machine of yore. Tiankui, how could Emperor Qin possibly wield them? Yet a strange smile soon crept upon his lips. The present Tian Kuei was no longer the immaculate weapon of war it once was. This was fortuitous. If he could reclaim it, not only could he offset today's losses, but perhaps he could also bring the true Tian Kuei back into the world. At this moment, Chen Lin had quietly returned to the summit he once occupied. He sat cross-legged, refining the remaining hundreds of demon cores, transforming the immense demonic energy into pure, true essence, rapidly replenishing his prior expenditures. Along the way, his consciousness, like an invisible celestial net, silently swept across the vast battlefield. In an instant, the true cultivations of various formidable beings were laid bare before his perception, utterly unmasked. The Sword Monarch, early stage of the Dharma manifestation, condensing 5 celestial domains. Emperor Qin, early stage of the Dharma manifestation, condensing 5 celestial domains. The Feather Emperor, mid-stage of the Dharma manifestation, condensing 6 celestial domains. The Saint Master of the Starshine Academy, early stage of the Dharma manifestation, condensing 5 celestial domains. 2 ancestors of the Flame Heaven sect, their cultivation ranging between 4 to 5 celestial domains. 2 powerful members of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, both at 5 celestial domains. And surprisingly, the 4th elder of the Corpse God sect was at mid-stage of the Dharma manifestation, condensing 6 celestial domains. He saw through everyone's secrets with a single glance. Yet none were aware of this silent scrutiny. This was the absolute confidence and dominance bestowed by strength. With his current 4 celestial domains, which was comparable to the might of 8 celestial domains, he indeed had the assurance to suppress all present. Nevertheless, his mind remained extraordinarily clear. The ability to suppress did not equate to invincibility. Who among them lacked a few desperate trump cards? If forced to the brink, the outcome remained uncertain. Only when he truly stepped into the mid-stage of the Dharma manifestation would no cultivator below 10 celestial domains stand a chance against him. That would truly embody the essence of invincibility. As for the unparalleled masters of 10 celestial domains, he estimated that he might still have a fighting chance against them then, but it would undoubtedly be an arduous battle. After all, as one approached the later stages of cultivation, the gap between each celestial domain was as vast as a chasm. Several hours later, Chen Lin's figure silently returned to the familiar scripture pavilion. He comfortably reclined in the rickety old chair, releasing a contented sigh. This place is indeed comfortable. With the strength to look down upon the world, his heart was naturally at peace, no longer fearing the tempests of fate. During the days of his absence, Ling Tian had yet to seek him out. He was indifferent to it. In the blink of an eye, he succumbed to a deep slumber, his brow adorned with a rare sense of tranquility and relaxation. When he opened his eyes again, a week had already elapsed. Chen Lin leisurely guided Xiao Anzi in his cultivation. The young eunuch displayed commendable talent and had made some progress in his cultivation, yet to Chen Lin, it was merely a pastime to alleviate boredom. During this week, he had also subtly investigated the backgrounds of several top-tier powerhouses within the imperial court. The Tsang Emperor was indeed as formidable as rumored, being a mid-stage Dongjin expert with 7 majestic cave heavens standing firm within him. His strength was undoubtedly among the finest in the empire. In the innermost sanctum of the imperial palace, Ling Sanqiong's secluded area seemed to harbor a mysterious treasure that obscured its aura. Even with his abilities, he could not discern its depth. What captured his attention further was the faint yet powerful presence he sensed within the imperial tombs, suggesting that the Ling royal family's foundation was far more intricate than it appeared, undoubtedly concealing an ancient ancestor of the Dongzhen realm. During this period, he successfully unlocked the 7th level of the scripture repository using a vial of special blood. This level not only housed an extensive collection of heavenly tier martial arts and techniques, but also contained invaluable legacies, such as the complete volumes of the Heavenly Tier Formation Atlas and Alchemy Atlas. Within a mere week, he had comprehended the essence of 7 Heavenly Tier techniques, refining his understanding and knowledge once more. Notably, there was a remarkably complete Heavenly Tier technique specifically suited for eunuchs, which he casually passed on to Xiao Anzi, as he had little else to occupy his time. As for his own cultivation, he remained at the 4th cave heaven, as the accumulation required to condense the 5th was vastly greater than before, far beyond what could be achieved in a short span. Upon seeing Chen Lin, Ling Tian immediately sensed that his master's aura had become increasingly profound and extraordinary. Surmising that his cultivation must have advanced, he respectfully bowed and greeted Master. Chen Lin's gaze was sharp, instantly discerning the remnants of injuries and hidden wounds within Ling Tian. He casually raised his hand, and a droplet of vibrant green life essence, teeming with vitality, coalesced at his fingertip. With a gentle flick, it fell into Ling Tian's palm. This is the source of life, capable of healing all injuries up to the Dharma realm, Chen Lin stated calmly. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in sheer astonishment. Could a single drop heal all wounds? Such a miraculous substance, if utilized on the injured experts under his command. Chen Lin seemed to read his thoughts, slightly raising his hand. The substantial life essence divided under his control into 10 smaller droplets, with one distinctly more concentrated and pure than the others. Consume the more potent droplet. It can not only heal but also enhance your cultivation, Chen Lin instructed. Ling Tian, overwhelmed with excitement, hurriedly expressed his gratitude and carefully stored the 10 droplets in a jade vial. However, Chen Lin shook his head slightly, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Disciple, your cultivation remains too weak. I was once behind you, but now I have surpassed you. Do not forget your roots. I must lead by example. Chapter 101. The troops arrive at Yinzhou. Ling Tian, filled with immense excitement, hurriedly expressed his gratitude and proceeded to fill a bottle. Chen Lin, however, shook his head and spoke. My disciple, your cultivation is still too weak. Currently, you are merely at the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm. If you aspire to govern such a vast imperial dynasty in the future, this level of cultivation is utterly insufficient. Ling Tian chuckled softly, explaining, Master, you may not be aware that the cultivation of the Ling clan's descendants does not solely rely on arduous training. For instance, my father, when he was the crown prince, was also only at the 7th level of divine concealment. It was not until shortly before his ascension that he entered the royal mausoleum, gained enlightenment, and emerged with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the Dharma aspect. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the existence of a royal secret method that could expedite cultivation so remarkably. Nevertheless, he cautioned, while your cultivation level may rise, your practical combat prowess must also keep pace. Possessing mere theoretical knowledge is akin to empty rhetoric. With that, he raised his finger once more, and a radiant light, imbued with countless pieces of information, swiftly entered Ling Tian's forehead. This is a celestial grade technique, encompassing all the essential principles from entry to grand perfection, which I have imparted to you. You must diligently cultivate and comprehend it. Although your primary focus is on the royal techniques of the Ling clan, achieving grand perfection in those arts is exceedingly arduous. This method may assist you in enhancing your strength more swiftly. Ling Tian felt an overwhelming influx of profound information flooding into his mind, strikingly clear as if he had practiced it 1,000,000 times before. Yet, he understood that he still needed to cultivate it gradually, albeit at a much accelerated pace. An immense sense of gratitude surged within him as he bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Master. Your kindness to your disciple is as weighty as a mountain. After completing this, a subtle smile graced Chen Lin's lips. All of this was an investment in the future. He then spoke, Gather your trusted subordinates 3 days hence at the serene Taoist temple outside the city. I will personally transmit my teachings to them and assist in their advancement." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian was overwhelmed with excitement and performed a deep bow, saying, "On behalf of them, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Master." Just as his words fell, Chen Lin squinted slightly. Boom! A boundless and terrifying aura, akin to the might of the heavens, suddenly erupted from the innermost depths of the Imperial Palace, instantly enveloping the entirety of Tianyin City. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes. Ling Sanqiong has emerged from seclusion. Furthermore, the intensity of his aura had astonishingly coalesced into 6 cave heavens. Ling Tian's expression changed as he hastily remarked, "My father has emerged from seclusion. I cannot linger here any longer." After respectfully bowing, he swiftly turned and departed. Chen Lin watched his retreating figure, gently shaking his head. However, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, his brow furrowed, as he keenly sensed a powerful external consciousness erupting unexpectedly from the depths of the room beneath him, where the daughter of the Northern Town King was being held captive. Had someone secretly implanted a trace of consciousness within her? Chen Lin's gaze sharpened. It was not surprising, considering that he had been in the Dharma aspect realm at the time and had failed to perceive such covert tactics. At this moment, a thread of divine consciousness was oscillating violently, forcefully activating the body of the Northern King's daughter, seemingly on the verge of transporting her away. Chen Lin's thoughts raced, yet he refrained from directly obstructing this spatial transmission force. Instead, he discreetly flicked his finger, allowing a more subtle and profound seal to silently penetrate the depths of the woman's soul. In his eyes, the Northern King was no different from an insect. Permitting his daughter's departure would serve to stir the winds and clouds. The essence of the consciousness directing the transport was one he was exceedingly familiar with, belonging to the leader of the Nine Nether sect. Just as the spatial fluctuations reached their zenith and the woman's form began to blur, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered in Chen Lin's eyes. He covertly acted, skillfully erasing most of her recent critical memories regarding the scripture pavilion and himself. In the next moment, the spatial turbulence abruptly ceased. The Northern King's daughter had vanished as if she had evaporated into thin air. Chen Lin continued to recline in his chair, as if nothing had transpired, a faint, elusive smile of omniscience gracing his lips. Deep within the Imperial Palace, Ling Sanqiong sat upon the gilded dragon throne atop the 9-layered jade steps, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, producing a deep and dignified sound. Below, the Tsang Emperor and the 6 ministers stood solemnly, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The Tsang Emperor's expression was grave as he spoke first. The heavenly soldiers seemed to be covertly interfered with by some force, struggling to break free from our control. He elaborated, when the heavenly soldiers first arrived on the battlefield, they were indeed unstoppable, yet after a day, they found themselves mired in a quagmire, unable to move. The Emperor of Wings, responsible for their command, could distinctly sense a powerful consciousness fiercely vying for control, and our established consciousness seals faced staunch resistance. Upon hearing this, Ling Sanqiong raised an eyebrow, about to respond when the overwhelming aura of a newly ascended mid-stage Dongjin naturally emanated from him, exuding an undeniable dominance. It matters not. Now that I have exited seclusion and ascended to mid-stage Dongjin, I shall gather all my strength and sweep aside everything in my path. However, the Tsang Emperor's frown deepened. Your Majesty, this matter may not be so simple. The force of interference is exceedingly peculiar. Before he could finish, a resounding bang echoed as the hall doors were violently flung open. A messenger soldier, disregarding decorum, rushed in with a terrified expression, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling from sheer fear. Your Majesty. Urgent news from the front lines. The Sword Sovereign has suddenly rebelled, colluding with the leader of the Nine Nether sect and others to launch a surprise attack on the Emperor of Wings, the Qin Emperor, and the Holy Celestial Master. The Emperor of Wings has sustained severe injuries and barely managed to escape. The situation of the Holy Celestial Master is unknown. All heavenly soldiers are now under the control of the Nine Nether sect's leader. The Sword Sovereign has even proclaimed that our dynasty has imprisoned their prince, and this expedition is for revenge. The front lines are in complete collapse. The rebels have breached our defenses, their forces advancing directly towards Wuzhou. Beyond Wuzhou lies Yinzhou. The heart of the imperial court is now wide open. At these words, shock rippled through the assembly, and all faces turned ashen. Ling Sanqiong's gaze sharpened like a blade, directed toward the Tsang Emperor. The Emperor's countenance turned ashen as he raised his hand, summoning Huang Puji into his control. At that moment, Huang Puji was not unconscious. Rather, he remained remarkably composed, his eyes devoid of emotion. Since your elder insists on your demise, then serve the Empire loyally. The Emperor's voice resonated with an icy chill. The front lines were in chaos. The celestial soldiers were changing allegiance. One must remember that although those celestial soldiers no longer possessed their former strength, their physical forms were still of precious king-class quality. Such a loss could be deemed grievous. Upon hearing this, Huang Puji merely smiled coldly, his tone steady and unwavering. I fight for the Empire, unrepentant in death. A flicker of cold light surged in Ling Sangqiong's eyes, his patience worn thin. He uttered with chilling detachment, striking with a casual wave of his hand. In an instant, Huang Puji had no time to react. His body was reduced to ashes under that overwhelming force, his soul extinguished. Having completed this act, Ling Sangqiong's expression remained indifferent, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He turned to the Tsang Emperor, his voice imbued with unassailable resolve. Awaken the ancestors in the royal tombs. Too many covet my De Yin territory. It is time for them to witness the true essence of the Empire. The Tsang Emperor nodded solemnly, understood. Ling Sangqiong then cast his gaze upon the 6 ministers below, who were rendered speechless by his imperial might, their voices echoing through the palace. Proclaim my decree. On the morrow, I shall personally lead the charge to quell the rebels. In the blink of an eye, the night deepened, enveloping the governor's residence of Wuzhou. The leader of the 9 Nether sect stood outside the residence, his expression as frigid as ice. Beneath him, Ling Xiao and the daughter of the Northern King lay in a deep slumber. The leader's gaze swept over Ling Xiao, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes, followed by a low, subdued chuckle. Ah, so it seems someone has meddled. I wondered why those 3 useless ones lost contact simultaneously. It appears they have long harbored treachery. His tone bore little anger, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. To him, those 3 were merely pawns for resource collection, expendable insects at any moment. The Northern King stood silently beside him, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Ling Xiao and his daughter, devoid of any paternal warmth, only cold calculation. The son and daughter of the divine have cultivated to a commendable level. It is time they assist me in ascending to the realm of true enlightenment. He spoke, his voice tinged with an imperceptible urgency. The leader of the 9 Nether sect nodded slightly. This has always been our transaction. Now that another deputy leader has fallen, your ascension would also be a boon for our sect. His words were flat, as if discussing a commonplace commodity. Upon hearing this, the Northern King finally revealed a sincere smile. Excellent. The leader cast him a sidelong glance, his tone laced with amusement and caution. Even if you ascend to true enlightenment, relying solely on yourself, revenge remains a distant hope. He shifted his tone. However, if you can lead the Northern Army, that would change the equation entirely. Should the Northern King be able to embody the essence of Dongjin once more and command the Northern Army, which is as intimately connected to him as his own limbs? Even if he is merely at the nascent stage of the 3 Dantian, he would remain unperturbed by even the most formidable of 5 or 6 Dantian experts. After all, when he was merely at the 9th level of the Dharma aspect, he could withstand the early stages of Dongjin through the might of his military formations. Once he himself steps into this realm, the power unleashed through the synergy between him and his army would be incalculable. However, all of this hinges upon his successful ascension. A flicker of dark intensity crossed the Northern King's eyes, as the deeply rooted hatred within him had never once flickered out. Many years prior, a ruthless scheme originating from the highest echelons of the royal court had forged an unbreakable blood feud between him and the resplendent imperial palace. The daughter he had nurtured for many years stood as the most biting irony of this hatred. This was a truth he had confirmed after years of painstaking efforts through countless clandestine channels. In the past, when his wife was in labor with their daughter, Ling Sangqiong had secretly employed a cunning ruse, substituting their biological child with a female infant of royal blood. As for the fate of his true daughter, whether she was alive or dead, he remained in the dark, a wound in his heart that would never heal. His daughter beside him, oblivious to the truth, believed herself to be of the Northern King's bloodline. Yet, the harsh reality was indeed cold and cruel. She was not his kin. What chilled him even further was the fact that Ling Sangqiong had yet to summon her, as if she had been forgotten. But should the day arrive when Ling Songqiong suddenly calls upon her, awakening the latent memories of her bloodline within her, to which allegiance would this daughter, whom he had raised, ultimately lean? Would it be towards her adoptive father, who had nurtured her, or towards the sovereign who bestowed upon her the prestigious bloodline? Moreover, what profound intentions lay behind Ling Songqiong's actions? After his abdication, if she were to be used as a pawn to awaken her memories and sense of belonging, would not the vast legacy and loyalty of the Northern Army fall effortlessly into the hands of the royal family? Such deep cunning and venomous schemes. He dared not gamble, nor was there any necessity to do so. Furthermore, should he have acted in a manner displeasing to Ling Songqiong, this daughter could be replaced at any moment. Such a ruthless heart. Just then, the leader of the Jiuyou sect seemed to perceive his emotional turmoil, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes as he discreetly snapped his fingers. Two ethereal lights entered the brows of Ling Xiao and the Northern King's daughter, causing their bodies to tremble slightly as they awoke from their stupor. Qin Tian, upon seeing the Northern King standing before her, was instantly overcome with joy, exclaiming, "Father, you have finally come to rescue me." She instinctively believed it was her father who had liberated her from captivity. Her eyes filled with reliance and the relief of having survived, even envisioning the tender smile that should adorn her father's face. However, the Northern King merely regarded her with an impassive expression, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if he were staring at a stranger. This anomalous reaction was akin to a bucket of icy water, instantly extinguishing the joy within Qin Tianxian, leaving her rooted in place, bewildered, and overwhelmed by a surge of intense unease. Beside her, Ling Xiao had also regained consciousness, his demeanor markedly more composed. Observing this, the leader of the Jiuyou sect let out a low, ominous chuckle and remarked, "Both of them bear the purest royal bloodline. Through this secret technique, we can seize a portion of the grand fortune belonging to the Dayan royal family, sufficient to aid you in breaking through your bottleneck and ascending to the realm of Dongzhen." What? Royal bloodline? Qin Tianxian was struck as if by lightning. Disbelief etched across her face. How is this possible? Master, have you made a mistake? She found it utterly impossible to accept this reality. However, the King of the North remained indifferent to his daughter's shock and denial, merely uttering 3 cold words. "Let it begin." The Jiuyou sect leader nodded, refraining from further discussion, and formed an eerie and malevolent seal with his hands. In an instant, an irresistible force lifted Qin Tianxian and Ling Xiao, suspending them in midair. Both their faces simultaneously contorted with sheer terror. "You should consider yourselves honored." The leader's voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. "For you are about to forge a powerful being of Dongzhen." As his words faded, he abruptly activated the secret technique. The core cultivation methods of the Jiuyou sect, long cultivated within Qin Tianxian and Ling Xiao, were instantly reversed and triggered. They both let out chilling screams as dense black energy surged furiously from their 7 orifices. And soon after, a phantom dragon-shaped aura, exuding a faint golden glow, struggled to manifest above their heads. Their terror escalated, and Qin Tianxian's eyes welled with blood tears. The King of the North felt a faint pang in his heart, yet it was swiftly replaced by indifference. The entire process lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, their physical forms and souls disintegrated and refined, ultimately coalescing into 2 bizarre pills, entwined with swirling black mist and golden radiance. Once the pills took shape, they transformed into 2 streaks of flowing light, forcefully entering the mouth of the King of the North. Boom! An unfathomable power erupted within the King of the North. He dared not delay, promptly sitting cross-legged, exerting all his effort to channel this force, which contained the royal fortune and the essence of life, to breach the Dongzhen barrier. Meanwhile, the leader of the Jiuyou sect summoned Tian Kuei, who stood around him like the most loyal guardian, ready to protect him. Above, thunderclouds began to converge wildly, and a deep rumble of thunder echoed ominously. At this moment, as the power transformed and the thunder tribulation approached, the King of the North's visage began to contort, gradually shedding his former appearance to reveal a countenance that was entirely different, exuding an aura of malevolence and authority. This must not be discovered. The violent energy fluctuations and the gathering thunder tribulation occurring in Wuzhou immediately stirred Chen Lin, who was far away in Tianyan City. It was nearly impossible not to notice such a significant commotion in Wuzhou, adjacent to Yanzhou. At that very moment, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the subtle trace of his hidden consciousness imprint left on the daughter of the northern king, Qin Tianxian, had silently dissipated. The connection was severed entirely. Was she dead? Chen Lin shook his head slightly, feeling no particular sorrow. She was merely a pawn. Life and death are fated. Almost simultaneously, within the depths of the Imperial Palace, several formidable auras surged into the sky. Aside from Ling Zhangxiong and the Azure Emperor, there was also an elderly man with a gaunt visage and an obscure aura. As Chen Lin scanned with his consciousness, he discovered that this elder was also of the Five Heavens cultivation. Yet his foundation seemed considerably more insubstantial than the other cultivators of the same realm he had encountered. It appeared he was merely an ordinary Taoist who had survived the Three Heavens Thunder Tribulation. Chen Lin understood. They all rushed towards Wuzhou. These three figures did not hesitate, transforming into streaks of light, swiftly heading in the direction of Wuzhou. A conflict is about to unfold. Chen Lin was delighted to witness the spectacle, extending his unparalleled consciousness towards Wuzhou, assuming the role of a supreme observer, overlooking the impending clash. As his consciousness reached the core of the Wuzhou battlefield, a terrifying energy storm erupted with a thunderous roar. Led by the leader of the Nine Nether cult, several formidable beings of varying auras simultaneously launched their assault. Their offensive was vicious, targeting Ling Zhangxiong and his companions directly. What caught Chen Lin's attention even more were five silent figures on the battlefield, exuding an aura of chilling desolation. Their physical strength astonishingly formidable. Oh, what might these be? Chen Lin observed the five figures with keen interest. Their physical strength had reached the level of royal artifacts. Although slightly inferior to his own, they were nonetheless remarkable. Meanwhile, on Ling Zhangxiong's side, the Feather Emperor and others reappeared. In an instant, dozens of Taoist-level powers collided violently above Wuzhou. The heavens and earth paled, as the dispersed energy swept through the surroundings like a cataclysmic storm. Chen Lin watched with great interest, as if he were witnessing an enthralling drama unrelated to himself. However, just as he leisurely enjoyed the show, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Several unmistakably potent auras were heading directly towards the scripture pavilion. Chen Lin's mind stirred. Was this a diversion, or did they have ulterior motives? He himself was currently within the scripture pavilion, and an encounter with these individuals seemed inevitable. In a flash of thought, he instantaneously manifested a doppelganger indistinguishable from his true self, remaining lazily reclined in the rocking chair, while his actual self quietly slipped into the spatial interstice beside him, perfectly concealing all traces of his presence, observing coldly. After all, as a mere foundation establishment ninth layer cultivator, if the scripture pavilion were to be robbed and he still survived, wouldn't that be suspicious? As for Xiao Anzi, he trusted that Ling Tian would protect him. After a brief moment, the door of the scripture pavilion was pushed open. Leading the group was none other than Huang Puji, who should have long since turned to ashes. Behind him followed two figures with profound auras, unmistakably powerful individuals of the ninth layer of Dharma manifestation. Huang Puji immediately spotted Chen Lin, who was reclining in the chair as if in a deep slumber, his expression indifferent. Although he sensed that the old guard was not simple, the urgency of the task at hand left no room for distractions. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a swift and lethal sword light. With a sharp sound, Chen Lin's head flew off. An expression of leisurely enjoyment still etched upon his face as it tumbled to the ground. Concealed within the fabric of space, Chen Lin's true self watched this scene unfold, his expression instantly growing cold. That bold fellow has dispatched my clone with remarkable decisiveness. A cold smile crept into his heart. Had I provoked you in any way? After slaying the clone, Huang Puji and his companions showed no hesitation and headed straight for the deeper 8th and 9th levels of the scripture pavilion. The moment they forcefully breached the floor S restrictions, the protective formation was triggered, emitting a brilliant flash of light. Although the rapid fluctuations were swiftly suppressed by some means, they were still keenly detected by the central forces of the Imperial Palace's forbidden troops. This is bad. The scripture pavilion is undergoing a transformation. The 4 commanders of the forbidden troops were simultaneously alarmed, and in an instant, the entire Imperial Palace's forbidden forces surged towards the scripture pavilion like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's true self, like a ghost, silently followed Huang Puji and his companions into the 8th level. This is splendid. It conveniently saves me trouble. And the time to acquire the techniques has arrived. He found himself quite pleased. Within the 8th level, Huang Puji produced a drop of blood containing a unique fluctuation and let it fall upon the stone door. The restrictions on the door shimmered and slowly opened. Chen Lin entered alongside him and saw 3 jade tomes radiating a magnificent aura, which were indeed 3 royal-grade techniques or martial arts. Huang Puji had evidently come prepared, retrieving a peculiar treasure and sweeping it over the 3 jade tomes, instantly perfecting the replication of all their contents. Chen Lin observed the entire process with a hidden smirk. Just as Huang Puji and his companions finished copying the contents and turned to leave, he too raised his hand, letting his consciousness surge like a tide over the 3 jade tomes, imprinting their contents into his mind. He had initially considered framing them, but upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary. In the future, once he elevated Ling Tian to a higher position, wouldn't the scripture pavilion be accessible to him at will? Soon after, the trio swiftly ascended to the 9th level. Confronted with even stronger restrictions, Huang Puji summoned an ancient compass. The compass radiated profound fluctuations, temporarily disrupting the formation of the 9th level. A royal artifact? Chen Lin sensed the aura of the compass from his spatial hiding place, feeling slightly astonished. This is intriguing. He followed closely and entered the 9th level. This space was even more expansive, with a massive golden jade tome floating in the center, exuding an imperial might. The heavenly suppression dragon control secret art. This was the core technique practiced by Ling Tian and all the royal lineage, the untransmittable secret of the Ling dynasty. Huang Puji and his companions, undeterred, once again utilized that treasure to rapidly copy the contents of the technique before swiftly retreating. Naturally, Chen Lin once more took the opportunity to commit this core technique of the dynasty to memory. As the 3 of them swiftly exited the sutra repository, they discovered that the area outside was densely surrounded by the Imperial Guards, rendering any escape impossible. Fortunately, they had all altered their appearances prior to their departure, employing disguises. The 4 commanders of the Imperial Guards stood at the forefront, their expressions stern, and among them was Ling Tian. Upon spotting the dismembered corpse of Chen Lin on the ground, a flash of disbelief crossed his eyes, yet he quickly suppressed it, surmising that this must be a ruse devised by his master to avoid exposure. Thus, his master had seamlessly transitioned from the light into the shadows, a realization dawning upon Ling Tian. But something felt amiss. Ling Tian suddenly paused, realizing that his master had seemingly never been in the light. The Azure Dragon Commander's gaze was like a bolt of lightning, locking onto the 3 disguised figures of Huang Puji. Sensing the aura of those at the 9th level of the Dharma realm, without hesitation, he immediately coordinated with the Imperial Guards behind him to form a formation. Just as the Azure Dragon Commander was about to make his move to apprehend them, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupted from the direction of the Imperial tombs. A figure appeared as if it had torn through space, racing toward the Imperial Palace's sutra repository with an indescribable, horrifying speed. A being of immense strength. At that moment, as the ancestor from the Imperial tombs was alerted and hurried toward the sutra repository, a shadowy figure, like a phantom, silently infiltrated it during the brief moment when the defenses were most vulnerable. Before the figure arrived, the assault had already commenced. 2 chilling beams, imbued with a sense of terrifying destruction, seemed to slice through the void, precisely grazing the 2 elder figures at the 9th level of the Dharma realm beside Huang Puji. The 2 formidable beings did not even have time to display their astonishment before their bodies were instantaneously reduced to ash, their souls obliterated. Simultaneously, the surrounding space abruptly solidified and locked down, resembling an invisible cage, exerting full force upon the soul remaining Huang Puji. However, faced with this lethal situation, Huang Puji displayed no fear. Instead, a cold smirk graced his lips. In his hand appeared what appeared to be an ordinary wooden doll, yet it was riddled with fine cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. In the next instant, he resolutely crushed the wooden doll with a soft crack. Huang Puji's form suddenly became ethereal, and then, as if erased by an eraser, he thunderously vanished from the sealed space. The rushing ancestor from the Imperial tombs witnessed this scene, his expression suddenly tightening. A boundary-breaking substitute doll? It was indeed a king-level artifact for preserving one's life. He attempted to intervene, but the king-level spatial transfer had already been activated, Ultimately, he was a moment too late. In the aftermath, all that remained were the numerous Imperial guards and the four commanders, exchanging glances filled with embarrassment. Hidden within the interstices of space, Chen Lin withdrew his gaze. Now that his identity as a guard had perished, he seized this opportunity to fully transition into the shadows, observing the tumultuous changes in the world. With a thought, his figure vanished in an instant, and the next moment, he found himself in the Taoist temple where the dragon and tiger celestial masters resided. At this moment, the dragon tiger celestial master found himself in a dire state. Not only hampered by an unhealed severed arm, but also possessing a feeble and tenuous breath as he struggled to recover in a tranquil chamber. The sudden appearance of Chen Lin startled him, compelling him to rise with great effort. However, upon recognizing Chen Lin, his taut nerves relaxed, and he promptly bowed with respect. Addressing him as senior, Chen Lin nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation. With a wave of his hand, a verdant radiance enveloped the room, and an unparalleled vitality surged into the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master's body, quietly activating the reverse destiny technique. The Celestial Master felt a tingling sensation at the sight of his severed arm, witnessing the flesh regenerate at an astonishingly visible pace, while his grievous injuries and depleted vital energy swiftly restored. Just as he was about to express his heartfelt gratitude, he noticed Chen Lin's figure dissipate like smoke, leaving behind a calm voice echoing in the chamber. "I require a secluded hall for my retirement." At that moment, Chen Lin had comfortably reclined in a secluded corner of the Taoist temple, his consciousness expanding serenely, once again locking onto the epic battle unfolding in Wuzhou, continuing to observe as an outside spectator, as if nothing had transpired moments earlier. When he redirected his focus to the battlefield, he detected subtle shifts in the unfolding conflict. Ling Zhangxiong and others, upon receiving new intelligence, appeared somewhat frantic, their attacks becoming increasingly fierce and even tinged with impatience, inadvertently revealing vulnerabilities that the enemy exploited to inflict harm. However, just as the situation seemed poised to tip, the Tsang Emperor erupted into action. He audaciously withstood several attacks, unleashing a terrifying strength that far surpassed his usual capabilities, ruthlessly engaging the enemy and severely injuring 3 of them, including the Sword Sovereign, causing their breath to falter and leaving them in disarray. Even the elder from the Corpse God sect suffered considerable losses. Witnessing this, Ling Zhangxiong and the other ancestors immediately rallied their efforts to coordinate an all-out assault. Ultimately, they succeeded in inflicting heavy injuries on all the invading foes, forcing them to retreat in a disheveled manner through the rift in space. Nonetheless, the Tsang Emperor and his allies did not escape unscathed. The Emperor himself bore the burden of severe injuries to shift the tide, his breath now languid. More critically, the opposing faction had gained a newly emerged true essence expert, complicating the future situation significantly. Chen Lin silently observed the entire battle, reassessing the Tsang Emperor's prowess. He mused that subduing the Tsang Emperor would prove quite challenging. At best, he could hope for a stalemate, with victory uncertain. The Emperor's strength surpassed that of Yun Tian from the Primordial Sword sect, with whom he had previously clashed. It was evident that those who remained standing in this imperial dynasty were far from ordinary figures. Yet, he thought, his current self now possessed several royal-grade techniques. The coming days held promise for transformation. After witnessing the events, Ling Zhangxiong and the others hastily returned to Tianyin City, leaving the unfortunate trio of the Feather Emperor, the Qin Emperor, and the Holy Celestial Master to oversee and clear the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, Chen Lin closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. It was time for rest. Weary, yet resolved, I find solace in the embrace of Huangpu. Rest assured, the kindness bestowed upon me shall be repaid with unwavering loyalty. A mere trifle. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. Within the main hall of the Longhu Celestial Master's temple, several dozen cultivators have gathered. These individuals are the trusted confidants and capable aides of Ling Tian, engaging in fervent exchanges of their cultivation insights, the atmosphere palpably vibrant. Those previously wounded have long since been healed by the life essence bestowed by Chen Lin, and now, each one appears rejuvenated and spirited. As for Chen Lin, he has reclined comfortably in a chair within the side hall for a full 3 days. Chapter 105. It was I who saved you in times past. Throughout these 3 days, the city of Tianyin, and indeed the entire empire, have been rife with tumultuous events. Yet Chen Lin remains blissfully indifferent, relishing the tranquility. It is only when the warm sunlight filters through the window, casting a gentle glow upon his face, that he squints, slowly awakening. Even in slumber, the cultivation techniques within him have been diligently at work, gradually absorbing the essence of the sun and moon dispersed throughout the universe. Although this energy pales in comparison to the might of refining demonic cores, it is nonetheless a form of continuous accumulation. However, at this natural absorption rate, it seems it may take several months, if not half a year, to barely gather enough energy to condense the next cave of heaven. It appears I must seek out superior resources, such as royal great elixirs, he muses. Rising slowly, Chen Lin stretches languidly, his bones emitting a faint crackle. He strolls out of the side hall, heading towards the lively main hall. Within the main hall, at the center of the crowd, Ling Tian is prominently present. The moment Chen Lin's figure appears at the entrance, all conversations cease abruptly. Dozens of gazes converge upon him, and the crowd bows slightly in respect. Ling Tian steps forth from the throng, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, master." Chen Lin nods slightly, his gaze warm as it sweeps across those present. His voice calm, yet imbued with authority. "Since you have all diligently assisted my disciple, we are akin to family. There is no need for such formalities." However, despite his words, none dare to be remiss in their conduct. While the elder may exhibit humility, to disregard etiquette would be to jeopardize their futures. This reverence stems from an inherent respect for strength and the profound depths of Chen Lin's power. As Chen Lin surveys the assembly, he notices several unfamiliar faces among the crowd, including 2 or 3 cultivators of the Dharma aspect stage. It seems Ling Tian has not been idle. Indeed, gathering some talented individuals. A sense of satisfaction brews within him, and he nods gently. Without further ado, he begins to offer guidance to Ling Tian's loyal cultivators within the hall. His words often strike to the core, addressing the pivotal insights and bottlenecks in each individual's cultivation. Frequently, just a few succinct phrases can illuminate the minds of his listeners, offering them profound understanding. Even in that moment, several cultivators, long trapped in a bottleneck, experienced a dramatic surge in their spiritual energy, their bodies radiating brilliant lights, revealing unmistakable signs of imminent breakthroughs. During these 3 days of quietude, he did not squander his time. He had thoroughly cultivated the 3 royal-level techniques acquired from the 8th floor of the scripture repository to the pinnacle of perfection, resulting in a remarkable increase in his strength. These 3 techniques comprised 1 for body refinement, 1 for cultivation, and 1 for movement. Now, his royal-level body refinement technique had reached completion, enhancing his physical strength to new heights, with his vital energy surging like a dragon, imbued with a radiant brilliance. If 3 days ago, when he faced that Azure Emperor, he felt they were evenly matched, now the opponent he could still refer to as a fellow cultivator had, in his eyes, become as insignificant as an ant. The titles of senior, fellow cultivator, and junior, ant, truly suit all stages. Another technique, named Sea Moon, upon cultivation, allows the practitioner to generate a profound and flexible essence akin to the vast ocean within themselves. Additionally, it possesses a remarkable effect that enables the rapid replenishment of consumed essence through the absorption of water from rivers, lakes, and seas. This method not only significantly enhances his essence's sustained combat capability, but also, due to its unique fluidity, makes his overall essence increasingly robust and unfathomable. The royal-level movement technique, Ascendant Step, when practiced to perfection, enables one to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, akin to stepping into the heavens. Its terrifying speed surpasses the imagination of the mundane world. With mastery over 5 royal-level techniques and martial skills, Chen Lin's understanding of the path of cultivation has transcended that of ordinary cultivators, reaching an astonishing realm. The techniques practiced by these cultivators are merely of the heavenly and earthly tiers. Not only is he an adept of profound truths, but he has also perfected multiple royal-level techniques, giving him a perspective and insight that shine like the full moon against the glow of fireflies. Even techniques he has not personally cultivated, he can discern their essence, strengths, and weaknesses with a keen eye. The main hall fell into a profound silence, where the sound of a falling needle could be heard, with only Chen Lin's calm and soothing voice, imbued with supreme Taoist resonance, reverberating gently. Each person held their breath, entranced by his words, fearing the loss of even a single syllable. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity on their arduous journey of cultivation. After imparting his guidance, Chen Lin stood quietly in the hall, awaiting the breakthroughs of several enlightened cultivators. At that moment, he suddenly recalled an item the Four Directions Trading Association had given him, which he had carelessly accepted and later forgotten. He contemplated whether he could break the restrictions once this matter was settled. He mused silently. It's worth noting that the venerable Lin from the Four Directions Trading Association had not intervened at any point, and the leader of the Nine Nether sect and others had also deliberately kept their distance. However, as he awaited, his brow slightly furrowed as his spiritual sense detected a sharp and familiar sword intent manifesting outside the temple. Outside the temple, a stern-faced man bearing an ancient sword approached, ready to knock on the door. He was none other than the sword demon, Jian Wansheng. He journeyed to this place, having heard of an enigmatic celestial master residing within the temple, and felt an irresistible yearning to seek his guidance. Yet, before he could even lift a hand, he was startled by a sudden flash before his eyes. A figure materialized before him without warning. He had no time to react, feeling an overwhelming force envelop him. Instantly, the surrounding scenery transformed chaotically. When he regained his senses, he was astonished to find himself not outside the temple, but within a grand hall, surrounded by dozens of stupefied cultivators. The one responsible for his abrupt relocation was none other than the inscrutable practitioner standing before him. Chen Lin observed the astonished Jian Wansheng, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How much time had passed? This young man had soared from his initial realm to the third level of the Dharma manifestation. Such a fortunate opportunity indeed. Surely, the esteemed individual before him was the legendary Long Hu Tianshi. Jian Mo steadied his mind, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply to Chen Lin, his tone laced with respect and caution. Naturally, he regarded this profound figure, who had appeared at the heart of the main hall, as the master of this domain. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's expression shifted to one of bemused amusement. The Long Hu Tianshi, suddenly called by name, paused momentarily, turning to face Jian Mo with a look of bewilderment, clearly unaware of the situation. Observing the Tianshi's reaction, Jian Mo glanced at the smiling Chen Lin and was struck with confusion, realizing he might have misidentified the person. It was then that Chen Lin spoke leisurely. In the past, it was I who saved you. Have you forgotten? Chapter 106. The unseen is the most pleasurable. Yin Montauk trembled, abruptly raising his head to scrutinize Chen Lin's visage. A deep sense of embarrassment and realization washed over him, prompting him to bow deeply once more. It is you, benefactor. My eyes are indeed dull. I failed to recognize you at once. Please forgive me. Chen Lin waved his hand dismissively and turned to Ling Tian, saying, This individual possesses considerable potential. His talent in the sword path is exceptional, and his character is resilient. You may consider bringing him under your wing. After a brief pause, he continued, Additionally, send word for Yu Zun and his subordinates to return. There is no need for them to continue their external recruitment efforts. As one of the three revered figures of the former Nine Hells sect, Yu Zun had an extensive network and had been actively recruiting talents for Ling Tian, with many of the new faces within the hall being a testament to his efforts. Ling Tian immediately responded with respect, Yes, master. Chen Lin nodded slightly and then closed his eyes, seemingly entering a meditative state. However, before fully closing his eyes, he casually whispered a brief message to the Long Hu Tianshi. Upon hearing this, the Tianshi's expression changed dramatically, as if he had grasped some vital secret. Without hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged, his aura surging, plunging into a profound state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Ling Tian began conversing with the still somewhat apprehensive Jian Wansheng. Half an hour passed quietly in this peculiar atmosphere. The cultivators who were destined to break through have now successfully transcended their realms, filling the hall with an atmosphere far more profound and majestic than before. The heavenly master of the dragon and tiger has ascended to the 8th level of the Dharma aspect, his face barely concealing his excitement and joy. Among the dozens of cultivators present, each has benefited from the guidance and insights gained, with the least accomplished now firmly established at the 1st level of the Dharma aspect, and several formidable beings at the 6th and 7th levels. Many of them owe their advancements to the earlier healing essence that solidified their foundations, allowing them to effortlessly rise to greater heights today. After a moment, Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon Ling Tian, his voice calm and composed. To ascend to the imperial throne, one's own strength is undoubtedly fundamental and of utmost importance, yet it is not the sole factor. With the current war having subsided, the hearts of the people are restless, and all things await revival. This is indeed a divinely bestowed opportunity. The imperial throne cannot be seized solely through overwhelming might. One must understand how to leverage circumstances, harnessing the great will of the masses to truly embody the path of a ruler. He instructed Ling Tian to discreetly send trusted individuals to various states, particularly to provide aid to those commoners and destitute students who have suffered due to the turmoil of war. Acts of kindness need not be overtly proclaimed as one's own. However, the laws of heaven and earth and the gratitude of the people will naturally converge upon him in silence. Although he is confident in his ability to suppress the Tsang Emperor, the Ling royal family possesses deep roots. Are there not even stronger ancestors hidden away? Are there not terrifying trump cards yet to be revealed? These remain uncertainties until he has thoroughly clarified these matters. He prefers to allow Ling Tian to quietly amass strength and garner the substantial, yet often overlooked support of the populace. A sword forged over a decade is meant to be drawn at the right moment to establish dominion over the universe. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian was suddenly shaken, a spark of enlightenment igniting in his eyes as he eagerly nodded in agreement. He understood that his master was imparting the ways of kingship. In times of war, who suffers the most? It is invariably the common people at the bottom, no matter if they are loyal to the Ling family or have been compelled to submit to factions such as the Yin Tian sect. The commoners of the subjugated regions have often already endured the oppression and plunder of subordinate sects before their submission. Do they not harbor grievances in their hearts? Chen Lin then turned to Jian Wansheng beside him, his tone indifferent yet presenting a choice. You may decide for yourself. I grant you 3 days to contemplate. Should you choose not to submit after 3 days, I shall erase this memory from your mind. Without waiting for Jian Wansheng's response, he raised his hand, summoning a massive black stone as smooth as a mirror, which crashed into the hall. Chen Lin pointed his fingers like a sword, casually etching intricate designs upon the stone. The rhythms of the Tao flowed, and profound runes and meanings were directly imprinted within. This stone contains the essence and profound secrets of a royal-level martial art. I urge you all to diligently practice while executing your tasks. Do not grow lax. As his words faded, his figure dissipated like mist, and in the next moment, he found himself back in the secluded side hall, comfortably reclining once more, as if everything that transpired had never occurred. His core purpose remained unchanged, to assist Ling Tian in ascending to the imperial throne and to govern the vast lands of the Yin. As long as Ling Tian successfully ascends to that position, the resources of the entire empire will become his to command, requiring no solicitation on his part. The necessary cultivation materials will flow abundantly to him. He need not concern himself with the mundane affairs of imperial governance. With effortless access to vast resources and the luxury of leisure, who would not relish such an opportunity? Reflecting on his past life, he realized that he had neither amassed wealth nor enjoyed the fruits of idleness, spending his days in a futile grind. He had contemplated the possibility of wielding absolute martial power to discreetly control several top sects, transforming them into his personal reservoirs of resources. However, after careful consideration, he concluded that the potential drawbacks far outweighed the benefits. The world is fraught with peril. One might inadvertently extinguish an inconspicuous force that, unbeknownst to him, is connected to a formidable entity lurking in the shadows. Should those under his influence reveal his existence, he would find himself inexplicably marked by elusive powers, potentially inviting a cascade of unforeseen troubles and relentless pursuits. Moreover, in this life, regardless of one's level of cultivation, there will always be individuals and matters of concern. Ling Tian, indeed, possesses a commendable understanding, demonstrating meticulous thought and an ability to cater to others' preferences by providing resources, which he finds quite advantageous. Though these 3 days may appear relaxed, the Dragon and Tiger Heavenly Masters have already complied with Ling Tian's directives, surreptitiously delivering batch after batch of resources to his doorstep. While these may hold little utility for him now, the sentiment behind it remains. Furthermore, despite his outward demeanor of idleness, he harbors considerable ambition within. To nurture and assist a sovereign of the empire, witnessing their gradual ascent to ultimately command this vast realm is, in itself, an immensely fulfilling endeavor. Should there come a day when Ling Tian, bolstered by his covert support, not only stabilizes the yin, but also instills awe in the surrounding regions. What effort would he need to exert? Perhaps he need not even step into the fray personally. At pivotal moments, he could merely suppress any emerging formidable adversaries. For him, this would be merely a matter of convenience. In his previous life, he lacked the capability and resources to entertain such thoughts, leading a mundane existence confined to the monotony of routine. Now, endowed with such celestial cultivation, he naturally seeks to embrace a new way of life, one that allows him to relish the tranquility of idleness, while simultaneously experiencing the unparalleled achievements that come from orchestrating events from behind the scenes. This sensation is akin to the oft-quoted sentiment of effortless success. I hardly studied, and yet I was accepted into a doctoral program. Or, I never intended to make a fortune, yet inadvertently, I earned millions. Initially, one might only wish to lose a little money for amusement, only to find that their funds have multiplied unexpectedly. That feeling of achieving goals effortlessly and without strain is the most gratifying and delightful. Chapter 107. The Sacred Art of Slaying Heaven. Subsequently, Chen Lin gathered his thoughts and ceased to dwell further on the matter. He retrieved the orb, previously gifted by the Square Merchants Association, sealed with formidable constraints, and examined it carefully. Then, he projected a thread of consciousness, attempting to delve within its depths. The consciousness effortlessly penetrated the outer layer, only to encounter a formidable barrier within. However, in his estimation, the strength of this barrier was not outrageous. It was approximately equivalent to the limit that a true practitioner, having transcended the 6 harmonies, thunder, tribulation, and consolidated 7 celestial abodes, could break. Could it possibly be a legacy from some esteemed predecessor? Chen Lin mused inwardly, feeling a tinge of weariness at the thought. Lacking in patience, he promptly urged his consciousness, effortlessly dismantling the restriction. His awareness successfully entered the internal space of the orb. The structure here bore a striking resemblance to the reverse life pearl he had previously acquired, forming a vast expanse within. However, unlike the reverse life pearl, this space was astonishingly filled with an array of splendid resources. Although some resources had lost their spiritual essence to the passage of time, transforming into mundane objects, the remaining treasures were still astonishing in quantity. Spirit stones piled high as mountains, various celestial materials, treasures, and artifacts were scattered everywhere, with many of high rank. The heavenly grade items were countless, and amongst them were even several treasures radiating the aura of royal rank. At the very center of all these resources floated 2 ancient tomes. One was titled Lin Clan, while the other caught Chen Lin's gaze, making him feel it was an exceptionally powerful technique. Heaven Slaughter Sacred Art. Instinctively, Chen Lin attempted to absorb it with his consciousness, but was immediately met with an overwhelming repulsion emanating from the tome, preventing his approach. Could it be that this truly belonged to an ancestor of the Lin family from the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce? Chen Lin pondered, contemplating that perhaps their forebears were once immensely powerful, only to have faced calamities that forced them to migrate to this location. The thought made his lips twitch slightly. This plot was rather melodramatic. Despite the mountains of resources and alluring techniques before him, Chen Lin had no intention of taking anything directly. It was not out of any noble sentiment, but rather a belief in the unnecessary nature of such actions. After all, assisting the Lin family in breaking this barrier was already a monumental favor. Would they not feel embarrassed to refrain from offering their gratitude? At that time, it would be even more fitting for him to reluctantly accept their offerings. With this thought in mind, Chen Lin decisively withdrew his consciousness from the orb space. Moments later, Ling Tian arrived alone at the side hall to pay his respects to Chen Lin. After receiving Chen Lin's consent, he gently pushed the door open. Upon entering, he immediately beheld his master languidly reclined in a chair, exuding an air of leisure, as if the tumult of the outside world bore no relevance to him. Ling Tian could not help but feel a pang of envy. He wondered when he might truly roam free in the world like his master. Alas, born into a royal family, he was destined to be estranged from such ease. Master, Ling Tian collected his thoughts and respectfully reported, the day before yesterday, my father and several elders personally led an expedition. Though it came at a cost, they successfully slain an old ancestor of the Flame Heaven sect. Subsequently, the army pursued and shattered the main force of the rebels. Now the insurgents are in full retreat, but his tone was slightly somber. The Heavenly Sword Empire has brazenly intervened. They have dispatched a formidable true void expert. reportedly one of the mountain lords from the 10,000 Swords Palace within the Heavenly Sword Empire. To bring this rebellion to a definitive conclusion may require a considerable length of time. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence, the Northern King has quietly mobilized troops, with his intentions remaining ambiguous. As Chen Lin absorbed these momentous tidings, his expression remained inscrutable, betraying no sign of concern. He was indifferent to these developments. With his current strength, he was capable of surveying the tumultuous tides of change from a vantage point of tranquility, content to be a quiet observer. "Pursue whatever you desire without hesitation," he stated in a calm tone, imbued with an unwavering support that suggested no need for excessive apprehension. He then shifted the conversation, offering a suggestion. "Additionally, you might consider cultivating a closer relationship with the young lady from the Lin family. The origins of the Lin clan, associated with the Four Directions Merchant Guild, are likely far more profound than you might presume." Ling Tian paused momentarily at this remark, a faintly awkward smile appearing on his face. "Master, in fact, Miss Lin and I have already." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin immediately grasped the implications. Indeed, Ling Tian was no longer a youth, and it was high time for him to contemplate such matters. "That is indeed commendable," Chen Lin nodded, choosing to say no more on the subject. After this exchange, he retrieved an ancient bead and casually handed it to Ling Tian, instructing him in a nonchalant manner. "Present this to her." Though Ling Tian harbored curiosity regarding the nature of this bead, his absolute trust in his master precluded any further questions. He accepted it with reverence and stowed it away. Following a brief conversation with Chen Lin, Ling Tian rose to take his leave. As a prince, he could only spare limited time for such visits and could not linger. After ensuring all was in order, he departed in haste. Meanwhile, Chen Lin continued to recline, occasionally extending his consciousness towards Wuzhou and beyond. At this moment, within the Demon Suppression Pass, the Demon Suppression King hovered high above the gates, a considerable distance from the ground. His aura surged mightily, attracting the surrounding spiritual energies from all directions, while his face was etched with seriousness and determination. He, too, was poised to challenge the true Void Realm at this critical juncture. Simultaneously, outside the Demon Suppression Pass, a contingent was hastening forward. Leading them was a pale-faced eunuch, flanked by a young official, with several accompanying cultivators trailing behind. The young official cast a worried glance towards the imposing walls of the pass and asked in a low voice, "Sir, do you think the Demon Suppression King will heed the decree?" The eunuch, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, his tone laced with the characteristic arrogance of the court. Now that the emperor has made significant advancements in power, commanding respect from all quarters, and with several esteemed ancestors emerging to oversee matters, how could the Demon Suppression King dare to defy the imperial will? He paused, elevating his voice as if to proclaim the might of the emperor. The current sovereign is wise and formidable, a paragon of talent, poised to lead our great Yin Empire into an unprecedented era of prosperity. This is an inevitable tide of destiny. Furthermore, the eunuch's tone grew stern, tinged with a hint of menace. Recently, the once mighty demon emperor from the 10,000 Mountains was soundly defeated by a mysterious cultivator and fled in disarray. Does the Demon Suppression King dare to oppose the imperial intent at such a moment? Upon finishing his words, he subtly raised his gaze towards the higher clouds, where two royal experts at the 9th level of the Dharma aspect silently hovered, providing support for their expedition. Yet, just as they were about to reach the fortress, everyone clearly beheld the ominous, heavy thunderclouds enveloping the Demon Suppression Pass, feeling the oppressive might of heaven that sent shivers down their spines. The expression of one of the 9th level Dharma aspect experts above the clouds changed drastically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Heavenly tribulation. Someone is undergoing the true thunder tribulation. The Demon Suppression King is on the verge of a breakthrough." Chapter 108. The Breakthrough of the Demon Suppression King. Upon hearing this, the previously arrogant eunuch's demeanor froze in shock, swiftly transforming into one of sheer terror. If the Demon Suppression King were to succeed in his breakthrough at this moment, how could the imperial decree be easily proclaimed? The content of the imperial edict in the eunuch's hands was precisely to summon the Demon Suppression King to the palace to meet the emperor immediately. Simultaneously, the palace had dispatched a highly trusted general, bearing a command to assume control of the Demon Suppression Army. At this moment, gazing at the sky where the terrifying thunderclouds continued to gather, the eunuch's face turned as pale as a sheet. If the Demon Suppression King remained at the Dharma aspect level, then this decree was an imperial command that he had no choice but to obey. However, should the king succeed in ascending to the true realm at this juncture, he would become a formidable force capable of influencing the imperial landscape. How could a newly ascended true realm expert willingly relinquish military power, let alone abandon his stronghold to enter the palace to face the unpredictable consequences of a royal audience? The mere thought of the wrath that a newly minted true realm expert might unleash, along with the fierce response of his elite troops, sent a chill down the eunuch's spine. The two royal experts at the 9th level of the Dharma aspect, whom he had relied upon, would likely appear insignificant in the presence of an emerging true realm powerhouse. Retreat quickly. The eunuch's voice, high-pitched with terror, faltered, abandoning all pretense of formal decree as he hurriedly issued orders. Everything would have to wait until the dust of the heavenly tribulation settled. Whether the crossing was successful or not, the situation at the Demon Suppression Pass was destined to change. At this moment, Chen Lin's divine sense swept across Wu Province, intending to turn his attention towards D Province. As for Lin Province, he momentarily deemed it unnecessary to investigate. Suddenly, he recalled a matter he had forgotten to remind Ling Tian about. Bai Chao Valley could be considered one of their own now. However, he thought it would suffice to have the Dragon and Tiger Celestial Master relay the message later, and he did not dwell on it further. Currently, his attention was captivated by the extraordinary phenomenon above the Demon Suppression Pass. The Demon Suppression King was indeed undergoing tribulation. Now that both the Northern Suppression King and the Demon Suppression King had entered the true realm, it seemed that the Qi King, the Emperor's uncle, was still stuck at the 9th level of the Dharma aspect, with no indication of when he might break through. Chen Lin pondered these thoughts. When the previous great battle concluded and the rebel forces retreated, he had already sensed that the one undergoing tribulation was the Northern Suppression King and had roughly deduced the fate of that noble lady, feeling a tinge of melancholy. The tiger does not consume its offspring. Wait, the tiger does not consume its daughter. Then, the Demon Suppression King's thunder tribulation officially commenced. A grand spectacle. The Six Harmonies Thunder Tribulation. The Demon Suppression King truly exemplifies a formidable ruler, endowed with extraordinary talent and profound depth. Although he faced considerable challenges during the initial 5 tribulations of thunder, he managed to withstand each one. However, as he confronted the 6th and final, most powerful thunder tribulation, it became evident that he was struggling, his form swaying precariously. At that moment, Chen Lin astutely detected an insidious and treacherous attack surging forth from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Its power was astonishing, embodying the essence of the initial stage of true realization, infused with the strength of the 5 heavens. It was Feng Jiuqian. He sought to exploit this opportunity to eliminate a nascent true realization from the great Yin Empire. Observing this, Chen Lin let out a soft sigh. The Demon Suppression King, after all, was an influential vassal who had allied himself with Ling Tian, and by all accounts, he could be deemed the first true realization combatant under Chen Lin's command. With this thought in mind, his vast consciousness suddenly coalesced into an invisible yet piercingly sharp attack, striking preemptively the Demon Suppression King, who was laboriously enduring while feeling an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Abruptly turned his gaze towards the 10,000 Great Mountains, where he beheld the terrifying assault approaching him. His heart ignited with an inferno of rage. Feng Jiuqian, I shall annihilate you. Yet, in the next instant, he was astonished to witness an even more formidable and enigmatic invisible force materializing out of thin air, precisely intercepting Feng Jiuqian's ambush and instantaneously obliterating it without a trace. Who could it be? The Demon Suppression King was shaken to his core. But there was no time for contemplation, as the 6th thunder tribulation crashed down upon him, demanding his utmost focus. Within the palace of the Demon Emperor in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Feng Jiuqian, witnessing his sneak attack effortlessly neutralized, was filled with fury. That accursed cultivator. He is still here. Beside him stood a powerful being of similar essence, clearly of the same lineage. Below, the previously imprisoned Wind King had been liberated and now stood respectfully by. Chen Lin's consciousness swept through the Demon Emperor's palace, and he was mildly surprised to discover the presence of 3 true realizations: Feng Jiuqian, the Wind King, and another of the same lineage. What secrets does the 10,000 Great Mountains conceal that could draw them all together? Though a flicker of curiosity arose, it was swiftly cast aside. Unless it directly pertained to enhancing his own cultivation, he held little interest in delving deeper into these mysteries. He then redirected his attention back to the Demon Suppression Pass. Ultimately, under his unseen protection, the Demon Suppression King successfully traversed the tribulation and scathe, officially entering the realm of true realization. Concurrently, Chen Lin noted the distant retreat of the trembling eunuchs and cultivators, along with the two hidden beings of the ninth layer of law. It became clear to him that Ling Songxiong intended to seize military power while the Demon Suppression King had yet to break through, consolidating all imperial strength firmly within the royal family. After all, from the royal perspective, the 10,000 great mountains were not insurmountable. Past failures had merely come at a cost, or due to a lack of opportunity. Who could have anticipated that unforeseen circumstances would lead to the rise of the Demon Suppression King, who, at this very moment, had achieved his breakthrough? Having observed all of this, Chen Lin leisurely withdrew his consciousness and closed his eyes once more, resuming his rest. In the blink of an eye, a month slipped silently by. Chen Lin had languished on that chair in the side hall for an entire month, scarcely moving from his place. Ordinarily, he would spend no more than 10 minutes offering guidance to the disciples under Ling Tian, finding the task exceedingly simple, akin to child's play. Throughout this month, his cultivation remained stagnant at the fourth heaven. The path to advancement beyond the Cave of Truth is notoriously arduous, especially as he had endured the unprecedented 9 extreme thunder tribulation, which required an immense accumulation of power. However, his strength had not been idle. He had cultivated the core imperial technique of the Ling clan, the heaven-subduing dragon command, obtained from the 9th level of the Scripture Pavilion, to the pinnacle of perfection. While this technique's full potential could only be realized through the auspices of a dynasty's fortune, it was not the sole means of power. Practicing this art birthed an unparalleled, dragon-shaped, true essence within him, bestowing an extraordinarily formidable killing force. More importantly, it could subtly draw upon the fortune of the dynasty to augment his own strength, allowing him to fight on behalf of the collective will of all beings, a power boundless in its scope. Upon realizing the complete efficacy of this technique, Chen Lin felt a surge of relief that he had not recklessly confronted the emperor's entourage. Should Ling Songxiong deploy this technique at any cost, he could unleash a terrifying strength equivalent to the 8th or even 9th heaven in a short span. Moreover, who could guarantee that the Song Emperor would not employ similar tactics? On this day at noon, an elderly man clad in simple Taoist robes appeared suddenly outside the temple, without any forewarning. In the next moment, his figure, like a specter, silently manifested within the main hall. His gaze swept across the numerous practitioners engaged in cultivation or discourse, and he nodded slightly, yet none within the hall seemed to perceive his presence. Indeed, Ling Tian had gathered some promising talents. The old man mused quietly to himself. Over the past month, there had indeed been 1 or 2 exceptionally gifted individuals who had begun to grasp the rudimentary aspects of the creation palm inscribed on the massive stone. His arrival did not escape Chen Lin's keen perception, yet he remained reclined, unmoving. At that moment, his thoughts were occupied with another matter. Logically, the leader of the 9 Nether sect should have sought out the Baichao Valley by now, yet there had been no sign of activity. After all, he had initially dispatched Shun Changqing to seize the reversal pearl. This situation was decidedly peculiar. Throughout this month, the forces under Ling Tian had mobilized entirely, discreetly providing aid to the displaced populace ravaged by war across various states, their benevolence quietly spreading among the common folk, gaining resonance. Yet, none were aware that the mastermind behind this initiative was Ling Tian. They only vaguely attributed it to a certain prince. Furthermore, most of these resources were sourced from the Four Corners Trading Association. After a brief moment, the venerable Taoist moved again, appearing at the entrance of the side hall where Chen Lin resided. With an expression of utmost reverence, he bowed and clasped his fists, his voice resonating clearly within the chamber. "I am the old man Lin Yuanshan, paying my respects to the celestial monarch." Chen Lin merely nodded slightly, and the great door of the side hall opened silently without the stir of wind. His gaze fell upon Lin Yuanshan, the true essence of the Four Directions Merchant Association, the one who had long remained in the shadows as the ancestor of Dongzhen. In the early stages of Dongzhen, he had condensed 5 celestial realms. "What brings you here?" Chen Lin inquired, still reclining in a chair, his tone devoid of any embellishment. Lin Yuanshan did not dare to probe the depths of this formidable celestial monarch with his divine sense. the other party could effortlessly breach restrictions that even he found insurmountable. Thus, their prowess was already unfathomable. To attempt an inquiry might provoke displeasure, a profound disrespect. The younger generation has come for two reasons. Firstly, to present some resources as a token of respect. Secondly, to offer the ancestral cultivation method of my Lin clan, Lin Yuanshan replied, maintaining an exceedingly humble demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Within this storage ring lies approximately a quarter of the resources contained in the Lin Pearl. Furthermore, the cultivation method, heavenly slaughter, sacred art, passed down from our ancestors, is also included. This method was once a complete Imperial tier cultivation technique. Although portions have since been lost, rendering it a fragment, its rank remains firmly at the royal tier, and it is not insignificant. Upon hearing the term Imperial tier, Chen Lin could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. This indicated that the lineage of the Lin clan was likely extraordinarily formidable, far beyond mere imagination. They had once possessed an Imperial tier cultivation method. This implied that an unparalleled powerhouse, possibly surpassing the realm of Dongjin, had emerged from the Lin ancestry. In other words, a being of Nirvana realm. Oh, Chen Lin regarded him with a smile that was neither wholly genuine nor entirely mocking. Given its immense value in your ancestral heritage, why bestow it upon me? Lin Yuanshan's expression turned slightly bitter as he sighed softly. Though, thanks to the blessings of the celestial monarch, the Lin Pearl has been opened, providing enough resources for my clan to develop anew. I am acutely aware that our family has long fallen into decline. Even with resources, significant progress will be challenging in a short period, and we lack the capacity to protect such a treasured possession. I am genuinely fearful that the enemies of the Lin clan from days gone by may come knocking once more, potentially leading to our annihilation. I do not dare to ask for anything more from the celestial monarch. These resources should be regarded as a tribute from the Lin family. I simply hope that if my clan truly faces a cataclysm in the future, the celestial monarch might, in light of today, as goodwill, lend a hand to ensure that the bloodline of the Lin clan does not perish, leaving behind a flicker of hope. After listening, Chen Lin could not help but shake his head and chuckle. You cunning old fox. With Ling Tian's close ties to the Lin family's daughter, it is likely that she will become the empress in the future. Surely, you are not oblivious to this? And as Ling Tian's mentor, would I truly stand idly by regarding his affairs? The old fellow had evidently calculated everything perfectly. What appeared to be an offering in search of protection was, in truth, a means of binding his fate, along with Ling Tian and the future of the Dian Empire, more tightly to the Lin family through these resources and techniques. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox. Where are your enemies now? Chen Lin inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan could no longer contain the surge of joy on his face, though he swiftly repressed it, his lips twitching slightly as he struggled to stifle a laugh. Fearful of losing his composure, returning to the heavenly monarch, they are the Tianqing Merchant Association. Lin Yuanshan's tone was tinged with an uncontainable excitement. Chen Lin, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. He merely nodded calmly. The Tianqing Merchant Association, that is indeed reasonable. They will undoubtedly become a stumbling block on the road to expansion for the Dian Empire in the future. However, Chen Lin uttered a single word. Receiving this clear response, Lin Yuanshan was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately presented the storage ring filled with resources and techniques with great reverence. After receiving it nonchalantly, Chen Lin instructed, from this day forth, the Four Directions Merchant Association must fully cooperate with Ling Tian, providing unwavering support in terms of finances, materials, and intelligence. Hearing this, Lin Yuanshan's face beamed with a smile. Your Highness is now the pillar of our Four Directions Merchant Association's future. We shall naturally exert ourselves to the utmost and dare not show the slightest negligence. As he spoke, he retrieved another storage ring. I observe that while your subordinates are numerous, their cultivation levels vary significantly, and I presume their daily expenses and training resources are rather strained. This is a token of my personal and the association's goodwill, gifted to your esteemed subordinates. I shall proclaim that this is a reward bestowed by the heavenly monarch out of consideration for his subordinates, Lin Yuanshan added, his thoughts nimble. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but smile. This old fox truly knew how to navigate affairs. As you wish. After conversing for a short while longer, Lin Yuanshan respectfully took his leave. In the next moment, his figure appeared within the main hall, distributing the substantial resources he had brought among all the cultivators present. including the Dragon and Tiger Celestial Master, clearly stating that all of this was a reward decreed by the Heavenly Monarch. This declaration filled everyone with profound reverence and gratitude towards the enigmatic Heavenly Monarch. Subsequently, Lin Yuanshan also presented 3 jade slips containing celestial-level techniques and martial arts, serving as his personal contribution to further bolster Ling Tian's foundation. Chapter 1:10 Farewell to the Leader. The individuals within the hall could not help but be curious about the identity of this magnanimous and profound elder. Lin Yuanshan merely smiled slightly, leaving behind the words, "My surname is Lin." With that, he vanished in a flash. Instantly, his identity became clear among the whispers and exchanges of the crowd. He was the ancestor of the Lin family from the Four Directions Merchant Association. Meanwhile, within that month, news of both the Demon Suppression King and the Northern King breaking through to the true Void Realm was leaked, unknown by whom, and swiftly spread like wildfire throughout various regions. In an instant, the entire Empire's situation grew delicate and tense. Though the Demon Suppression King had transcended, the eunuch sent to convey the Imperial Edict nonetheless mustered the courage to read it aloud. The Demon Suppression King, citing the need to reorganize his forces and vowing to avenge the treachery of Feng Jutian, postponed his journey to the capital and continued to preside over the Demon Suppression Pass. As for the newly appointed general dispatched to assume military command, upon witnessing the Demon Suppression King's indifference to relinquishing power, he naturally dared not approach to take up his post and provoke his ire. Consequently, across the realm, aside from those uninformed common folk and a handful of neutral sects, nearly all formidable factions seemed to harbor considerable suspicion and estrangement towards the Ling dynasty. By noon, Chen Lin was quietly absorbing the vast resources delivered by Lin Yuanshan, while his comprehension of the heavenly slaughter sacred art would have to wait until the following day. His spiritual sense, as was customary, wandered aimlessly through the cosmos. Suddenly, he sensed intense energy fluctuations and cries of battle erupting from the distant Yuzhou. Given the considerable distance to Yanzhou, his perception took a moment to clearly discern the situation, revealing that the North Suppression King had personally led his troops to breach the governor's estate of Yuzhou. The North Suppression King had indeed rebelled. Chen Lin found this matter intriguing, yet chose not to dwell on it too much. Just as he was about to investigate further, he detected an extraordinarily powerful aura tearing through space, racing towards Yuzhou from the direction of the Ling Imperial tomb, with the Ling ancestral patriarch personally intervening. Regardless of the outcome, the conclusion was already predetermined. For that cultivator was the last ancestor of the Ling family that he had encountered, possessing the strength of 5 realms. Ling Sanxiong, the Emperor of the Azure Sky, the Feather Emperor, the Qin Emperor, and 2 others, 6 in total, concurrently at the headquarters of the Starshine Academy. A true cave cultivator was also heading towards the North Suppression King. Chen Lin held little interest in these events and promptly withdrew his spiritual sense. In that instant, the Ling ancestor had already set forth towards Yuzhou, and he remained indifferent to the battle's outcome. However, as he continued to relish his leisure, a jade talisman in his embrace suddenly radiated a slight warmth. This was the communication talisman he had left with Master Tianmu upon departing from the Hundred Herbs Valley. Delving into his spiritual sense, he immediately heard the frantic voice of Master Tianmu. "Lord Heavenly Sovereign, a powerful cultivator has suddenly descended, enveloping our Hundred Herbs Valley in oppressive pressure. We are unable to withstand it." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin raised an eyebrow. The leader of the 9 Nether sect had finally arrived. He felt it was indeed time to stir his limbs after lying idle for over a month. In the next moment, he stretched his body, and his figure quietly vanished from the side hall. With the ascending heaven steps, he could traverse an entire state in the blink of an eye. At that moment, within the main hall of the Hundred Herbs Valley, Master Tianmu's face was ashen, his eyes filled with terror. The leader of the 9 Nether sect stood before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the resources left behind by the Springwood Palace had been taken. The voice of the leader of the Juyo sect lacked any warmth. "You must have already notified that person, haven't you?" Tianmu Zhenren, drenched in cold sweat, clenched his teeth and remained silent. This was precisely why the leader had temporarily spared his life. He was waiting for the big fish to take the bait. At that moment, the leader suddenly felt a chilling presence surge from his spine to the crown of his head, as if some exceedingly terrifying entity had set its gaze upon him. He abruptly turned around, only to find the man who had once shattered his left arm standing silently in the hall, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. The visitor was none other than Chen Lin. The leader of the Joyo sect was struck with astonishment, realizing that it was this individual who had seized the inheritance of the Chuanmu Palace. Once, Chuanmu Palace had been a formidable force, protected by a strong, true void expert, but ultimately met with annihilation. He had learned through secret methods within the sect that a precious royal artifact and complete inheritance lay hidden in this place. Leader, are you well? Chen Lin chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the leader's newly regrown arm. It seems your arm has healed quite rapidly. Was the previous pain not profound enough? At his words, the leader felt a familiar twinge of pain in his restored arm. He snorted coldly, releasing his grip on Tianmu Jinren, and forced himself to remain composed. Since I have dared to come today, I am naturally prepared. Do you truly wish to oppose the Holy Sect? The Holy Sect? Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that the leader was affiliated with the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect held a formidable reputation in the Shifeng domain, undeniably a dominant power. Even the Shirshan sect was merely a vassal beneath its banner. It was said that the Holy Sect had once been the sole ruler of the Shifeng domain, but after a cataclysmic battle, it had fragmented. Although it no longer held the glory of its past, it remained one of the top forces. And what of the Holy Sect? Chen Lin replied with an indifferent tone. Those who have harmed me shall face death. He continued, your insurgent forces are precariously positioned. The Tsang Emperor and his allies have launched a full-scale assault. The leader let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe we are on the brink of defeat? The two sword sovereigns of the Hunyuan sword sect have already headed north, and even the Yuming Pavilion has been stirred. Your desire to monopolize is utterly impossible. He evidently regarded Chen Lin as an outsider coveting some secret treasure of the Dian dynasty. Chen Lin's mind stirred. It was no wonder that various factions coveted Dian, for it indeed concealed something enticing. Furthermore, the Tianjin dynasty had once again taken action, dispatching a true void expert to this place. The downfall of the Ling family of Dian was imminent. The leader spoke with unwavering confidence. However, Chen Lin shook his head after all this banter. Your secretly amassed royal artifact should be nearing completion, yes? Allow me to witness its true capabilities. Upon hearing this, the leader's expression changed dramatically. He no longer concealed his intentions. A sinister, black skull known as the Death Eater materialized in his hand. In the next instant, he unleashed its full power, and 9 terrifying, ghastly skeletal phantoms let out piercing wails, carrying with them an energy that could obliterate life itself, charging fiercely towards Chen Lin. Tianmu Jinren was paralyzed with fear. If this attack landed, the entire Baijiao Valley would be reduced to rubble. However, Chen Lin merely smiled faintly. In an instant, he appeared before a spectral skeleton, effortlessly crushing it to fragments with a single grasp. Chapter 111. The Capture of the Sect Leader. Following this, he repeated the feat, his figure flickering like a wraith, as the remaining 8 skeletal apparitions were similarly obliterated. The sect leader's expression shifted dramatically. Was he truly being dismantled with such nonchalance? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Lin's form materialized abruptly less than 3 feet away, his demeanor icy as he reached out with a palm, aiming directly at the essence of the soul-devouring skeleton. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as fissures appeared upon the skeleton, which, in the horrified gaze of the 9 nether sect leader, erupted into a fine powder. Only then did the leader regain his senses. Filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, a peculiar black flame surged from his palm, striking violently toward Chen Lin's chest. Yet the black fire, potent enough to melt gold and stone, merely struck Chen Lin as if it met an indestructible divine iron, dissipating with a muffled thud, leaving him utterly unscathed. A body of royal artifact? How could this be? The leader gasped in disbelief, terror etched in his eyes. However, before he could articulate further, a hand, akin to an iron vice, clamped tightly around his throat. A terrifying force instantaneously sealed his cultivation, rendering him powerless to resist. An insignificant insect dares to be so arrogant before me? Chen Lin chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with absolute indifference. The sect leader, now with bulging veins and a face turned purple, found himself in dire straits. In this life-and-death moment, a jade pendant adorned with dragon carvings on his chest suddenly erupted with blinding light, shattering explosively. A formidable attack, infused with the essence of destruction, surged forth from the pendant. At such a close range, the unexpected turn of events left even Chen Lin unable to react perfectly, and he was violently propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Boom! Chen Lin's figure crashed through the temple wall, disappearing into the ensuing dust. The Nine Nether Sect leader seized the opportunity to gasp for breath, landing clumsily on the ground, violently coughing. Yet his face bore a savage grin and an overwhelming confidence. This is the full force of my master's preserved strike. A mid-stage true enlightenment practitioner has no chance of resistance. Even a late-stage practitioner who has condensed the nine heavens would be severely injured if they attempted to withstand it. However, before his laughter could fade, a figure emerged slowly from the dust. Chen Lin, his clothing tattered, revealed a perfectly sculpted upper body. With faint white lines marking his skin, he had indeed sustained injury, yet it was evidently trivial. Hearing the other's confident declaration, Chen Lin felt a flicker of surprise within. So, my physical form has become this formidable? He pondered silently. He was only aware that his physical form had reached the level of a royal artifact, capable of withstanding ordinary Taoist attacks. Yet he never anticipated that even this ambush, comparable to a full-force strike from a late-stage Taoist, would merely leave him slightly bruised. Moreover, he had forgotten about the royal-level body refinement technique. Meanwhile, the leader of the Nine Nether Sect had his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. His master was the contemporary leader of the sacred sect, a transcendent figure who had survived the Six Harmonies Thunder Tribulation and had reached the late-stage Taoist level, consolidating a total of 10 celestial realms. How could it be that a life-saving strike, meticulously preserved, was withstood by the opponent's physical body? How could this be possible? Before he could recover from this overwhelming shock, Chen Lin's figure appeared before him once again, almost like a phantom, in less than 3 feet of space. A hand descended upon his head, as if it were the very hand of the heavens, effortlessly resting there. In the next moment, an irresistible, terrifying force surged forth, and the leader of the Nine Nether Sect did not even have time to utter a sound before his vision darkened, and he fell into a complete unconsciousness. The true man of Tianmu stared in astonishment at the scene before him, scarcely believing his eyes. The notoriously formidable leader of the Nine Nether Sect had been so effortlessly subdued by the senior, cast aside like a lifeless dog. Chen Lin then turned to the still-stunned true man of Tianmu and spoke. From this moment forth, the 100 Herb Valley and the 4-Direction Chamber of Commerce shall be in full alliance. You must assist in all matters pertaining to the 4-Direction Chamber of Commerce, as this is the will of me, the Lord of 10,000 Laws. He paused, adding furthermore, exert every effort to assist Ling Tian in rescuing those suffering common folk amidst the turmoil of war. Upon finishing, Chen Lin lifted the unconscious leader of the Nine Nether Sect and vanished from the main hall of the 100 Herb Valley with a flicker of his figure, leaving the true man of Tianmu alone in the empty hall, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, outside the 100 Herb Valley, the governor of the province happened to arrive to pay a visit. Meanwhile, Chen Lin employed the ascending steps technique, returning to the secluded side hall of the Longhu Taoist temple in an instant. He casually tossed the leader of the Nine Nether Sect into a corner, as if discarding an inconsequential object, and reclined comfortably back in his chair, subtly lifting some restrictions with a thought. The leader of the Nine Nether Sect groggily awakened, looking around in confusion. Upon recognizing his surroundings and the figure seated in the chair, his expression drastically changed, and he tried to rise abruptly. However, he was horrified to discover that all his powers had been completely sealed, rendering him no different from an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, the strength of his physical body still remained at the heavenly artifact level. Perhaps ordinary Dharma aspect practitioners could not harm him, but that was all there was to it. "Where's his place?" he asked, filled with uncertainty. Chen Lin remained with his eyes closed, as if in a state of feigned slumber, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. "This is the place of my meditation. You shall remain here quietly for a period of time." Now that he was aware that the opponent's master was a person of the caliber of the sacred sect leader, recklessly killing him could likely provoke a retaliatory onslaught, which would be a loss greater than the gain. It is perhaps wiser to bide one's time until one's cultivation reaches the mid-stage of the Tao truth, at which point any threats can be dealt with without hesitation. The leader of the Nine Nether Sect, filled with a mix of fury and astonishment, attempted to question the threats with a sharp voice, even proposing various conditions. However, Chen Lin remained with his eyes tightly shut, reclining motionless in his chair, as if he could not hear a single word uttered by him. The sect leader felt an overwhelming urge to approach Chen Lin, but was horrified to discover an invisible yet immensely powerful force binding him firmly in place, rendering him unable to advance even a step closer. An overwhelming sense of despair and rage surged within him. At that moment, Chen Lin's cold voice resonated directly within his mind. Do not reveal your true origins, nor leave this temple by even a step. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. On ordinary days, should you find yourself with nothing to do, you may guide the cultivators within the temple. Moreover, here, you may even encounter acquaintances. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the Nine Nether sect was filled with even greater confusion and uncertainty. Hesitantly, he pushed open the door to the side hall and made his way toward the main hall at the highest point. As his gaze swept over the individuals within the hall, his expression instantly transformed once more. The dragon and tiger celestial masters. These were the core figures under the command of the Grand Prince. This unfathomable cultivator turned out to be the support behind the Grand Prince. Chapter 112, Celestial Mirror. Precision Strike. Although Chen Lin kept his eyes closed, his consciousness had already cast itself far away to the distant land of Yuzhou. At this moment, in Yuzhou, the King of the North was fiercely confronting the royal ancestors and another Tao truth expert from the Starry Academy. He did not merely launch a relentless assault, but resounded through the lands, denouncing the numerous crimes of the royal family, particularly exposing the heinous act of substituting heirs, a secret of the utmost gravity, before the public. As these words emerged, it was akin to a boulder being cast into a deep pool, instantly stirring up colossal waves throughout Yuzhou and even within the entire Northern Expedition Army. All soldiers were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the King of the North, who had rendered great military service to the dynasty, was suffering such humiliation and scheming behind the scenes. Their hearts sank in despair. Consequently, those cultivators of the Northern Expedition Army, who had previously wavered under the pressure of the court, found no further hesitation. Their indignation and loyalty were ignited, and they wholeheartedly supported the King of the North. The over 100,000 Iron Cavalry of the North, connected to the King's aura, formed a massive military formation that astonishingly withstood the combined assault of two Tao truth experts of 5 celestial realms, even holding their ground for a considerable time. The royal ancestor found it difficult to subdue them. With each passing moment of stalemate in the battle, the credibility of the Ling clan royal family was further undermined, and the situation was developing in an increasingly unfavorable direction. Chen Lin shook his head slightly. The King of the North had merely entered the Tao truth, having condensed 3 celestial realms. Yet relying on the strength of an army of hundreds of thousands, he could indeed contend against the combined might of 2 5 celestial realm cultivators. Proving to be truly profound and powerful, he then withdrew his consciousness, no longer paying attention. Deep within the imperial palace, Ling Zhangqiong could no longer suppress his overwhelming fury. He suddenly smashed the jade cup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. His face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently. Though the main forces of the rebels have been temporarily repelled, the Tianjin Empire has dispatched Dongjin to launch an assault, while the Prince of Northern Town brazenly rebels, and the King of Demon Suppression defies the imperial decree. All of this has evidently spiraled beyond his control. Should the King of Demon Suppression completely turn against the Ling clan, the consequences would be unimaginably dire to quell the ensuing chaos. The pain from the loss of 5 precious celestial soldiers weighs heavily on him, and now, matters have been further exacerbated. The Tsang Emperor, standing nearby, wore a grave expression. His gaze towards Ling Zhangqiong tinged with an unmistakable reproach. The strides taken were too great, too hasty. Ling Zhangqiong harbored the delusion of fully consolidating the power of the 10 states within his generation, a task that proved exceedingly arduous. Such grand ambitions ought to be pursued gradually, entrusted to the next generation for a more prudent approach. Yet, to speak of such matters now is far too late. I have received urgent intelligence. The 2 sword masters of the Hunyuan sword sect have already headed north and will likely arrive at our capital, Dian, shortly. The Tsang Emperor spoke solemnly, his tone laden with gravity. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhangqiong's fury intensified, and he slammed his hand upon the table. In that case, contact the Yuming Pavilion immediately. Make an offer for them to eliminate the remaining ancestor of the Entian sect, along with those 2 old wretches from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. This matter brooks no delay. We must first quell the internal strife. His voice was icy, imbued with an unassailable resolve. Given the precarious state of affairs, even if it requires a substantial sacrifice, we must leverage these external forces. The Tsang Emperor, after a resigned sigh, ultimately nodded in agreement. The daughter of the Prince of Northern Town has perished, and surely my ninth prince has also been sacrificed alongside her. The one who breached Dongjin and Wuzhou back in the day must undoubtedly be him. Ling Tsangxiong continued coldly, revealing little sorrow at the death of son. For individuals of their stature, offspring are indeed significant, yet not irreplaceable. Women are plentiful. The death of one son can be compensated for by the birth of another in the future. Moreover, indications suggest that the past thief of the scripture repository likely hails from the Tianjin Empire. According to the latest reports, the 7 swords of Tianjin Mountain have also descended. Now, the Tianjin Empire has assembled 2 Dongjin and 7 practitioners at the 9th level of the Dharma aspect within our territory. As Ling Tsangxiong absorbed this information, his countenance darkened to a near-drenched shade. In light of these developments, we shall deploy the Tianjin. He slowly articulated those words, arriving at a difficult decision. The Tianjin Empire has grown overly audacious. The Tianjin, one of the 3 royal artifacts passed down through the Ling dynasty, consumes vast quantities of spirit stones. Its might capable of illuminating the land of the 10 states and even executing strikes across state lines, wielding immeasurable power. The Tsang Emperor's expression turned solemn as he nodded gravely. However, at that moment, both men's expressions abruptly shifted as they gazed into the distance. They beheld 2 terrifying sword intents erupting from the direction of the central state's border, rending the heavens and earth, the overwhelming sword might palpable even from afar. The sword masters have arrived. First, concentrate our forces and drive them away. Ling Tsangxiong forced down the tumult within, addressing the Tsang Emperor. In the heart of the vast 10,000 great mountains, when the true dragon elixir reaches maturity and manifests, should you consume and refine it, you may advance to new heights. At that moment, we shall no longer fear these mere jesters. As for the 2 demon emperors of the Myriad Beast dynasty, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. If they are wise, they will yield, but if they resist, they shall be utterly eradicated. The sovereign of the Tsang Empire took a deep breath, gazing at the 2 piercing sword intents soaring into the sky, and spoke solemnly. For now, we had no other choice. Then, an ancient and profound treasure mirror, the celestial mirror, materialized in the sovereign's hand. The mirror's surface instantly established a connection with the imperial treasury, and an immense quantity of spirit stones was consumed at a terrifying speed, transforming into the purest energy that surged into the mirror. The celestial mirror ascended to the highest point of the imperial palace, hovering in the air, its surface radiating brilliant light as an overwhelming force emanated like waves, rapidly expanding in all directions. In an instant, a remarkably clear and vast luminous map covering the mountains, rivers, and geological veins of the great Yin-'s 10 states unfolded before the sovereign and Ling Tsangtian. On this celestial map, rivers and mountains were vividly discernible. Even more astonishing was their ability to pinpoint any location within the map through sheer will, directing the celestial mirror to execute long-range strikes. Of course, each strike consumed astronomical amounts of spirit stones. Even the 2 sword masters of the Hunyuan sword sect, who had stepped into the threshold of power, radiating like the blazing sun, could not escape the celestial mirror-esque scrutiny, appearing as 2 prominent luminous points exuding terrifying sword intent on the map. This single strike from the celestial mirror could unleash the might of the initial cave truth realm, should one be willing to pay the price. Pouring in millions of spirit stones, it could even momentarily unleash destructive power comparable to the late stage of the cave truth realm. This, indeed, is one of the profound foundations that keep the Ling dynasty standing strong. Let us first target the main forces of the rebels. The sovereign intently observed the location of the rebels on the luminous map and said gravely, "We must eliminate their foundation, sparing only those at the cave truth level." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ling Tsangtian's eyes, and he responded without hesitation, "Understood." Chapter 113, Familiar Faces. As his words fell, the celestial mirror hovering above the imperial palace suddenly gathered a heart-pounding energy, and a thick, pure beam of destructive energy shot skyward, tearing through the clouds, and hurtled forth at an unimaginable speed. In the side palace, Chen Lin, who had been lazily reclining, abruptly opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow with a hint of surprise on his face. "Oh, I did not expect the royal family to possess such a trump card. He could distinctly sense the heart-rending wave of destruction that traversed a great distance. With such a formidable weapon, why had it not been employed sooner? Truly peculiar. That mirror could achieve strikes from afar? In his perception, the terrifying energy beam was precisely targeting the core area of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps and the Yin Tian sect, ready to strike down fiercely. Ultimately, within Chen Lin's consciousness, the destructive beam emitted from the celestial mirror was shockingly powerful, reaching the level of a full-force strike from a 5-dimension cave truth expert. The 3 cave truth ancestors within the rebel camp had yet to fully comprehend the situation. The blinding radiance has consumed all. Every cry, scream, and shout was instantaneously rendered void amidst that pure destructive energy, reduced to ashes. As the heart-stopping light gradually faded, it revealed the vast expanse once occupied by the rebels. 1,000 miles in circumference where mountains, rivers, and cities have been leveled to the ground, leaving behind a haunting expanse of charred earth. Among the devastation, countless innocent civilians and cultivators were evidently included. Chen Lin, witnessing this scene, could not help but draw a sharp breath, even with his resilient disposition. Was the imperial lineage truly so terrifying? A single royal artifact wielded such cataclysmic might? It was only at this moment that the 3 arch-rebels, shaken from their incredulity, came to realize the instantaneous evaporation of their forces. Their fury ignited, especially that of the elder from the Corpse God sect, who had suffered significant losses to his painstakingly crafted undead minions in this strike. In their wrath, 3 formidable auras vanished from their original locations, evidently racing towards the imperial capital to demand an explanation. Within the imperial palace, Ling Zhangxiong gazed at the swiftly dimming spiritual light on the celestial mirror, a flicker of undeniable pain crossing his eyes. That last strike had consumed a staggering 50 million spirit stones, along with numerous precious natural treasures. Such an expense was exceedingly burdensome, even for the imperial family. He decided to wait for the arrival of the 2 sword masters before deliberating further. Ling Zhangxiong forcibly suppressed his anguish, inhaling deeply as he spoke. The pressing concern was to confront the imminent greatest threat. As for the 3 arch-rebels, let the people of the Netherworld Pavilion handle their assassination. They were currently ill-suited to take action. Their choice to expend a colossal amount of resources to directly activate the celestial mirror for a devastating strike, rather than first commissioning the Netherworld Pavilion to assassinate the opposing ancestors and then proceed with a cleanup operation, was deliberate. The accumulated foundation of the Ling dynasty was continuously depleting, while resources could be gradually collected and replenished. The time and effort required to cultivate a powerful figure at the divine concealment realm was incomparable. If too much was lost, it would shake the very foundation of the nation. Even if the rebellion could eventually be suppressed, large-scale losses of core forces during the eradication process would result in irreplaceable damage, rendering it a case of loss outweighing gain. Thus, despite the immense cost of utilizing the celestial mirror, delivering a critical blow to the core strength of the rebels with minimal personnel casualties became the more economical choice under the current circumstances. In the side hall, Chen Lin gazed with keen interest at the celestial mirror hovering above the imperial palace. His curiosity towards this peculiar royal artifact piqued. After observing for a moment, he withdrew his consciousness and returned to his languid posture, as if the upheaval outside bore no relevance to him. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Inside the side hall, Chen Lin continued to recline lazily. Beside him was the leader of the Nine Nether sect, or rather, he should be called by his true name, Wu Tian, whose cultivation had been restrained. Wu Tian turned to Chen Lin, his tone heavy with gravity. I never expected that even the 3 traitors under my command would betray me and pledge allegiance to the crown prince. No wonder you mentioned encountering familiar faces. It seems I have stumbled upon the White Sovereign. The White Sovereign, upon seeing his expression, felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Lin, upon hearing this, opened his eyes and offered a faint smile. What they have done is merely a case of abandoning the darkness for the light. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise individuals. Over these past few days, you have been surprisingly compliant, refraining from uttering any indiscreet remarks. Wu Tian, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. My life-preserving jade pendant has shattered. My master must surely have sensed it. Your efforts to confine me here are utterly futile. I shall inevitably be found. Why not yield to our sacred sect? With your strength, you would undoubtedly be of great use. Chen Lin, hearing this proposition, could not help but chuckle. I am merely keeping you around for amusement. What, do you take issue with that? Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback by these words, his face paling, yet he found himself unable to retort. Suppressing his anger, he replied, "In 7 days, in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, a true dragon elixir is set to emerge. Are you not tempted? Release me, and I can assist you in claiming it. I have grown weary of this mortal state." A flicker of curiosity appeared on Chen Lin's face. Observing this, Wu Tian was initially stunned, only to burst into laughter as if he had stumbled upon an enormous joke. "It seems there are indeed matters you are unaware of." He explained with a hint of mockery. The true dragon elixir is formed from the essence and blood of a fallen true dragon from the demon realm, capable of significantly enhancing one's physical body and cultivation. It is undoubtedly a royal-grade treasure. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's understanding deepened, realizing why Feng Jiutian had suddenly descended upon this remote location. A playful smile crept upon his lips as he assured, "Rest assured, I will certainly take you along when the time comes. Moreover, I shall also bring your 9 nether sect under my disciple's banner. His current strength is indeed too feeble." Wu Tian, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort, feigning disdain while secretly harboring an uncontrollable envy towards the unseen Ling Tian. Over the past few days of confinement, he had gleaned from fragments of conversation that this crown prince, Ling Tian, was a disciple of the profound and enigmatic lord of 10,000 laws. Furthermore, this lord seemed to share a deep camaraderie with the elder of the Lin family from the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce. In his estimation, this lord of 10,000 laws was at least a peak-level expert in a late stage of true understanding, undoubtedly stronger than his own master. He could not fathom how a mere prince of the Imperial dynasty could gain the favor of such an extraordinary figure. As for the peerless prodigy capable of invoking the 9 extremes thunder calamity, he had never considered that this languid lord might be that individual. At that moment, Chen Lin glanced at the sunlight streaming in and leisurely remarked, "The time has come. I must go guide those little ones once again." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's envy was swiftly replaced by a deeper sense of apprehension. In the past 2 days, he had overheard the fervent discussions of the cultivators outside the hall, speaking of this celestial lord with an almost fanatical tone, as if there were no technique beyond his mastery. He held no belief in such claims. A competitive spirit surged within him, prompting Wu Tian to abruptly declare, "Humph, I shall impart to you the core technique of our sacred order, and we shall see if you are truly as omnipotent as they say." This declaration left Chen Lin slightly astonished. A technique delivered to him on a silver platter? What a fortuitous occurrence. He pondered how he might extract this technique from the young lad. "Oh," Chen Lin's smile widened, "then you shall give it a try." After obtaining Lin Yuanshan's technique, he had attained complete mastery. If he could truly acquire it, with his capabilities, he could swiftly elevate it to perfection, enhancing his power significantly. As for Lin Yuanshan's ancestral technique, he had already cultivated it to its fullest extent. The Lutian sacred art, while it bore some resemblance to the blood battle of 8 desolations, both relying on the principle of growing stronger through combat, it might surpass the latter by an astonishing margin. Upon reaching the highest realm, one could condense the source of Lutian within, a force not only capable of overwhelming adversaries with its might, but also enabling the practitioner to achieve true blood rebirth. In contrast, the typical limb regeneration of those in the divine concealment realm seemed utterly trivial. Even more fearsome, upon the technique's completion, a domain of slaughter would automatically unfold. Within this realm, opposing cultivators would be besieged by an insatiable aura of killing intent and dread. Those with weak wills might even succumb to terror, their spirits shattering into oblivion. Furthermore, this technique was profoundly intricate, capable of amalgamating and refining the diverse true essences derived from his previous practices, transforming them into a singular, unparalleled essence, the supreme heart-true essence. The quality and potency of this essence far exceeded that of any royal-grade technique he had previously encountered, laying a foundation of invincibility among its peers. It was akin to the chaotic being coalesced into a singular, high-quality, true essence. When he attempted the supreme, heart-true essence, the most immediate sensation was a significant enhancement in endurance, along with the amplification of the various mysterious functions inherent to the essence itself. For instance, the healing attributes derived from the reversal of fate technique were now even more potent when wielded through the Supreme Heart true essence. Remarkably, this essence seemed capable of transforming in accordance with his will. He could even retain a thread of Supreme Heart true essence within his body to nurture and heal his hidden injuries, yet with a mere thought. This essence could instantaneously morph into a lethal strike of thunder. Listen closely. Wu Tian's voice interrupted Chen Lin's reverie. This is one of the core techniques of our sacred order, the Nine Heavens Thunder Induction. This technique harnesses the power of tribulation thunder. Wu Tian promptly began to recite the incantations and essential principles of the technique. Chen Lin listened attentively, and as Wu Tian uttered the final syllable, he wasted no time and silently intoned. Random selection in progress. Selection complete. Today's perfected royal grade martial skill. Nine Heavens Thunder Induction. In an instant, a myriad of profound insights regarding the manipulation and embodiment of heavenly thunder surged into Chen Lin's consciousness, as if he had diligently cultivated this path for millennia. The power of the Nine Heavens Thunder Call is formidable, capable of directly communicating with the heavens and summoning resplendent thunder to annihilate foes. The specific might of the summoned thunder is contingent upon the practitioner's own cultivation strength. Upon reaching the pinnacle, one could unleash an endless thunderous purgatory within a 1,000-mile radius, delivering indiscriminate and devastating strikes, a true world-ending martial technique. Simultaneously, another layer of the Nine Heavens Thunder Call allows one to transform into heavenly thunder, enabling swift evasion. However, compared to his perfected ascending steps, which boasts a terrifying speed that traverses a state with each step, it falls slightly short. This profound realization dawned upon him in the fleeting moment of thought. After expounding on the technique, Wu Tian wore a smug expression as he gazed at Chen Lin, eager to debunk him. Yet, Chen Lin merely raised his hand, and from his palm, a slender bolt of violet lightning, imbued with pure destruction, materialized, emitting a faint crackling sound as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. Wu Tian, recognizing that familiar, yet perfectly transcendent thunderous power, was instantly struck with shock, his pupils dilating in disbelief. How could this sensation be possible? This technique is indeed commendable, especially at the apex of its cultivation, where its power remains considerable. Chen Lin toyed with the violet electric spark in his hand, smiling at Wu Tian in gratitude. Afterward, he leisurely rose, disregarding the utterly petrified Wu Tian, and strode toward the outer hall. Wu Tian remained frozen in place, his face etched with profound astonishment and incredulity, as if he had witnessed the most absurd occurrence in existence. What a nightmare! Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, Jian Tianjun, and the Wanjian Palace bore grave expressions. Over the past 2 days, the core forces of the Yin Tian sect and the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had been entirely obliterated by a strike from the Heavenly Mirror, suffering catastrophic losses. The remaining 3 Daozhun ancestors were relentlessly pursued by assassins from the Yuming Pavilion. They need not speculate, as it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Ling Sangxiong. Reports indicated that the last Daozhun ancestor of the Yin Tian sect had perished. Yet the Yuming Pavilion had also paid a heavy price, losing a top-tier assassin of the Tian grade. Assassins from the Yuming Pavilion are classified into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, with Tian grade assassins being terrifying entities at the Daozhun realm. In light of these losses, Ling Sangxiong would likely have to pay an unimaginable price to quell the fury of the Yuming Pavilion. Meanwhile, the 2 ancestors of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were missing, their fates unknown. They had also learned that the Ling clan possessed such a terrifying royal weapon as the Heavenly Mirror, filling their hearts with dread. This level of heritage had never before been revealed by the Ling clan. A glimmer of joy suddenly crossed Jian Tianjun's eyes. The 2 great sword lords had arrived in the capital, and they would undoubtedly exert pressure on the Ling clan. Perhaps a cataclysmic battle would erupt. We shall seize this opportunity to bring Huang Puji to beseech the sword lords to take him back to the Hanyuan sword sect for protection. It would be best if the sword lords could also deal a heavy blow to Ling Sangxiong and the Tsang Emperor within a mere 6 months. The Ling clan must face annihilation. With just 7 months remaining, the legacy of the Shirshin Sword Palace is on the verge of emergence. Should our Heavenly Sword Empire secure this heritage, our power will undoubtedly surge, rendering us unafraid of the Hanyuan sword sect. The history of the Shirshin Sword Palace is far more ancient than that of the 2 great empires. with legends proclaiming its ancient might to have once dominated the entire North Xian domain, its strength immeasurable. Upon hearing this, the master of the 10,000 Sword Palace nodded solemnly. Excellent. With their plan established, the two immediately set forth, hastening towards the capital of the Dayan Kingdom. Chapter 115, Sword Sovereign, Battle in the Imperial Capital. Along the way, they conveyed this news to the King of the North. Upon receiving the message, the king's eyes gleamed with fervor, and without hesitation, he commanded his hundreds of thousands of North Guard troops to mobilize, advancing into other states to seize this opportune moment and expand their victories. Originally, the rebellion in the Yinzhou had been thoroughly quelled by the devastating blow from the Tianjin, and for 2 days the common folk had been preoccupied with rebuilding their homes amidst the ruins. The state governor's office had also been taken over by newly dispatched central officials from the imperial capital, and everything seemed to be gradually returning to normal. However, on this day, the watchtower at the border was suddenly filled with dread as the cultivators spotted the North Guard troops, a dark wave resembling a torrent of steel, crossing the state border and fiercely advancing into the heart of Yinzhou. Oh no, the North Guard! The North Guard is coming. The stationed cultivators turned pale with fear, scrambling down the watchtower to urgently report this military intelligence to the state governor's office at the fastest possible speed. Upon receiving the news, the newly appointed state governor, who had been enjoying a rare moment of leisure with a cup of tea, spat it out in shock, his earlier tranquility swiftly replaced by sheer terror. What? The North Guard? How did they arrive in Yinzhou? He sprang from his chair, his voice trembling. Then he sprang into action, moving with such swiftness and clarity of thought as if he had rehearsed this scenario countless times, within the span of a single incense stick. This official had absconded with a significant portion of the state treasury, leaving behind an empty hall and a group of bewildered subordinates. Barely an incense stick later, when the vanguard scouts of the North Guard reached the governor's office, they found the front gates wide open, the interior desolate, with only a slight cloud of dust rising from the back entrance. Meanwhile, Chen Lin comfortably reclined back in the chair within the side hall. At this moment, Wu Tian still wore an expression of disbelief, lost in thought. He had not yet emerged from the side hall. He had previously sought entertainment from the likes of the Dragon and Tiger Celestial Master Baizun, but soon found it utterly unamusing. In his eyes, these individuals were far too weak. Their cultivation at the Dharma aspect realm bore little distinction from that of mortals, lacking even the qualification to alleviate his boredom. With the two great sword sovereigns having descended, Chen Lin squinted, swaying slightly as if speaking to himself. It would be wise to keep some distance from this Taoist temple, lest I be caught in the turmoil of their conflict. With that, he casually waved his hand to the right, shooing away an imaginary fly. The cultivators within the temple remained oblivious, continuing their respective pursuits. Unbeknownst to them, the entire Longhu Dao temple, along with the mountain it resided upon, was subtly and astonishingly shifting away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the temple had distanced itself from its original position. At that very moment, two dazzling sword intents, capable of rending the heavens, descended upon the skies above Tianjin City, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure of the sword path, akin to the torrential flow of the Milky Way. The visitors were none other than the Azure Dragon Sword Master and the Fulong Sword Master of the Hunyuan Sword Sect. The Azure Dragon Sword Master's gaze was as sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the celestial mirror suspended above the Imperial Palace, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Oh, I did not expect that the Dayan Empire still harbors such intriguing treasures. Within the side hall, Chen Lin casually patted the still-dazed Wu Tian beside him, languidly stating, "Stop overthinking and enjoy the show." The sudden gesture jolted Wu Tian back to reality, yet his face remained etched with skepticism. Chen Lin's instant comprehension of royal-level martial techniques deepened Wu Tian's perception of him as unfathomably formidable, almost monstrous. He even felt that perhaps even his own master would find it challenging to achieve such effortless mastery. Subsequently, Chen Lin waved his hand, projecting the unfolding scene above Tianjin City clearly before them. Upon seeing the two figures in the image, Wu Tian was immediately startled. It was indeed the Azure Dragon Sword Master and the Fulong Sword Master in attendance. These two had once teamed up to penetrate the demon domain and slay a genuine evil dragon. Both had transcended the Six Harmonies Thunder Tribulation, reaching the mid-stage of the Cave True Realm. The Azure Dragon Sword Master had consolidated 7 caverns, while the Fulong Sword Master possessed 6. Although their power might not match that of the previous sword's servant Yin Tian, they were nonetheless two formidable deities of battle with illustrious achievements. Listening intently, Chen Lin nodded inwardly. Having a well-informed companion certainly alleviated many concerns. What is the extent of the Hunyuan sword sect's influence? Chen Lin inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Wu Tian answered without hesitation. The Hunyuan sword sect's power surpasses that of the corpse god sect, yet still remains beneath our holy cult. Their current sect leader, the sword master, is likely at the late stage of the cave true realm, having consolidated 9 caverns. However, it is rumored that their former sect leader, the sword god, may not have perished. He was once a peerless figure who consolidated 11 caverns. If the sword god is indeed still alive, the overall strength of the Hunyuan sword sect could be nearly on par with our holy cult. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's understanding deepened. The holy cult's power should still reside within the confines of the cave true realm, not having touched upon the nirvana realm. As the holy cult stood as the sovereign of the 10 directions domain, it seemed that the existence of a nirvana realm throughout the 8 domains was exceedingly rare. Once more, their gazes returned to the projected scene. They observed Ling, Sangxiong, and the others had already made their appearance, their eyes reflecting evident wariness as they regarded the 2 sword masters. Ling Sangxiong spoke solemnly. "May I inquire the purpose of your esteemed visit, sword masters?" The Azure Dragon sword sovereign let out a cold snort, his voice resonating like the sound of a sword strike. "Our sword attendant has fallen within the realm of your dying empire. Should you not provide the Hunyuan sword sect with an explanation?" Ling Sangxiong's expression remained unchanged. The sword attendant did not perish at the hands of our dying cultivators. Moreover, within our territory, I doubt anyone possesses the strength to slay a sword attendant. Beside them, the Fulong sword sovereign scoffed disdainfully. Who knows if the Ling clan has secretly manipulated the situation? Upon hearing this, Ling Sangxiong felt a surge of indignation rise within him. Already pained by the compensation owed to the Netherworld Pavilion, being pressed in such a manner was intolerable. Did they truly regard the Ling clan as mere clay to be molded? This was the capital of the Dayan Kingdom, with all eyes upon them. If you have the ability, you may as well seek out the true culprit yourselves. Ling Sangxiong suppressed his fury and retorted. At this moment, the Tsang Emperor's expression turned icy, his tone resolute. "Sword Sovereign, it will be best for you to seek the true culprit on your own. The Dayan Empire is powerless. He could not initiate hostilities first. Otherwise, he would lose the moral high ground." The Azure Dragon's sword sovereign's gaze instantly turned frigid upon hearing this. "I have come to demand that your Dayan Empire take responsibility for uncovering the truth, not for us to conduct the search ourselves." He held his pride, relying on the strength of the Hunyuan sword sect, looking down upon the Dayan Empire. In response, the Tsang Emperor merely offered a cold laugh. "That is an impossible request." The Azure Dragon sword sovereign, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage, his anger turning to mockery. "Excellent. A fine display of defiance." In his fury, he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, a fierce sword intent aimed directly at the Tsang Emperor. However, the moment the sword was unleashed, his expression stiffened in realization. He sensed the surrounding space ripple as 2 formidable figures from the Starshine Academy, the Feather Emperor and the Qin Emperor, along with 2 other profound elders from the Ling clan, silently appeared, encircling them both. 8 celestial realm experts united their auras, forming an impenetrable net. The Tsang Emperor casually grasped the incoming sword intent, shattering it effortlessly, his demeanor turning cold and indifferent. To attempt an assassination within the imperial capital? The Hunyuan sword sect truly possesses audacity. Before he finished speaking, 6 celestial realm experts simultaneously made their move, targeting the Azure Dragon sword sovereign. Just at that critical moment, intense spatial fluctuations erupted above Tianyin City. The figures of the Blood Wolf mercenary group's 2 elders, Lord Wolf and Lord Tian, along with Lord Jian Wangu of the Jian Tian Jun, suddenly materialized. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately launched an assault against the 2 sword sovereigns besieged by the Ling clan's powerful warriors, striving to break the deadlock. However, the elder of the corpse god sect did not make an appearance, possibly sensing the absence of the young master, Wu Tian. Yet, in the face of this sudden turn of events, the Tsang Emperor displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a profound calmness graced his features. The celestial mirror, hovering above the imperial palace, suddenly erupted with an even more magnificent force, while countless beams of light surged up around Tianyin City. To their astonishment, they had unwittingly walked into a trap. The Tsang Emperor's voice was indifferent, yet it carried an icy authority that suggested he was in complete control. Boom! A colossal royal-level formation instantly rose, not only safeguarding Tianyin City below, but also enveloping the entire battlefield. Even more alarming was the emergence of another royal artifact from the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum, a jet-black orb radiating a soul-chilling, soul-devouring light. Had these individuals approached in waves, he might have faced a headache on how to respond, incurring greater costs. However, their convergence here was entirely to his advantage. The Destiny Orb. Inside the side hall, upon seeing the orb, Wu Tian was inwardly astonished. Indeed, legends spoke of a powerful being from the ancient era of the Holy Cult who once presided over the realm. And this Destiny Orb was the imperial treasure passed down from that time. Although it had fallen to the royal tier, its might remained unparalleled. The so-called Destiny could forcibly absorb 1/5 of a living being's power, reinvigorating the holder. This orb, much like the Tian Kuei, had been lost for many years, ultimately deduced by the great powers within the sect to be located in the Ling clan of the Yan Empire. Seeing it now, it was indeed as foretold. Chen Lin observed the scene where Sword Tianjun and the others had all entered the encirclement, shaking his head in disbelief. The Azure Dragon Sword Sovereign was the first to strike, clearly in the wrong. After his attack, the other hostile Dongjin also launched assaults against the royal warriors, providing the Tsang Emperor with the perfect pretext to retaliate. In the future, even if the Hanyuan sword sect sought retribution, their stance would be utterly untenable. Should this battle conclude with the annihilation of these hostile Dongjin, although the royal family would also incur losses, they would be left only with the North Guardian King and the Demon Suppressing King, easily manageable thereafter. It was likely that even the Tsang Emperor had not anticipated such cooperation from the adversaries, drawing all their enemies into Tianyin City at once. This imperial capital, the strongest stronghold of the Ling clan, had presented a dramatic opportunity for unification. The royal-level formation that had ascended subsequently completely shielded the internal atmosphere and sights. Even Chen Lin's divine sense was unable to penetrate for investigation. At this moment, Chen Lin noticed two cultivators slowly emerging from the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum. Their cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Dharma aspect, yet one of them was calmly manipulating the vast royal-level formation. A royal-level formation master. This was also one of the hidden treasures of the Ling clan. The other, though not yet engaging, was presumably of equal standing, though it remained uncertain whether they were a royal-level alchemist, artifact crafter, or held another auxiliary profession. The profound essence of the Ling family is indeed terrifyingly deep. If Chen Lin insists on witnessing the fierce battle within the formation, he would have to shatter the royal staircase array through sheer force. However, he gently shook his head, dismissing that thought. In the void, Huang Puji, witnessing the battle, appeared alarmed, yet the content of the conflict eluded him. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's consciousness, located outside the array, captured an unexpected figure, Huang Puji. He, too, had been brought to this place, currently concealed by the Sword Sovereign's secret arts within the void. His expression fraught with panic as he gazed upon the battlefield shrouded by the formation, rendered increasingly helpless by his inability to see. A faint smile graced Chen Lin's lips as he casually raised his hand and gently grasped the void. Huang Puji, who was in a state of utter confusion within the void, felt an irresistible and terrifying hand suddenly seize him, leaving him no time to react. In the next moment, his vision blurred, and he completely vanished from his original spot. Beside him, Wu Tian, witnessing Chen Lin's abrupt action, was left utterly bewildered. Who was he grasping? As for the distant battle isolated by the array, he found little inclination to pay attention. In his view, the two sword sovereigns were undoubtedly trapped in a deadly predicament. After this encounter, the Tsang Emperor or Ling Tsangxiong, benefiting from the Destiny Pearl, would likely experience a significant cultivation boost. However, he had also heard that the more the Destiny Pearl was used, the more it could give rise to inner demons, rebounding upon its user. While Wu Tian's thoughts wandered, he saw Chen Lin retract his hand from the void, as if lifting a mere chick, bringing the bewildered and shaken Huang Puji back to the side hall. Huang Puji fell to the ground, still in a state of complete bewilderment. Wu Tian scrutinized Huang Puji for a moment, involuntarily exclaiming, "Oh, such pure swordsmanship talent. If properly nurtured, he will undoubtedly become a formidable sword Dao master." Meanwhile, Huang Puji gazed fearfully at the two formidable presences before him, with Chen Lin still maintaining his disguise, though he did not recognize them. The ease with which they had torn through space to capture him clearly indicated that both were experts of the Dongjian realm. Observing the prostrate Huang Puji, Chen Lin chuckled softly and said, "Rise." Upon hearing this, Huang Puji trembled as he stood up, feeling as diminutive as an ant before the powerful beings of the Dongjian realm. The substitute wooden doll that had saved his life on multiple occasions had now been used twice and was utterly shattered. It was, after all, a one-time used royal artifact. "Might I ask, esteemed seniors, why have you summoned me?" His voice quavered as he looked at the reclining Chen Lin and the standing Wu Tian, quickly realizing that this relaxed elder was the one in charge. Chen Lin maintained his smile, though his tone carried a hint of playful mirth. "Your Highness was not so timid before me in the past. I preferred your once untamed demeanor." Chapter 117. The Celestial Master's View. Huang Puji, taken aback, was utterly perplexed. What was this about? "Your Highness, when you severed the old man's head in the scripture repository, you were quite decisive," Chen Lin leisurely added. Upon hearing those words, Huang Puji's expression suddenly shifted. His eyes filled with profound disbelief. "You are." The only person he had slain on that fateful day was the old guardian of the scripture pavilion. Yet now, this individual had transformed into a formidable expert of Dao. Instantly, he trembled as if struck by a chill. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. "I am not one to be unreasonable. You took my life once. It is only fair that I take yours now, is it not?" Huang Puji was paralyzed with terror, unable to utter a word. In the next moment, Chen Lin casually flicked his finger, unleashing an invisible force that severed Huang Puji's head, which then fell to the ground along with his lifeless body. With another gesture, all of Huang Puji's belongings, including his storage ring, flew into Chen Lin's grasp. Upon inspection, Chen Lin noted the absence of certain royal-tier martial arts manuals, likely already submitted to the Heavenly Sword Empire. Meanwhile, Huang Puji's remains disintegrated into ash. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Tian's mind was rife with uncertainty regarding Chen Lin's true identity. Just then, sounds came from outside the side hall as the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master and the Sword Demon, Jian Wansheng, arrived to pay their respects to Chen Lin. The Sword Demon had already pledged allegiance to Ling Tian, while the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master had made remarkable progress, having recently ascended to the 9th level of the Dharma manifestation. This rapid advancement appeared closely tied to his unique cultivation method. Chen Lin replied in a detached manner, "Enter." The two complied, and upon seeing Wu Tian in the hall, they displayed minimal reaction and slightly bowed in respect. Chen Lin smiled and said, "Please rise. What brings you both here?" The Dragon Tiger Celestial Master sighed, softly and respectfully replied, "As the Heavenly Sovereign aids His Highness, our influence grows, and I have fortuitously stepped into the 9th level of the Dharma manifestation. I am the current Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Temple, and our forces are eager to assist your esteemed self. However, I am curious as to when the Heavenly Sovereign plans to elevate you to the throne." At these words, Chen Lin raised an eyebrow. Wu Tian, surprised, interjected, "I wondered why your cultivation aura felt so familiar. It turns out you are a disciple of the Celestial Master's Temple. But wasn't the temple destroyed long ago? Where have you managed to rebuild?" The Dragon Tiger Celestial Master, taken aback, did not expect the leader of the Nine Nether sect to be aware of the Celestial Master's Temple. Although the temple had faced great calamity, some disciples had escaped and rebuilt their sect in a hidden location north of the Heavenly Sword Empire, near the Demon Domain. Chen Lin turned to the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master and inquired, "What strength remains within the temple?" At that moment, he realized why the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master's power had surged alongside Ling Tian's rising influence. His cultivation method was subtly intertwined with Ling Tian's fortune. Such a technique was indeed profound. The urgency with which the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master sought to elevate Ling Tian likely stemmed from a desire to harness that overwhelming fortune to break through to the realm of Dao Truth. Currently, several of the Ling clan's elders were embroiled in a fierce battle within the Grand Formation. Regardless of the outcome, they would undoubtedly sustain injuries. This urgency was likely a significant factor in the Dragon Tiger Celestial Master's actions. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin felt a tinge of disappointment, yet soon realized it was rather understandable. Had the Heavenly Master's Temple possessed truly overwhelming power, it would have aided Ling Tian in ascending to the throne long ago, rather than waiting until now. Wu Tian, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, I never imagined that the once illustrious Heavenly Master-S temple has fallen so low. Surely, your ability to locate Ling Tian and pledge your allegiance to him must stem from the Heavenly, Divine, Sight technique? The Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master looked at Wu Tian in astonishment. You are aware of this? The Heavenly Divine Sight is a secret transmission of the Heavenly Master-S temple, capable of perceiving a person's fortune and locating auspicious sights. Chen Lin shook his head and replied, the time is not yet ripe. Your current strength is still too feeble. Even if I were to forcefully intervene to assist him in ascending, should you lack the power to suppress the various factions afterward, it would only lead to greater troubles. And I would ultimately need to clean up the mess. Though Ling Tian is my disciple, I am not his caretaker. This matter shall be discussed at a later time. Hearing this, the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master understood that the Heavenly Lord had made up his mind and could only sigh in resignation, recognizing his own impatience. At that moment, the Sword Demon stepped forward, gazing intently at Chen Lin. Heavenly Lord, I humbly request that you impart your sword techniques to me. Chen Lin regarded him with a calm demeanor, yet his tone carried a note of caution. I can teach you swordsmanship, but you must remember your current status. Should you harbor any ulterior motives in the future, do not blame me for being merciless with my blade. The Sword Demon was initially taken aback by these words, but soon erupted into laughter. You have saved my life. If you were to further teach me the way of the sword, you would be akin to my master. Although I, the Sword Demon, may lack talent, I understand well the path of sword cultivation, which is to advance fearlessly and overcome all obstacles, without any divided heart. Chen Lin nodded and casually selected a celestial-grade sword technique, imparting its essence and intent to him. Thereafter, the two respectfully exited the side hall. Wu Tian, witnessing this, could not help but display a hint of surprise. You do not intend to lend immediate assistance to your disciple? The Dragon Tiger, Heavenly Master, clearly seeks to leverage your influence. And you remain unperturbed? Chen Lin merely shook his head lazily. My intervention would merely be a matter of stretching my limbs after a long period of inactivity. After all, at our level, the enhancement of cultivation is no longer a task of mere days or months. If I must personally involve myself in every matter, what meaning does being a master hold? It is far more enjoyable to wander freely, is it not? As for the Heavenly Master-S temple, I maintain my indifference. If they can comply, they may serve as an aid, but if they prove ungrateful and harbor ill intentions, I shall simply erase them without a second thought, as it is but a trivial task. Upon hearing these words, Wu Tian couldn't help but exhibit an awkward smile. He suddenly recalled that this elder before him possessed unparalleled strength, and his thoughts and methods were far beyond his comprehension. Wu Tian then shifted his gaze back to the shimmering image, yet the scene remained obscured by the power of the royal grave formation, making it difficult to discern the specifics within. Chen Lin continued to speak lazily, as if to himself. Perhaps my own progress has been a tad too swift. My disciple aspires to reach a level of growth sufficient to stand alone. It seems that this journey will require considerable time. The matter of ascending to the imperial throne must be set aside for the moment. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian silently nodded, gaining a fresh perspective on the unrestrained, nurturing methods employed by this senior in cultivating disciples. An hour passed in quietude. Above Tianyan City, the earth-shattering battle finally subsided. The resplendent light of the royal array, which had enveloped the surroundings, gradually faded away, ceasing its operation, revealing the internal scene with clarity. In Chapter 118, Local Rumors, it became apparent that the Azure Emperor's arms were severed at the shoulders, the stumps entwined with a bizarre force that impeded healing and regeneration. Ling Sanqiong's condition was equally dire, bearing dreadful wounds that seemed impossible to dispel. The royal ancestor, who had barely transcended the third heavenly thunder tribulation, along with another true realm ancestor, had vanished without a trace, their essence completely dissipated from existence. The two true realm powerhouses from the Starry Academy were also nowhere to be found, their fates unknown. As for the two sword lords of the primordial sword sect, the Azure Dragon and the Fuxing Dragon, along with the true realm experts from the Bloodwolf mercenary group sent to assist the Heavenly Sword Empire, their presences had also been extinguished, as if they had never existed. In the aftermath, only the severely injured Azure Emperor Ling Sanqiong and the similarly afflicted Feather Emperor and Qin Emperor remained. This battle had utterly transformed the hierarchy of the top forces within the Dayan Empire. The formidable true realm cultivators, who once dominated the landscape, had nearly been obliterated. Presently, The only major powers that still retain their strength appear to be the ambiguously aligned Four Merchants Guild and the militarily influential Northern King and demon-suppressing king. Chen Lin and Wu Tian, witnessing this grim conclusion through the increasingly clear scene, couldn't help but display looks of astonishment. So many true realm figures had perished. Wu Tian murmured in disbelief, filled with incredulity. He privately speculated that the vanished true realm cultivators were likely consumed by the Destiny Pearl. It remained uncertain whether this immense power would ultimately benefit a singular towering figure or be distributed to enhance the strength of Ling Sangqiong and the others. After all, the Dian Empire had suffered significant losses in high-level combat power and needed to promptly address the potential storms that lay ahead. At that moment, Ling Sangqiong's voice rang out, akin to an imperial edict, resonating throughout the entirety of Tianyin City and extending to distant realms. The two true realm companions from the Starry Academy had bravely sacrificed themselves to eliminate the traitors and protect the Empire. From this day forth, the Starry Academy shall be elevated to the status of the Empire's foremost academy, open to all cultivators across the land. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Revenue will provisionally oversee all affairs of the Starry Academy to ensure its orderly succession. In this battle, all rebellious traitors have been vanquished. The Empire has welcomed a hard-won peace. All beings shall rejoice. Having spoken, Ling Sangqiong and several surviving ancestors flickered and vanished, evidently eager to tend to their injuries or manage subsequent matters. Observing this scene, Chen Lin shook his head slightly. It appeared that the Ling family was well aware of the profound injuries sustained in this battle, leaving them severely weakened. Their proclamation, emphasizing the eradication of treachery and the restoration of peace, seems aimed at pacifying the populace, particularly directed at the King of the North and the Demon King, insinuating that the tide has turned and urging their submission. Presently, across the vast expanse of Dian, only 7 formidable practitioners remain, for belong to the Ling royal family, while the other 3, the King of the North, the Demon King, and the venerable ancestor of the Lin family from the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, are considered outsiders. In the halcyon days, the Empire boasted dozens of such adept practitioners, a testament to its former glory. Ling Sangqiong's remarks undoubtedly present a dilemma for the two kings. The fabric of Dian is on the brink of chaos, and various factions are poised to intervene. Wu Tian, with a hint of amusement, remarked to Chen Lin, "Your treasured disciple may soon find their days fraught with difficulty, perhaps becoming the primary target for certain factions to vent their ire or test their mettle." Chen Lin, maintaining his composure, merely replied, "Unless it is a matter of life and death, I shall refrain from intervening." With that, he closed his eyes once more, appearing indifferent to the tumult surrounding him. However, the particulars and aftermath of this conflict have already swept through every corner of the Empire like a tempest, eliciting a national uproar. Yet, in stark contrast to the official celebrations of peace, a greater number of cultivators and common folk are engulfed in anxiety and dread. Although the royal family has quelled the rebellion, they have also decimated the Empire's elite fighting force. Is the Dian of today still the formidable force that once commanded respect across the realms? Moreover, for countless ordinary citizens, this cataclysmic battle has brought nothing but endless suffering and displacement. Their previously tranquil lives have been irrevocably shattered, cities reduced to ashes, families torn asunder. The source of this turmoil has swiftly been attributed to the current emperor, Ling Sangqiong, in popular discourse. Various rumors depict him vividly, once favoring the crown prince. He inexplicably shifted his support to other princes. Some storytellers even assert that this reflects the cunning of a sovereign, aimed at balancing and consolidating imperial power. His implementation of the Enfeoffment Edict, while ostensibly benevolent, is said to exacerbate tensions between the central authority and local lords, leading many relatives to adopt a passive stance during the rebellion's onset, thus facilitating its rapid expansion. There are even claims, with fervent conviction, that he covertly instigated the Blood Wolf mercenary corps to assassinate other major sect practitioners, and it was only when this plot unraveled that it sparked the full-scale conflict. The majority of the populace simply yearn for a peaceful existence, devoid of entanglement in the wars of the elite. Ultimately, the truth has emerged, perhaps due to the disparate heights from which they view the world. The grievances and doubts of the common folk have coalesced into a formidable outcry. The current majesty is the source of turmoil. With the Empire's strength diminished to such an extent, if former adversaries like the Heavenly Sword Empire or the mysterious Sword Sect seize the opportunity to invade, Shall we not all become subjugated slaves? Were it not for the emperor's relentless pressure, would the major sects have rebelled? Were it not for his obsession with power, would the crown prince have been deposed, resulting in the internecine strife that has led to this civil war? It is worth noting that the number of royal offspring who perished in this great conflict is alarmingly high. Suddenly, a wave of discontent surged through the imperial court, with grievances echoing in every corner. In the blink of an eye, the dawn of the day when the true dragon elixir was to be unveiled arrived. Chen Lin rose slowly from his seat, stretching his limbs. Observing this, Wu Tian chuckled and remarked, "It seems the Celestial Master's Academy possesses quite the cunning. They are intent on shaping Ling Sangxiong into a figure of complete tyranny." Clearly, he had surmised that the rumors circulating among the populace were largely instigated by the Dragon and Tiger Celestial Masters. Chen Lin nodded in agreement. This strategy has been executed rather well. Essentially, differing social strata entailed divergent interests. As the sovereign, Ling Sangxiong would never permit any force within his realm to stand on equal footing with the royal family, let alone surpass it. Action is inevitable. However, without possessing overwhelming strength to crush all opposition, even if he ultimately centralizes power, the ensuing losses and internal strife would be incalculable, potentially undermining the very foundation of the state. Wu Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The Heavenly Sword Empire had now arrived in Yuzhou, and the Northern Protector had allied with them, while the situation concerning the Demon Suppression King appeared rather unpredictable. Chapter 119, The True Dragon Elixir. It would not be long before the Celestial Mirror would once again suppress Yuzhou, yet there was concern about collateral damage, which would further tarnish Ling Sangxiong's reputation. Chen Lin shook his head, seemingly casting aside those chaotic thoughts. Let's not dwell on such matters. We must first procure the true dragon elixir. With a casual gesture, he lifted some of the restrictions on Wu Tian, restoring part of his strength. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "The elder from the Corpse God sect has likely already returned to the Shifeng domain to report to your master. Why is it that your master remains silent?" Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's expression turned awkward. "I sincerely hope my esteemed master does not come. If he were to become your adversary, it could very well be the greatest crisis our holy sect has faced in thousands of years." Chen Lin let out a hearty laugh, choosing not to elaborate further. He immediately activated the ascending step, disappearing from the hall with Wu Tian in an instant. As for Ling Tian, he had no concerns. Following the recent battle, the defenses of Tianyan City had been significantly strengthened, with the 4 commanders of the Forbidden Army personally guarding the city gates, while elite troops conducted rigorous patrols throughout the city, with the Celestial Mirror looming above the Imperial Palace, overseeing the entire city. As long as Ling Tian did not venture out recklessly, his safety was assured. At this moment, within the main hall of the Demon Suppression Manor, the Demon Suppression King sat alone upon the highest throne, one hand propping up his chin, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. In the midst of this profound silence, 2 figures appeared unexpectedly in the hall. The Demon Suppression King was taken aback, a surge of energy erupting around him as he abruptly looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Upon recognizing the visitors, he quickly rose, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Celestial Lord." His gaze instinctively swept over Wu Tian, standing beside Chen Lin, and sensing the profound aura of a true realm expert emanating from him, his heart tightened, and his demeanor grew increasingly cautious. Chen Lin smiled lightly and waved his hand casually, saying, "Your Highness, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise." Though the Demon Suppression King felt a twinge of confusion, he dared not inquire further and stood more respectfully. Deep within the 10,000 great mountains, a precious medicinal herb is about to emerge, and I am determined to acquire it, Chen Lin stated directly. "I have also come to invite your Highness to accompany me in seeking retribution against Feng Jiutian for his interference during the tribulation. Otherwise, had he succeeded that day, your Highness may not have been able to safely endure the tribulation. Although Feng Jiutian would face divine retribution for his meddling, it would not lead to his demise. Yet for your Highness, that would be a matter of life and death." Upon hearing this, the Demon Suppression King's face instantly brightened with joy. "Thank you for your kindness, your Majesty. If there is anything you require, I am at your service." He continued, "To be candid, the entire Yuzhou is now under your control. Whether it be the provincial governor's office or other local powers, you may command them at will. However, your Highness seems to have been quite busy of late, and perhaps you are not yet aware of this matter. Chen Lin shook his head slightly. Your Highness is thoughtful. You flatter me. The Demon Suppression King, displaying humility, quickly added, Your Majesty has already helped me step into the realm of true cave, a favor that is immense. I would never dare to forget it. Furthermore, I have utilized my old connections, and many former comrades in the military have also agreed to serve you. The acquaintances he spoke of were none other than high-ranking officials with substantial power within the military. Wu Tian, standing nearby, was secretly astonished, realizing that the formidable Demon Suppression King was, in fact, a pawn set by this illustrious heavenly monarch. The intricacies of the heavenly monarch's schemes were indeed unfathomable. Moreover, the Demon Suppression King continued, speaking skillfully. Since those truths have spread among the populace, the entire region has been filled with resentment toward Ling Sangqiong's actions. He refrained from using the word rumors, choosing his words with great caution. As for the general the court previously sent to replace him, he had long since found an excuse to have him replaced. Chen Lin's smile grew broader. Your Highness is truly diligent. If this endeavor to seize the medicinal herb and exact vengeance on Feng Jiutian proceeds smoothly, I would not be averse to bestowing upon you a royal-level martial technique for your understanding. Upon hearing this, the Demon Suppression King was overjoyed, promptly expressing his gratitude and respect once again. Chen Lin then ceased to elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space rippled, and he, along with the Demon Suppression King and Wu Tian, vanished from the Demon Suppression Palace, heading straight for the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this moment, the 10,000 Great Mountains stood tall, its peaks rising dramatically, yet only the highest summit bore the grand palace of the Demon Emperor Feng Jiutian. Below, countless demon clans roamed and howled within the dense, boundless primordial forest. Upon arrival, Chen Lin's consciousness swept across the entirety of the 10,000 Great Mountains like a tidal wave. There were still only those three individuals. He sensed the presence of Feng Jiutian, the Wind King, and another powerful being of his kin, but no other true cave entities were concealed. Chen Lin turned to Wu Tian and asked directly, Where exactly will the true dragon medicinal herb emerge? Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Chen Lin shook his head in resignation. He could only deduce that the entity would be born in this very location, yet the precise coordinates remained elusive. After listening, Chen Lin decided to wait. With nothing pressing at hand, he resolved to cleanse the demon tribes of the 10,000 Great Mountains, with the Demon Suppression King joining him in this endeavor. In an instant, the aura of demons dissipated and lower-tier demons fell in droves. As time swiftly passed, Chen Lin was engrossed in refining the demon cores he had just acquired. During these hours, he had slaughtered countless demons, yet only a select few had managed to condense demon cores. Suddenly, Wu Tian spoke up, his tone tinged with amusement. Feng Jiutian must have sensed our presence and is making his way here from the Demon Emperor's palace. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin gradually opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He pondered silently whether devouring the demon cores of the three formidable demon lords would allow him to make further progress. Although he kept this thought to himself, maintaining an air of mystery was crucial. Should others discover that consuming the cores could yield significant enhancement, they might speculate that his true realm was not as insurmountable as it appeared, potentially drawing parallels to the enigmatic figure who had survived the 9 extreme thunder tribulations. Meanwhile, the Demon Suppression King was eagerly rubbing his fists, his expression brimming with excitement and battle intent. At that moment, 3 formidable presences approached, led by Feng Jiutian, accompanied by the Wind King and another powerful member of the same clan, their auras radiating intensity as they descended nearby. Upon spotting Feng Jiutian, Wu Tian chuckled, his voice laced with derision. I never imagined that a royal of the 10,000 Demon Court, a member of the Xiangqi celestial clan, would forsake comfort in the 10,000 Demon Court to come and reign over this desolate land. Feng Jiutian, taken aback, displayed a flicker of surprise, clearly unprepared for someone to see through his origins so easily. However, when his gaze fell upon Chen Lin, his expression shifted dramatically. How could it be you? Yet Chen Lin merely smiled, disinterested in idle chatter. An overwhelming force surged forth instantaneously, crashing towards the 3 demons like a tangible tsunami. Feng Jiutian, the Wind King, and the other formidable Xiangqi clan warrior were immediately struck by a wave of irresistible power. With a casual motion, Chen Lin unleashed a punch. Boom! The 3 demons were struck as if by a meteor, unable to mount any effective defense, and were sent careening backward, spitting blood as their vitality waned, grievously wounded. As Chen Lin retracted his fist, he spoke in a calm tone to the Demon Suppression King. My lord, I have now suppressed Feng Jiutian's strength to merely half. It is an opportune moment for you to hone your skills and redeem past grievances. After all, Feng Jiutian was a genuine powerhouse, having consolidated 4 realms of the Cave Truth, while the Demon Suppression King had only just entered the 3rd realm. He stood no chance in a fair fight. Then, he turned to Wu Tian. As for the remaining 2, I trust you can manage? Although your strength has only recovered to about 70 or 80%, that should suffice to deal with them. Wu Tian's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Sufficient indeed. I have longed to stretch my limbs. After being captured by Chen Lin, he found himself trapped in a secluded chamber of the Longhu Taoist temple, deprived of any opportunity to act, feeling as though his body was on the verge of rusting. The Demon Suppression King and Wu Tian charged forth like ferocious tigers, each targeting the severely wounded 3 demon adversaries. Once Chen Lin accomplished this, he ceased to pay heed to the unfolding battle and immersed himself in the absorption and refinement of the demon essence, as if the confrontation before him was merely an inconsequential interlude. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, the once formidable 3 demon clan warriors, now battered and breathless, found themselves kneeling on the ground in a state of utter disarray. Meanwhile, the Demon Suppression King and Wu Tian stood nearby, brimming with vigor, evidently having vented their frustrations during the skirmish. Observing this scene, Chen Lin could not help but smile, his gaze fixed upon the foremost figure, Feng Jiutian. Feng Jiutian. Instead of rightfully claiming the title of the 10,000 Demons dynasty, why have you chosen to assert dominance in this remote land? What are your true intentions? Upon hearing this, Feng Jiutian let out a cold snort, his tone laden with resentment and indignation. Humph. It is not that I do not wish to remain. I have been ensnared by the treachery of deceitful demons, forced to wander here. Wu Tian, overhearing this, let out a derisive laugh, interjecting, Oh, let me take a guess. Is it not to vie for the throne of the master of 10,000 demons? Word has it that your former demon lord has been gravely injured by a master from the Buddhist domain, leaving him weakened and unable to maintain control. Thus, those qualified beneath him are eagerly scrambling for the position of succession, are they not? He paused, continuing with the ease of one recounting familiar tales. As far as I know, your former demon lord commands 9 progenies, each endowed with exceptional talents, the weakest among them possessing the cultivation of the law phase realm, and 3 have already stepped into the cave truth realm. You must surely be one of those 3. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Feng Jiutian appeared stricken, his face flushing crimson with a mix of humiliation and rage, yet he found himself powerless to retort. The revelation of such royal disgrace, laid bare by an outsider, was a profound insult to him. Furthermore, his adversary had deduced his identity with remarkable clarity. He was, after all, the esteemed second prince of the 10,000 Demons dynasty, renowned for his superior bloodline among the princes. Even the eldest prince had only just begun to enter the cave truth realm, barely condensing 3 heavenly abodes. However, the strong companion of Feng Jiutian could no longer contain his fury, shouting vehemently, Impudent! How dare you insult his highness? Wu Tian, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. A prisoner at your mercy dares to uphold the dignity of prince? He then turned to Chen Lin, his tone shifting to one of respect and significance. Esteemed senior, in the future, His Highness shall inevitably ascend to the imperial throne and sweep across the entire North Xuandu region. Why not retain Feng Jiutian as a pawn in your strategic game? Assist him in reclaiming the power of the 10,000 Demons dynasty, and at that time, it will be effortless for His Highness to command the dynasty. Although De Yin has long-standing grievances against the demon clan, such actions could prevent further casualties in the future, serving as the best tribute to the sacrifices of those fallen warriors. Their sacrifices could pave the way for a more unified future. To dissolve the accumulated animosity, a life and death platform could be established in the demon clan's domains. In the realm of the 2 clans, where blood feuds run deep, any individual may ascend the arena to duel, with fate determining life or death, should either faction attempt to provoke conflict by wielding their power thereafter. The royal family shall intervene personally to eradicate the threat, and the resources obtained shall be added to the national treasury. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin cast a surprised glance at Wu Tian. It appears you are quite considerate of my interests these days. Wu Tian chuckled softly and replied with candor. If the Dian Empire truly rises within the northern Xian domain, it is inevitable that we shall encounter our holy sect. With this bond of incense and lineage, I trust the heavenly monarch will not be overly difficult with our sect. Chen Lin, upon hearing this, regarded him with a profound gaze. You certainly possess a keen sense for strategy. Feng Jiuqian, standing nearby, was left bewildered. While the Demon Suppression King did not anticipate that such a schemer would be found amidst the heavenly monarch's entourage, even drawing in the holy sect from the 10 Directions domain, it was only now that Feng Jiuqian realized the weight of the term holy sect. Understanding why the adversary was so well informed about his background, he was indeed a high-ranking figure from the sect. Wu Tian's proposal undeniably illuminated a glimmer of hope for him. Chen Lin turned his attention to the Demon Suppression King, who immediately bowed and said, "If the Demon Emperor can truly serve you, then perhaps those ancient grievances may be set aside for the time being. Though many of my men have suffered grievous wounds, if their sacrifice could yield a future of unification, it would be worth it." Naturally, he dared not voice any dissent, seeing both men advocate for him. Chen Lin calmly addressed Feng Jiuqian. "Since they have interceded on your behalf, I shall spare your lives." Joy erupted on the faces of Feng Jiuqian and the 3 demons. In the next moment, Chen Lin flicked his finger and an indescribable, terrifying aura, seemingly drawn from the very essence of the heavens and earth, suddenly enveloped the 2 men and 3 demons present. They felt their souls tremble, as if on the brink of annihilation, and they looked at Chen Lin in sheer terror. Wu Tian was particularly alarmed. The purity and pressure of this aura was something he had never felt even from his own master. This was the Sacred Heart true essence, born from Chen Lin's fusion of multiple perfected royal-level techniques and a fragment of an imperial-level scripture. He had now condensed 4 celestial abodes, making it difficult even for himself to gauge the limits of his power. Relying solely on his physical form, he was confident that cultivators at the mid to late stages of the true cave, even those of the 9th celestial abode, would struggle to challenge him. Yet, that was not sufficient. What if he were to attract a peak true cave cultivator, or even those legendary beings who had condensed 12, 13, or 14 celestial abodes and stepped into the domain of true cave? The aura of the Sacred Heart true essence was resplendent and imposing, possessing a natural suppressive power over malevolence. As the strand of true essence entered Feng Jiuqian's body, it transformed into a warm yet potent force that nourished his injuries, while simultaneously swirling around his sea of consciousness, emanating an intangible pressure. Feng Jiuqian immediately felt his wounds begin to heal gradually, but more so, he was engulfed by a profound dread from the depths of his soul. This was a fragment of my true essence, capable of nurturing your body in ordinary times, and potentially saving your life in critical moments. However, Chen Lin's tone suddenly turned frigid. Should you entertain thoughts of betrayal, this strand of true essence could swiftly claim your life. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it by summoning your father. See if he can dispel it. Witnessing this scene, Wu Tian became increasingly convinced that this Lord of all laws was likely a peak powerhouse who had condensed the 12 heavenly caverns. It was even possible that he was on the verge of advancing towards the fabled 13th heavenly cavern. Otherwise, how could one possess such transcendent abilities? As if to validate Chen Lin's warning, the swirling Sacred Heart true essence suddenly transformed, becoming uncanny and imbued with an aura of malevolence. A deathly threat instantly gripped Feng Jiuqian's very soul. He was horrified to the utmost, completely succumbing to this incomprehensible and irresistible force. His subordinates would undoubtedly brave fire and water for the Lord, striving to seize the myriad demons' court. Feng Jiuqian hastily expressed his loyalty, lowering himself considerably. The honorific title of Lord was, of course, something he had heard from Wu Tian. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin let out a hearty laugh, his tone appearing quite amiable. "Rise. Since we are now in the same camp, there is no need for such grand gestures, nor must you kneel before me." Although Feng Jiuqian's heart was still filled with trepidation, he dared not disobey and quickly stood up. The Wind King and another followed suit, standing respectfully. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes and continued to instruct. "The power within you is known as Sacred Heart True Essence. Should you encounter formidable adversaries in the future, you may harness its strength to swiftly rise and clear obstacles. You can personally experience its specific capabilities upon your return, should pressing matters arise. You may contact me through the demon-suppressing king. His domain is conveniently located near the eastern border of the northern Shin domain, adjacent to the direction of the myriad demons' court, making message delivery most convenient. The 100,000 mountains serve as the barrier between the two great powers. Feng Jiuqian nodded vigorously, not daring to voice any dissent. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted. Deep within the 100,000 mountains, a certain range suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, the earth split and mountains collapsed. A dazzling treasure resembling a true dragon soared skyward from the fissured mountainside, exuding an unimaginable, rich fragrance of medicine. This aroma instantly captivated all the demon clans within 100 miles, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson as they instinctively surged toward the source of the treasure. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with brilliance at the sight. What pure and formidable energy! This item could truly aid me in condensing another heavenly cavern. Wu Tian was similarly astonished. It appears that the recent heavy casualties among the demon clans in the 100,000 mountains have allowed their blood essence to seep into the Earth's veins, inadvertently nurturing this true dragon treasure. If I can consume it, I shall unimpededly condense another heavenly cavern. He had already achieved the cultivation of 6 heavenly caverns. This medicine could propel him directly to the 7th. Its potency was indeed terrifying. Feng Jiuqian felt an intense craving for this treasure within his bloodline. Yet he fiercely suppressed this instinct. This item could only belong to the Lord. Chen Lin, accompanied by the others, stepped forward and instantly appeared before the true dragon treasure. Countless demon clans, drawn by the fragrant allure, emitted restless howls, poised to pounce. Chen Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Feng Jiuqian immediately understood and released the pressure of the demon emperor, forcibly suppressing the greed and restlessness within the lower-ranked demons. Well done, Chen Lin praised. Just as he reached out to grasp the elixir of the true dragon, an unexpected change occurred. Wu Tianfeng, Feng Jiuqian, and all the powerful cultivators of the Dongjin realm felt a profound shudder emanating from the depths of their souls. They abruptly turned their heads toward the direction of the Earth state. Before them loomed a terrifying battle spear, entirely black and entwined with boundless, sinister, deathly energy, tearing through the heavens with an air of annihilation. Hurtling towards their position, Wu Tian's complexion instantly soured, his voice trembling with astonishment. It is one of the Ling clan's royal artifacts, the Netherworld Battle Spear. Moreover, the power radiating from this spear is exceedingly terrifying. A mid-Dongjin cultivator, having condensed 8 Dantian realms. Who could it be? Could it possibly be the Tsang Emperor? Wu Tian spoke with a mixture of surprise and gravity. An 8 Dantian powerhouse. Such a figure would be placed among the highest elders, even within the holy sect. It is essential to note that his master, the sect leader, possesses only 10 Dantian levels, while the strongest ancestor known within the holy sect is rumored to be at 11 Dantian. Feng Jiuqian, upon hearing this, was equally astounded. 8 Dantian. This level of power is more than sufficient to directly suppress my father, the current demon sovereign of the Wan Yao dynasty. The formidable being who once severely injured my father was indeed an 8 Dantian expert. Across the entire Wan Yao dynasty, the most powerful known figure barely reaches the 8 Dantian realm. As for the 2 great empires of the northern Shin domain, their universally acknowledged highest combat strength is typically a mid-Dongjin cultivator who has condensed 7 Dantian realms. Chen Lin, too, sensed the sharp killing intent and overwhelming power emanating from the spear behind him. His expression remained indifferent as he slowly turned around, to strike at the true self. How audacious, he remarked coolly, as though declaring an established fact. He then gradually raised a finger, and at its tip, a terrifying force, so concentrated that it seemed capable of obliterating all existence, instantly converged, poised to erupt and pierce through the approaching netherworld battle spear. However, in that fleeting moment, a solemn and majestic sound reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, accompanied by streams of golden light appearing as if a true Buddha descended from the west. A venerable monk, clad in a crimson gold robe and adorned with a crown of scars, silently materialized in the void not far away. Upon seeing this figure, Feng Jiuqian's face turned even more pale with fear. It is that old bald donkey. It is he, a mid-Dongjin cultivator who has condensed 8 Dantian realms. The one who once severely wounded my father. This individual was a terrifying existence capable of directly injuring the demon sovereign of the Wan Yao dynasty. Although he had later been repelled by the hidden ancestral powers of the Wan Yao dynasty, his might had long been etched deeply into Feng Jiutian's memory. Chen Lin furrowed his brow slightly. The force he had just summoned with his finger had violently pierced through the overwhelming offensive of the Netherworld battle spear. The royal artifact could not withstand this devastating power, emitting a mournful cry before suddenly being sent flying back. Following closely behind, a figure staggered into view from the void. It was none other than the Tsang Emperor. He grasped the returning Nether War spear, yet his arm trembled uncontrollably, struggling to dissipate the residual terror it bore. As his peripheral vision swept over the spear's body, a sudden shock coursed through him. To his astonishment, a delicate yet distinct crack had appeared on the seemingly indestructible shaft. At that moment, the unexpectedly jovial old monk spoke, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Amit Ba. I am Kong Miao, the current abbot of the True Dragon Temple. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The True Dragon Temple, one of the dominions of the Buddhist realm. Chapter 122, Slaying the Eight Celestial Heavens. He never anticipated such a figure would personally intervene. It was said that the True Dragon Temple had once subdued a true dragon at the pinnacle of the Tao realm, thus earning its name. Its strength was unfathomable. My friend, Kong Miao continued, maintaining his smile, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. Should you be willing to relinquish this true dragon medicinal herb to me, I could recommend you to our True Dragon Temple, allowing you to partake in unparalleled Buddhist teachings. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Should you meet your end, it would be of your own making. In simpler terms, he demanded submission. Chen Lin, upon hearing this, exhibited no change in expression, instead turning his gaze towards Kong Miao. Are you assuming you can intimidate me? At that moment, Kong Miao's smile froze, a chilling sensation emanating from the depths of his soul. He felt as though the very fabric of reality had inverted around him. In the next instant, Chen Lin's figure appeared before him like a specter, adopting an indifferent stance as he spoke. Did you not just declare that you would leave me in ruins? His icy words struck with palpable weight, and Kong Miao sensed the severity of his predicament. Instinctively, he summoned a golden staff carved with a ferocious dragon's head, a royal artifact, in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Yet, Chen Lin merely raised a hand, reaching out with casual indifference. At the moment his fingers brushed the dragon-shaped staff, a resounding crack echoed through the air. The royal artifact, radiating immense Buddhist power, was shattered into countless fragments. Kong Miao's eyes widened in disbelief and terror before he could comprehend the unfolding events. Chen Lin's hand gripped his throat like a vice. The overwhelming force instantaneously sealed his cultivation, rendering this mid-stage Taoist, who had condensed the 8 celestial heavens, as helpless as an infant. Your strength is commendable, Chen Lin remarked nonchalantly, as if appraising an object, but your audacity is rather excessive. Why not remain in the Buddhist realm to guide your followers instead of causing chaos here? Kong Miao, unable to articulate a single word, felt his face redden and struggled to breathe as he was choked. In the distance, Wu Tian and the Demon King, along with their companions, witnessed the rapid turn of events, their astonishment now tempered by a growing sense of understanding. As Feng Jiutian observed the unfolding events, a shiver ran down his spine, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief that this celestial sovereign had shown him mercy in the past. Had he not, he would have perished long ago. Suddenly, the string of prayer beads adorning Kong Miao's chest shattered, releasing a terrifying force imbued with vast Buddhist essence that surged forth, its power astonishingly reaching the level of the 9 heavenly realms. This unforeseen twist ignited a flicker of hope within Kong Miao's eyes. However, in the next moment, Chen Lin merely issued a scornful chuckle. Upon hearing that derisive laughter, Kong Miao's hope was swiftly supplanted by a foreboding premonition. A mysterious and ineffable power enveloped Chen Lin, swirling around him like an invisible vortex. The newly arisen Buddhist intent of the 9 heavenly realms, potent enough to shake the heavens and the earth, was swiftly consumed and obliterated by that vortex, leaving not a single ripple in its wake. Chen Lin regarded him with indifference and pronounced, "You may die now." Before the words had fully left his lips, he tightened his grip around Kong Miao's neck with sudden force. A sickening crunch echoed through the air as Kong Miao's neck was crushed in an instant. Concurrently, a purer, More destructive force emanated from Chen Lin's palm, enveloping Kong Miao's lifeless body and reducing his very soul to mere ashes. In the span of mere moments, this formidable Buddhist cultivator, who had once grievously injured the demon lord of the myriad demons and had reached the mid-stage of the true cavern realm, was utterly annihilated. Chen Lin remained unfazed. Given that his opponent had declared an intention to leave him without a trace, why should he show any mercy? It was a preposterous notion. After completing this grim task, Chen Lin turned his gaze towards the distant Song Emperor. The Song Emperor's face was as pale as a sheet. Reeling from the shock of witnessing a peer of his own realm so effortlessly erased from existence, Chen Lin spoke calmly, his voice carrying clearly to the Song Emperor's ears. Within the Lin clan, there is one who has ties to me. Out of respect for this individual, I shall spare your life this time. Should there be a next time, it will be your doom. With that, he waved his sleeve nonchalantly, unleashing an overwhelming force. The Song Emperor, powerless to resist, was swept away like a leaf caught in a tempest, vanishing from sight to an unknown destination. Through this encounter, Chen Lin gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. His physical prowess was sufficient to disregard the attacks of ordinary cultivators at the late true cavern realm of the 9 heavenly realms. Yet, should he face a formidable opponent who had coalesced the 10 heavenly realms, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. With his cultivation at the 4 heavenly realms, his combat prowess could rival that of the 9 heavenly realms, which was already commendable. Upon achieving the 5th heavenly realm, he would be able to contend with the 9 heavenly realms and even engage the 10 heavenly realm warriors. To emerge victorious, or to confront those of the 11 or 12 heavenly realms, he would likely need to elevate his own cultivation to the 7 or even 8 heavenly realms. As one ascends through the ranks, the disparities between each heavenly realm become more pronounced. Those who attain such heights of cultivation will undoubtedly have mastered their royal grade techniques to an exceptionally profound level, perhaps even achieving a state of great perfection. Though I have cultivated several royal tier techniques, my advantages are not absolute. Only by mastering complete imperial tier techniques can I truly dominate. In an instant, Chen Lin's figure flickered and appeared before the true dragon elixir, casually collecting it into his storage ring. Upon witnessing this, Feng Jiuqian immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Divine Majesty." Simultaneously, an uncontrollable ambition surged within him. Such terrifying prowess from the heavenly sovereign might even surpass that of his father. Just imagine he. Chen Lin nodded slightly and addressed Feng Jiuqian. "You shall depart immediately and return to the 10,000 demon dynasty." Suppressing his excitement, Feng Jiuqian responded with utmost respect, "Yes." The demon warrior accompanying him was equally exhilarated. In a flash, the 3 demons transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the horizon. Chen Lin then turned to the Demon Suppression King, stating, "I shall impart to you a martial technique called Heavenly Ascension Steps, among the royal tier techniques I currently practice. The martial skills appear limited to creation palm and heavenly ascension steps, with the rest being primarily cultivation methods. Moreover, there's also that martial technique given by Wu Tian." After a brief moment, Chen Lin completed the transmission of the essence of Heavenly Ascension Steps. He then vanished with Wu Tian, leaving behind only his resounding voice echoing through the heavens. If necessary, we may gradually infiltrate other states. What I desire is that when my disciple raises his arm and call, the world shall respond. The Demon Suppression King, upon hearing these words, was taken aback, his expression filled with disbelief. His disciple, the Grand Prince, was actually a student. Meanwhile, in the Demon Suppression King's residence, the Song Emperor stood with a dark expression. Chapter 123, The Holy Church's Leader. Chen Lin had returned to the side hall with Wu Tian. He instructed Wu Tian to guide the dragon and tiger celestial masters in their cultivation, while he began to enter seclusion to refine the true dragon elixir. Several hours later, the elixir was successfully refined. Chen Lin felt the turbulent energy within his body, and the 5th magnificent cave heaven had taken shape. Sensing the surging power within, he was confident that his current combat strength was sufficient to confront a 10-cave heaven expert head-on. As for the outcome, it was uncertain. The probability of victory was low, while defeat loomed high. Moreover, in a life-and-death struggle, he would undoubtedly perish. He needed to cultivate more techniques and martial skills to allow his cave heaven to accommodate greater and stronger Holy Heart true essence. The martial skills would serve to unleash his power to its fullest potential. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. within the dying empire. The voices of resentment from the populace towards the court had not diminished with the passage of time and the court suppression. Rather, they had intensified. At the same time, the Grand Prince Ling Tian's reputation was being continuously elevated through what seemed to be unintentional yet deliberate means. Inside the side hall of the Taoist temple, Wu Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "My master has arrived." It was none other than the leader of the Holy Church, a peerless expert who had condensed 10 cave heavens. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's expression remained unchanged. He simply spoke calmly. "Upon reflection, your presence beside me seems to hold little utility. It will be best for you to return and seek your master. At present, it is imperative to first streamline the affairs of the Dayan Empire before addressing other matters." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's expression did not reflect joy. Instead, he urgently implored, "Heavenly Sovereign, I can persuade my master to retreat. Please allow this junior to continue accompanying you." Over the past few months, he had increasingly sensed the formidable nature of this heavenly sovereign. Throughout these 3 months, his awareness of the sovereign's terrifying prowess had grown exponentially. Regardless of the sacred teachings or any arcane text he presented, even that unparalleled skill, the holy celestial art, this sovereign could effortlessly cultivate it to perfection in an instant. The holy celestial art stands as the pinnacle among royal-level techniques. Despite his arduous training, he had only reached the 7th layer, possessing the cultivation of the 6th heaven in the mid-stage of the true insight realm. His master had secured the position of sect leader precisely by mastering this technique to great depths. Yet, the sovereign achieved perfection with a mere glance. He even had the audacity to guide him, enabling him to break through to the 8th layer in just 3 months. Only one who has personally experienced such extraordinary guidance could truly appreciate his strength and feel compelled to follow him. Chen Lin, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow, casting an odd look at Wu Tian. "Do you perhaps have a tendency towards masochism? I imprison you, and yet you wish to remain?" Wu Tian, unfazed, responded with a smile. "This junior, lacking in talent, merely desires to follow the strong. Should the day come when your highness encounters the holy sect in battle, I will undoubtedly persuade my master to yield. Perhaps by then, I shall have become the leader of the holy sect, leading the way to submission. What a splendid prospect that would be." Chen Lin was left utterly bewildered. A leading figure? Indeed, even before betraying the holy sect, he had already begun leaning towards the empire. He imagined his master might say, "Thank you for being you, for you have warmed the seasons." Subsequently, he waved his hand in resignation. "Do as you wish. For now, let's first send your master away." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's face brightened with joy, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Chen Lin watched him depart, a look of helplessness on his face. Over these 3 months, he had acquired several sacred techniques and martial skills from Wu Tian, significantly enhancing his own strength. Meanwhile, the external world had been rife with tumultuous changes. The Northern King defied the imperial decree, ultimately prompting the Song Emperor to take matters into his own hands, swiftly suppressing both him and the Northern Army with overwhelming force. The Northern King was escorted to Tianjin City. Concurrently, another true insight expert from the Tianjin Empire fell in the territory of Yuzhou. Thus far, the Tianjin Empire had suffered the loss of 3 true insight masters and a royal prince. The Tianjin Emperor, infuriated, personally led his army south a month prior, breaching Yuzhou. The royal family subsequently dispatched the demon-suppressing king northward to command the demon-suppressing army and the remnants of the Northern Army, totaling over 300,000 troops, to resist the military might of the Tianjin Empire. Only because the 10,000 mountains currently posed no threat from a true insight demon sovereign could the demon-suppressing king detach himself. Chen Lin shook his head, sensing that the demon-suppressing king had likely forged some clandestine alliance with the Song Emperor. Otherwise, the emperor would not allow him to command 2 formidable legions simultaneously. Surely, after his departure, the demon-suppressing king had engaged in private discussions with the Song Emperor. He did not concern himself with the specifics, as he trusted that the demon-suppressing king would not dare to betray him. After all, the fist in one's own hand can suppress the world. Presently, the demon-suppression king wields an army of 300,000, his power soaring to unprecedented heights, though the royal family and relatives have submitted numerous petitions expressing their concerns. Both Ling Sangxiong and Prince Qi appear helpless in the face of this situation. At noon, Ling Tian came to pay his respects to Chen Lin. In this moment, Ling Tian exuded vigor and brilliance. Chen Lin was astonished to discover that in just a few short months, Ling Tian's cultivation had remarkably advanced to the second level of the Dharma aspect. Such rapid progression? Ling Tian respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple pays homage to Master. I am grateful for your immense support." Now, he clearly understood the strength at his command. The Demon Suppression King, the Lin ancestor from the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, and even Wu Tian, the leader of the Nine Nether cult. Three formidable experts in the Cave Heaven realm were secretly aiding him, especially the Demon Suppression King, whose power had now reached its zenith. In recent months, he had also gained entry to the Royal Mausoleum to receive a crucial inheritance, the baptism of the Heavenly Spirit Pool. It turned out that within the Royal Mausoleum lay a Heavenly Spirit Pool, with a cultivation energy of past royal strongmen upon their demise, would merge into the pool for the benefit of future exceptional disciples. Initially, he had no idea why the Song Emperor would permit him to access the Heavenly Spirit Pool, until the Demon Suppression King made contact with him, revealing that the Song Emperor intended to assist him in ascending the throne. "Your strength has indeed surged remarkably," Chen Lin remarked with a smile. Ling Tian then promptly conveyed the details regarding the Heavenly Spirit Pool. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin nodded slightly, understanding the situation. Immediately, Ling Tian's demeanor turned solemn as he knelt down, respectfully bowing his head to Chen Lin 9 times. "Thank you for your nurturing, Master. I am uncertain how to repay your kindness. I can only vow to dedicate my life to honor you." Chen Lin rose and personally helped Ling Tian to his feet, smiling, "As you're my disciple, it is only natural that I assist you. However, while such words are spoken now, the outcomes may be unpredictable once you ascend to that position." Ling Tian's heart stirred at these words, eager to express his gratitude once more. But he noticed that Chen Lin's gaze had shifted towards the outside of the hall, seemingly piercing through layers of space to perceive a distant confrontation unfolding. "Your esteemed leader appears to have a rather irritable temperament," Chen Lin remarked, half smiling, to the void beside him. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Wu Tian's figure appeared, looking somewhat disheveled, his face betraying a mix of helplessness and urgency. "Heavenly Lord, discern the truth. My master believes I am being coerced by you and insists on coming here personally to demand answers." His aura has now locked onto this Taoist temple. Almost simultaneously, an overwhelming and tyrannical pressure, vast as a sea of stars, rolled in from the heavens, shrouding the entire Longhu Taoist temple as if it were a tangible force. The skies suddenly darkened, clouds roiling ominously as if the end of days had arrived. Yet to the outside world, everything remained calm and serene. Cut off. All the cultivators within the temple, including Ling Tian, who had already reached the Dharma aspect realm, felt their breath catch, their spirits trembling, as though they were mere ants before a divine being. "I shall see which youngling dares to influence my disciple." A voice cold and authoritative, brimming with boundless fury, erupted like thunder from the heavens, shaking the entire temple with its reverberations. Chapter 124. The Master's compliance. The master of the holy sect has arrived. Wu Tian's complexion turned pale as he nervously glanced at Chen Lin. Ling Tian also found himself holding his breath, feeling the terrifying pressure descending from the heavens, his spirit shaken. However, Chen Lin merely brushed off his sleeve, as if to dismiss non-existent dust. With a single step, he appeared in the air above the Taoist temple, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his robes unruffled by the overwhelming force. He gazed into the distance at the fearsome figure that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth, and spoke softly, his voice clear and surpassing the sounds of wind and thunder, reaching the ears of everyone in the temple. "It is I. How do you intend to proceed?" In the sky, the master of the holy sect, Shang Tian, donned a resplendent golden imperial robe, his tall stature emanating an imposing presence akin to a deity's descent. He looked at Chen Lin, slightly furrowing his brow, for with his profound cultivation of the 10 caverns, he could not fathom the depths of his opponent. Shang Tian spoke with a calm demeanor, his voice carrying a scrutinizing tone. "Are you the celestial monarch my disciple has so extravagantly spoken of? There seems to be some merit to your abilities. Let me see just how much you possess." Upon finishing his words, he activated the Shang Tian art, radiant golden energy swirling around him, and suddenly struck towards Chen Lin with a powerful palm. The force of the palm tore through the void, exuding supreme authority. Yet, Chen Lin remained serene. He too channeled his energy, and a purer and more complete golden aura than Sheng Tian's emerged around him, striking out with a matching palm. The ninth level of the Sheng Tian art perfected. Sheng Tian's expression shifted to one of shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The two immense forces collided in the air, neutralizing each other and dissipating into nothingness. Sheng Tian's heart was filled with unprecedented disbelief. The Sheng Tian art was the sacred sect's supreme secret, impossible for outsiders to master, let alone cultivate to such perfection in such a short time. Below, Wu Tian and the others were equally astonished by the spectacle. Wu Tian thought to himself, "I was right. You truly have cultivated our sect's signature divine art to such a level." Sheng Tian, still in disbelief, could not accept this reality. Unyielding, he struck again, unleashing another of the sect's ultimate techniques, the Nine Heavens Thunder Call. A massive crimson thunderbolt descended from the sky, tearing through the air, aimed directly at Chen Lin. Chen Lin's expression remained calm as he casually raised a finger. A thunderbolt of equal might erupted from his fingertip, accurately meeting the descending lightning. The two bolts clashed in midair, and at that moment, Sheng Tian finally believed. No wonder Wu Tian held this person in such high regard. He could not be measured by ordinary standards. This individual's realm was likely unfathomable. "Senior, I was remiss in my behavior earlier." Chen Lin merely smiled lightly, his tone playful. "Oh, just a moment ago, you referred to me as a junior, eager to test my capabilities. How is it that you have suddenly changed your address to senior?" Hearing this, cold sweat dripped down Sheng Tian's back. Had he been so offended himself, he would have surely been enraged. The attitude displayed by the other party is indeed quite remarkable. He dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, and promptly produced an ancient storage ring, offering it with both hands in a gesture of utmost respect. "This ring contains some resources I have accumulated as a junior, along with a crimson sun dragon pattern ginseng, a royal-grade medicinal herb, as a token of my apology. I sincerely hope you will accept it." Fortunately, he had prepared an additional precious royal-grade medicinal herb for his apprentice before this journey, which he now presented, complemented by several other rare resources to convey his sentiments. Fortuitously, he had been well prepared. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin cast a glance at the ring and smiled slightly, acknowledging, "You are indeed thorough in your considerations. Nevertheless, between us, it is not a matter of great consequence." Sheng Tian felt a sense of relief. Yet his regard for Chen Lin elevated further. The latter's ability to conceal his emotions and the depth of his thoughts made him an enigmatic figure, with strength as profound as the abyss. Such a person was not to be trifled with. With a mere flick of his hand, the storage ring fell into his grasp, and a sweep of his consciousness confirmed the authenticity of the contents. Then he turned his gaze towards the astonished cultivators still lingering within the Taoist temple below. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "The spectacle has concluded. You may disperse now." With that, he flickered and returned to the side hall. Witnessing this, Sheng Tian dared not hesitate and swiftly followed suit. Upon entering the side hall, he spotted Wu Tian standing with his hands at his sides. Sheng Tian felt a flush of embarrassment. Being thoroughly overshadowed before his own disciple was indeed a source of humiliation. However, as the leader of the holy sect, he was capable of bearing both pride and humility, and he promptly bowed to Chen Lin once more. "Esteemed senior, I was indeed reckless earlier. Since my inept disciple Wu Tian wishes to accompany you, let him remain by your side to learn from your wisdom. Should he receive even a modicum of your guidance, it would be an immense fortune for him." Feeling that his sincerity was still insufficient, he retrieved a pitch-black token, subtly pulsing with a sanguine glow from his robe. The token bore the character saint carved in an imposing script. "This is the Holy Heart token of our sect, representing the highest authority. The bearer of this token holds a status equivalent to that of a vice leader within the holy sect, second only to myself, and may mobilize certain resources and personnel at will. In the future, should you require anything or traverse distant lands, presenting this token may spare you from unnecessary troubles and facilitate your endeavors." Listening to this, Chen Lin genuinely appreciated Wu Tian's capabilities. He was indeed efficient in his tasks. The previous consolidation of the entire Nine Nether sect under his apprentice Ling Tian's banner had effectively rehabilitated a faction, and now his master was demonstrating such propriety, bestowing lavish gifts and tokens. The dynamic between this master and disciple was quite adept at navigating the intricacies of their relationships. "You are exceedingly courteous, my friend," Such generous gifts are truly beyond what I deserve, Chen Lin remarked with a faint smile, his words still uncompleted. Sheng Tian interjected resolutely, Senior, you must accept this. This is merely a token of my contrition, and should you refuse, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. A slight smile graced Chen Lin's lips as he acquiesced, accepting the Holy Heart token into his possession. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Soon after, Sheng Tian hesitated for a moment and spoke. Senior, I have a few matters to discuss privately with my inferior disciple. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin smiled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Feel free, my friend. Sheng Tian appeared as if granted a pardon, promptly took Wu Tian with him, and vanished in a flicker, evidently seeking a secluded place for their confidential discussion. Inside the hall, Ling Tian, witnessing the reverence with which even the leader of the Holy Church treated his master, could not help but feel a surge of emotion and sighed sincerely. To have the privilege of being under the tutelage of my master is indeed an immense fortune for a disciple. However, Chen Lin shook his head in response, his tone casual yet tinged with a hint of serendipity. Your luck is indeed quite remarkable. After all, the circumstances under which I accepted you as a disciple were truly fortuitous. Ling Tian wholeheartedly agreed, pondering that without the fateful encounter at the Scripture Pavilion that day, he would not be where he was now. Chapter 125, Breakthrough Coldness. He collected his thoughts, recalling the urgent matter at hand, and his expression turned grave. Master, according to reliable information, the old abbot of the True Dragon Temple, a formidable being at the mid-stage of the Tao of Truth who has condensed 9 realms, is about to depart from the Buddhist domain. Moreover, the strongest swordsman of the primordial sword sect, aside from the sect leader, the North Star Sword Sovereign, will also be heading north. This individual possesses unfathomable strength and is a terrifying presence, second only to the Swordmaster. Chen Lin understood that the True Dragon Temple was likely coming for him. Nevertheless, his expression remained unperturbed. 9 realms were merely a trifle to him, easily subdued with a mere gesture. He then turned his gaze towards Ling Tian, shifting the conversation. Your family's heavenly suppression and dragon control technique still requires refinement. Let me offer you some guidance. Ling Tian was taken aback, disbelief flooding his eyes. Master, you are even proficient in my family's ancestral technique? Chen Lin's demeanor remained unchanged, his tone still calm. As one who claims mastery of all arts, I have naturally delved into various techniques and divine abilities. With that, he began to instruct Ling Tian. In just a few brief words, he pinpointed the core essence of the technique and addressed the difficulties Ling Tian had faced in his cultivation. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling Tian felt as if a veil had been lifted. Many of his previous confusions were suddenly clarified, leading to significant gains, for which he expressed his profound gratitude. Chen Lin then reclined lazily back in his chair, his gaze seemingly wandering outside the temple. A faint smile gracing his lips, and he chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, Wu Tian returned, standing quietly to the side, and spoke in a hushed tone. I have received important news from my master. In 4 months, the legacy of the Eclipsing God Sword Palace will emerge within the territory of the Dayan Empire. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. Eclipsing God Sword Palace? Wu Tian respectfully explained. In ancient times, the Eclipsing God Sword Palace was the dominant power in the northern part of the North Xian domain, boasting an extraordinary swordsmanship legacy and unparalleled killing prowess. When the time comes, numerous factions are sure to converge to investigate, and the Dayan Empire may face tumultuous times ahead. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin simply closed his eyes once more and calmly uttered 2 words, no matter. Seeing his indifference, Wu Tian continued to report. Additionally, the Tianqing commerce has appeared within the territory of Mengzhou. They seem to be discreetly investigating the Lin family's affairs. Chen Lin understood that this was likely the adversary the old fox of the Lin family had mentioned. However, Lin Yuanshan has yet to actively seek him out, suggesting that they still possess some confidence to manage the situation for the time being. This is indeed favorable, as he has little inclination to take action. Yet, at that moment, Chen Lin's expression shifted, and his gaze abruptly turned towards the direction of Mengzhou. Beside him, Wu Tian also changed his countenance, promptly releasing his divine sense. In the distant sky of Mengzhou, 4 terrifying tribulations of thunder converged simultaneously, causing the celestial energies to surge wildly. It appeared that 4 cultivators had triggered the true void thunder tribulation at the same time, albeit from different locations. Chen Lin's divine sense swept across the scene. and he quickly comprehended the situation. The tribulation bearers were none other than the two esteemed offerings of the Four Directions Merchant Association, along with two influential figures from the Lin clan. Lin Yuanshan indeed displayed remarkable ambition, willing to allow both the black and white offerings to ascend at once. Chen Lin mused. After all, the black and white offerings were not members of the Lin clan. The resources he had observed within Linju were indeed abundant and of exceptionally high quality, sufficient to support several individuals in their pursuit of the true void. Simultaneously, his divine sense detected two obscure auras hidden in the shadows of Mengzhou, two early-stage true void cultivators, one having condensed 5 heavenly caverns and the other 4. These must be the spies dispatched by the Tianqing Merchant Association. Wu Tian also sensed their presence and remarked solemnly, "The Four Directions Merchant Association possesses considerable depth. Should all 4 of them successfully transcend their tribulations, the association would then command 5 true void entities. Your strength, Tianjun, will consequently expand significantly." Chen Lin responded with calm authority. At such a critical juncture of tribulation, any disturbance is most undesirable. We must also guard against those 2 hidden rats attempting to cause chaos. Wu Tian, I entrust this matter to you. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's face lit up with eagerness. Chen Lin had already completely lifted his restrictions, and now, in his prime, his cultivation at the 6th heavenly cavern yearned for a battle to stretch his limbs. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's divine sense remained like a deity high above, observing the unfolding events in Mengzhou. In the main hall, beyond the side chamber, after 3 months of dedicated cultivation and resource allocation, the strength underling Tian had surged dramatically. Numerous cultivators had successfully broken through their bottlenecks, resulting in a significant overall enhancement in their cultivation levels. With both the quantity and quality of those at the Dharma aspect realm having improved immensely, even more astonishing was the increasing number of cultivators who had defected, including scions from various states and exceptionally talented humble-born practitioners. Within a short period, the core members had exceeded 40, half of whom were at the Dharma aspect realm. However, amidst this flourishing scene, the Longhu Celestial Master inexplicably felt a surge of unease, as if something ominous were about to unfold. Suppressing his anxiety, he turned to inquire of a robust man beside him, whose formidable presence and iron fists were renowned. This man possessed the cultivation of the 6th Dharma aspect. "Where is His Highness?" The burly man replied in a deep voice. His Highness seemed to have hurriedly exited the Tianjuan side chamber just moments ago, and then he left the temple in haste. Upon hearing this, the Longhu Celestial Master's expression changed abruptly, and his foreboding intuition soared to its peak. With a swift motion, he vanished from his position, urgently pursuing the exit of the temple. At this moment, Ling Tian, having just received pivotal guidance from his master, was eager to return to the secluded cultivation chamber within Tianyan City to harness resources for a breakthrough to a higher realm. The advancement in his technique would directly propel his cultivation. However, as he approached Tianyan City, an exceedingly subtle yet immensely powerful wave of array fluctuations sent a chill through his heart. The atmosphere of the entire city felt oppressively tense, unsettling him profoundly. The surroundings were deserted, and the Royal Great Array, cleverly activated and in a semi-active state, loomed ominously. Even Chen Lin, who was far away at the Taoist temple, focused on the affairs of Mengzhou, failed to notice the subtle changes occurring in Tianyan City. In Mengzhou, Wu Tian had effortlessly subdued 2 treacherous elders from the Tianqing Merchant Association with thunderous might. Moreover, the 4 cultivators from the Four Directions Merchant Association had successfully transcended the lightning tribulation, officially entering the realm of Dongjin. Including Lin Yuanshan, the land of Mengzhou now boasted 5 Dongjin experts from the Four Directions Merchant Association, their power surging dramatically. From the 2 captives, Wu Tian had also extracted further details regarding the grievances between the Lin family of the Four Directions Merchant Association and the Tianqing Merchant Association, subsequently handing them over to Lin Yuanshan for disposition. Seeing that the matters in Mengzhou had concluded, Chen Lin prepared to retract his consciousness. Yet, just as his awareness receded like a tide, returning to his corporeal form, an icy chill abruptly enveloped him. He slowly rose from his chair, his gaze piercing through the void, coldly fixating on the direction of Tianyan City. "Song Di," he murmured to himself, devoid of any emotion. "It seems you have ultimately made the worst choice." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished completely from the side hall, utilizing the ascending steps to its utmost. He traversed the distance in an instant. The royal great array that shrouded Tianyin City was rendered as nothing before him, effortlessly penetrated as he delved straight into its core. However, before his departure, he transmitted a message to Wu Tian, whose expression shifted as he hurried towards Yuzhou, accompanied by several Dongjin cultivators. His consciousness swiftly locked onto the depths of the Imperial Palace. There, Ling Zongxiong sat regally upon the dragon chair, exuding a vast and overwhelming aura. Having evidently ascended to the mid-stage of Dongjin, with 7 towering, ethereal shadows of Dongtian fluctuating behind him, emanating a suffocating pressure. Clearly, he too had harnessed the power of the Destiny Pearl. Below the throne, Song Di and Yu Di stood solemnly on either side, their expressions cold and indifferent. Their stances indicating that this was not a unilateral decision by Ling Zongxiong. They were in accord. In the center of the hall, Ling Tian was ensnared by several flickering chains of enigmatic energy tightly binding him. Though he suffered no physical harm, his complexion had turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief and intense resentment. His true essence was utterly sealed, rendering him voiceless. My son, Ling Zongxiong's voice resonated deeply and authoritatively throughout the hall. Do you understand that your master, whom you revere, possesses an overwhelming power? Although you are his disciple, sheltered by him and seemingly basking in glory, the heart of an emperor cannot be tethered to the whims of another. If one day your words or actions provoke displeasure, do not think that only your throne is at stake. Even the millennia-old dominion of the Ling family could swiftly collapse and be annihilated in an instant. The Song Emperor, standing nearby, coldly interjected, I acknowledge that the strength of that predecessor is unfathomable. However, the Ling family has endured to this day, possessing a final trump card that cannot be easily dismissed. We are not without means to resist. As for the demon-suppressing king, you need not harbor any illusions. The Qin Emperor has personally journeyed to Yuzhou. With his capabilities, the demon-suppressing king stands no chance of resistance. Ling Zongxiong's gaze was piercing as he looked down upon Ling Tian, making a definitive decision. At this moment, we shall await the arrival of your esteemed master here. After all, he resides beside my Tianyin city, beneath the imperial carriage. Such uncontrollable forces that could obliterate imperial authority merely by a thought hang ominously above us, causing the royal family to live in constant unease. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's eyes widened in fury as he struggled vehemently, but the luminous chain, infused with royal power, remained unyielding. All his efforts were in vain. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared beside Ling Tian without warning, as if he had always been there. The newcomer was none other than Chen Lin. He did not even glance at the 3 on the throne. Instead, he casually raised a hand. The chain binding Ling Tian, suffused with royal might, shattered like fragile glass when struck, breaking apart with a faint crack and instantly dissipating into pure spiritual energy. Ling Tian turned to Chen Lin, his lips moving as if to explain or plead. Yet, Chen Lin spoke first, his tone calm but tinged with a hint of coldness. Disciple, it is not that your master is unwilling to grant you time. It seems your father and ancestors are determined to push you toward a desperate path. Chen Lin continued, I initially believed this to be a gradual game of chess, allowing you to accumulate power slowly, with even seeds sown among the populace. Little did I expect they would be so impatient, unwilling to grant you even this brief moment. Nevertheless, it matters not. Chen Lin's voice shifted, imbued with absolute confidence. The power that has already taken root will be sufficient to suppress all dissenting voices once you ascend the throne. At this point, the last flicker of resistance extinguished in Ling Tian's eyes. He gazed at his father on the dragon throne, whose imposing presence and icy demeanor were unmistakable, then glanced at the indifferent Song Emperor and Feather Emperor beside him. Ultimately, all the words he wished to express transformed into a sigh filled with helplessness and sorrow. Within that sigh lay a profound disappointment in the heartlessness of the royal family, alongside a lament for having encountered such a remarkable master. Chen Lin no longer regarded Ling Tian, but shifted his focus to the high throne of Ling Zongxiong, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet resonating clearly throughout the grand hall with an undeniable clarity. Enough, no need for further subterfuge. Let the old abbot of the true dragon temple reveal himself. As Chen Lin's words echoed, the space within the hall seemed to come to an abrupt halt. Ling Zongxiong's pupils constricted slightly. In the next moment, A serene yet immensely vast Buddhist power surged forth from the depths of the void like a tidal wave, accompanied by an ethereal and faint chanting. As I gazed upon the space behind the imposing dragon throne, a subtle distortion materialized, revealing an ancient monk draped in a tattered robe, his visage gaunt and haggard. Clutching a string of archaic prayer beads, his eyes fluttered open and closed, exuding an aura that, while devoid of overwhelming might, hinted at the convergence of 9 celestial realms. This was the venerable abbot of the true Dragon Temple, a paragon of strength who had long transcended into the mid-stage of the Tao, embodying the power of 9 realms. He was also the elder brother of the former abbot, Kong Yao. The old monk slowly lifted his gaze, fixating on Chen Lin. His voice raspy, yet imbued with an unusual cadence. Amit Ba, your spiritual perception is formidable, benefactor. The humble monk's modest art of concealment appears to have amused you. In the presence of this 9-realm powerhouse, Chen Lin maintained an air of calmness, as if the figure before him were merely an ordinary elder, rather than a formidable Buddhist adept capable of shifting mountains with a mere thought. It is not your concealment that is modest, Chen Lin gently corrected, but rather, in my presence, you are simply too feeble. The abbot's withered features betrayed no emotion, only slowly rotating a prayer bead as he stated, your heart is steeped in bloodlust, a harbinger of ill for the masses. Today, your demise is certain. Upon hearing this, a wry smile crept upon Chen Lin's lips, and he surveyed the surroundings, glancing at Ling Sangxiong, then at the Emperor of the Firmament and the Emperor of Feather, before returning his gaze to the old abbot. It seems you have yet to comprehend the situation. Today, it is not I who shall perish, but rather you. The atmosphere within the hall plummeted to an icy silence. He then erupted into a laugh, his voice resounding like a bell. Very well. Allow me to witness your celestial prowess. No sooner had he spoken than a magnificent and resplendent Buddha apparition materialized behind him, its divine resonance reverberating throughout the hall. The visage of the Buddha radiated compassion, yet his gaze was cold and commanding. A colossal hand reached forth, obscuring the heavens, within which a terrifying golden dragon surged and roared, embodying the overwhelming power to suppress evil and purify all things, descending upon Chen Lin with inexorable force. Unfazed, Chen Lin merely waved his hand, effortlessly guiding Ling Tian to a safe corner of the hall. He then shaped his fingers into a sword, and with a flick, a brilliant purple thunderbolt coalesced to an exquisite point, crackling with a sound of impending devastation. In response to the encroaching celestial hand and dragon shadow, he casually extended a finger and uttered a single word, break. With no cataclysmic explosion, only a soft sound akin to fabric being torn. The meticulously condensed purple thunderbolt sliced through the vast hand imbued with boundless Buddhist power and dragon might, obliterating it in an instant and scattering it into a myriad of golden motes. The tranquility that had once graced the abbot's face vanished, replaced by an expression of incredulity and shock. However, before he could react further, Chen Lin's figure appeared before him like a specter, mere inches away. Is this all you are capable of? Chen Lin's voice was devoid of any emotion, icy and unyielding. In the next instant, he spread his fingers and reached directly for the old temple master's crown. Within his palm, it seemed as though the celestial bodies of the sun, moon, and stars were in a cosmic dance, the essence of sacred energy radiating outward, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. The old temple master was struck with horror as waves of Buddhist light surged around him, the 9 celestial shadows behind him trembling violently in an attempt to break free from this lethal grip. Simultaneously, he urgently recited incantations, and powerful Buddhist artifacts autonomously flew forth, positioning themselves defensively before him. Yet, all this appeared utterly futile before Chen Lin's outstretched fingers. As soon as those formidable artifacts came into contact with Chen Lin's palm, they encountered their nemesis. Their spiritual light dimmed instantly, and they wailed as they were repelled, some even cracking upon impact. Chen Lin's hand, impervious to all resistance, seemed to pierce through the fabric of space, landing precisely atop the old temple master's head. Ack! The old temple master let out a piercing scream. In mere moments, this once mighty ruler of the 9 celestial realms, the true dragon temple, found his aura diminished to its nadir. His complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. Unable to maintain his levitation, he plummeted heavily to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Chen Lin slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Meanwhile, Ling Zhangxiong and the others were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief at the sight of the true Dragon Temple's master being subdued with a mere gesture. Although the Song Emperor had witnessed Chen Lin suppressing the 8 Celestial Realm experts with a snap of his fingers, he had surmised that Chen Lin must possess the cultivation of the 9 Celestial Realms, his power unfathomable. Yet, how could the old Temple Master, also a 9 Celestial Realm Master, fail to withstand even a single move? This was beyond their comprehension. Ling Zhangxiong reacted swiftly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as a dark orb, pulsating with a soul-devouring luminescence, materialized in his grasp, the Destiny Pearl. With a flicker of its eerie light, a strange beam shot forth, enveloping the old temple master who lay on the ground, utterly devoid of resistance. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, the once mighty old master disintegrated as if blown away by the wind, turning to ash in an instant, even the fluctuations of his soul obliterated, dying without a sound. Chen Lin stood still, impassively observing the scene before him, his expression unchanged, though his gaze lingered on the Destiny Pearl for a brief moment. Ling Zhangxiong, witnessing the terrifying power of the Destiny Pearl, could not help but display a look of ecstatic triumph. He then addressed the void beside him in a solemn tone. The Celestial Master has manifested, with a ripple in the space. An elderly man clad in an ancient Taoist robe quietly appeared, holding aloft a visage of disbelief. The Dragon and Tiger, Celestial Master. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that the one from the Celestial Master Observatory? He sensed that the other party's cultivation was merely at the early stage of the true realm, having condensed 4 celestial realms. I Zhang Tianshi humbly bow before the Celestial Sovereign. The elder in his Taoist robe smiled indifferently, his tone lacking in reverence. With a glance at the Longhu Tianshi in his hand, he shook his head and remarked, "My inept disciple has indeed caused trouble for the sovereign. Though he has found the true dragon, he remains unaware that this true dragon is destined to perish today." Ling Tian, witnessing this, felt a burning anxiety, yet found himself unable to move. Chen Lin, upon hearing these words, merely spoke with a hint of disdain. "Is it based on your cultivation in the 4 caverns?" Zhang Tianshi slowly shook his head, acknowledging, of course. "I dare not." His gaze shifted to Ling Zhangxiong, who immediately understood and unhesitatingly cast the Destiny Pearl to Zhang Tianshi, while simultaneously raising his palm to cradle a faint yet ancient aura of a soul. Zhang Tianshi received the Destiny Pearl and the fragment of the soul, his face alight with fervor. Without hesitation, he activated the pearl, and an overwhelming power surged into him, causing his cultivation to rise uncontrollably. "Surely, the Celestial Sovereign has witnessed the summoning technique of my inept disciple." Zhang Tianxi's voice grew grand with the influx of power. "Coincidentally, this technique is one I am more proficient in." He suddenly formed a hand seal, his voice booming like thunder. "I beseech the divine to descend. I summon the grand ancestor of the Dayan, the heavenly origin emperor." He intended to summon the founding ancestor of the Dayan dynasty. The fragment of the ancestor's soul in Ling Zhangxiong's hand seemed to respond to the call, instantly merging into Zhang Tianxi's brow. Boom! Zhang Tianxi's aura surged like a volcanic eruption, rapidly breaking through barriers, reaching the late stage of the cave truth as 9 ethereal forms of the caverns erupted behind him. However, these forms were indistinct, their aura ancient and unfamiliar, clearly not derived from his own cultivation, but forcibly gathered from the remnants of the old temple master's power and the ancestor's soul through the Destiny Pearl and summoning technique. Have I truly returned to this world in such a manner? Zhang Tianshi slowly opened his eyes, gazing down at his hands, his tone imbued with astonishment and an indescribable authority. Ling Zhangxiong and the others, upon witnessing this, immediately knelt on one knee, filled with fervent excitement. Disgraceful descendants. We pay our respects to the ancestor emperor. This wretch before us seeks to usurp the millennia-old empire of Dayan. The descendants, having no choice, resorted to the contingency left by the ancestor, utilizing the secret arts of the Tianshi to honor the ancestor's sacred soul, temporarily descending to this realm. After Ling Zhangxiong spoke, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Chen Lin, his eyes brimming with anticipation of vengeance. Zhang Tianshi, or rather the sacred soul of the ancestor residing within him, gradually raised his head. His eyes had transformed completely, deep as the ancient cosmic abyss. Bearing the indifference of one who scrutinizes the realm and gazes upon humanity with aloof authority. His gaze swept over the kneeling Ling, Sangxiong, and the others, finally resting upon Chen Lin. "It is you who seeks to shake my empire." His voice was low, yet carried a weight stemming from the very essence of the laws, causing the air in the grand hall to seem to solidify. Those of weaker cultivation might find their minds shattering under the pressure. Facing the resurrected, founding ancestor, Chen Lin's expression remained unperturbed, and he merely shook his head lightly, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. A wisp of lingering soul, borrowing the vessel of another, presumes to seize a modicum of chaotic power, believing itself still to be the celestial sovereign, the master of the universe who forged an empire? The figure of the grand ancestor, occupying the form of Zhang Tianshi, remained impassive at such words, his countenance as calm as an ancient well. Yet a fleeting hint of indifference, akin to a sovereign slighted by an ant, flickered in his profound gaze. He refrained from verbal rebuttal, slowly raising a hand to gently beckon into the void. Buzz! A clear, resonant hum echoed from the vaulted ceiling of the grand hall. The celestial mirror, once suspended above the city of heavenly transformation, trembled violently, unrestrained by Ling Sangxiong, and swiftly transformed into a streak of flowing light, deftly breaking free from all constraints to gracefully land in the grand ancestor's palm. The moment the treasured mirror was grasped, it erupted with a radiant brilliance. As if a long-dormant divine artifact had finally reunited with its rightful master, the shimmering surface reflecting the evolution of mountains and rivers, the birth and demise of stars. With the celestial mirror in hand, the grand ancestor's aura harmonized perfectly with it, solidifying the previously nebulous phantoms of the 9 celestial realms. He regarded Chen Lin with a serene expression, his voice carrying an indifference that seemed to rest upon the might of the artifact. "Whether I am at my zenith is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I can still wield this national treasure, still decree your fate." This mirror, which once illuminated countless mountains and rivers, cementing the empire's dominion, shall now reflect once more the culmination of change. As his words faded, the mirror's surface blazed with resplendent light, a divine radiance coalescing that appeared capable of transcending time and obliterating all laws, locking onto Chen Lin's essence. Just as the chaotic divine light was about to burst forth, Chen Lin moved. He did not evade, did not form seals, nor unleash any earth-shattering technique. Instead, he simply stepped forward, his finger poised like a sword, pointing forth. There was no grandiose display, only a thread of Sacred Heart essence swirling at his fingertip, clear and translucent, yet imbued with overwhelming power, arriving first and striking with pinpoint precision at the most vulnerable core of that divine light. Crack! A sound as crisp as shattering glass resounded. The terrifying divine radiance, potent enough to annihilate the realm of true void, suddenly froze, akin to a colossal serpent struck at its vital point, and from within erupted countless fissures, collapsing into a myriad of luminous points. The indifference of the grand ancestor, bolstered by the celestial mirror, faltered abruptly. In his grasp, the mirror, a beacon of imperial glory, emitted a faint, sorrowful whimper, its divine light dimming for a fleeting moment. Yet, Chen Lin's figure had already vanished from that spot. In the next instant, he appeared as if he had existed since time immemorial, standing less than a foot from the grand ancestor, their gazes nearly level. He did not even cast a glance at the renowned celestial mirror, but instead regarded the grand ancestor's deep eyes, where astonishment could no longer be contained. With an air of detachment, his other hand extended, fingers slightly splayed, reaching directly for the celestial mirror. In that very moment, a cold smirk suddenly graced the grand ancestor's lips. Buzz! A terrifying and intensely suffocating aura of bloodshed erupted without warning, not emanating from the founder or the celestial mirror, but from the very void of the grand hall itself. This chilling and brutal essence, infused with the vengeful grievances of countless slaughtered souls, instantaneously transformed into a dark crimson domain, completely engulfing Chen Lin. Within this realm, all laws became stagnant, and a murderous intent gnawed at the bones, exerting an oppressive effect akin to that of the domain itself. Chen Lin's form visibly faltered for a brief moment. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, the founder seized the singular opportunity for battle. The celestial mirror in his grasp erupted with an unprecedented, blazing divine light, converging all remaining imperial might alongside the power of the bloodshed domain, striking at point-blank range towards Chen Lin's chest. Ling Zhangxiong and the others could scarcely suppress their exclamations, their eyes reflecting the ecstatic certainty of victory. However, the divine light, capable of obliterating the void and tearing through reality, collided fiercely with Chen Lin's chest. The blinding radiance exploded forth, and the terrifying wave of energy rippled outward, tearing apart the ground and pillars of the Grand Hall. Yet, the cheers in everyone's hearts solidified into sheer astonishment and disbelief in the next instant. As the divine light dissipated, Chen Lin's outer garment was shredded to ash by the violent force, revealing not a muscular physique, but a body radiating a faint jade-like glow, embodying an ineffable and immense vitality. The catastrophic divine light merely left a shallow, rapidly healing crimson mark on his skin, failing to truly breach the surface. It was so minimal that it could scarcely be termed a wound. Chen Lin cast a glance at the swiftly vanishing mark on his chest, and when he lifted his gaze again, only indifference, akin to surveying mere ants, remained in his eyes. "My physical form is beyond your comprehension." Before his words had fully settled, his hand, which had been reaching for the celestial mirror, suddenly transformed. The pure and vast power of the Sacred Heart surged forth explosively, instantly shattering the surrounding bloodshed domain. Within his palm, an otherworldly manifestation, as if the universe was being born anew, swirled. He unleashed his palm not towards the celestial mirror, but directed it straight towards the founder, who occupied the vessel of Zhang Tianchu's body. Confronted with this overwhelming palm imbued with the essence of creation, the remnants of the founder's soul controlling Zhang Tianchu's visage shifted dramatically, a flicker of desperation and astonishment flashing in his eyes. He bellowed fiercely, as the bloodshed aura and lingering imperial might around him ignited in a frenzy, coalescing into an extraordinarily thick blood-red barrier inscribed with strange runes. This barrier, seemingly forged from countless vengeful spirits and lifeblood, exuded a nauseating stench and formidable defensive power. Yet, as Chen Lin's palm gently pressed against the blood-red barrier, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muted thud that rendered onlookers speechless. The barrier, which encompassed the last vestiges of the founder's power, crumpled like a fragile spider's web at the touch, and then shattered into countless foul-smelling blood-red motes, instantaneously vanishing without a trace. The lingering essence of power was lightly etched upon Zhang Tianchu's chest. No, a dual roar, infused with the shock of both Zhang Tianchu and the lingering soul of the Taizu, came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, under the terrified gazes of all present in the hall, Zhang Tianchu's body erupted violently, torn apart by an internal force, transforming into a dense mist of crimson blood, leaving not a single remnant. The Taizu's lingering soul, which was enshrined within, emitted a silent wail, subsequently vanishing completely into the void. It was dead, both form and spirit obliterated. The Taizu's soul had not even invoked the heavenly suppression dragon command to harness the imperial power. Otherwise, it might have reached the 10 heavens, or even the 11 heavens. He had been overly confident. The entire grand hall fell into a terrifying silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ling Zhangxiong and the others stared, dumbfounded at the still swirling crimson mist, their hopes crumbling into utter despair and ashen defeat. A profound fear gripped their hearts, nearly stifling their breath. Ling Zhangxiong staggered, suddenly lifting his head and bursting into a frenzied laughter, filled with despair and mockery, as he fixed his gaze upon Ling Tian in the corner. He is dead. They're all dead. Excellent. You have triumphed. But do you dare to annihilate us all? Kill us. The elite forces of the Ling royal family have perished in an instant. Even if you force Ling Tian to ascend the throne, what is left is merely an empty shell devoid of all its formidable warriors, surrounded by predators. How long can you protect him alone? This millennia-old empire is destined for ruin. Ha ha ha. Chapter 129. The New Emperor, a Brand New Future. At this juncture, a final glimmer of malice and satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he raised the communication talisman, glowing faintly in his hand, and declared sharply, "And do not forget the Demon Suppression King. Consider the timing. You must have." His words were abruptly cut off. For from the talisman came not a report of Chindi's victory, but a chillingly piercing scream, accompanied by a cold, mocking voice of an unfamiliar presence. Your Majesty, are you awaiting news of this Chindi? Alas, his cultivation, bolstered by nefarious means, is utterly insufficient. I wonder if your Majesty can still hear this voice? Ling Sangqiong's manic grin instantly froze, transforming into sheer horror and disbelief as he exclaimed, the leader of the Nine Nether Cult. How is this possible? From a talisman. Wu Tian's voice continued, cold and clear, reverberating through the desolate hall. Moreover, rest assured, your Majesty, the Demon Suppression King, is safe and sound. Not only that, but now across the 10 provinces of the Empire, the banners of rebellion have been raised, as cultivators unite to challenge your tyrannical deeds. Your realm has already been lost. This was precisely the contingency plan that Chen Lin had previously arranged, with Wu Tian and Lin Yuanshan coordinating, swiftly garnering the support of the world, thus sealing their fate. Upon hearing this, Ling Sangqiong felt as though all his strength had been drained, staggering a step back, the last vestige of color draining from his face. He closed his eyes and rasped, I have been defeated, thoroughly defeated. Chen Lin gazed at him with an impassive expression, his voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. I shall not take your lives. Upon hearing these words, Ling Sangqiong and the others abruptly lifted their heads, incredulity evident in their eyes. Chen Lin continued, your fates now belong to Ling Tian. Tomorrow, you shall summon the civil and military officials to conduct the abdication ceremony. And furthermore, pen your own repentance. You are correct. Should you perish, the foundation of the Ling clan would teeter on the brink of collapse. Thus, you must survive, regardless of what the future holds. As long as I remain, the imperial throne of Ling Tian shall remain unshakable, and the Dian Empire will only grow stronger. Moreover, if I truly held any interest in this throne, why would I wait until today? It would have changed hands long ago. Preserving your lives is also a means to secure a legacy and a future for the Ling clan, allowing the Dian Empire to rise like the sun at dawn. Upon finishing his words, a subtle glow enveloped Chen Lin, restoring the unremarkable visage he once bore as an elder of the Scripture Pavilion. Is it you? It is indeed you. Ling Sangqiong and the Tsang Emperor's pupils constricted to the utmost, their voices faltering in shock, their faces etched with profound astonishment. In that moment, all doubts and resentments transformed into absurdity and utter enlightenment. The seemingly ordinary elder of the Scripture Pavilion had always been this unfathomable celestial monarch. At this point, they harbored no further skepticism. Chen Lin spoke no more, raising his hand as countless arcane dragon-shaped runes shot forth from his fingertips, instantly embedding themselves into the foreheads of Ling Sangqiong, the Tsang Emperor, and the Feather Emperor. These runes contained unparalleled suppression and commanding power, embodying the supreme technique of the Ling royal family, the Heavenly Suppression Dragon Mastery, manifesting in its perfected form. Heavenly Suppression Dragon Mastery, perfected to the utmost. The three trembled violently, feeling an overwhelming force that was both entirely familiar and exponentially pure, as if it could effortlessly manipulate their internal techniques and even the fortunes of the dynasty. Their final flicker of hope crumbled completely, giving way to profound reverence and submission. The opponent had cultivated the clan's ultimate technique to the legendary state of perfection. To seize the throne, it would indeed be as easy as a mere gesture. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness and acceptance, their spirits devoid of any rebellious intent. Struggling to rise, they knelt solemnly before Ling Tian, bowing their heads and speaking in a low voice. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Beside them, the dragon and tiger celestial master observed the earth-shattering transformation that unfolded in an instant, witnessing the celestial monarch suppress everything with a mere flick of his fingers, even compelling the emperor and the ancestral figures of the dynasty to kneel and submit, left him in a state of stupor, his mind resonating with a singular thought. The might of the celestial monarch reaches such heights. Chen Lin's gaze swept over the complex expressions of Ling, Sangqiong, and the others, and he spoke once more with calm detachment. Let me reiterate, sparing your lives is not an act of mercy. Should I choose to depart, the Ling dynasty must ultimately be safeguarded by your own efforts. Today, I do not strike you down, not as an indignity, but as a fortuitous opportunity, a chance to prolong your dynasty's legacy. Upon hearing this, Ling, Songxiong, and the Tsang Emperor transformed into a state of realization and solemnity. The opponent's prowess has reached an extraordinary level. The northern Xian domain is certainly not a place for them to linger. In the future, they will undoubtedly venture to even grander realms. Yet, before that, he will wholeheartedly support Ling Tian, propelling the Dayan Empire to unprecedented heights of prosperity. Their existence will serve the purpose of becoming the most steadfast foundation of the empire, safeguarding this legacy thereafter. Ling Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Although he still felt discomfort, he had come to understand his responsibilities. He stepped forward, his voice markedly steadier. Esteemed former emperor's father, please rise. Ling Songxiong and the others followed suit. Though they had already knelt in submission, a burning sensation lingered on their faces. The disparity in rank and identity rendering it momentarily challenging to interact naturally. Ling Songxiong felt a bittersweet pang. From father emperor to father, they exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Ling Songxiong and the Tsang Emperor who led the way, bowing solemnly in the direction where Chen Lin had just stood, their tone imbued with unprecedented respect. The Ling family's reign in the coming millennium shall depend on the heavenly sovereign. However, Chen Lin merely waved his hand nonchalantly, a hint of languor in his tone. This matter is settled. The remaining mess is for you to tidy up. I have grown weary from prolonged activity. No sooner had he spoken than his figure dissipated like wisps of smoke, as if he had never existed. Yet, as he departed, an invisible mark quietly embedded itself into Ling Tian's brow. Ling Tian's body trembled slightly, and in that instant, he comprehended the fates of Ling Songxiong, the Tsang Emperor, and the Yu Emperor, all resting within his thoughts. Chen Lin returned to the side hall of the Taoist temple, leisurely leaning against the window, gazing at the flowing clouds in the sky. This matter is settled. The Dayan Empire shall ultimately be entrusted to my disciple, he murmured softly, his tone carrying a hint of serene detachment that accompanies a successful withdrawal. Once his disciple ascended to the imperial throne, he would inevitably be inundated with state affairs, and their time together would naturally be scarce. However, with Wu Tian available for immediate dispatch and the empire's resources at his disposal, solitude would not be so daunting. Moreover, he found himself rather fond of this lifestyle, albeit lacking companionship. The clamor and bustle are merely transient embellishments, akin to fireworks in the night sky, brilliant yet fleeting. The daily monotony and tranquility represent the true essence of life and the vast, arduous journey ahead. From the festive exuberance of past celebrations to the subsequent quietude, the elder has traversed through grandeur, ultimately returning to solitary moments. It seems as though everything circles back to its origin, transformed yet unchanged. His gaze sharpened as he looked towards the direction of Tianjin City. On the day of a new emperor's coronation, the Tianjin Empire would undoubtedly not remain passive and would seize the opportunity to strike. Should the Tsang Emperor and others be unable to withstand the onslaught, it would not be too late to intervene later. While contemplating this, he sensed Wu Tian hastening towards the Taoist temple. The following day, as Chen Lin had anticipated, the unrest across the states remained unresolved, and the forces of the Tianjin Empire had pressed forward. Fortunately, the Tsang Emperor and the Yu Emperor personally led their troops to the borders of Yuzhou, employing thunderous tactics to eliminate all invading enemies, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Meanwhile, an edict was proclaimed throughout the realm. Chapter 130, Self-Inflicted Punishment, Abdication. Ling Songxiong issued a self-reproach edict, articulating in the proclamation his profound remorse. In the past, the implementation of the decree of favor was intended to balance local powers, yet it resulted in a chasm between the central authority and local governance, causing suffering among the populace. In pursuit of a stronger central authority, I have repeatedly incited discord among various factions, with the noble intention of establishing an inclusive academy for all, regardless of qualifications. However, I never anticipated the catastrophic consequences that would ensue, leading to widespread devastation. Although reform is necessary, my actions have irrevocably alienated the hearts of the people. The edict concluded with an announcement that, a month hence in Tianjin City, under the witness of civil and military officials, I would abdicate the throne in favor of the crown Prince Ling Tian. The issuance of this decree sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Unbeknownst to many, a rumor began to circulate quietly across the land. The crown prince was backed by an enigmatic and formidable master whose power was boundless. With the support of this master, His Highness Ling Tian was destined to lead the Dayan Empire to unprecedented prosperity. Chen Lin remained oblivious to the various speculations circulating among the populace. He gazed at Ling Tian with a gentle smile, inquiring, "My disciple, how does it feel to hold dominion over the world?" At this moment, Ling Tian, empowered by the celestial pearl, had ascended to the 9th level of the Dharma realm, mere steps away from the true enlightenment realm. However, he sighed softly in response. "In my former role as the crown prince, I was aware of the complexities of governance, yet it is only today, with the true burden of power entrusted to me by my father, that I comprehend the immense difficulties far beyond my imagination. The aristocracy and sects, with local tyrants claiming dominion, have created deep-seated conflicts between the elite and the common folk. A perusal of the archives revealed the vulnerabilities within our Dayan Empire. Fraught with peril, a complex expression crossed his face. In retrospect, my father's initial implementation of stringent measures was not without justification. If left unchecked, the realm of the Ling family would inevitably fracture. Although we reside in the heights of power, it is precisely because of the court's regulations that, while we cannot restrain everyone, we at least provide the common people with a semblance of hope, allowing order to tenuously persist. Indeed, within the confines of the Dayan Empire, those who commit murder without cause are met with severe punishment from the authorities. Yet, in the regions dominated by sects and aristocratic families, the court's authority inevitably wanes." Chen Lin nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, "Your father's original intent was commendable. It is merely unfortunate that his strength did not suffice to fulfill his aspirations. If reforms could be achieved without inciting turmoil, enabling the populace to live in peace and prosperity, they would naturally support the court wholeheartedly. Force can only oppress temporarily. Benevolent governance cultivates enduring loyalty." His disciple was beginning to discern the cold mechanics and heavy truths behind the operation of this empire. Had the Tsang Emperor taken decisive action from the outset, perhaps the losses would have been mitigated. Yet, who would initiate with such overwhelming force? All while considering the external powers surrounding the Dayan Empire, coupled with Ling Sangqiong's arrogance, the situation was precarious. At that moment, a communication talisman soared through the air, landing in Ling Tian's grasp. He scanned its contents with his divine sense, and his brow furrowed immediately. "Master, it is from the Tianjin Empire." Ling Tian's expression turned grave as he stated, "They have not retreated following their defeat in Yuzhou. Instead, they have reinforced their troops at the borders. Their vanguard army has already stationed itself at Duanhuan Gorge, declaring their intent to overthrow our Dayan Empire." Ling Tian continued, "Leading the charge is the king of Jingnan from the Heavenly Sword Empire, a cultivator of the true realm who has condensed 5 heavenly domains. It is said that his swordsmanship has reached an unparalleled level, and his heavenly sword guards are the elite among the elite. The Tsang Emperor has conveyed that the opposing force is aggressive and likely harbors ill intentions, suggesting this is no mere probe." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin displayed not a hint of concern. Instead, a wry smile graced his face. He remarked, in a tone as calm as ever, "These mere jesters always come uninvited." However, the Tsang Emperor has now reached the mid-true realm, having condensed 8 heavenly domains, which is sufficient to maintain order. Even if the Heavenly Sword Emperor were to personally arrive, it is unlikely he would gain any advantage over him. Turning his gaze to Ling Tian, his eyes were tranquil. "You need only to focus on preparing for the abdication ceremony in a month's time and managing internal affairs. These unwelcome guests shall be dealt with by the Tsang Emperor and his allies. Should they falter, I shall intervene myself." Ling Tian, upon hearing this, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He retrieved a storage ring from his bosom and respectfully presented it. "Master, this is a selection of resources I personally chose from the royal treasury, a humble token of filial piety. I hope you will graciously accept it." Chen Lin nodded slightly, not declining. "You are thoughtful." After exchanging a few more words, Ling Tian rose to take his leave, burdened by the pressing responsibilities of governance. Just before departing, he seemed to recall something and turned to inquire, "Master, might there be any cultivation techniques suitable for all people to practice? Perhaps a compendium of methods that encompasses all, regardless of innate talent?" Chen Lin pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps, in the near future, there will be." Having practiced numerous techniques over the years, he indeed felt it was time to create a new method. With the official establishment of the Starshine Academy, there is a pressing need for a foundational technique that could benefit the masses. This method would not only assist people in their cultivation, but also enable him to gather feedback from their practice, further refining his own path. When the time is ripe, he could synthesize various methods to forge a unique and supreme technique. Ling Tian understood and refrained from further questioning. After a respectful bow, he turned to leave. The hall fell into silence once more as Chen Lin's gaze deepened, his mind already engaged in contemplation. He began to recall and dissect the countless techniques he had encountered, aiming to extract their essence while discarding the dross, merging them into a singular whole. The creation of a new technique was no trivial matter. Given the current circumstances, royal-level techniques seemed overly ambitious. It would be wiser to start with the foundational heavenly-level techniques, ensuring they encompass martial arts and weaponry, accessible for all to learn. Meanwhile, in the depths of the imperial palace of the Heavenly Sword Empire, the Heavenly Sword Emperor sat expressionless upon his dragon throne, flanked by 5 formidable figures, each representing the pinnacle of royal strength and the backbone of the empire. The overall might of the Heavenly Sword Empire already slightly surpassed that of the Great Yin as they faced the vast demon domain in the north, engaging in relentless battles and cultivating a fierce and resilient populace. Your Majesty, a handsome young cultivator stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. The Golden Lion clan, one of the 10 royal families of the demon domain, is willing to secretly assist us in suppressing the Great Yin Empire. The Heavenly Sword Emperor's expression remained impassive. Collaboration with the demon clans could only be conducted discreetly. It must never be brought to light. As the Golden Lion clan, a royal lineage of the demon realm, possesses immense power, their assistance would undoubtedly facilitate the conquest of the Great Yin. However, an elderly man with snow-white hair interjected solemnly. The Great Yin Empire is currently undergoing a tumultuous transformation, with Ling Xiong abdicating in favor of the crown prince, Ling Tian. It is rumored that Ling Tian is backed by a mysterious master whose strength is unfathomable. Even the sovereign emperor, who has advanced to the mid-stage of the Cave Truth and consolidated the 8 heavens, now submits to him willingly. It is feared that this master may possess the strength of at least 9 heavens, if not 10 heavens, a truly unparalleled powerhouse. While the Golden Lion clan is formidable, deploying such a being would likely provoke a backlash from the human realm's prohibitions, and such ancient beings seldom act lightly. Even the sovereign emperor, having reached the mid-stage of the Cave Truth and consolidated the 8 heavens, finds himself powerless and now serves Ling Tian. It is likely that this master is indeed a transcendent being of 9 or even 10 heavens. The royal clan, should they dare to mobilize such a formidable entity, would risk incurring the prohibitions and may well find themselves constrained, as these venerable beings are quite reluctant to act. Chapter 131. The return of all that is hidden from the world. The Heavenly Sword Emperor lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne, producing a dull sound that echoed throughout the silent hall. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he slowly spoke, his voice low and filled with calculation. The power of the Golden Lion clan is indeed worth leveraging, but it must be done as stealthily as a vessel navigating through the dark night. He paused, his tone shifting to one of resolution. Now, with the internal strife in the Great Yin beginning to stabilize and the new emperor yet to solidify his reign, we are presented with a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. My objective is not merely to vanquish the border troops of the Sovereign Emperor, but to decisively breach the soul-severing gorge and position our forces at the gates of Tianyin City. Huang Qi, he turned his gaze to the young cultivator. Your Majesty, the young man responded, you shall take my edict in hand and secretly journey to the northern borders to engage with the emissaries of the Golden Lion clan. Remember, while conditions may be negotiable, the Lion clan must adhere completely to our command. Should they defy us, our collaboration will be immediately terminated, and we shall lower their demands. Understood, came the reply. Huang Lu, ancestor. The Heavenly Sword Emperor's gaze shifted to the elderly figure, whose aura was the most profound, and who had remained in quiet contemplation. The old man slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to harbor the weight of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I would trouble you to personally journey to the soul-severing gorge and temporarily reside among the forces of Prince Jingnan. If necessary, you may use the heavenly sword to resist the sovereign emperor. However, the old man rasped out a single word before closing his eyes once more. As if indifferent to the affairs of the world, the heavenly sword emperor finally turned to the remaining 3. Prepare the troops, stockpile provisions, and mobilize the heavenly sword guards along with the breaking force crossbows. 1 month hence, When the great Yan's abdication ceremony takes place and the nation's attention is focused on Tianyan City, that shall be our moment of thunderous strike. Yes, your majesty. The others responded in unison, the air thick with murderous intent. Once the five departed, silence reclaimed the hall, and the heavenly sword emperor's imposing demeanor gradually faded, revealing a countenance marked by uncertainty. He absently tapped the armrest of the dragon throne, and after a long while, he murmured to himself, "That master behind Ling Tian possesses inscrutable methods and a mysterious background. Do you think he might be one of those reclusive sects?" As his words fell, the space beside him rippled like water, and an elderly figure clad in a gray robe, exuding an air of antiquity that seemed to harmonize with the surrounding environment, silently emerged. The old man's visage was withered, yet his gaze was clear as a deep pool. He slowly shook his head, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. "Your Majesty, you worry too much. The cataclysmic battle of your shattered the heavens and earth, fracturing the principles of the great Tao, and the laws of this realm have long been incomplete. The true hidden sects have retreated into secret realms established by profound beings of the Nirvana realm, seeking to evade the tribulations of the end of the Dharma age. In today's world, the ostensible strongest, merely the lord of the celestial domain, has yet to transcend the boundaries of the cave truth." He paused slightly, a profound glimmer flickering in his eyes. "However, there have indeed been whispers circulating among ancient lineages that a year hence, the laws of heaven and earth may begin to mend themselves, heralding an unprecedented revival. At that time, the sealed secret realms shall reopen, and all that has evaded the world will return." Upon hearing this, the heavenly sword emperor's previously taut expression softened somewhat as he nodded slowly. "If that is not the case, then all is well. As long as we do not offend those hidden sects backed by the ancient beings of Nirvana at this moment, there remains room for maneuver." He murmured, "Is it true that the legendary sword palace of the eclipsed god harbors the source of the sword?" The old man beside him, upon hearing this, exhibited a fervent certainty upon his withered face. He slightly bowed. His voice, though low, carried an undeniable strength. "Absolutely true, your majesty. Should your majesty gain divine assistance and seize this source, not only could you forge an unparalleled sword path, but you could also directly become the sword son of our hidden divine sword sect." He paused, his tone becoming more enticing. "In time, within our sect, you shall hold a position of great significance, even possessing the qualification to glimpse the supreme sword path beyond Nirvana." The last vestige of hesitation in the heavenly sword emperor's eyes was completely supplanted by a fervent ambition. An intense sword intent surged uncontrollably from his being, causing the surrounding space to slightly warp. The overwhelming aura he exuded had already coalesced into 8 ethereal shadows of cave heavens, its might rivaling that of the Azure Emperor. The source of the sword, it was said, was the primordial treasure formed from the sword path and principles of a top-tier sword master of Nirvana upon their passing. More intriguingly, acquiring the source of the sword would provide vast resources, allowing one to cultivate a sword heart that perfectly resonates with oneself, and even further, to forge the heavenly sword bone. When the heavenly sword bone reaches fruition, there is a significant chance it will spontaneously give birth to formidable sword techniques, whose power would at the very least rival that of royal rank. Sword bones come in many varieties, with the heavenly sword bone undoubtedly being the apex, surpassing even the legendary Huangpu Extreme sword bone of old. However, amidst this, how could the Dayan Empire be allowed to witness the farce? Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure had already appeared above the Imperial Palace. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured an enormous invisible sword, forged from pure sword intent and the imperial aura of the Empire, that suddenly manifested, spanning the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, his gaze turned icy as he locked onto the figure stationed at the military stronghold in the direction of the soul-severing gorge, and with a sweeping arm, he unleashed a distant slash. The invisible giant sword instantly tore through the void, traversing thousands of miles with a terrifying might capable of decreeing the annihilation of all things. Aimed directly at the Tsang Emperor guarding the borders, the formidable sword struck a chord of trepidation within all the cultivators of the heavenly sword empire, who instinctively looked skyward. That strike, which crossed vast distances and was imbued with the supreme sword intent and fortune of the heavenly sword empire, descended upon the soul-severing gorge like divine retribution. The Tsang Emperor's pupils constricted sharply, And at that moment, the 8 celestial shadows surrounding him erupted with tremendous force as a massive shield, inscribed with dragon patterns and forged from dark golden material, materialized before him. Boom! The invisible giant sword crashed against the dark golden shield, unleashing a thunderous roar. The terrifying shockwave of energy spread outward like a tsunami, causing the mountains below to tremble, while those of lesser cultivation within both armies felt their blood surge and struggled to stand firm. As the brilliance faded, a deep sword mark appeared on the dark golden shield, nearly tearing it apart. The Tsang Emperor staggered slightly, ripples spreading from his feet in the void. Yet he steadied himself, raising his gaze towards the direction of the Heavenly Sword Empire, his face a canvas of disbelief and horror. 8 celestial realms. His cultivation had advanced to such a degree. A tempest of shock surged within the Tsang Emperor's heart. The power of this sword far exceeded his expectations. Had he not also condensed into 8 celestial realms and braced himself with full force, he would have undoubtedly suffered. This scene was equally witnessed by King Jingnan, positioned before the military formation of the Heavenly Sword Empire. He was acutely aware of the might behind the Emperor's distant slash and understood just how formidable the Tsang Emperor's 8 celestial realms were. However, if it came to a fight to the death, the Tsang Emperor would perish. Chapter 132. The Emperor of Revelation. Above the soul-severing gorge, the atmosphere grew taut to its utmost limit. The Tsang Emperor suppressed his astonishment, his voice resounding like rolling thunder across the expanse. Heavenly Sword Emperor. Such tactics are unbecoming of an imperial majesty. 1,000 miles away, within the palace of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smirk gracing his lips, choosing not to respond. His objectives had already been fulfilled: to establish dominance, to probe, and to inform all that the sword of the Heavenly Sword Empire had quietly unsheathed. Though several true realms had fallen, causing a significant drop in morale, this sword strike served to elevate it. Yet, he suddenly glanced towards the center, a serious expression crossing his features. The North Star Sword Sovereign had actually headed north. It seemed the upcoming coronation ceremony of the Yin Empire's emperor in a month would be quite intriguing. In the blink of an eye, the month had arrived. In Tianyin City, before the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace, the vast square was adorned with fluttering banners and a solemn display of ceremonial guards. Civil and military officials stood in rank and order. Representatives from various factions and regional governors bowed their heads in respectful anticipation, the atmosphere grave and solemn. As the sun rose, the chimes rang out 9 times, a resounding sound echoing throughout the city. The grand ceremony of abdication commenced. Clad in a robe stripped of dragon patterns, Ling Sangxiong ascended the high platform, his expression a complex blend of solemnity and gravity. He personally entrusted the imperial seal, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Dayan Empire, to Ling Tian, who had been waiting at his side. I, with limited virtue and capabilities, have brought turmoil to the realm and unrest to the populace. Today, I abdicate in favor of my eldest son, Ling Tian, hoping he will uphold the imperial lineage, diligently govern, safeguard our lands, and bless our people. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the surroundings, imbued with a hint of relief and an almost imperceptible melancholy. Ling Tian, adorned in a dark, majestic robe embroidered with sun, moon, stars, and dragons, stood poised, his countenance serene and resolute. As he accepted the weighty mantle of authority, he bowed deeply towards Ling Sangxiong and the ancestral hall. As your son, I shall not disappoint the trust placed in me by my father and ancestors. Upon completion of the rites, the sounds of bells and drums swelled, growing more magnificent and grand. The coronation officially began. Under the watchful eyes of countless officials and citizens, Ling Tian ascended the exalted 9-dragon golden steps, approaching the dragon throne that symbolized unparalleled power and responsibility. The ceremonial official recited prayers, invoking blessings from heaven, earth, and ancestors. I, by the mandate of heaven, inherit the great lineage. Ling Tian's steady voice emerged, proclaiming the imperial edict, announcing a new governance platform that included tax reductions, a general amnesty, excluding the truly irredeemable, and the formal renaming of Xinghui Academy to Dayan Tianyuan, establishing it as the foremost state-run institution, welcoming talents from all walks of life, regardless of their origins. Each step adhered to ancient rites, exuding solemnity and dignity. Yet, Nearly everyone was acutely aware of the tumultuous struggles lurking behind this seemingly smooth transition of power, as well as the enigmatic master who, though never appearing, anchored all storms like a steadfast lighthouse. Just as Ling Tian was about to seat himself upon the dragon throne, completing the final rite, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from outside Tianyan City, akin to a primordial beast awakening, entwined with overwhelming demonic energy and piercing sword intent. Violently crashing against the city's protective barrier, the sky darkened abruptly, as if shrouded by an invisible giant's hand. Three distinct voices, each brimming with formidable pressure and ominous undertones, thundered like celestial lightning, reverberating through the air, shaking the very foundation of Tianyan City. The Hun Yuan Sword Sect, North Star Sword Sovereign, has come to congratulate the new Emperor of Dian. The voice was cold and aloof, reminiscent of millennia-old ice, sharp as a blade, piercing deep into the souls of all present. Following that, a more domineering voice infused with the essence of supreme imperial sword intent resounded. I, the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Empire, have come to congratulate the new Emperor of Dian. This proclamation carried the weight of 1,000 troops and a chilling aura of bloodshed. Finally, a mellifluous voice emerged. The head of the Tianqing Merchant Association has come to congratulate the new Emperor of Dian. The three titans spoke simultaneously. The voice of the Sword Path's sacred land echoed with the resonance of immense wealth and influence. While this voice lacked the direct oppressive force of the previous two, it instilled a pervasive sense of icy constriction, gripping the very lifeblood of all present. The sudden turn of events cast an immediate silence over the square, as all eyes turned in shock towards the horizon. High above, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, the North Star Sword Master, and the leader of the Tianqing Merchant Association, Su Tian, hovered in the air, their figures appearing like three deities descending from the heavens, gazing coldly down upon Ling Tian, seated before the dragon throne. Ling Sanqiong and others displayed their anger, yet remained firmly in their seats, not rising. At this moment, Ling Tian was the sole, supreme ruler of the Dian Empire, and all decisions rested upon his shoulders. Ling Tian remained unperturbed, seemingly untouched by the overwhelming pressure that could alter landscapes. He raised his gaze to the sky and spoke calmly. Your joint arrival truly illuminates the Dian Empire. However, I wonder how the armies of the Sword Emperor are faring in Yuzhou. Have they even dared to step a foot into the soul-fragmenting gorge? Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's expression darkened. Just then, a message talisman ignited silently in his sleeve, sending a wave of information that only he could perceive into his consciousness. The army in Yuzhou had suffered a devastating defeat, and two immensely powerful mysterious cultivators had appeared on the battlefield, their techniques seemingly derived from the realms of the Ten Directions, the Holy Sect. A flicker of disbelief crossed the Heavenly Sword Emperor's eyes. He had never anticipated that behind Ling Tian stood not only that enigmatic master, but also the shadow of the Holy Sect. Despite the grim news conveyed by the talisman, Ling Tian appeared indifferent, as if merely inquiring casually. He slightly raised his hand, signaling the pale-faced ceremonial official beside him. The official, suppressing his fear, resumed his chanting, and the coronation ceremony continued under the oppressive presence of the three formidable adversaries. The Heavenly Sword Emperor, the North Star Sword Master, and Su Tian floated in the air, momentarily becoming a farcical footnote to this grand occasion, their intentions disregarded. As the ceremony concluded, Ling Tian slowly turned, confidently taking his seat upon the dragon throne entwined with 9 dragons. His gaze swept over the multitude of subjects below, and his voice, imbued with undeniable authority, resounded across the land. From this day forth, the Dian Empire shall embark on a new chapter under my reign, surpassing the past and present. I, from this day forward, shall be known as the Emperor of Heavenly Enlightenment. This marks the dawn of a new era, the first year of the Heavenly Enlightenment reign. As his words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the square before all gathered, civil and military officials, provincial governors, and the spectators in the distance were captivated by the composure and demeanor exhibited by the new emperor, profoundly shaken by the underlying strength that had diffused the perilous crisis. One after another, they bowed deeply, like a rising tide kneeling low, their voices merging into a resounding chorus that echoed through the heavens. We pay our respects to your majesty. Congratulations, Emperor of Heavenly Enlightenment. The tumultuous waves of adulation swiftly dispelled all previous gloom and oppression, completely submerging the intimidation posed by the three unwelcome guests. Yet high above, the heavenly sword emperor's countenance had turned ashen. Ling Tian's casual dismissal, along with the news of the catastrophic defeat, struck him like two resounding slaps across the face. His overwhelming fury and intent to wield the sword could no longer be contained, erupting with a thunderous force. A mere child, how dare you act so recklessly? Chapter 133. Interfering with the Ascension. The heavenly sword emperor bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder from the heavens, instantly silencing the jubilant acclamations of the populace. With a pointed finger resembling a sword, 8 ethereal manifestations of the celestial realm swirled around him, amalgamating the overwhelming imperial fortune with an unparalleled sword intent at his fingertips, coalescing into a resplendent golden sword light that spanned the heavens and the earth. This sword light, purely forged from the ultimate fortune and the principles of the sword path, harbored the terrifying power capable of toppling mountains and obliterating dynasties, even more refined and fearsome than the previous strike aimed at the Azure Emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his finger towards the newly enthroned Ling Tian, seated upon the dragon throne. This assault was executed with such swiftness that it transcended thought, fierce and resolute, entirely disregarding the dignity and decorum of any imperial majesty, intent on shattering the new emperor and his honor before the eyes of all his subjects during this grand coronation ceremony. "Your Majesty, be cautious," exclaimed the Azure Emperor Ling Zongxiong and others, their faces paling in horror. The Azure Emperor reacted with remarkable speed, shouting in anger as the celestial mirror in his grasp erupted with brilliant divine light, its surface flipping to instantaneously form a thick, dark golden barrier that stood protectively before Ling Tian. Simultaneously, he summoned the full might of the royal array beneath Tianyan City, enveloping it with the vast power of the formation. Dragon Suppression Command. Ling Zongxiong, the Feather Emperor, and the Qin Emperor surged forth, unhesitatingly activating the Dragon Suppression Command. In the heart of the imperial capital, bolstered by the overwhelming national fortune, the three felt their energies surge wildly, temporarily breaking through their own limits as 8 celestial manifestations thundered into visibility behind them. Though not as solid as those achieved through arduous cultivation, they nonetheless exuded an earth-shattering might. Boom! The resplendent golden radiance, infused with wrath by the heavenly sword emperor, struck violently against the dark golden barrier formed by the celestial mirror, producing a deafening roar. The barrier trembled violently, ripples surging forth, and the Azure Emperor's arm holding the mirror sank heavily, the jade bricks beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. Yet he ultimately withstood this sudden onslaught through the power of the celestial mirror and the formation. Meanwhile, Ling Zongxiong and the Qin Emperor flashed forward, bravely positioning themselves before the North Star Sword Sovereign, who appeared poised for action. The air resonated with dragon roars and imperial aura, as 2 colossal dragon-shaped energies intertwined, sealing off the space ahead. The Feather Emperor faced the head of the Tianqing Merchant Association, Su Tian, alone, surrounded by swirling imperial dragon energy. 8 celestial manifestations undulating around him, coldly stating, "Chairman Su, this is not your merchant guild's treasure pavilion. You shall not act with impudence here." In the blink of an eye, the apex of the Diyin faction, under the auspices of the imperial capital's foundation, forcibly established a brief standoff with the 3 uninvited guests. Although all were acutely aware that this state, bolstered by external forces, could not endure for long. This momentary eruption resolutely affirmed their unwavering determination to defend the new emperor from any external chaos during the ceremony. High above, the North Star Sword Sovereign's icy gaze flickered with a subtle disturbance, seemingly unprepared for such a swift and decisive response from his adversaries. Su Tian maintained his affable smile, yet his eyes betrayed a deeper calculation and gravity. The expression of the North Star Sword Sovereign suddenly turned frigid, akin to eternal ice. Behind him, the void trembled as 9 ancient and uniquely styled long swords silently materialized, their blades humming and exuding a terrifying sword intent capable of severing the passage of time and obliterating all laws. With a mere gesture of his fingers, the 9 swords harmonized into a singular entity, transforming into a plain yet overwhelming gray sword light that dimmed the very heavens and earth. The sword of heaven and earth. The voice was devoid of emotion, cold and detached. The gray sword light disregarded the distance of space, descending directly towards Ling Songtian and Emperor Qin. Simultaneously, the smooth smile on the face of Su Tian, the leader of the Celestial Commerce Guild, deepened into a contemplative expression. He flipped his palm, revealing an ancient copper coin that appeared ordinary, its edges slightly worn. Yet, upon it emanated an unsettling wave of energy, a special royal artifact propelled by immense causality and wealth. To buy life or to sell life. Su Tian chuckled softly, flicking his finger. The coin spun and flew forth, not as a direct assault, but releasing countless invisible threads that swiftly ensnared the Feather Emperor. Boom! 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 3 battlefronts erupted instantaneously. The enraged Sword Emperor unleashed another strike, his imperial sword colliding fiercely with the divine light of the Azure Emperor's heavenly mirror, unleashing a tempest of energy that swept through the surroundings. The earthly sword of the North Star Sword Sovereign compelled Ling Songtian and Emperor Qin to join forces in resistance. Yet, seated upon the dragon throne, Ling Tian remained unervingly calm in the face of this suddenly escalating cataclysmic battle. His gaze barely focused on the conflict before him, instead drifting slowly towards the distant void. As if awaiting something, his mind was as clear as water. Today's turmoil could not possibly be instigated by merely these 3. Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he scanned the horizon, his thoughts racing towards the monks of the True Dragon Temple, who had yet to make their appearance. Or perhaps the Wanfo sect from the west, deeply rooted in the Buddhist realm? After all, the fall of a powerful being from the Buddhist domain was no trivial matter. At this moment, 4 formidable commanders of the Imperial Guards, clad in pristine armor, stood like immovable boulders before Ling Tian's dragon throne. They were all trusted confidants, handpicked by Ling Tian to replace the former factions. Beside him, his uncle Zhou Juessa remained steadfastly close. Thanks to a peerless elixir specially drawn from the national treasury by Ling Tian, Zhou Juessa had broken through to the 9th level of the law manifestation. His aura resounding with vigor. "Your Majesty, be cautious," Zhou Juessa whispered urgently, his gaze sharp and scanning the surroundings. The Dragon Tiger, Celestial Master, also held a compass, standing vigil on the other side, his expression grave. Just then, a sharp crack, akin to the sound of shattering glass, echoed throughout the entirety of Tianyin City. The protective barrier of the Royal City's Grand Formation was violently torn apart from the outside by an overwhelmingly forceful power, creating a massive breach. A torrent of Buddhist light surged in, accompanied by a chilling intent to kill, flooding through the gap. At the forefront stood an aged monk, draped in a tattered robe, his visage gaunt and weary. Following closely behind him were 3 formidable figures from the Buddhist realm, each exuding an aura that resonated with the profound depths of enlightenment. Behind them trailed hundreds of elite disciples from the Jinlong Temple, brandishing their staffs with grim determination. The leading monk, with an aura as vast as the ocean, was none other than a peerless master of the later stages of Dongjin, having consolidated the power of 9 celestial realms. His expression was devoid of emotion, and his icy gaze surveyed the opulent imperial capital and the throne upon which Ling Tian sat. His voice reverberated like the tolling of an ancient bell, laden with boundless sorrow and a thirst for vengeance. The Dayan Empire has slain 2 generations of masters from my Jinlong Temple, severing our karmic ties and accumulating unfathomable sins. Today, it is only fitting that they face obliteration. I, the monk Xuanzang, have come to deliver retribution upon this land. Upon hearing these words, Ling Songxiong and his companions turned pale, their expressions contorted with dread. The Jinlong Temple had indeed mustered such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Chen Lin stood in utter bewilderment. How could a master of the 9th celestial realm, supposedly dead, still appear? Was this not an invitation to calamity? How absurd! However, on the other side, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's countenance darkened even further upon receiving a clandestine message, far more so than Ling Songxiong and the others. The message contained only a few cryptic numbers, yet they struck his mind like thunder. Chapter 134, The Dragon Buddha. The Demon Suppression King personally leads over 300,000 troops of the Demon Suppression Army, crossing the border and rapidly advancing into the heart of the Heavenly Sword Empire. 2 unmatched experts, suspected to be from the Holy Church, carve a path through the ranks, unstoppable in their advance. Previously, The retreat of the ancestor Huang Lu was orchestrated due to these two holy church masters, who, though wielding the power of 7 celestial realms, can contend against an 8 celestial realm master in a combined assault. Even a heavenly sword itself could not prevail against them. The ancestor Huang Lu was ensnared, and the king of Jingnan fell first. In Xuanzang's eyes, sorrow and wrath intertwined, and a colossal Buddha figure materialized behind him. The resonant chants blended oddly with the aura of slaughter. His withered hand slowly extended, and the massive Buddha figure raised its golden hand, casting a shadow over the land. Its terrifying might poised to crush mountains and rivers as it descended upon Ling Tian seated upon the throne. Before the palm's wind arrived, the overwhelming pressure rendered the civil and military officials below nearly breathless, their faces pale as parchment. Simultaneously, the 3 Dongjin masters and hundreds of elite disciples surged forward like a runaway torrent towards Tianyin City. The elite troops of the Forbidden Army sprang into action, clashing with the disciples, the clang of steel ringing out across the square. The 3 Dongjin masters strategically joined 3 high-level battle formations, targeting Ling Sangxiong and his allies. The precarious balance that had been maintained was shattered in an instant, and the situation rapidly deteriorated, with Ling Sangxiong and his companions facing insurmountable pressure and peril. Just as the colossal Buddha hand was about to descend, plunging thousands of subjects into despair, a chilling voice echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths of the netherworld, resonating clearly in every ear. To unleash such slaughter at the coronation ceremony of my disciple is woefully inhumane. In the instant the sound resonated, a figure appeared before Ling Tian silently, as if it had always been there. It was Chen Lin. His expression was indifferent, not even lifting his gaze to acknowledge the catastrophic giant hand. Instead, he casually raised a hand, and a thread of pure and crystalline Sacred Heart true essence, imbued with an aura of boundless destruction, suddenly coalesced at his fingertips. With a flick, the tip of his finger lightly touched, and that strand of Sacred Heart true essence instantly tore through space, arriving with a speed that transcended thought, directly piercing through the solidified Buddha shadow giant hand. With a soft pop, the Buddha shadow giant hand burst apart like a punctured bubble, instantly collapsing into nothingness. The strand of Sacred Heart true essence continued its unrelenting trajectory, shooting towards the true body of Xuanzang with an almost imperceptible velocity. The old monk Xuanzang's pupils constricted sharply, alarms ringing in his heart. He had no time to evade or retaliate. The years of cultivation of the indestructible Vajra body had instinctively triggered in response to the life-threatening crisis. Buzz. A layer of intensely rich, almost tangible golden light enveloped his entire body in an instant, as if a golden liquid flowed beneath his skin, emanating an aura of indomitable weight comparable to that of a sovereign artifact. However, with a soft thud, that strand of Sacred Heart true essence effortlessly pierced through this defense, akin to a sovereign artifact, creating a spray of golden blood as it emerged from Xuanzang's left shoulder. Ugh! Xuanzang let out a muffled groan, his form jolting violently, disbelief and horror filling his eyes as golden blood gushed from his shoulder. The invulnerable, indestructible Vajra body was so easily breached. This astonishing finger strike instantly stunned the entire scene. All fighting came to an involuntary halt. The 3 formidable figures, Heaven Sword Emperor Beichun, Sword Master Su Tian, gazed in shock at the calm figure, standing resolutely, their faces etched with fear and gravity. Chen Lin slowly lowered his finger, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with indifference. His voice, though not raised, resonated in the depths of every soul, as if inscribed by celestial decree. I am the Lord, the celestial sovereign of all laws. Ling Tian is my disciple. Since you insist on making a move, then perish. Chen Lin spoke with a detached tone, devoid of any emotion, as if pronouncing the fate of a swarm of ants. Before his words faded, he first turned his attention to the 3 true realms of Jinlong Temple that had invaded the city, along with several hundred elite disciples. In his eyes, a dazzling divine light erupted suddenly, resembling 2 resplendent suns descending from the heavens, radiating majesty and brilliance, illuminating the skies and piercing through illusions. In the next moment, the divine light from his eyes surged forth, transforming into countless invisible yet intensely destructive beams of light, traversing the vast expanse with a speed beyond the grasp of divine awareness. The three true realm powerhouses from Zhenlong Temple, despite their cultivation of 4 or 5 heavens, had no chance to react before this divine light, akin to heavenly retribution. Their protective Buddhist light, as well as the celestial artifacts they summoned, were effortlessly pierced and vaporized as if they were mere paper. Their souls disintegrated into ashes, their bodies reduced to dust. No, the terrifying thoughts had only just emerged in their minds when they were utterly solidified. Their physical forms, illuminated by divine light, withered and carbonized like snowmen cast into a furnace, disintegrating into a cloud of ash. Along with them, their souls were simultaneously obliterated by the scorching will that purifies all, leaving not even a trace of their lingering essence to escape. The hundreds of disciples from the true Dragon Temple, who charged ahead, could not even utter a cry of despair before they too, under the same divine light, followed suit, transforming into a sea of ashes that scattered with the wind. From a moment Chen Lin spoke until every individual from the true Dragon Temple, save for Xuanzang, was reduced to flying ash. Only the blink of an eye had passed. In the vastness of the world, it seemed that only the faint sound of the wind brushing against the ashes remained, along with the countless breaths of those frozen in sheer terror. After accomplishing this, Chen Lin calmly turned his gaze toward the drastically changed expression of Xuanzang, and, with an air of indifference, spoke in a tone reminiscent of a final judgment. Since you are the strongest present today, you shall be the first to descend into the underworld. Upon finishing his words, without moving an inch, Chen Lin slowly raised his right hand. At his fingertips, a drop of exquisitely condensed yellow energy, resonating with a chilling essence, quietly gathered. The Holy Heart True Essence. In the next moment, crack! The heavens above suddenly ruptured. A colossal finger, entwined with endless golden death energy, seemed to emerge from the depths of the 9 nether hell, bearing the terrifying will to bring all living beings to silence, and slowly pointed toward Xuanzang. Xuanzang's face changed drastically as he sensed the absolute aura of death emanating from that colossal finger. With a wild roar, a string of ancient Buddhist beads appeared in his hand, shattering instantaneously and merging pure Buddhist power into his being. Simultaneously, a vast and ancient will, imbued with unparalleled Buddhist might, awakened within him. A blurred yet imposing golden Buddhist apparition manifested behind him, seemingly transcending millennia, its sacred sound resonating throughout the universe. This is a fragment of true intent bestowed by our true Dragon Temple's founder, the Heavenly Dragon Buddha. With this, you shall never be able to kill me. Amipa. The great Yin Empire is burdened with profound karmic debts, and all beings suffer. The poor monk, filled with compassion, wishes to open the door of convenience and guide all practitioners. Men should abandon worldly desires and endure humiliation in their cultivation, while women should engage in charity and refine their enlightenment through their sacrifices. This is the supreme merit, allowing you to ascend to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Xuanzang cried out hoarsely, his eyes filled with madness. The oppressive force radiating from the Buddhist apparition had reached the pinnacle of the true realm, the ultimate level of 10 heavens. This was his trump card. Chapter 135. The Powerless Two. However, in the face of this overwhelming will, as if the supreme true Buddha had descended, the golden finger descending from the heavens showed no signs of slowing down, remaining devoid of any emotion as it continued its relentless descent. The colossal finger collided with the resplendent Buddhist apparition. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound reminiscent of ancient times, filled with unwillingness and lamentation as it shattered. The profound essence of the Heavenly Dragon Buddha, imbued with the might of the 10 heavenly realms, stood before the golden giant finger, entwined with the energy of annihilation, as vulnerable as snow confronted by the blazing sun, crumbling and dissipating from the point of contact. No. The fervor in Xuanzang's eyes was swiftly eclipsed by boundless dread and despair, as he helplessly witnessed his greatest reliance being effortlessly crushed. In the next moment, that colossal finger of annihilation, disregarding all impediments, gently pressed upon his brow. Xuanzang's body stiffened abruptly, the brilliance in his eyes extinguished in an instant. The overwhelming Buddhist power and vitality that surged around him, along with the imprint of his soul, were entirely eroded and obliterated by that thread of golden death energy. A gentle breeze swept by, and this paragon of the true Dragon Temple, who had embodied the 9 heavenly realms, along with the essence of his ancestral wisdom, crumbled quietly like a sand sculpture transforming into the faintest dust, dissipating between heaven and earth, both form and spirit extinguished. Upon Xuanzang's demise, the officials and common folk below rejoiced, though this monk donned a cassock. His words and demeanor bore no semblance to that of a true ascetic. The Heavenly Sword Emperor and the North Star Sword Sovereign, witnessing the event, turned pale as parchment, their fighting spirit evaporating entirely. In unison, they surged forth, the space around them trembling violently as they unhesitatingly attempted to tear through the void and flee miles away. However, Chen Lin cast a dispassionate glance in their direction. Buzz, the space within that realm instantaneously solidified, as if forged from divine iron, becoming unyielding. Their efforts to rend the fabric of reality abruptly halted, as if they had collided with an invisible barrier, their movements stilled. Cursed be it, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, filled with a tumult of fury and indignation, flashed a fierce glimmer in his eyes. With a sudden motion, he produced an ancient jade pendant inscribed with dragon-shaped sword patterns, which he crushed without hesitation. Boom! A boundless force, laden with the collective will of the empire's populace and the fortune of a land, surged forth, traversing infinite space, emanating from the Heavenly Sword Emperor towards the imperial capital, transforming into a dazzling golden pathway visible to the naked eye, instantly flooding into the emperor's being. Empowered by this immense national fortune, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's aura soared like a volcanic eruption, shattering the limits of the 8 heavenly realms. As 10 solid phantoms of the realms erupted behind him, shaking the void, the pressure exerted was indeed not inferior to the ancestral essence summoned by Xuanzang moments prior. Had I not possessed prior means, even a national fortune would have temporarily elevated me to the 10 heavenly realms. The Heavenly Sword Emperor would have long since been trampled by the northern demon domain. His voice thundered with the majesty and resolve of an emperor. As his words fell, a colossal sword shadow, measuring dozens of yards and seemingly existing since time immemorial, slowly materialized behind him. This ancient and unadorned sword, its blade flowing with the imagery of sun, moon, stars, and the mountains and rivers of the realm, embodied the will and ultimate swordsmanship of the entire Heavenly Sword Empire. United with the nation, intertwined with its fortune. The Sword Emperor, his hair and beard billowing, bore eyes ablaze with the fate of the nation and the essence of his being. With his left hand reaching back, as if to grasp the very will of the empire, he unleashed a cataclysmic strike towards Chen Lin from afar. The colossal phantom of a sword that spanned the heavens surged forth, carving through the void as if it were plowing a bottomless chasm, rendering all into silence. This blow nearly drained the entirety of the 10 heavens' power he had borrowed, representing the pinnacle of his might as an emperor. Yet, in the face of such a devastating blow, capable of gravely wounding or even annihilating an ordinary 10 heavens expert, Chen Lin remained unperturbed. He slowly raised his palm, within which swirled a primordial chaos reminiscent of the universe's genesis, embodying the creation palm. This time, he held nothing back, channeling his full strength into the palm's power. The seemingly invincible giant sword phantom, still 100 paces from Chen Lin, appeared to sink into an invisible mire, its speed drastically reduced as if ensnared by countless layers of time and space. Subsequently, the radiant blade bore countless fine cracks, as though an unseen giant hand were simultaneously squeezing and grinding it from all directions. With a thunderous crack, the giant sword phantom shattered inch by inch, transforming into a myriad of brilliant yet despairing golden motes, akin to a fleeting meteor shower, dissipating into the air. The Sword Emperor, struck by an overwhelming force, coughed up a stream of vital blood as resplendent as liquid gold. The 10 magnificent celestial phantoms behind him instantaneously dulled, nearly disintegrating. The pride and resolve in his gaze were replaced by boundless astonishment and disbelief, and his body fell uncontrollably from the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, the North Star's sword master, who had been observing and waiting for an opportune moment, witnessed Chen Lin shatter the giant sword. In that instant, an icy, pure sword radiance flickered fiercely in his eyes. He made no attempt to flee or rescue the Sword Emperor. Instead, he became one with his sword. This strike embodied the culmination of his lifetime of cultivation and the pinnacle of swordsmanship, devoid of all embellishments, relying solely on absolute speed and penetration. This was the true killing move, an ultimate strike launched in the fleeting moment when the old power waned and the new had yet to arise. Where the gray sword thread passed, space was imperceptibly cleaved, leaving a thin yet unhealable chasm. As the sword thread approached its target, Chen Lin did not even turn his head. He merely exhaled gently towards the direction of the impending strike. At first, the breath seemed ordinary, but the moment it left his lips, it transformed into an unparalleled flame capable of incinerating the heavens, akin to an eternal breath extinguishing the stars of the universe. That seemingly unyielding gray sword thread, imbued with the essence of his lifetime's sword path, was rendered as fragile as a candle in the wind before this seemingly inconsequential breath. Without even a ripple, it was extinguished instantly, revealing the appalled and incredulous figure of the North Star Swordmaster. All his sword intent, all his power, all his pride, dissolved into absolute void beneath that breath. Chen Lin slowly turned his head, his gaze casually sweeping over the fallen Heavenly Sword Emperor and the North Star Swordmaster, who was suspended midair, his face ashen. "Unts," he uttered with a tone of disdain. Ling Tan, Ling Sanxiong, and others, witnessing Chen Lin effortlessly subdue the two supreme beings with a mere flick of his fingers, could not hide their shock and profound admiration. His power was overwhelming, a realm beyond imagination that stirred the soul. In the face of an onslaught, he remained unperturbed, suppressing them with ease, as if all things in the world lay within his grasp, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, coldly overlooking all living creatures. Amidst the silence of awe, Su Tian, the president of the Heavenly Merchants Association, suddenly let out a light laugh. The Heavenly Sword Emperor and the North Star Sword Master were immediately filled with rage. "You laugh? Look at us, defeated and facing death, and you still find amusement. I shall laugh when old foam meets his end. Pure theatrix." As he stepped forward, his expression devoid of fear, it was instead imbued with the calm curiosity of a merchant who had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. He slightly cupped his hands towards Chen Lin and remarked, "I never imagined I would encounter such an interesting affair today. The Sacred Heart true essence you displayed earlier is remarkably pure and vast. You must have cultivated the heavenly slaughter sacred art to an unprecedented perfection. However, it is regrettable that this technique is ultimately flawed and has fallen from the majesty of the ancient royal tier." There was a pause in his speech. "Coincidentally, my Su clan within the Heavenly Merchants Association also possesses the heavenly slaughter sacred art." His gaze swept over Chen Lin, and his smile deepened. "You, esteemed elder, have gathered the essence of myriad laws, refining such a unique sacred heart true essence. The title of Lord of all laws is indeed well-deserved. How intriguing, truly intriguing." At these words, the previously despondent and infuriated Heavenly Sword Emperor and North Star Sword Master suddenly felt a flicker of hope ignite within them. They recalled that this Su Tian, the president, was backed by the vast commercial empire of the Heavenly Merchants Association. Within the Su clan, there was also an ancestor on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 11th heaven. Returning to the earlier topic, let it be as if I had said nothing. How foolish! He could not hear their innermost thoughts. Su Tian then turned to the Heavenly Sword Emperor and North Star Sword Master, a shrewd smile gracing his face. "Gentlemen, I happen to possess a life-saving trump card bestowed by the ancestor." Without further ado, the Heavenly Sword Emperor immediately spoke up, his voice hoarse. "If President Su can assist us in leaving this place, I am willing to offer 5 royal-grade precious herbs." The North Star Sword Master quickly followed, gritting his teeth. "I shall offer my ultimate skill, the Heavenly Sword Classic, along with a Heavenly Sword Fruit." At the mention of the Heavenly Sword Fruit, an expression of profound pain flashed in his eyes, for it was a treasure of the sword path, significantly amplifying sword intent cultivation. He had treasured it for so long and had never dared to consume it. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's smile widened, as if he had already struck a monumental deal. "Indeed, you are both most agreeable." However, his smile suddenly froze in place. Before the words had barely left his lips, a thread, as slender as a cow's hair and as crimson as blood, appeared without warning, piercing through the brow of the North Star Sword Sovereign with an unperceivable speed. The North Star Sword Sovereign's body stiffened abruptly, the flicker of hope and agony on his face freezing completely. He had no time to react. The blood red spread rapidly across his brow. In the next moment, this Sword Sovereign of the Primordial Sword Sect had his eyes dimmed entirely, his body falling straight down from the air with a thunderous crash onto the plaza, devoid of any breath. He had not even a sliver of opportunity to resist. He was dead. The corpse of a North Star Sword sovereign crashed heavily to the ground, echoing like a mighty hammer striking at Su Tian's heart. The merchant's characteristic smooth smile vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression of profound anger. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze firmly locking onto Chen Lin. His voice as cold as ice, devoid of any prior civility. Since you insist on opposing the Su family and are entangled in unresolved grievances with the Lin family, do not blame Su for being merciless. He no longer referred to him as senior, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before his words had fully escaped, he straightened his posture, one hand forming an ancient and intricate seal, his aura transforming into one of fervent reverence, bowing deeply into the void. I beseech the ancestral decree to eradicate this scoundrel. As his last word fell, the space behind him twisted violently, as if an ancient and terrifying entity, long dormant, had been abruptly awakened. An indescribable, immense pressure descended, akin to the collapse of the cosmic seas. A resplendent, divine light erupted from the void, coalescing into a towering, colossal phantom. This phantom donned the imperial robe of the Su clan, its features obscured, yet its eyes were distinctly visible, embodying the cycles of the sun and moon and the birth and death of stars, radiating an unparalleled majesty that overlooked all beings and commanded all creation. The mere appearance of this phantom caused the very fabric of the Tianyan city to groan under the overwhelming weight. While countless cultivators below were so intimidated by this supreme pressure that they prostrated on the ground, unable to lift their heads. A grand, ancient voice imbued with unquestionable will resonated. It seems, Tianer, you are in trouble. Su Tian immediately bowed, his tone imbued with utmost respect and indignation. Ancestor, this person has slain the North Star Sword Sovereign, disdaining the Su family's dignity, and is deeply entangled with the remnants of the Lin family. I have no choice but to humbly beseech the ancestral manifestation to subdue this villain. Upon hearing this, the gigantic phantom of the ancestral body slowly turned its starry eyes towards Chen Lin. Wherever its gaze fell, the space froze inch by inch. Those who provoke the Su clan shall be punished. At the moment the words fell, the phantom slowly raised a finger. Merely a finger, yet it seemed to gather the entirety of heaven and earth, imbued with the absolute will to decree the end of all things, pointing slowly towards Chen Lin. The might of the 11 heavens, vast as the starry seas, rendered it an undeniable sovereign across the entire North Xian domain and the surrounding 7 territories. In an era where the pinnacle of enlightenment remains elusive and rebirth is unattainable, such individuals walk the earth as paragons of supremacy. With a mere thought, they can dictate the fates of countless lives, and with a single utterance, they can determine the rise and fall of empires. Confronted by the colossal finger, imbued with cataclysmic power, which slowly descended upon him, Chen Lin finally lifted his gaze. His aura had yet to manifest the extraordinary phenomena of the celestial realm, ensuring he remained undetected. He spoke with a casual demeanor, yet his voice resonated clearly, piercing through the overwhelming divine might. Reaching the ears of the ethereal figure, should you oppose me, if I do not perish, how shall your Su clan continue to exist? Are you resolute in making this matter a fight to the death? You bear the weight of a lineage spanning millennia, with tens of thousands of lives entwined with yours, while I possess the ability to extinguish them one by one. Upon hearing these words, the immense shadow of the Su ancestor, Su Xian, revealed a subtle shift in his indistinct visage, yet the coldness and murderous intent in his starry eyes remained unwavering. Ridiculous, boomed his grand voice, laced with indifferent mockery. Now that the first strike has been made, we are irrevocably bound to this fatal confrontation. There is no need for further discourse. Moreover, does your dying empire truly wish to remain eternally confined to this northern corner? Sooner or later, you must emerge and compete against the myriad heroes of the world. At that time, a clash between our clans is inevitable. He paused momentarily, as if alluding to something deeper. The young lady of the Lin family shares a profound connection with the current emperor. She may rise to the status of empress in the future, and thus, we shall also become adversaries. Before his words could fully dissipate, the colossal finger, embodying the terrifying might of 11 celestial realms, surged forward without hesitation, accelerating like divine retribution, poised to crush Chen Lin beneath its weight. Chen Lin had anticipated that his opponent would not relent due to a mere exchange of words. His prior statements were merely a ploy to secure a fleeting moment to adjust his condition and elevate himself to his true zenith. In the next instant, his internal cultivation surged with unprecedented fervor, the pure and resounding essence of the holy heavenly art, amalgamated with the formidable true energy of myriad techniques and the ferocious battle intent instilled by blood battle across the wilderness, erupted in an overwhelming crescendo. His vitality surged like an ancient volcano, the momentum climbing relentlessly, defying the immense pressure bearing down upon him. Simultaneously, the heavenly restraint dragon command reached its utmost limits. This technique allowed him to command the very elements of the world, as he could dominate dragons as an emperor. He could likewise harness the boundless power that flowed through him, a confluence of myriad arts. Command. Chen Lin enunciated a singular truth, and facing the annihilating finger, he no longer sought to evade. Instead, he gradually raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, as if a celestial star cluster resided within his palm, boldly meeting the fatal strike of Su Xian's ethereal form. The chaotic star cluster within Chen Lin's palm collided fiercely with Su Xian's world-shattering finger. Contrary to the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, time and space seemed to lapse into a peculiar stasis at that very moment, as the colossal finger, imbued with the terrifying might of the 11 heavenly realms, touched the chaotic star sphere. The vast divine light swirling upon its surface dimmed and slowed at a visibly perceptible rate. It was as if the supreme laws and powers contained within were being forcibly dissected and consumed by the chaotic star sphere. The form of Su Xian emitted a muffled grunt, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. He distinctly felt that the power of his single finger was dissipating like a needle cast into the sea, rapidly neutralized and commandeered by an unfathomable means. In that fleeting moment, Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he seized the opportunity. The chaotic star sphere suddenly reversed. "Break," he uttered in a low voice. And the power that had been consumed and transformed by the chaotic star sphere, merging his sacred heart true essence with various techniques, surged forth with greater ferocity and cohesion. A grayish beam of light, suffused with the aura of annihilation, erupted from Chen Lin's palm, instantly engulfing that immense finger. Crack! Boom! The enormous finger of Su Xian began to shatter and disintegrate from the tip, scattering into countless brilliant shards under the backlash of the fused powers. This retaliatory force rapidly spread along the arm of the form, causing the towering phantom to tremble violently, flickering between existence and oblivion. Puff! Far away, in an unknown, tranquil location, the Su clan's ancestor suddenly opened his eyes while seated in meditation, spitting forth a mouthful of faint golden blood. His gaze filled with shock and fury. The fragment of his form that had descended was not only blocked, but also severed, even injuring a trace of his essence. Below, the composure and shrewdness had long vanished from Su Tian's face, leaving only boundless horror and dread. He could scarcely fathom that even a fragment of the ancestor's power had been vanquished by the opponent. "This is bad. I acted rashly. I might have just dug my own grave. I am in grave danger." Yet, in the next moment, Su Xian's grand voice, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent, reverberated like thunder across the skies of Tianyan City. "Heavenly monarch of all laws, from this day forth, the Su clan of the Tianxing Merchant Association shall have no rest until we are dead." The resounding proclamation encapsulated the infinite fury and declaration of the 11 heavenly realms. Subsequently, a terrifying force, far beyond the comprehension of those present, descended from the ether, akin to an invisible hand, swiftly ensnaring the pale-faced Su Tian, causing the space around them to warp violently, and both vanished without a trace. Chen Lin did not pursue. He merely cast a detached glance at the spot where Su Tian had disappeared, slowly retracting his hand. His mind remained clear. That strike had exhausted the utmost power he could summon from the sacred heavenly art, the sacred heart true essence, and even the dragon suppression art, just barely countering and rebuffing the force that had descended from afar. It was still insufficient. The true essence of the 11 heavenly realms was far more terrifying than that fragment of power. However, his gaze swept across the ground, taking in the figures of Xuanzang and the North Star Sword Sovereign, along with the limp form of the Sword Emperor. With the Destiny Pearl in his possession, he had no need to harbor excessive concerns. The essence and cultivation of these formidable beings could be transformed into the sustenance he required to ascend to greater heights. As for the inner demons, he dismissed them entirely. The immediate priority was to elevate his strength to the 11th heaven. When his power was sufficient to sweep away all obstacles, what significance would the so-called inner demons hold? A profound silence enveloped the arena, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the heavenly sword emperor's face bore the pallor of death, his eyes devoid of hope. Having lost even the strength to struggle, Chen Lin cast a final glance, and, with a finger poised like a sword, unleashed an invisible force that pierced through the emperor's brow, severing all threads of life. With a mere wave of his sleeve, an unseen power swept up the bodies of the many monks from the true Dragon Temple, as well as the heavenly sword emperor, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Chen Lin's figure materialized before Ling Tian, his tone calm yet imperious. The heavenly sword empire had brought about its own demise. Thus, its existence had become redundant. It was time for the master to make his rounds. Moreover, the royal treasury of the heavenly sword empire must undoubtedly contain treasures. He need not consume an excessive amount of the Destiny Pearl's power. Not a single one would be spared. Chen Lin's message resonated directly in Ling Tian's ears. Additionally, the Destiny Pearl holds great significance for me. I require energy. Without hesitation, Ling Tian promptly retrieved the Destiny Pearl and reverently presented it. Chen Lin accepted the gem, his form once again blurring, leaving behind a singular, resonant proclamation that echoed across the square. In a few days, preparations will be made to take over the heavenly sword empire. Only after Chen Lin's figure had completely vanished did the long-restrained officials and countless spectators awaken from their stupor. Gazing at the empty expanse of the sky, they recalled the earlier spectacle, reminiscent of a clash between deities and demons, as well as the master's nonchalant yet authoritative decree that determined the fate of an empire. An overwhelming sense of reverence and fervor surged from the depths of their hearts. One by one, they knelt in the direction of Chen Lin's disappearance, their voices rising in a fervent chorus. "We bow to the master." The sound reverberated, filled with pride and astonishment. In that moment, they truly comprehended the terrifying existence that stood behind their sovereign. The future of the Dian Empire was destined for unprecedented glory. Ling Tian also bowed deeply in the direction of his master's departure. At this moment, Chen Lin had appeared atop an ancient mountain far from Tianyan City. He waved his hand to establish a barrier, and then retrieved the source of life and the reversal pearl he had gathered earlier. That earlier, earth-shattering strike had nearly drained all of his powers from the various heavens, leaving him feeling utterly vacant. Without hesitation, he harnessed the reversal pearl and the source of life, channeling all his energy to mend his injuries and replenish his expended strength, striving to restore himself to his peak condition. Although he had withstood a tremendous blow from Su Xian's divine form, which appeared to have been a strong reversal, he had indeed sustained internal injuries. In the past month, he had cultivated several royal-grade techniques, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet he had only managed to elevate his combat prowess to the level comparable to a practitioner of the 10 heavens. With the strength of the 10 heavens, to withstand a strike from a true 11 heavens powerhouse from afar is no trivial feat, even if the opponent merely strikes at random. The recoil from such a force is anything but insignificant. However, while today may be such, what of tomorrow? Each day, his cultivation, techniques, and foundation are steadily strengthening. One must not allow themselves to be slain today. Tomorrow may very well herald their demise. Chapter 138. The Ascendance of Cultivation. Moreover, those who can cultivate to the 11 heavens are hardly mediocre. The opponent likely possesses terrifying prowess within their realm, perhaps capable of battling beyond their rank, with true strength that might even rival the 12 heavens. Though blood war in the 8 wildernesses has emboldened him in battle, forcibly augmenting part of his strength, his internal organs have been ravaged by the overwhelming recoil, and his meridians ache subtly. As for the potential resource and economic blockade from the Heavenly Merchant Guild, he remains unconcerned. Once he annexes the Heavenly Sword Empire, its vast treasury will suffice for an extended period. At that juncture, he might even contemplate expanding into more distant territories, such as the 10 Directions domain. He still holds the Holy Fire token and has connections with Wu Tian, the young master of the Holy Sect, making the establishment of trade routes a manageable task. In merely the span of an incense stick, with the dual forces of 5 drops of the source of life and the Destiny Pearl, Chen Lin's condition has been entirely restored to its peak. His aura now harmonious and abundant, even surpassing his previous state. Without delay, He promptly deposited the corpses of the North Star Swordmaster, the Heavenly Sword Emperor, and numerous cultivators from the True Dragon Temple into the Destiny Pearl. The luminous gem swirled with ethereal light, swiftly refining the essence and cultivation of these formidable beings into the purest energy. Immediately, Chen Lin began to wholeheartedly absorb this vast power, striving to ascend to a higher realm. This battle erupted like a cataclysmic storm, sweeping across the entire Dian Empire and its surrounding regions in an instant. The name of the celestial sovereign, Lord of 10,000 laws, spread throughout the world with unprecedented swiftness. Who could have anticipated that the current emperor, the celestial Enlightenment Emperor's mentor, was such an unfathomable and terrifying figure? With a mere flick of his finger, he vanquished the North Star Swordmaster of the True Dragon Temple, clashed against the avatar of the Sioux clan's elder from the Heavenly Merchant Guild, and decisively resolved to annihilate the Heavenly Sword Empire during the grand ceremony. The power he exhibited was that of a legendary 11 Heavens supreme being. As the news spread, the entire nation erupted in fervor. Whether officials in the court, sect cultivators, or ordinary citizens, all felt a profound sense of pride and an unprecedented sense of security. The strength of the empire signifies that the standing of its people will likewise ascend. It is foreseeable that in the future, Dian cultivators, when traversing the world, need only to proclaim their name to garner respect from all corners. More importantly, the series of new policies subsequently announced by the Celestial Enlightenment Emperor further elevated this fervent public sentiment to a climax. On that day, Ling Tian addressed the court assembly, his voice steady and resonant, echoing throughout the hall. From this day forth, all citizens of Dian, regardless of noble birth or humble origins, and all those aged 8 and above, shall be allowed to enter the Dian Academy for study. The Academy's expenses and resources shall be borne entirely by the Imperial Court. The finest techniques, renowned masters, elixirs, and magical artifacts will undoubtedly be provided by the Empire. Upon the issuance of this decree, the world trembled. An elder statesman stepped forth, expressing concern over the Empire's financial capacity. Ling Tian responded with a serene smile, exuding confidence. My esteemed minister, your worries are unfounded. The imperial dynasty now encompasses 10 provinces, with no regional factions to contend with. All resources are directed to the national treasury, ensuring a seamless flow. Furthermore, citizens contribute a portion of their spiritual taxes annually, which forms the bedrock of our empire. I am merely reallocating the wealth derived from the people to benefit them directly, nurturing their offspring and fortifying the foundation of our great Yan dynasty. This initiative is aimed at cultivating talent for the empire for generations to come, establishing a foundation for peace. When the populace understands that their taxes are employed to educate their own children, they will undoubtedly support this endeavor. How could there be any objection? Ling Tian's voice resonated with an undeniable resolve. This matter pertains to the fate of the nation and must be implemented. I desire for every citizen of the Yan Empire to soar like dragons. The new policy swiftly spread, its impact far surpassing that of the previous cataclysmic battle. Countless commoners were moved to tears, for it signified that their descendants would genuinely possess a pathway to greatness. Even the scions of noble families recognized a broader platform for competition and opportunity. The machinery of the empire operated with unprecedented efficiency, methodically advancing one initiative after another. The entire Dian Empire resembled a war machine infused with a newfound spirit, no longer aimed at internal strife, but directed towards nurturing and future endeavors. Although formidable adversaries, such as the True Dragon Temple of the Hunyuan Sword Sect and the Tianqing Merchant Association, still loomed on the periphery, the internal cohesion of the dynasty had never been stronger. Everyone understood that only by closely following this enlightened emperor, who possessed a formidable mentor, and by strengthening the empire, could they and their descendants secure a place in this grand era and even achieve renown throughout the world. The Dian Empire was striding confidently into a new epoch with an unprecedented posture. An hour elapsed in the blink of an eye. Chen Lin gradually opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with divine light. Indeed, it was as he suspected. He felt a stirring within. The energy contained within the Destiny Pearl far exceeded his expectations. The energy previously amassed from the many powerful beings devoured from the Starshine Academy had not yet been exhausted. Even after supporting the successive ascensions of the Tsang Emperor Ling Tian and others, its foundation remained profound. After all, This pearl was originally a core treasure of the Ling royal family, designed to store and refine the energy of corpses. Moreover, just moments ago, three top-tier Dongjin masters, the Xianzong Beichen and the Tiandao Sword Emperor, and the corpses of 300 Dongjin cultivators had been cast into it. The energy now contained within the pearl surged like a mighty sea, tumultuous and overwhelming. Should he consume it all, he would undoubtedly be able to condense several more Dongtian realms. At that time, his power would ascend dramatically. As for Su Xian, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. Chen Lin voraciously devoured the remaining energy within the Destiny Pearl. After an hour, the shadow of the sixth Dongtian realm finally began to coalesce behind him, appearing faintly yet distinctly. Thus, he had successfully condensed 6 Dongtian realms. His strength surged once more. At this moment, the once boundless energy within the Destiny Pearl had finally diminished by half. Chen Lin required a considerable amount of energy, especially after enduring the 9 extremes Thunder Tribulation. His foundation was exceptionally profound, and his strength formidable, necessitating an ample supply of energy. There was no fault in that reasoning. For now, this energy would be preserved. As he ventured towards the Heavenly Sword Empire, he anticipated a plentiful supply of enemy corpses to replenish his reserves. Chen Lin pondered the previous message from Wu Tian, recalling the 2 formidable figures from the Holy Sect. After assisting the Northern King in seizing a territory of the Heavenly Sword Empire with overwhelming might, they had received orders to depart, leaving the Northern King to command the troops in defense. Time was of the essence, and further delays were unacceptable. Chen Lin rose to his full height, retracting all traces of his aura, rendering him imperceptible. With a single step, he melded into the void and sped towards the Heavenly Sword Empire. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sword Empire had descended into unprecedented panic and chaos. The news of the Ascension ceremony in Tianyan City spread like wildfire, akin to a plague. The fall of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, the obliteration of the North Star Sword Sovereign, and the crushing of Master Xuanzong of the True Dragon Temple under a mere finger. Each report struck the hearts of the subjects like a sledgehammer. Additionally, a territory had been seized by the demon-suppressing king. Most terrifying of all, the godlike Wanfa de Tianjun had already set forth, heading towards the Heavenly Sword Empire with insatiable intent. Utter annihilation. The higher echelons of the empire were in disarray, a headless mass of confusion. Various regional kings and generals proposed divergent strategies. Some advocated for a desperate, united stand, while others secretly plotted their escape routes, even contemplating surrendering their cities. Just as the populace's morale waned and the empire teetered on the brink of collapse, a more savage and ferocious presence quietly descended upon the imperial capital. Within the grand palace hall, the very fabric of space was forcibly torn apart, and several imposing figures radiating overwhelming demonic energy stepped forth. Leading them was a being with a lion's head atop a human's body, its mane shimmering like gold, eyes ablaze with primal fury, exuding an aura that reached the late stage of the true realm. None other than a powerful member of the Golden Lion clan, one of the 10 royal families of the demon domain. A horde of headless flies. The voice of the Golden Lion clan leader resonated like thunder, shaking the hall. The Heavenly Sword Emperor is dead. Your Heavenly Sword Empire is on the brink of destruction. Rather than face the slaughter at the hands of the Wanfa de Tianjun, it would be wise to submit to my Golden Lion clan and offer this territory to my royal lineage. He surveyed the panicked assembly within the hall, his tone imbued with an undeniable dominance. Surrender, and you may save the lives of some nobles among you, perhaps even granting you a place to reside. Otherwise, when that human Tianjun arrives, or when my Golden Lion clan's army comes to claim what is theirs, you shall become mere fodder. The arrival of the Golden Lion clan was not a timely aid, but rather an opportunistic raid. They had identified the critical moment of vulnerability within the Heavenly Sword Empire, a moment rife with weakness and imminent threats, to seize this bountiful human territory without the need for bloodshed. The members of the Heavenly Sword royal family and esteemed officials turned pale, ensnared in an even more desperate predicament. Before them loomed the formidable figure of the myriad laws, the celestial sovereign, advancing with relentless determination, while behind, the ferocious Golden Lion clan cast covetous glances, intent on seizing their last bastion. The fate of the Celestial Sword Empire appeared to teeter precariously on the brink of oblivion. Whether forward or backward, it seemed that only annihilation awaited. Suddenly, a man with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, tall and imposing, stepped forth from the crowd with measured grace. His expression remained remarkably serene, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips, as if the impending crisis of the empire bore no relevance to him. The assembly was momentarily stunned, but their gazes swiftly converged upon his countenance, erupting into incredulous delight. It was the second prince, His Highness Huang Puyin. The prodigal son had returned. This was none other than Huang Puyin, the second prince of the Celestial Sword Empire, once renowned for his exceptional talents, yet utterly disinterested in the throne. His life story was nothing short of legendary. From the moment of his birth, an extraordinary phenomenon accompanied him. He possessed unparalleled sword bones, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace. Disinterested in the intrigues of power, he departed the imperial court at an early age to wander through various realms. Even more astonishing was his prodigious talent in alchemy, as he could concoct celestial-grade elixirs at a tender age. Now, having just surpassed a century, he had quietly reached the initial stage of the true cavern realm, having condensed 4 celestial domains. Such talent was deemed unparalleled in the millennium of the Celestial Sword Empire. Yet his prolonged absence had rendered him relatively obscure. In the past, even the swordmaster of the primordial sword sect had sought to take him as a disciple, only to be gently rebuffed. An elderly minister, as if clutching at a lifeline, spoke with fervor. Indeed, there is also His Highness. With your extraordinary gifts, should you pay a visit to the exalted beings of the Tao domain and take refuge under their tutelage, perhaps we might seek their protection for the Celestial Sword Empire. Another minister quickly joined in. Even if that fails, with your capabilities, should you exhaust the Empire's fortune to collaborate with the reclusive Celestial Ancestor. 2 formidable, true cavern experts could very well contend against the Celestial Sovereign. However, Huang Puyin did not cast his gaze upon the ministers, but instead directed it towards the elder of the Golden Lion clan, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Take your people and depart from the Celestial Sword Empire. Otherwise, face death. The elder of the Golden Lion clan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in furious rage. You insolent whelp! How dare you be so audacious after being granted a modicum of respect? His terrifying cultivation at the mid-stage of true cavern, with 7 celestial domains, exploded forth, and his claws tore through the fabric of space, aiming to rend the impudent genius of the human race to shreds in an instant. In the face of this violent assault, a flicker of disdain passed through Huang Puyin's eyes. With a mere thought, he resonated with the fortune of the Celestial Sword Empire, and a torrent of imperial vitality surged into his being. Buzz! His aura skyrocketed like a rocket, instantaneously breaking through the barriers of 4 celestial domains. Briefly standing at the mid-stage of true cavern, with 7 celestial shadows shimmering resplendently behind him, he was not the emperor, yet as a prince, he bore the weight of imperial fortune. Reaching the zenith of power, he could harness through the empire's destiny. He exhibited no flamboyance. With a finger poised like a sword, a brilliant beam of sword light, refined to perfection as if capable of cleaving the very laws of heaven and earth, erupted from his fingertip, arriving ahead of the golden claw that loomed before him. With a sharp hiss, the sword light sliced effortlessly through the formidable golden claw, imbued with immense demonic power. The unstoppable sword light then surged directly towards the astonished elder of the 3 clans. The elder let out a frenzied roar, desperately channeling his demonic energy to resist, yet was still sent flying by that unparalleled sword light, leaving a deep gash upon his chest, revealing bone beneath, as golden blood gushed forth. In that singular strike, the disparity in power was laid bare. A profound silence enveloped the arena, all present stunned by Huang Puyin's earth-shattering sword strike. Huang Puyin withdrew his finger, standing amidst the swirling imperial aura, his gaze sweeping over the assembly within the hall, ultimately articulating his true intent. From this day forth, I, Huang Puyin, shall be the newly appointed emperor of the Heavenly Sword Empire. Deep within the recesses of his profound consciousness, an ancient figure observed the unfolding events with quiet satisfaction. A voice resonating gently, Yenner, you have done well. Should you become the sovereign of this realm, amidst the imminent upheaval and revival of spiritual energy, you will seize boundless opportunities. The ancient relics and resources that require fierce competition will, in due time, be brought forth for you, presented before your throne. Instantly, the ministers comprehended, akin to grasping a final lifeline. They knelt before the proud figure, their their voices trembling with excitement. "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." As their voices echoed, a wave of renewed vitality surged through the once dwindling fortunes of the Heavenly Sword Empire, now finding a new core, resonating with joyous vibrations. Akin to rivers converging into the sea, fervently gathering towards Huang Puyin upon the dragon throne. With a resounding boom, the vast national fortune enveloped him, and Huang Puyin's aura surged at an observable rate, from a mid-stage of the true realm to the later stage. Eventually, 9 solid manifestations of the celestial realm emerged behind him, casting an overwhelming pressure that engulfed the entire hall. In that moment of ascension, he had temporarily elevated his realm to the formidable 9 celestial realm. Though this elevation was fleeting, it was nonetheless remarkable. Naturally, facing life and death, the previous reliance on national fortune might incur some depletion. However, in the present moment, one could utilize as much as needed. The elder of the Golden Lion clan, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with both shock and fury, his expression shifting unpredictably. Ultimately, he dared not utter another word, retreating with his kin, hastily tearing through space to escape. Chapter 140, The Backup Plan. Huang Puyin, now the Heavenly Sword Emperor, sat regally upon his throne, feeling the tumultuous power coursing through his being, and spoke with unprecedented confidence. "I have traversed numerous realms over the years, forging alliances and securing favors with many formidable beings. Though the Lord of 10,000 Laws is a peerless powerhouse of the 11 celestial realms, it will not be an easy task for him to obliterate my Heavenly Sword Empire." Yet, before his words could fully settle, a minister rushed into the grand hall, panic etched upon his face, his voice trembling with utmost fear. "Your Majesty, it's terrible. The Lord of 10,000 Laws has made his move." He appeared in the southern provinces with an incomprehensible swiftness, vanquishing all resistance in his path. Following this, the Demon King of Suppression led his forces to seize the cities. Now, throughout the expanse of 8 provinces, for in the south have succumbed entirely, the southern territories have fallen completely into enemy hands. The news struck like a chilling frost from the heavens, instantly extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited within the Grand Hall. The imperial capital, situated in the heart of the Heavenly Sword Empire, now faced the grim reality. The fall of the 4 southern provinces signified that the might of the 10,000 Laws celestial sovereign was poised to strike at the very core, threatening to descend upon the imperial city at any moment. A palpable sense of despair began to permeate the atmosphere once more. At that moment, a profound and ancient aura quietly enveloped the hall. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow and a countenance worn and gaunt, yet with eyes sharp as a celestial sword, silently materialized beside the imperial throne. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately bowed in reverence, their faces reflecting deep awe. "We pay homage to the celestial ancestor." This individual was none other than the most formidable legacy of the Heavenly Sword royal family, the revered ancestor Huang Puyin, who had long secluded himself in the Forbidden Grounds. His cultivation had reached the later stage of the true cave, having condensed 8 celestial realms. With the support of the imperial dynasty's fortune, he could momentarily unleash the power of 9 celestial realms, even brushing against the strength of 10. After all, he was not the sovereign. The fortune he could harness paled in comparison to that of the Heavenly Sword Emperor. Upon hearing of the southern province's fall, Huang Puyin, now the Flame Emperor, displayed no signs of panic. His heart remained undisturbed. He harbored no fear of the 10,000 Laws celestial sovereign, for within him still slumbered a master who had guided him through every trial since his humble beginnings. With the vast experiences of his master, they had formed alliances with formidable beings across numerous domains, including transcendent powers of 10 and even 11 celestial realms. He had inquired about his master's origins, discovering only that this being was a powerful entity of the Nirvana realm, who had ultimately fallen, but whose lingering soul had found its way to him. Now, with his master's spirit restored, possessing the strength of a 10 celestial realm being, and complemented by his experience, he could stand against practitioners of the 11 celestial realms. The celestial ancestor Huang Puyin cast a complex gaze at this junior, whose aura had already surpassed his own, and slowly extended his hand. A small grass, entirely verdant and adorned with 9 leaves, each resembling an unparalleled divine sword, manifested, radiating an unparalleled sword intent and boundless vitality. This was the 9-leaf sword herb, born from the rifts of the void, containing the supreme essence of the sword path and primal power, capable of aiding one in ascending realms, refining the sword bones, and advancing cultivation. He presented this rare treasure to the newly appointed Flame Emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, Huangpu Yin accepted the 9-leaf sword herb and consumed it. The herb dissolved upon entry, instantly transforming into a torrent of fierce, yet life-infused pure energy that surged through his limbs and bones. This energy not only wildly elevated his cultivation, but also, like countless tiny divine swords, incessantly tempered his innate sword bones, rendering them ever more crystalline and imbued with latent sharpness. Within him, the foundational essence of the 4 heavens, acquired through his own diligent cultivation, swiftly solidified and expanded under the impact of this newfound power. Boom! The phantom of the 5th heaven materialized explosively behind him, achieving a state of complete stability. This elevation in his realm was genuinely earned through his arduous training. Simultaneously, the vast fortune of the Imperial dynasty continued to bestow its blessing upon him, elevating his aura momentarily to a terrifying level akin to the 9th heaven. The dual states of reality and illusion harmoniously coalesced within him, forming a profound unity. Yet, this was not sufficient. A flicker of determination flashed in the eyes of Emperor Yin, who, with a mere flick of his hand, produced a pill the size of a dragon's eye, intricately adorned with 9 elixir patterns radiating astonishing waves of energy, an exquisite treasure obtained from his travels. The pinnacle of royal grade, 9 transformations pill. Without hesitation, he consumed the pill. The moment the pill dissolved, a more ferocious energy erupted within him, like a volcano. Were it not for the innate sword bone and the imperial fortune augmenting him, such a violent surge could have easily overwhelmed an ordinary practitioner of the true cave. Observing this, the heavenly ancestor, Huangpu Tian, with a glimmer of insight in his eyes, immediately intervened. He placed his palms upon Emperor Yan's back, channeling his own pure 8 heavens cultivation like a gentle river, continuously flowing in to assist Yin in guiding and refining the 2 overwhelming forces. Simultaneously, he directly summoned a vast quantity of spiritual stones and rare treasures from the royal treasury, refining them into the purest spiritual liquid to infuse into Emperor Yen's body. Amidst the frenzied infusion and assistance from these 3 powerful forces, Emperor Yan's aura surged at an astonishing pace. The 5th heaven behind him rapidly solidified, and shortly thereafter, boom! The 6th heaven phantom emerged, arduous yet resolute in its formation. Although the aura remained somewhat unstable and required further refinement, at this moment, he had undeniably elevated his true cultivation to the realm of the 6 heavens of true cave. With the temporary enhancement of imperial fortune layered upon him, his combat prowess reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Slowly, Emperor Yin opened his eyes, which glimmered with the brilliance of countless sword lights, while his aura resonated with the depths of a prison. Feeling the tumultuous power within him, he gazed through the grand hall towards the south, speaking coldly. I, the celestial monarch of all laws, await you here. His gaze swept over the startled ministers below. His voice steady and unyielding, convey my decree. Immediately evacuate all cultivators and citizens of the imperial capital. This battle is unlike any other. Once it erupts, the aftermath could level mountains and rivers. I do not wish for innocents to suffer. A senior minister promptly accepted the order, his expression grave as he swiftly departed to make arrangements. Soon, all present in the hall received their orders and began executing various countermeasures. Within the vast palace, only Emperor Yin and the heavenly ancestor remained. Huangpu Tian regarded this decisive junior with a complex glint in his eyes, sighing softly. In the past, the Sword Emperor also made a pact with the Golden Lion clan, seeking to borrow their strength. Alas, they ultimately did not intervene. Even if we can transcend the calamity posed by the Lord of Universal Laws, our dynasty will still have to confront the insatiable greed of the Golden Lion clan, who have long coveted the gateway to the North Xian domain. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "There is no need for concern. Heavenly Ancestor, during my travels across the realms, I have surely made provisions." He slowly raised his hand, and 3 ancient-looking jade tokens, exuding a disquieting aura, hovered quietly in his palm. Each token sealed a terrifying power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Chapter 141. The arrival of Chen Lin, Emperor Yan's voice was serene, yet imbued with immense confidence. Both the leader of the heavenly sect and the head of the sacred palace were formidable figures at the late stage of the true realm. Having once battled against the ancient beings of the 11 heavenly domains without defeat, making them prominent sovereigns of their respective regions. At that time, both you and I can draw upon the imperial dynasty's fortune to briefly ascend to the realm of the 10 heavenly domains. Though it may deplete several millennia of the empire's fortune in matters of life and death, we have no other choice. United with the strength of the 3 sovereigns, we shall be able to contend with the Lord of universal laws. He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Moreover, I have already sent a message to the esteemed ones of the true Dragon Temple. When we engage the Lord of universal laws, they can seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Yin Empire. In that moment, let him be caught between the front and the rear, and let us see how the Lord of universal laws can divide his attention. Upon hearing this, the heavenly ancestor's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this new emperor possessed such meticulous thoughts and extraordinary methods. Not only was he endowed with exceptional talent, but he had also forged alliances with numerous powerful allies, even preparing a strategy to save Zhao by besieging Wei. He envisioned the resurgence of the heavenly sword empire under the leadership of such a magnificent sovereign. Subsequently, the two spoke no further. Emperor Yin devoted himself to the full operation of his cultivation techniques, consolidating his recently elevated strength within the 6th heavenly domain. The heavenly ancestor, too, spared no effort, extracting the most prestigious elixirs and resources from the imperial treasury that he had previously hesitated to utilize, as he endeavored to breach the elusive barrier of the 9th heavenly domain. In terms of raw power, the heavenly sword empire surpassed the Yin Empire. As for why they had not annihilated the Yin Empire earlier, they were well aware that even with so many trump cards, obliterating a millennia-old empire was no trivial task. No one knew what formidable hidden depths their adversary might still possess. Even if they succeeded in overthrowing the Yin and becoming the overlord of the North Xian domain, they would need to remain vigilant against the attitudes of the Northern Demon domain and the various factions within the North Xian domain to avoid being besieged from all sides. Ultimately, they still lacked absolute strength. Several hours passed in the tense preparations, fleeting in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Chen Lin's figure appeared like a ghost, silently materializing in the heart of the Heavenly Sword Empire, in the core region of Jianzhou. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at the grand imperial capital shrouded in countless sword intents. Then, with a single step, Chen Lin entered the imperial capital of the Heavenly Sword Empire. Contrary to his expectations of a heavily fortified array, the streets of the capital before him were eerily deserted. The long avenues were wide, lined with towering buildings, and brimming with shops and inns, yet not a soul was in sight. It resembled a meticulously constructed grand stage, yet devoid of any performers. A gentle breeze stirred a few fallen leaves, causing them to roll across the bluestone pavement with a soft, rustling sound, further emphasizing the eerie silence of this grand city. Chen Lin's expression was indifferent as he strolled along the empty thoroughfare, his footsteps resonating clearly. His formidable consciousness spread out like quicksilver, instantly encompassing the entire imperial capital. The results of his scan elicited a flicker of understanding in his eyes. This magnificent metropolis, capable of housing multitudes, was now nearly a desolate city, save for the faint presences of several thousand individuals within the towering imperial palace. Judging by their auras, it was evident that the vast majority were mere palace maids and eunuchs, devoid of any cultivation. All potential innocents had been relocated, leaving behind an empty city and the final battleground, poised for confrontation within the imperial palace. Chen Lin raised his gaze, piercing through the layers of grand halls, directly alighting upon the most majestic central palace. He could distinctly sense that it housed the strongest auras within the capital at that moment, two of which were intricately linked to the immense fortune of the entire Tianjian Empire, shining like torches in the night, brilliant and resplendent. One of these auras was sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a vigorous vitality and imperial majesty, indicative of a new emperor. The other was aged and withered, yet more profound, akin to an ancient sword buried deep underground, its connection to the imperial fortune somewhat obscure, likely belonging to the royal ancestor. His purpose was solely to eradicate the prime evil and eliminate the hostile leadership, rather than slaughter the common folk. With the opposition displaying such discernment, he naturally welcomed the tranquility. No longer preoccupied with the desolate streets, he took a step forward, his figure seemingly teleporting as he traversed countless vacant districts and palaces, heading straight toward the core Imperial Palace where the fortunes converged. The final stage had been cleared, and the sole audience had taken their seats. It was time for the curtain to fall. Emperor Yin, Huang Pu Yin, sat high upon the dragon throne, the royal ancestor standing solemnly beside him. Below, 4 formidable beings of the Dongjin realm stood, their auras immense. 2 were clad in the ceremonial robes of the royal household, while the other 2 were the current sect leaders of the 2 foremost sects within the Tianjin Empire, Liang Valley and Hanbing Mansion. This represented the last core strength that the Tianjin Empire could muster. As for the other Dongjin experts not present in the capital, they had long since been reduced to dust in the wake of Chen Lin's northward advance, along with the defiant state governors. Even a venerable ancestor wielding a royal artifact was but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, easily crushed. Chen Lin's figure appeared in the center of the grand hall like a specter, without the slightest forewarning, as though he had always been there. He was not merely in search of state governors, but also sought the Dongjin experts beyond the capital. The eyes of the 6 individuals within the hall converged on him instantaneously, their expressions gravely serious, yet devoid of surprise. As if they had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. The myriad law sovereign, you have finally arrived, Emperor Yin spoke, his voice steady, imbued with the authority of a monarch, showing no trace of fear. Chen Lin's gaze fell upon the emperor, a subtle flicker of surprise crossing his calm eyes. To my astonishment, the Sword Emperor has indeed sired a progeny of such remarkable caliber, with an innate sword bone and an aura of destiny surrounding you. Should you evade death, a place for you in the realm of nirvana is assured. He discerned Huang Pu Yan's innate qualities and age with a mere glance. Such talent is truly a miracle unseen in the northern Xian region for a millennium. Had it not been for Chen Lin's emergence, given time, with this child's temperament and endowment, the Sword Emperor's dynasty might have genuinely unified the northern Xian. Yin Emperor's expression remained unchanged, yet the fervor of battle in his eyes intensified. Alas, you have arrived today. This very place shall witness your demise. As his words resonated, the entire imperial palace trembled violently. A myriad of intricate sword-shaped runes illuminated from every pillar and brick of the palace, swiftly intertwining to form a colossal whole, completely enveloping the imperial palace. The vast power of the formation surged like a tide, instantly elevating the sense of oppression by several magnitudes. The royal-level formation, the sword-slaughtering god array. This represents the ultimate foundation painstakingly laid by the Sword Emperor's dynasty. Activate the formation. Slaughter the gods. The celestial ancestor Huang Pu Tian bellowed, channeling his strength into the grand array alongside the other 4 true unity experts. Boom! The dome of the hall gathered endless formation runes, transforming into a resplendent giant sword, stretching 100 zhang in length, imbued with a terrifying intent to pierce through all existence and slay gods and immortals, descending upon Chen Lin with lethal force. Chapter 142, Encirclement. This strike, a culmination of the power from 6 true unity experts and the royal level formation, approached the threshold of the 11th heaven. In the face of this cataclysmic blow, Chen Lin merely raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, and astonishingly attempted to grasp the descending giant sword with his bare palm. Clang! An ear-piercing clash of metal reverberated. The anticipated scene of his palm being shattered did not materialize. The giant sword struck Chen Lin's palm, erupting in dazzling sparks, as though it had encountered the toughest divine metal rather than flesh and blood. Chen Lin's arm remained steadfast, and that formidable formation giant sword was firmly grasped by him, unable to advance even a fraction. What? The true unity cultivator from Burning Sun Valley exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. That was a full-force strike from a royal-level formation. To withstand it solely with one's physical body, the master of the Ice Palace turned pale in shock. Chen Lin's expression was tranquil as he exerted sudden force with his fingers. Crack! The giant sword, which had gathered immense formation power, was utterly crushed in his grip, ultimately exploding into a myriad of luminous particles that dispersed into the air. The royal-level formation is but this, Chen Lin remarked nonchalantly, as though he had merely crushed a fragment of rubble. Do not be so arrogant. The celestial ancestor Huang Pu Tian roared, exchanging a resolute glance with Yin Emperor. both their eyes flashing with determination. The nation's fortune ignites, assisting my ascent. They shouted in unison, their internal cultivation surging wildly, summoning the vast power of the Sword Emperor's dynasty, recklessly burning it at any cost. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying auras erupted from their bodies, reminiscent of ancient behemoths awakening. Their realms ascended at an unprecedented velocity, swiftly transcending their limits. Behind Huangpu Tian, 10 solid manifestations of the cave heavens thunderously appeared. Similarly, behind the flame Emperor Huangpu Yan, 10 ethereal images of the cave heavens fluctuated, although slightly inferior to the refinement of the heavenly ancestor. Their sharpness surpassed all, utilizing a secret method that consumed national fortune. The two briefly elevated their strength to an unparalleled pinnacle of 10 cave heavens. 10,000 laws, celestial monarch, meet your demise. The heavenly ancestor's hair stood on end. Wielding an ancient longsword, he unleashed a strike that fragmented the sword light into myriad shards, reminiscent of a river of stars cascading backward, filling every inch of the Grand Hall. The Flame Emperor, embodying the sword, resonated with the innate sword bones within, transforming into a divine blade capable of severing causality and obliterating the future, thrusting directly at Chen Lin's brow. This was a formidable blow, consolidating his sword bone mastery and national fortune. The two formidable beings, briefly possessing the combat prowess of 10 cave heavens, combined their might, creating a force that could eclipse the sun and moon. Faced with this earth-shattering onslaught, Chen Lin finally adopted a more serious demeanor. Yet, he refrained from employing any martial techniques, simply taking a step forward and delivering a single punch. This punch, unadorned and unpretentious, seemed to embody the quintessence of profound power. As the punch sliced through the air, the myriad sword lights dissipated like ephemeral dreams. Ultimately, the imprint of his fist landed with unfaltering precision upon the tip of the divine sword transformed by the Flame Emperor. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The next instant, clang! A resounding explosion reverberated through the cosmos, akin to the toll of a grand bell. The sword light, manifested by the Flame Emperor, was sent hurtling back at a speed even faster than before, revealing his form, his face paling, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The strike he had unleashed with all his might, kindled by national fortune, had been shattered head-on by a mere flesh-and-blood fist. Even the vast sword momentum of the heavenly ancestor was disrupted, scattered by the residual force of that punch. Chen Lin withdrew his fist, standing resolutely, shaking his wrist, his tone remaining unperturbed. The power is commendable, yet regrettably, still insufficient. An absolute physical dominance. A flicker of ruthless determination flashed in the Flame Emperor's eyes. He growled softly, the national fortune engulfing him becoming increasingly fervent, resonating more profoundly with the entire heavenly sword slaughtering divine array. The brilliance of the royal level formation suddenly became blinding, its patterns swirling like a living dragon, the amassed power far exceeding before. With the full support of the heavenly ancestor and the Flame Emperor, both momentarily endowed with the strength of 10 cave heavens, along with 4 additional cave heavens, the power of this formation was propelled to an unprecedented extreme, exuding a pressure that firmly established itself within the terrifying realm of 11 cave heavens. Yet this was not the conclusion. A fierce light erupted in the Flame Emperor's eyes as he unhesitatingly crushed 3 jade tokens in his palm, each embodying the strength of unparalleled beings. Esteemed ones, lend me your aid. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 distinct yet equally immense and terrifying wills suddenly descended, manifesting within the Grand Hall as 3 slightly blurred, yet awe-inspiring phantoms that exerted pressure upon the very heavens and earth. A shadowy figure, emanating a blade intent that pierces the heavens, appears as if its every movement could cleave through the ancient sky. It is the blade intent incarnation of the master of the heavenly blade sect. Another ethereal presence flows with the essence of the Tao. Surrounded by the laws of the universe, its gaze is indifferent as the Tao itself. This is the Tao thought incarnation of the Grandmaster of the heavenly Tao sect. Lastly, a figure of radiant sanctity, exuding a benevolence laced with an unassailable authority, represents the holy intent of the sovereign of the sacred palace. These 3 incarnations, while far from equaling the might of their true forms, each harbor a fragment of their core will and power, capable of unleashing the strength of a Tendong Tian expert. Slashing, suppressing, exterminating. The three manifestations sprang into action simultaneously without hesitation. The dazzling blade light rent the sky. Endless Tao patterns sealed the heavens. And the purifying holy light obliterated all existence. The trio of assaults, rivaling the power of Tendong Tian, combined with the colossal sword array imbued with the might of 11 Dong Tian, converged upon Chen Lin from all directions, intent on his annihilation. In that moment, Chen Lin seemed ensnared in an inescapable doom, surrounded by the onslaught of 3 Tendong Tian-level forces, coupled with a majestic formation radiating the power of 11 Dong Tian. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic siege, a flicker of intrigue passed through Chen Lin's eyes. Now, this was becoming somewhat interesting. He ceased to rely solely on his physical form. Within him, the sacred heavenly art surged forth at an unprecedented speed. His crystalline and boundless sacred heart, true essence, erupting with tremendous force. He chose not to confront the barrage head-on. Instead, his form moved with ghostly agility, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, his speed reaching extraordinary heights, as if he existed simultaneously in multiple directions. Firstly, he extended his finger like a sword, concentrating the highly compressed sacred heart true essence at his fingertip, and with a precise thrust, he struck the most vulnerable side of the tearing blade light. With a resounding whoosh, the blade light trembled violently, diverted from its course by the force of his strike, colliding fiercely with the descending Tao pattern cage, mutually annihilating a significant portion of their essence. Next, without a glance, he swiftly reversed his hand and unleashed a palm strike. As if a sacred sun arose from his palm, an infinite torrent of sacred heart, true essence, transforming into a purifying flood, not in opposition, but in a higher and purer form, directly sweeping away and assimilating the purifying holy light cast by the sovereign of the sacred palace. Heavenly suppression, dragon command. In that fleeting moment, his blood surged with a roaring vigor, the power of his physical form harmoniously merging with the sacred heart, true essence, bravely resisting the invisible oppressive field generated by the formation. And just as the critical core attack of the formation, now imbued with 11 Dong Tian might, loomed, a collection of 9 meticulously refined swords of law, was upon him, Chen Lin took a deep breath, his eyes ablaze with sacred fire. He thrust both palms upward. An overwhelming torrent of sacred heart, true essence, surged forth like a released deluge, forming an indomitable barrier of holy light impervious to all methods. With a thunderous crash, the 9 swords struck fiercely against the holy light barrier, unleashing a terrifying roar capable of deafening ordinary cultivators. An energy storm instantaneously engulfed the entire Imperial Palace. Were it not for the protective formation, this place would have been reduced to mere dust. The barrier trembled violently, its surface rippling tumultuously, yet ultimately withstood an assault equivalent to that of an 11th level celestial being. At the very moment Chen Lin resisted the formation's most formidable strike, the 3 incarnations of the powerful seized the opportunity, once more gathering strength to launch a second wave of attack. This time, the 3 assaults, though slightly weaker than before, remained terrifyingly potent. Chen Lin let out a cold snort, his palm still raised in defense against the formation's attack. With a mere thought, the surging holy essence around him suddenly diverged into 3 exquisitely refined chains of holy light, seemingly imbued with life itself. Ignoring the spatial distance, they shot forth instantaneously, striking precisely against the attacks unleashed by the 3 incarnations. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds resonated almost simultaneously. The knife-like intent and patterned holy light attacks were directly shattered by the 3 chains of holy light. The chains, undeterred, coiled around the 3 incarnations like 3 sacred dragons, instantly ensnaring the phantoms. The incarnations struggled violently, unleashing terrifying waves of energy, yet were utterly unable to escape the chains of holy essence, which embodied absolute suppressive force. Shatter! Chen Lin uttered calmly. The 3 chains of holy light tightened suddenly. Crack! Amidst the silent, unyielding roars of the 3 incarnations, their phantoms were brutally crushed and obliterated. Dissipating into the air, the assistance from the 3 extraterrestrial overlords was effortlessly suppressed and erased. At this moment, the power of the 9 swords of law, coalesced by the formation, finally exhausted, began to slowly fade away. Chen Lin gradually lowered his palms, the holy light around him retreating, as he gazed calmly at the now pallid faces of the Flame Emperor and the Heavenly Ancestor. Is there more? The Flame Emperor, Huang Puyin, felt a tumultuous storm of emotions, incredulously staring at the dissipating remnants of energy. That was the embodiment of power from 3 extraterrestrial overlords, coupled with the 11 celestial formations ignited by the nation's fortune. How could it have been so seemingly effortlessly dismantled by the opponent? On the surface, Chen Lin appeared unfazed. Yet he was not entirely unscathed. Responding to multiple assaults akin to those of the 10th or even 11th heavens had taken a considerable toll on him. Had it not been for the life source within him, a treasure capable of automatically devouring and replenishing his essence at the moment of depletion, he would not have managed to contend so composedly against the recent onslaught. Just moments ago, a drop of life source had quietly been consumed, swiftly replenishing his essence deficit. Coupled with his own ascended cultivation to the 6th heaven, he was able to sustain this powerful, overwhelming stance. Just as the Flame Emperor's mind was in turmoil, the aged voice within his sea of consciousness resonated once more, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Yenner, do not succumb to despair just yet. There is still one hidden in the shadows. Perhaps he can assist you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resolute hope flashed in the Flame Emperor's eyes. Without hesitation, he bowed solemnly toward an empty void beside him, his voice laced with earnestness and urgency. I implore you, esteemed elder, to recall the bond we once shared in the days of the Heavenly Sword, and to extend your hand in assistance to the Heavenly Sword Empire in overcoming this calamity. His voice reverberated throughout the vast hall. In the next moment, the void before him rippled like water, and an elderly man clad in simple gray linen garments, whose appearance was unremarkable, but whose gaze concealed the edge of a sword forged over millennia, stepped forth silently. His aura was reined in to an extreme degree. Yet simply standing there, the faintly discernible sharpness of his sword intent caused the very fabric of space to emit a subtle lament. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing this unexpected guest. The man was at the late stage of the true void realm, with 10 levels of Dantian cultivation. However, his energy was exceptionally refined, as if a terrifying power lay dormant within him, capable of cleaving through heaven and earth, instilling a faint sense of threat in Chen Lin. How intriguing, he mused inwardly. The old man's gaze swept over the chaotic hall before finally resting upon Chen Lin, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I am Dantai Mingjing, an old acquaintance of the Heavenly Sword Emperor. Might I, in light of my past connection, beseech you, Lord of 10,000 laws, to show mercy and spare the last vestige of the Heavenly Sword Empire's bloodline? It was evident that he was one of those from the hidden Divine Sword sect who had once conversed with the Heavenly Sword Emperor. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept upon Chen Lin's lips. I deem your request rather unimpressive. What makes you think you deserve my consideration? Dantai Mingjing appeared to have anticipated such a response, letting out a soft sigh. In that case, I shall only draw a single sword. If you can withstand it, I will turn and depart, no longer intervening in this matter. How does that sound? Chen Lin erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing jest. Ha ha ha, a single sword, you say? Should you strike, it would mean you're my adversary. If I cannot withstand it, I shall naturally perish. Yet if I do endure, you expect to leave unscathed? Surely, the world does not operate on such favorable terms. Do you take me for a fool? The elder's expression shifted slightly. His gaze became as sharp as a blade, locking on to Chen Lin. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Emperor is deceased. To pay a price for a dead man is hardly wise. As far as I know, you are neither blood-related nor master and disciple with him. Why must you wade through this murky water? Dantai Mingjing's expression changed subtly, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly turned to Huang Puyin, the Flame Emperor, redirecting his discourse. Huang Puyin, would you be willing to join the ranks of my hidden Divine Sword sect? At this proclamation, not only did those within the hall stand in stunned silence, but even the ancient soul residing in Huang Puyin's consciousness expressed astonishment. The hidden Divine Sword sect? Disciple, quickly accept his offer. This sect is an ancient order of swordsmanship. Although it may seem diminished now, its foundation remains unfathomably deep. Within its ranks, there must be ancestors in the Nirvana realm. Should you join, you would not only gain protection, but, in times of great upheaval, may even summon the might of the sect's masters to eradicate this foe. In an instant, Huang Puyin grasped the gravity of the situation. This was a chance for survival. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to Dantai Mingjing. I, Huang Puyin, wish to join the hidden divine sword sect. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to accept me. On the serene visage of Dantai Mingjing, a faint smile finally emerged, indicating his satisfaction with having received such a remarkable disciple. With this, he believed he could take charge, confident that the sword sect would not abandon this prodigy. Suddenly, a minuscule yet blindingly swift purple thunderbolt, moving faster than thought itself, tore through the fabric of space without warning, arriving in an instant. The smile on Dantai Mingjing's face froze, his pupils constricting sharply as the terrifying sword intent surrounding him instinctively surged forth in a futile attempt to shield him. Too late. The purple thunderbolt unerringly pierced his brow. Chen Lin slowly retracted his finger, his tone as indifferent as ever. Since you have expressed your desire to take him as your disciple, you have made the choice to oppose me. Those who stand against me find only death. He had never heard of the hidden god sword sect. It must be one of those clandestine forces, but he did not care, as they were all enemies now. If he hesitated to strike, how would he face them when they came for him? Even if he were to be slain in the future, at least he would have taken one with him. Dantai Mingjing's body stiffened, his eyes filled with shock, resentment, and a hint of disbelief. He stared intently at Chen Lin, his lips quivering. You dare? The heart, sword nurtured within him, once unleashed, possessed power rivaling a full-force strike from the 11 heavens. Chen Lin coldly replied, unfortunately, you shall not have the chance. In the next moment, all brilliance faded from Dantai Mingjing's eyes, his body collapsing backward, devoid of breath. A powerful figure from the hidden sword sect had been dispatched with such swift resolution. Yet, at the instant his body fell, an almost imperceptible glimmer of spiritual light escaped from within him, silently merging into Huang Puyin. A faint yet distinctly clear voice resonated in Huang Puyin's mind. This is the sword sect's guiding mark. It can lead you to the mountain gate. The voice abruptly ceased. The next moment, Chen Lin's gaze, as frigid as eternal ice, abruptly shifted toward the four Taoist masters who remained enraptured by the horror of Dantai Mingjing's sudden demise. Without forewarning, without a signal, and without any visible movement, for strands of supremely refined, annihilating sacred essence appeared instantaneously before the foreheads of those four Taoist masters. The speed surpassed the limits of consciousness. The astonishment on the faces of the four masters had only just begun to surface when the fatal glimmer reflected in their pupils completely froze them in place. A series of four faint yet chilling thuds echoed almost simultaneously. These four formidable Taoist cultivators, capable of commanding the winds and establishing sects within the realm of the sky, sword empire, found their protective auras instinctively activated. To be as fragile as gossamer before that strand of sacred essence, effortlessly pierced, their eyes momentarily glazed over, filled with an overwhelming sense of disbelief and bewilderment, as if they could not fathom how they had so easily succumbed to their fate. In the next instant, the light in their gazes extinguished entirely, their bodies collapsing as though all their bones had been extracted, crashing heavily onto the cold golden bricks of the hall, stirring up fine particles of dust. The lifeless forms of four formidable beings now lay in the company of the already fallen Dantai Mingjing. Chen Lin, having completed this grim task, seemed merely to have brushed away a speck of dust from his garments, his gaze now turning indifferently towards the last two remaining figures in the arena, the heavenly ancestor Huang Pu Tian and the flame Emperor Huang Puyin. His eyes, tranquil yet devoid of emotion, held a despair more profound than any overt malice. Huang Pu Tian's countenance turned as pale as parchment, trembling slightly, his eyes brimming with boundless desolation and silence of death. He understood that all was lost. The foundations of the empire, the secret trump cards of external aid, were but illusions in the face of absolute power. He slowly closed his eyes, presenting his neck for the fatal blow. Meanwhile, the flame Emperor Huang Puyin, upon feeling Chen Lin's indifferent gaze sweep over him, was overwhelmed by an all-consuming terror and a fierce instinct for survival that utterly eclipsed the dignity of his royal status and the deep-seated enmity within him. Without hesitation, he desperately activated the sword imprint that had merged with his being before Dantai Mingjing's fall. Simultaneously, deep within his consciousness, the soul of his mysterious master let out a low roar, willingly burning its own soul energy to briefly possess him, unleashing its full power. Boom! An overwhelming force, far exceeding the threshold of Huangpu Yan's own 11 cave heavens, erupted from within him. The grand laws of space were forcibly invoked, and the space beside him shattered like fragile glass, forming an extremely unstable dark passageway. Attempting to flee, Chen Lin scoffed coldly, his finger poised like a sword as he pointed through the air. An invisible yet resonant force, imbued with the essence of annihilation, surged forth, disregarding spatial distances, and instantly caught up with half of the Flame Emperor's body that had already entered the spatial passageway. But the fissure in space suddenly closed, and with it, the presence of the Flame Emperor vanished completely, leaving no trace of where he had been whisked away. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the chaotic turbulence of the space, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of the shattering of origins, as a cascade of radiant blood, akin to molten gold, erupted, only to be largely obliterated by the forces of space. Yet, fortified by his master's desperate sacrifice of soul power, he endured most of the deadly attack's force. The dark spatial passage abruptly contracted and closed, severing all traces of life, as the Flame Emperor's figure faded into oblivion, lost to the unknown. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, acutely aware that his adversary had employed a rare treasure related to spatial transmission and origin protection at the last moment, narrowly escaping with his life at the cost of immense mental energy. Quite decisive, he chose not to pursue. Having been vanquished by him, the opponent would remain in defeat, for his strength was on the verge of ascension. He would not falter. He then turned his attention to the heavenly ancestor, who stood with closed eyes, awaiting death, his face etched with profound sorrow. With no superfluous words, Chen Lin raised his hand and gently pressed downwards. The heavenly ancestor, the last guardian of the heavenly sword empire, trembled slightly before merging into the heavenly destiny pearl. Thus, the core of the imperial capital fell into complete devastation, and the pinnacle of combat strength was annihilated. The heavenly sword empire, which had stood for millennia in the North Xian domain, from this moment forth, became a mere memory. Chen Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his consciousness surging forth like an endless tide, instantly enveloping the entire sword state and even more distant territories. His cold and authoritative voice resonated like the decree of the heavenly path, echoing deep within the souls of every surviving cultivator. The heavenly sword empire has perished. From this day forth, all land spanning 10,000 miles shall belong to the Diyin Empire. Those who submit shall live. Those who resist shall face the annihilation of their 9 clans. Every cultivator who heard this proclamation felt as if struck by lightning, their faces etched with disbelief and bewilderment. A millennia-old empire had collapsed in such a manner? Meanwhile, Chen Lin had already transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the treasury of the heavenly sword empire, which had accumulated wealth over countless years. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the news of the heavenly sword empire's demise spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the North Xian domain, causing unprecedented upheaval. The golden dragon of fortune that had once circled above the imperial capital let out a mournful cry, crashing apart to become countless streaks of light, surging towards the Diyin Empire, merging into the ever-growing canopy of fortune above Ling Tian. In the meantime, the revered Dragon Buddha of the True Dragon Temple attempted a surprise assault on the Diyin imperial capital in a bid to reverse the tide. However, the Tsang Emperor, stationed at the rear, ignited the fortune of the empire, briefly unleashing the terrifying power of 10 caves, battling fiercely against the grand formation of Tianyin City and ultimately repelling the Dragon Buddha, astonishing all. Simultaneously, under the leadership of the Demon King and others, the army of the Diyin Empire began the comprehensive annexation of the lands of the Heavenly Sword Empire, expanding their territories as the might of their forces caused most states and counties to surrender without resistance. At noon 3 days later, the heavy doors of the Heavenly Sword Empire's treasury slowly creaked open. Chen Lin stepped out, his aura harmonious and restrained. Yet the occasional surge of pressure caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. He gradually opened his eyes, and within them flickered the ethereal shadows of 7 vast caves. During these 3 days, he had devoured and refined a vast amount of top-tier elixirs and rare resources within the treasury, finally elevating his cultivation from the 6th cave to the tangible 7th cave realm. feeling the tumultuous and roaring power within him far exceeding his previous strength. A faint smile curved upon Chen Lin's lips. Now, with the genuine cultivation of the seventh cave, supplemented by the supreme techniques, such as the sacred heavenly art and an unmatched physical form, his true combat prowess had firmly established him among the ranks of the unparalleled masters of the 11th cave. The heavens of the North Xian domain had irrevocably changed. At this moment, the once mighty Heavenly Sword Empire had entirely become a thing of the past, its vast territories fully taken over by the Dian Empire. With the 8 states being restructured into 4 grand regions, its borders unprecedentedly expansive. In the present era of the Dian Empire, which boasts dominion over the 14 northern provinces, it stands as the undisputed sovereign of the northern Xian region. Despite the attrition of its elite forces due to successive conflicts, its momentum remains formidable, and the fortunes of the nation are gathering at an astonishing pace. During the past 3 days, while Chen Lin was in seclusion refining resources, he sensed a subtle anomaly within himself. Upon introspection, he discovered a minute black dot deep within his foundational essence. This that emanated an aura that, while originating from himself, was imbued with an extreme darkness and coldness, as if it were a remnant of malevolent intent coalescing from the pinnacle of his own slaughter and devouring. With a flicker of thought, Chen Lin exerted his supreme will to forcibly repel this thread of malevolence, temporarily imprisoning it within an inconsequential phalanx. Should this entity ever attain sentience, he would exorcise it without hesitation. He remained unperturbed by this discovery. Upon concluding his retreat, Chen Lin learned that Ling Tian, in an effort to pacify the sentiments of the cultivators and populace of the former Tianjian Empire, had selected a young scion from a collateral branch of the Huang family to be enshrined as the Sword King, with his domain established in the former capital of the Tianjian Empire. However, this newly appointed Sword King had yet to assume his fief, and the imperial capital was still under the full jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression King, Lu Xian, who had recently been elevated to the title of Heavenly Martial King. Lu Xian had been respectfully awaiting outside the treasury, and upon Chen Lin's emergence, he promptly approached and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to the Heavenly Sovereign. Congratulations on your further advancement in cultivation." Chen Lin nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Indeed. What is the current situation?" Lu Xian immediately reported. In response to the Heavenly Sovereign, the situation is stable. The various factions have submitted, with only a few sporadic rebellions that pose no significant threat. Although the central Tianxing Merchant Guild has imposed an economic blockade against our empire, we have been fortunate that the Martial Heavenly General has opened trade routes with the 10 directions, alleviating our immediate concerns. In these 3 days, Ling Tian has conferred rewards and conducted a large-scale ennoblement. The Martial Heavenly General, due to his efforts in establishing trade routes and stabilizing the rear, has been appointed as Martial Heavenly General, equivalent in rank to a marshal, wielding substantial authority. Lu Xian, for his military achievements, has been promoted from Northern Suppression King to Heavenly Martial King, with his fief relocated to the more prosperous northern provinces of the former Tianjian Empire. Chen Lin has been honored as the Imperial Teacher, holding a transcendent status. Furthermore, the Dragon and Tiger Celestial Master has also successfully transcended the 6 Harmonies Thunder Tribulation, advancing to the early stage of the Tao Truth, with the 4 Directions Merchant Guild fully integrated into Dian, and its 5 Tao Truth experts now available for Imperial service, constituting a force not to be underestimated within the Empire. The entire Dian Empire is undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. However, Lu Xian's expression shifted to one of gravity as he continued. Nevertheless, according to urgent reports from the front lines, the 3 major royal clans of the Demon Domain, the Golden Lion Clan, the Heavenly Dragon Clan, and the Qiongqi Clan, have formed a coalition, amassing 200,000 elite troops, poised at our northern border with great ferocity. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. It had been a considerable time since he had slain a major demon following the battle at the 10,000 Mountains. Were they presenting him with demon cores? His tone remained calm, yet carried a hint of ominous intent. Who leads them? Lu Xian replied solemnly, the elder of the Golden Lion Clan, Lionheart Quan. The Dragon Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Ao Guang, at the 9th level of the Tao, and the Emperor of the Qiongqi Clan, Tao Tai, also at the 10th level of the Tao. Chen Lin squinted slightly. Within the demon realm, the law of the jungle prevails, and conflicts are incessant. It is indeed peculiar that they could set aside their grievances to unite in an assault. Lu Xian shook his head, stating that the reasons behind this alliance remain undiscovered by their scouts. Chen Lin replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. Since they have come, we shall resolve it." With that, he stepped forward, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the northernmost region of Qingzhou. Qingzhou, the northernmost stronghold of the former Tianjin Empire, has now become the front line directly confronting the demon realm under the De Yin Empire. This region is characterized by treacherous terrain, with mountains undulating like the spine of a dragon. The ancient city walls are etched with countless scars from bloody battles against the demon tribes, and the air still seems to linger with a faint, ominous scent of blood and malice. At this moment, in the city of Qinglong, adjacent to the demon realm, the atmosphere reached an intense gravity. Banners fluttered atop the walls, not bearing the familiar insignia of the Tianjin Empire, but rather the newly established flag of the De Yin Black Dragon. Countless soldiers of De Yin donned formidable armor, their expressions solemn as they anxiously gazed towards the north. The array's protective barrier was activated at all times, emanating a disquieting energy that set one's heart racing. Beyond the walls, 100 miles away, the scene was even more terrifying. The aura of demons soared to the heavens, obscuring the sun. A vast army of demon tribes stretched for hundreds of miles, resembling a churning black cloud that suffocated all in its wake. The cacophony of roars, howls, and the sound of wings flapping intertwined, creating a horrifying noise that sent shivers down one's spine. At the forefront of the army, three particularly formidable auras loomed like colossal pillars supporting the sky of the demon realm. On the left, in front of the Golden Lion clan, an elder with hair and beard ablaze like golden flames sat cross-legged in the void. He was the revered elder, Lionheart. Around him floated 9 celestial realms, radiating a sharp, unparalleled golden light that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of existence. His occasionally opened eyes were filled with brutality and arrogance. On the right, the atmosphere was thick with malice from the Qiongqi clan. Their leader, the gluttonous emperor, was as massive as a small mountain. His skin a dark red adorned with bizarre patterns, and his gaping maw seemed ready to consume the world. The 10 celestial shadows surrounding him exuded a terrifying aura of insatiable hunger, warping the space around him as if it were being devoured by his unseen presence. Most striking, however, was the figure of the Dragon Emperor Ao Guang from the Tianlong clan, standing in the center. He had assumed human form, sporting crystalline dragon horns. His visage exquisitely handsome yet chillingly cold, clad in a silver robe that shimmered with the brilliance of stars. Chapter 146. The Arrival of the Fiery Sun. His 10 celestial realms were incredibly solid, with faint dragon shadows swirling around him, exuding a pressure far surpassing that of the two beside him. He gazed down at Qinglong City with indifference, as if surveying a throng of ants awaiting slaughter. Ho impi ho, mia moltes. Believing that a mere change of banner can thwart the might of my demon realm's forces? Lionheart's voice thundered with disdain. And those who have harmed my kin shall pay dearly. The gluttonous emperor licked his lips, a glint of bloodlust igniting in his eyes. I can already smell the rich scent of blood and flesh in this city. Once we breach its walls, it shall be a feast of slaughter. The dragon emperor Aokong remained silent, yet the overwhelming aura of his dragon might intensified around him. They were aware of the existence of the celestial monarch of 10,000 laws within the former Heavenly Sword Empire, yet they felt no fear. Each of them bore a fragment of power bestowed by the strongest ancestors of their respective clans, all of whom were peerless beings of the 11th cave heaven. Atop the walls of Qinglong City, a veteran general from the Edge forces who had surrendered to the former Heavenly Sword Empire wore a pale expression, cold sweat soaking through his back, confronted by 3 such terrifying beings of the demon race. Had it not been for the defensive formation and the recently arrived reinforcements from Dian, which included several experts from the Four Directions, Merchant Association, and Wu Tian himself, he feared his mind would have already shattered under the pressure. The Imperial Master was to arrive shortly. Wu Tian's voice resonated through the formation, striving to bolster the spirits of the troops. In this tense moment, with the specter of battle looming, the Dragon Emperor Aokong's gaze turned icy. Without uttering a word, he merely waved his hand. Instantly, a cacophony of demonic roars erupted. Like a black tide breaching a dam, 200,000 elite demons, led by various demon generals and kings, surged forth, accompanied by a tempest of demonic energy, launching a frenzied assault against the walls of Qinglong City. The ground quaked, and the sky was completely shrouded by demonic clouds. Form the formation. Defend. The old general bellowed hoarsely from the ramparts. Wu Qian and the two cave true experts from the Four Directions Merchant Association were struck by a sudden change in expression, and without hesitation, they soared into the air, aiming to intercept the leading demon kings. Beasts, do not be so audacious, Wu Qian shouted fiercely, as 7 ethereal manifestations of the cave heaven appeared behind him. Channeling the sacred teachings to their utmost, a blazing pillar of holy fire erupted forth, incinerating the foremost dozen demon kings into ash in an instant. The two cave true experts from the Four Directions Merchant Association also unleashed their abilities, sending forth sword light and treasure seals to barely fend off the flanking assault. However, their efforts were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "Humph, do mere ants dare to obstruct my path?" scoffed the Lionheart of the Golden Lion clan, remaining seated as he casually swiped a claw through the air. A colossal claw, entirely formed from golden demonic power, tore through the heavens, disregarding the distance, and appeared directly above Wu Qian and his companions. The terrifying force contained within that claw far exceeded that of an ordinary ninth cave heaven, leaving Wu Qian gasping for breath in a life-threatening manner. Wu Qian's pupils constricted sharply as he roared, channeling the 7 cave heaven powers to their zenith, summoning the holy fire to manifest as a gigantic shield before him. The other 2 cave true experts, horrified, also conjured their strongest defenses. But then, boom! The golden lion's claw descended with an unstoppable might. The holy fire shield shattered in an instant. The heavenly artifacts summoned by the 2 from the Four Directions Merchant Association shrieked as they were sent flying, their spiritual light dimming. Both men spewed blood, crashing toward the city walls like kites with severed strings, their fates uncertain. Wu Qian, relying on his mastery of the 7 cave heavens, managed to withstand the blow momentarily. But his protective aura crumbled instantly. He was forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a deep crater in the city wall, his bones likely shattered in numerous places. Blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs spilling from his mouth, in a mere casual strike from a demon. 3 human cave true experts suffered 1 fatality and 2 severe injuries. This is the stark disparity of absolute power. The morale that had just been lifted atop the city walls was instantly cast into despair, as countless soldiers displayed expressions of hopelessness. They were utterly defenseless. The Lionheart, retracting its claws, spoke with an air of disdain. The gluttonous Emperor, Hun Tu, let out a greedy laugh, his enormous maw agape, as a terrifying suction began to envelop Qinglong City. The defensive barrier of the city walls trembled violently, as countless strands of spiritual energy and the vitality of soldiers were forcibly drawn out. However, just as the monstrous suction of the gluttonous Emperor was about to tear apart the city's defenses, and despair was etched on the faces of innumerable soldiers, the 3 formidable beings of the demon clans, Dragon Emperor, Aokong, gluttonous Emperor Hun Tu, and Lionheart, suddenly changed their expressions. A primal sense of terror and crisis, born from the instinct of survival, engulfed their minds like a deluge of ice water. Unconsciously, they lifted their gazes toward the sky above Qingzhou City, which had been shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. There, the impenetrable veil of demonic clouds was forcibly torn open, revealing an immense circular gap. Within this void, instead of a familiar azure sky, there loomed a colossal sun, radiating boundless light and heat as if it occupied the entirety of the heavens. No, that was not the true sun. It was the Holy Heart true essence, highly condensed to its most extreme form, mingled with the purest blood vitality and an indomitable will to annihilate all. This manifested as a cataclysmic phenomenon. It resembled the fall of the true sun from the heavens, bringing forth a celestial decree to purify all beings, inexorably descending upon the boundless army of demons below. The brilliance was blinding. The heat was overwhelming. What was that? The arrogance and disdain on Lionheart's face vanished in an instant, replaced by profound shock. His golden demonic energy surged uncontrollably, attempting to resist the terrifying pressure. "This is bad. Retreat quickly." The gluttonous Emperor Hun Tu roared in alarm and fury, feeling as though the power radiating from that blazing sun would incinerate him entirely. He frantically summoned his demonic energy to retreat, only to discover that the surrounding space seemed completely solidified, making swift movement nearly impossible. Only the Dragon Emperor Aokong managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though his icy dragon eyes were filled with unprecedented gravity. The dragon shadows roared as 10 celestial realms operated in a frenzy, and silvery dragon energy coalesced into a formidable barrier, attempting to shield himself and the surrounding area. He fixed his gaze upon the descending blazing sun, striving to discern its core. At the heart of that blazing orb, they vaguely perceived a nonchalant figure standing with hands clasped behind his back. It was Chen Lin. Boom! The blazing sun plummeted, its endless light and heat akin to the core of the sun descending upon the world. The low-tier demons, surging forth like a tidal wave, were unable even to feel fear before they were instantaneously vaporized under the absolute heat and purifying force, leaving not a trace, not even a speck of ash. The demon generals and their king roared vehemently, desperately channeling their life force to conjure various defensive spells. Yet, before the blazing sun, their power proved as fragile as parchment before flames, their bodies igniting from within, hardened scales and fur melting like wax, helplessly witnessing their transformation into ash amidst endless agony and wails. Chapter 147. A solo battle against 3 demons, Annihilation. The formidable surge of demonic energy, amassed from an army of 200,000, which could obscure the sky, was effortlessly dispersed like dense fog under the might of the radiant sun, evaporating into nothingness. In this cataclysmic, indiscriminate onslaught, even several esteemed demon kings from the 3 clans, who had advanced to the forefront, succumbed. Though they held high status and remarkable strength within their tribes, beneath the destructive sun, they were no different from ordinary lesser demons, obliterated in an instant. Even the likes of the Dragon Emperor, the Beast of Gluttony, and the Lionheart Monarch, powerful figures among the supreme demon clans, were violently hurled away by the explosive shockwave unleashed at the sun's descent. Boom! 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 The 3 figures were cast out like meteors, crashing heavily into the distant mountains, collapsing several peaks before barely stabilizing themselves, in a state of disarray. Their demonic energy fluctuated violently, clearly affected by the overwhelming shock. In a mere strike, the once mighty army of 200,000 was reduced to a mere few thousand, the remnants paralyzed in fear, trembling on the ground, devoid of any will to fight. In the next moment, the destructive sun suddenly vanished, as though it had never existed. Chen Lin's figure reappeared below, still clad in an immaculate robe. However, the earth beneath him, centered around his presence, was marred by countless unfathomable fissures measuring several yards wide, crimson light pulsing ominously within, as if the earth's fire was about to erupt, or as if it had been melted by the residual terrifying energy from his previous strike. With his singular might, he had instantaneously rewritten the course of the battle. Just before the demons were reduced to dust, Chen Lin had collected some of their manifestations and the bodies of top-tier true realm beings. Such treasures, the Dragon Emperor, the Beast of Gluttony, and the Lionheart Monarch emerged from the mountain ruins, suspended in the air, fixated on Chen Lin, their eyes filled with astonishment, rage, and a hint of disbelief and terror. These 3 were revered figures in the northern Xian domain, having never endured such humiliation and devastation. Death. The Dragon Emperor A.O. Kwang's voice was frigid, determination flashing in his dragon eyes. He clasped his hands, and a slender sword, seemingly crafted from dragon bones and radiating a chilling aura that froze time itself, materialized before him. The Dragon Emperor's sword, a royal weapon. Roar. Tear him apart. The Beast of Gluttony emitted a beastly roar, his muscular arms bulging, eerie patterns illuminating his dark red skin, 10 fingers extending into dagger-like ebony claws, tips entwined with a swirling vortex that devoured all. His formidable physical form evaded a direct confrontation, aiming to attack his soul. The Lionheart Berserker remained remarkably composed, letting out a low growl as a vertical slit appeared in the center of his brow. An invisible golden wave, specifically targeting the essence of the soul, surged forth toward Chen Lin, an innate divine ability of the Golden Lion clan known as the God-Slaying Eye. The God-Slaying Eye descended swiftly, silently penetrating the sea of consciousness. Yet, Chen Lin merely raised an eyebrow. A subtle ripple of Sacred Heart true essence stirred within his sea of consciousness, and the light of the eye dissipated as if a cow had sunk into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, A.O. Kwang's Dragon Emperor sword had already thrust forward. The sword tip gleamed with a chilling light, freezing the very void as it aimed directly at Chen Lin's brow. Moving faster than thought itself, Chen Lin slightly shifted his body, appearing to narrowly evade the sword's tip. The fierce sword aura grazing past his cheek and tousling a few strands of hair. Simultaneously, his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, golden energy swirling around his fingertips as he precisely targeted the sword's body 7 inches from blade. Ao Kuang sensed an eerie, formidable force surging through the sword, as if it were attempting to forcibly wrest control of the Dragon Emperor's sword from him, filling his heart with dread, prompting him to hastily withdraw his energy. In that fleeting moment, when the old force had just receded and the new force had yet to arise, the claws of the devouring emperor surged toward Chen Lin's back. The claw winds were fierce, distorting space in a consuming vortex, intent on extracting both his heart and soul. Chen Lin seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. Without turning around, his left arm bent backward at an impossible angle, fingers splayed open. The sacred heart true essence within his palm surged forth, perfectly meeting the oncoming devouring claws. Boom! The clash of fist and claw resounded with a deep, thunderous echo. The devouring emperor felt his consuming power forcibly dispersed by the purer and more domineering true essence emanating from Chen Lin's palm. A searing force surged back up through his arm's meridians, causing his blood to churn violently, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as he staggered back several steps. The 3 demon entities, exhibiting remarkable synergy, unleashed an onslaught akin to a torrential storm. Each strike aimed to be lethal, enveloping Chen Lin's figure within their assault. Claw shadows, sword lights, and fist winds intertwined to form a web of death, tearing the very fabric of space. Chen Lin's figure danced amidst the chaos. Though Ao Kuang and the devouring emperor wielded formidable strength, their collaboration could contend with an ordinary 11 celestial realm expert. This close-quarters battle, taking place high in the sky, lacked the cataclysmic energy explosions typical of grand confrontations, yet it was fraught with peril and deception. Each move harbored terrifying power, causing the hearts of all spectators below to race with trepidation. Upon the walls of Qinglong City, Wu Tian struggled to rise, clutching his chest as he beheld the breathtaking battle unfolding in the sky, his eyes filled with awe and reverence. The celestial monarch was overwhelmingly powerful. Even his master appeared as naught but an ant before such might. In mere breaths, the 2 sides had engaged in hundreds of exchanges. Very well. I have come to comprehend your strength. Chen Lin's voice rang out calmly, yet it bore the weight of a final decree, announcing the conclusion of this conflict. He paused slightly, the last flicker of interest in his profound gaze extinguishing, leaving only pure, frigid indifference. Now, let your demise commence. As the words fell, true terror descended upon them. Chen Lin swiftly seized the Dragon Emperor sword with his left hand and exerted tremendous force. With a crack, the sword, forged from the dragon bones of Ao Kuang that had accompanied him in countless battles for eons, was crushed inch by Chen Lin's 5 fingers. The destruction of the royal weapon left Ao Kuang feeling as though he had been dealt a devastating blow. He spewed forth a copious amount of silvery dragon blood, his aura instantly diminishing. Yet, Chen Lin did not spare him a glance. He pivoted, facing the roaring Tiao Emperor Hun Tu head-on. Hun Tu's eyes blazed crimson, his devouring power coalescing into a distorted black vortex that loomed over Chen Lin's head. Unfazed, Chen Lin thrust his fist forward. Upon his knuckles, the sacred heart true essence was highly concentrated, transforming into a radiant, piercing point of light. With a splatter, that dark vortex, capable of engulfing ordinary true cultivators, was effortlessly penetrated as if it were a mere balloon. The fist's momentum remained unyielding as it struck Hun Tu's chest, adorned with strange markings, with tremendous force. The earth-shattering howls of Hun Tu echoed, his chest visibly caving in, countless ribs shattering in an instant. His colossal form was as if struck by a primeval hammer, hurtling backward at a speed even greater than his approach, spewing dark red demonic blood as he crashed into the distant mountainside, embedding himself within, fate unknown. Chapter 148, The Arrival. Lastly, there was a Lionheart frenzy. Witnessing his 2 companions suffer devastating injuries in an instant, his heart shattered. He resolved to reveal his hidden cards. Chen Lin remained motionless, merely reaching out to grasp and pull from afar. A tearing sound, akin to fabric being forcibly ripped apart, pierced the air. Uh. The Lionheart frenzy emitted a scream of utmost despair as his manifested golden lion phantom was forcefully torn apart by an invisible, colossal power. Golden mane and blood rained down, his true form plummeting from the sky like a severed kite. His left leg was wrenched clean off, the wound erupting with chaotic demonic energy as he crashed heavily to the ground, struggling but unable to rise. In the blink of an eye, the three supreme beings, who once dominated the demon realm, had suffered unimaginable devastation, utterly losing their combat capabilities, lying in a pitiful defeat upon the ground. Chen Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly descending from the air, his azure robe still pristine, as though he had merely brushed off the dust of battle. He cast a cold glance over the three demons writhing in agony, blood flowing freely. Waste. On the ramparts of Qinglong City, an oppressive silence fell. All gazed upon the once mighty trio of demons now reduced to such a wretched state, and reflected on the indifference of that figure, feeling a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. The might of the Imperial Master was indeed formidable. At this moment, the three demons, the Dragon Emperor, the Tiao Tiao Emperor, and the Lionheart Frenzy, lay prostrate on the ground, feeling as if their bones were shattered and their demonic veins severed. The strange true essence that had invaded their bodies felt like countless burning steel needles, incessantly searing and tearing at their demonic souls, inflicting agony akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger excruciatingly difficult. They fixed their gaze upon the indifferent figure clad in azure, their eyes brimming with a tumult of hatred, humiliation, and a flicker of fear that even they were reluctant to acknowledge. Particularly, the Dragon Emperor Ao Kuang and the Taodai Emperor Hun Tu, both of whom were esteemed as the 10 celestial demon emperors. Even when faced with the ancestors of the 11 celestial realms within their clan, they could barely hold their ground for a few exchanges, truly revered figures within the demon realm. Yet today, these two emperors united, along with a peak 9 celestial realm beast, known as the Lionheart Madman, found themselves easily vanquished, as if they were mere children being toyed with. Reduced to such a pitiful state, an unparalleled disgrace, a humiliation unprecedented throughout the ages. You have forced our hand. The Dragon Emperor Ao Kuang let out a venomous roar, biting down on his own tongue and spewing forth a mouthful of draconic essence infused with his life's blood, merging it into a suddenly materialized reverse scale upon his chest. Ancestors, descend upon us. The Taotai Emperor Hun Tu simultaneously bellowed, a bizarre devouring symbol forming a black hole upon his forehead, wildly consuming his life essence. The Lionheart Madman was no exception. At that moment, the three formidable beings, disregarding all costs, invoked the ultimate life-preserving trump cards bestowed by their respective races to summon their ancestors. Boom! The space behind them shattered like a fragile glass mirror, collapsing utterly. It was not merely a tear, but a complete disintegration, revealing three unfathomable spatial passages emanating an ancient, primal terror. Following this, three terrifying presences, causing the very land of Qingzhou to tremble violently, descended as if awakened from slumber, akin to colossal primordial beasts. From the first passage, an endless chill surged forth, fracturing the space into countless fissures. Emerging was an ancient ice dragon, far larger than Ao Kuang, sculpted from millennia of ice, slowly extending its head, its cold eyes seemingly harboring the essence of a frozen starry river. This was a manifestation of the ancient ancestor of the celestial dragon clan, the Ice Abyss Dragon Sovereign. Within the second passage, the laws of devouring materialized into a tangible black mist, revealing a terrifying phantom of a creature as massive as a mountain, possessing 9 heads, each mouth poised to engulf the heavens. 18 eyes simultaneously locked onto Chen Lin, emanating a greedy hunger that silenced all existence. This was a manifestation of the ancient ancestor of the Qiongqi clan, the 9 Taos ancestor. From the third passage, billions of golden sword lights erupted, dyeing the heavens and the earth in resplendent gold. A majestic golden lion, its mane ablaze like the sun, stepped forth, its strides shattering the void, its piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating eternity. This was the ancestral sovereign of the Golden Lion clan, the Sacred Lion Sovereign. All 3 ancestors were unparalleled powers of the 11 celestial realms. The might of their arrival eclipsed the combined strength of the three demons by more than 100-fold. They uttered not a single word, nor engaged in any exchange. The instant they descended, their murderous intent was already locked onto Chen Lin. The Ice Abyss Dragon Sovereign opened its mouth, unleashing an exquisitely fine, deep blue chill, capable of freezing time itself, silently shooting towards Chen Lin, freezing light and consciousness alike in its wake. The nine-headed ancestral figure of Jiotao roared in unison, and in an instant, 9 distorted spatial black holes took shape, converging from all directions, seeking to completely engulf and annihilate Chen Lin along with that expanse of space. The Sacred Lion Sovereign was straightforward and direct, raising its colossal paw to strike from afar. A golden claw imprint, refined to the utmost degree, tore through the heavens, its power surpassing that of the lion-hearted madman by countless times, aiming directly at Chen Lin's crown. Swift, precise, ruthless. The joint assault of the three 11-heaven ancestors lacked any semblance of hesitation. Their first strike was a decisive kill. Their synergy was flawless, sealing off all possible escape routes for Chen Lin, with a destructive force capable of obliterating the very heavens. Faced with this sudden and overwhelming ambush executed by the three split forms of the 11-heaven demon clan ancestors, Chen Lin's expression finally shifted to one of slight gravity. The dragon breath capable of freezing space and the claw that devoured all things had sealed off all avenues for his retreat, descending with cataclysmic power. However, that was all it was. Chen Lin's mind was as clear as a mirror. These three manifestations were not their true selves, merely avatars. Their strength was at most half of their original power. Though still formidable, it was insufficient to pose a fatal threat to him. Should their true forms arrive, he might need to exert some effort. A mere half-strength avatar dared to flaunt its might before him. With a cold smile in his heart, Chen Lin's movements remained unhurried. Confronted by the freezing dragon breath, he inhaled deeply, akin to a great whale drawing in water, directly swallowing that frigid breath into his abdomen. His sacred heart, true essence, surged wildly, forcibly suppressing and refining the chill that could freeze galaxies. Simultaneously, both of his hands moved in unison. His left hand spread wide, as if the very heavens were being opened, with earth, fire, wind, and water swirling to form an unceasingly rotating grinding disk, boldly confronting the 9 devouring black holes. The grinding disk clashed violently with the black holes, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Astonishingly, the 9 terrifying black holes were forcibly held at bay by the chaotic grinding disk, even beginning to be ground and consumed bit by bit. Meanwhile, his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, and at his fingertips, a thread of exquisitely condensed purple lightning erupted, akin to the first thunderbolt that split the heavens, striking precisely upon the incoming golden claw imprint. Boom! The thunder was of the utmost yang and strength, vanquishing all evil and malevolent spirits. That exquisitely refined golden claw imprint was shattered into countless golden sparks under the strike of the purple lightning. In the fleeting moments, Chen Lin effortlessly dispelled the furious assault of the three 11-heaven ancestors' avatars with 3 distinctly different, yet equally unparalleled means. How could this be? This child possesses something extraordinary. The avatars of Ice Abyss Dragon Sovereign, Jiotao Ancestor, and Sacred Lion Sovereign simultaneously erupted in furious roars. They had never anticipated that their combined might would be so easily thwarted by the opponent. Yet Chen Lin did not grant them any further opportunities. He commanded, "Settle." A resonant hum filled the air, a threefold, intangible yet heavy force, reminiscent of the primordial mountains of ancient stars, suddenly descended, precisely pressing upon the ethereal forms of the 3 ancestral avatars. A roar erupted, a resounding cry of defiance from the 3 avatars as they struggled fiercely, summoning a torrent of demonic power in an attempt to break free from the shackles of this imposing law. Yet that oppressive force clung to them like an insatiable curse, imbued with the supreme resonance of the Tao that they could not comprehend. No matter how vehemently they fought, they could scarcely move even a fraction. Their forms began to dim and fade at a visible pace. They had assumed that their combined power of the 3 11 heavens was sufficient to sweep aside all obstacles, effortlessly subduing this so-called sovereign of all laws. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for such an outcome. An endless wave of fury and resentment surged through the connection between the avatars and their true bodies, deep within the abyss of the demon realm. In the next moment, boom, 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 as if thoroughly enraged, three wills, tenfold or even 100-fold more formidable than the avatars, thundered across the vast expanse of space. Not mere avatars, but the true bodies, unleashing a furious strike from afar. A claw, terrifying and seemingly forged from ancient ice, capable of shattering stars. A colossal head of a devouring beast, distorting the laws of light as if it could consume an entire realm. A golden lion's roar, forged from pure solar flames and the sharpness of metal, capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the sea. These three assaults traversed millions of miles through the void, tearing apart layers of spatial barriers. Infused with the overwhelming wrath and lethal intent of the three ancestral beings, simultaneously hurtling towards Chen Lin, their might was truly apocalyptic. The protective grand formation of Qinglong City groaned under this oppressive weight, on the verge of complete collapse. Chen Lin lifted his gaze, staring at the three impending energies of destruction, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. He clasped his hands before him, channeling his sacred heart true essence with unprecedented speed, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth surrounding him. A nebulous vortex, seemingly containing the primordial scene of the universe's inception, materialized before him, rapidly expanding. This chaotic vortex suddenly erupted with a terrifying pull, no longer merely a defense or countermeasure, but intent on forcibly devouring and refining these three world-destroying attacks. Among them was the effect of the heavenly dragon suppression technique. Boom! The three terrifying assaults crashed almost simultaneously into the chaotic vortex. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur immediately. The chaotic vortex trembled violently, its surface warping into various horrific forms, as though three primordial behemoths were colliding within, ready to burst forth at any moment. Chen Lin swayed slightly, a hint of imperceptible pallor gracing his face, as he rapidly refined a drop of the source of life within him. With all his might, he operated his technique, fiercely suppressing and refining the three unmatched energies within a vortex. Deep within the abyss of the demon realm, the three venerable ancestors, sensing a profound connection, became acutely aware that their full-force attacks had dissipated into the void like a cow into the sea. Not only had they failed to annihilate their target, but it now appeared that their efforts were being inexplicably refined by the adversary. Roar! How could this be possible? This fiend must perish. The three ancestors, filled with shock and fury, frantically channeled their divine consciousness, striving to amplify the three assaults to obliterate the chaotic vortex. At that very moment, as the three ancestors recklessly intensified their forces from afar, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Boom! He audaciously guided the horrific energy within the chaotic vortex, not yet fully refined, merging it with a portion of his sacred heart true essence, and, through the mental connection between the three attacks and his own being, launched a counteroffensive by employing their own tactics against them. Buzz! An invisible yet terrifying backlash of power instantaneously traversed the vast expanse, striking deep into the consciousness of the three demon ancestors. Ugh! Damn it! In the remote depths of the demon realm, three anguished and enraged roars resonated simultaneously. The bodies of the ice abyss dragon sovereign, the nine gluttonous ancestor, and the sacred lion sovereign quaked, their souls struck as if by a heavy hammer, their demonic power instantaneously spiraling into chaos, as they collectively suffered substantial backlash injuries. Meanwhile, the avatars of the three ancestors, enduring the pain of suppression, ignited the last vestiges of their essence, fiercely enveloping the corresponding dragon emperor, the gluttonous emperor, and the lionheart madman below. The spatial passage was forcibly opened once more. Go! The three avatars, accompanied by the three demons, did not hesitate to plunge into the spatial passage, moving with astonishing speed. The next moment, the spatial passage sealed shut entirely. The demonic energy dissipated, and the sky regained its clarity. Only the scarred earth and the lifeless city of Qingzhou remained, and there stood the heavenly sovereign of 10,000 methods, who, through sheer force of will, had repelled the three demon ancestors and frightened away all formidable foes. In an instant, the entirety of Qingzhou, both within and beyond its walls, fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by an overwhelming uproar. Every individual, from the ordinary soldiers to the gravely injured Wu Tian, gazed in awe at the figure clad in azure, their eyes brimming with unparalleled shock and reverence. The Imperial teacher had single-handedly driven back the three demon ancestors and sent all strong enemies fleeing. Chen Lin's gaze swept over the battered crowd below, particularly resting on the waning Wu Tian. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, a surge of boundless life force, akin to a gentle spring rain, cascaded down, enveloping the entire city wall. This was the transformative power of the reversal of fate. All injured warriors felt a warm, immense energy flooding into their bodies, their wounds healing at a visible pace, broken bones mending, and depleted essence being replenished in an instant. Many even found themselves experiencing an unexpected boon, sensing the barriers of their cultivation loosening, leading to a feeling of advancement. Wu Tian's grievously wounded body swiftly recovered as he marveled at the surging power within him, struggling to grasp the reality of it all. In that moment, Chen Lin had refined 2 drops of accumulated life essence. Yet this miraculous reversal of life and death, which benefited the entire army, left all survivors with tears of gratitude as they knelt towards the figure in the sky, their voices choked yet profoundly sincere. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives, for granting us a second chance. Without you, we would surely have perished at the hands of the Demon Clan. In Chapter 150, January, Ruins, amidst their gratitude, an overwhelming sense of envy surged within countless hearts. What immense fortune must the Emperor possess to have such a powerful and compassionate master? Why not oneself? Chen Lin's voice, calm yet resonant, reached every ear. You have fought valiantly for the Yin Empire. This is the foundation of the Empire and its fortune. My intervention is but a matter of course, and there is no need for thanks. With a flick of his sleeve, a thunderous sound erupted. Nearly 100 massive demon corpses lay piled on the ground below, resembling small mountains. These were all formidable demon beings of the Dharma manifestation realm, including the powerful and grandiose bloodlines, such as the Qiongqi lion, their vitality still abundant, their demonic power not yet fully dissipated. Chen Lin had only taken the demon cores. These were the spoils of war. The demon bodies, whether for alchemical use or for extracting vital essence to aid in cultivation, were of immense value. This was the reward you rightly deserved. The worth of so many corpses from the Dharma manifestation demons was incalculable, sufficient to significantly elevate the strength of countless cultivators who participated in this battle. Once again, the city erupted in fervent gratitude and cheers. After accomplishing all this, Chen Lin left behind a simple yet profound remark that echoed through the heavens and earth. I hope you all will not forget your original intentions in the days to come. With that, his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the imperial capital. Behind him were endless praises and discussions. After this battle, the name of the master had ascended to the realm of the divine. Utilizing the ascending steps, Chen Lin's speed increased even further, and in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he had returned to Tianyin City. As for Wu Tian and the others, he left them to their tasks. He did not proceed to the luxurious master's residence newly constructed by Ling Tian, but headed straight for the imperial palace. Deep within the palace, in a brightly lit side hall, Ling Tian paced anxiously, worry etched upon his brow, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Below, the dragon and tiger celestial master and Lin Yuanshan also wore serious expressions, the atmosphere heavy with tension as they anxiously awaited news from the Qingzhou front. Suddenly, Chen Lin appeared in the hall like a ghost, silent and unseen. The dragon and tiger celestial master and Lin Yuanshan's expressions changed drastically, instantly becoming vigilant. They had never seen Chen Lin's true form. Ling Tian, initially startled, soon erupted with joy. Master, you have returned. He immediately stood to bow in respect. Chen Lin nodded slightly. The matters in Qingzhou are resolved. There is no need for concern. This simple statement brought a tremendous weight crashing down from Ling Tian's heart, his joy overflowing. The dragon and tiger celestial master and Lin Yuanshan were taken aback, realizing that the visitor was indeed the legendary lord of 10,000 methods. They hurriedly offered their respectful greetings. We pay our respects to the master. Rise, Chen Lin replied indifferently, then turned to Ling Tian. The imperial capital is prosperous. It is not my desire. I remain fond of the tranquil and leisurely side hall of the temple outside the city. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. I understand, master. I shall immediately dispatch someone to discreetly clear the surroundings of the temple, to divert water and lay stones, constructing a pavilion to create a veritable paradise beyond the world, ensuring that no idle person will disturb your cultivation. A slight smile graced Chen Lin's face. That is excellent. He retrieved the Destiny Pearl and returned it to Ling Tian. The origins and drawbacks of this pearl should have been conveyed to you by Wu Tian. If you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ling Tian solemnly accepted it. I shall heed my master's teachings. He was acutely aware of the pearl's implications and was deeply appreciative of his master's care. Wu Tian had disclosed everything to him. This was indeed the reason behind his official endorsement of Wu Tian, who was the young master of the sacred sect, the overlord of the Ten Directions domain. It effectively bound the sacred sect to their Yin empire. Furthermore, the drawbacks of the Destiny Pearl were not so easily dispelled, even by the sacred sect. Chen Lin nodded and finally admonished, "Be diligent in your endeavors. Additionally, take care regarding the fleeing Yin Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Empire. He has entered a mysterious sect and may soon return with vengeance. My vision for the Yin is that every individual rises like a dragon, striving for self-improvement, rather than relying on me to resolve every matter." Though his words were mild, they struck a chord in Ling Tian, the dragon and tiger celestial master, and the others, instilling a profound sense of pressure and igniting boundless resolve and guilt. After imparting his instructions, Chen Lin's figure gradually faded, and he had already departed. In the next moment, he found himself back in the serene side hall of the temple outside the city. The familiar, simple surroundings allowed him to completely relax. He comfortably reclined in a chair, stretching languidly, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Outside the hall, a gentle breeze wafted, as if the prior earth-shattering battle had never occurred. Beside the chair, a few ancient trees, once aspiring to touch the heavens, surrendered the marks of time inch by inch. Yellow leaves, like waning butterflies, fluttered one by one, circling gracefully, then descending in silence. Time flowed quietly, autumn deepened, overshadowing the traces of spring. In a fleeting glance, the verdant had turned to yellow. A month had passed like a sigh. As a month ebbed away, the monumental clash between the Imperial Master and the three ancient demon clan ancestors receded like a tide, leaving only a few whispers scattered in the wind. Meanwhile, the Yin Heavenly Academy had already established an unparalleled sacred status in the hearts of billions within the Yin Empire. This was due to a promise that resonated through the heavens, imprinted in the hearts of the people. All citizens of the Yin, regardless of noble or humble birth, or innate talent, upon reaching the age of 8, may enter the academy for study. Thus, hope spread like wildfire. Families eagerly sent their children to the academy, embarking on a long journey that carried the future and aspirations of countless ordinary households. In the side hall of the temple, fragrant smoke curled from the incense burner. Wu Tian stood 3 paces away from Chen Lin, bowing respectfully, his voice subdued yet clear. "I report to you, Heavenly Sovereign, that over the past month, there have been unusual movements in the Earth's veins from all directions, with a total of 17 ancient relics emerging from the ground. Upon verification, they are remnants left by the ancient sects of the Northern Xian domain after their obliteration." He paused slightly, noticing Chen Lin with his eyes half closed, his fingertips idly tapping on the armrest of the sandalwood chair, and continued, "Among the ruins, 3 locations are exceptionally perilous, harboring remnants of soul imprints that can solidify into phantoms to seize living beings. The Sovereign Emperor personally led a force to suppress this, extracting 2 scrolls of royal-level martial arts and 4 martial techniques from within. However, what demands the utmost vigilance is the sudden gravity in Wu Tian's tone. This occurrence is not an isolated incident. Reports indicate that similar ancient ruins have been sequentially manifesting across the 10 domains of the demon realm and even in more distant lands, suggesting that the world may soon undergo a transformation. Chen Lin finally opened his eyes slowly. Over the past month, he had lived quite leisurely, indulging in 10 hours of deep slumber daily, and upon awakening, he would recline in this chair, allowing the refined demon cores and the essence of various heavenly and earthly treasures to naturally converge into his spiritual veins, nourishing his cave abode. Compared to the blood-soaked years of his past life, this form of cultivation felt more like a form of indulgence. Yet, his cultivation remained stagnant at the 7th cave heaven, with evident slow progress. It was still necessary to quell forces and consume elixirs. "Has there been any word from your master?" Chen Lin inquired. Wu Tian immediately bowed, his expression becoming even more solemn. The master respectfully sought the decree of the holy sect's founder the other day, and the founder left behind a verse of 16 characters. He took a deep breath and enunciated deliberately. The star tracks reverse, the departed return. The heavens and earth upheave, all beings restart. According to the founder's speculation, these consecutive appearances of ruins are likely the remnants of the cataclysmic ancient war. In that era, countless mighty figures perished and many powerful factions retreated from the world, establishing secret realms to seek survival. Now, they may all be returning. Chen Lin suddenly chuckled softly. The departed return? Looking out at the surging sea of clouds beyond the hall, a golden glimmer sparked in his eyes. This world is indeed growing increasingly lively. Tell me about that ancient war. Your holy sect boasts a long lineage. You must have been one of the ancient powers that survived back then, correct? Wu Tian nodded emphatically. Heavenly Sovereign, indeed, our holy sect is one of the remnants of antiquity. During the ancient times, the vast world of celestial fate was far more expansive than it is today, divided into 20 domains, boundless and limitless. At that time, while the true cave realm cultivators were formidable, they could only be considered the backbone. Beyond the true cave lies the Nirvana realm, and above Nirvana, there exists the realm of the great sovereigns of heaven and earth. Such beings could break free from the constraints of the celestial fate world and traverse the endless universe. According to the fragmented ancient texts within the sect, that ancient war was instigated by an invasion from external enemies. Ultimately, although the foes were repelled, both sides suffered grievously, causing the collapse of the heavenly rules and the withering of spiritual veins. Consequently, the current limit of what the heavens and earth can sustain is the true cave realm, and the path to nirvana has long been severed. The most formidable beings visible in today's world are the lords of the celestial domains. My master once heard the founder mention that their cultivation has reached the astonishing level of the 14th cave heaven. Even our sect's founder has only attained the 12th cave heaven. Wu Tian spoke with a hint of reverence, then continued, however, recently, the resurgence of heavenly spiritual energy has intensified, and low-level cultivators are experiencing a significant acceleration in their cultivation speed. It is likely that before long, this change will impact the true cave level, potentially unlocking the long-sealed nirvana realm once more. Chen Lin listened quietly, nodding slightly. It appears that tranquility will soon elude the northern profound domain and, indeed, the entire heavenly fate world. Wu Tian's expression was grave. What the heavenly sovereign has stated is indeed true. The demon domain is currently in turmoil, as an ancient and terrifying demon soul has seized a body and resurrected itself, declaring itself the devourer of heaven demon emperor. It has unleashed a reign of bloodshed within the demon domain, exhibiting a veracity even more tyrannical than that of the Qiangqi clan. The 10 royal families are united in their efforts to quell this chaos, yet they struggle to impose order. He paused for a moment, as if recalling a pertinent matter, and added, fortunately, with the assistance of the heavenly sovereign's sacred heart true essence from days of yore, Feng Jiuqian has fully taken control of the 10,000 demon assembly and has even devoured his father, advancing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the true cavern realm and condensing the 7 caverns of heaven. With him in command, the 10,000 demon assembly is temporarily free from peril. That old fellow, referring to the ancestral figure of the 10,000 demon assembly, would not dare to act recklessly. It is fortunate he has not yet employed the heavenly demon corpse. Otherwise, it would likely provoke the remnants of true essence left by the heavenly sovereign to suppress it. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow at this. Heavenly demon corpse? Wu Tian elucidated. This is the greatest trump card of the 10,000 demon assembly. A well-preserved ancient heavenly demon corpse. Its power and life likely reached the late stage of the true cavern realm, condensing the 10 caverns of heaven. If the national fortune of the 10,000 demon assembly were to be harnessed, it could even unleash a terrifying might capable of suppressing cultivators of the 10 caverns of heaven for a brief period. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Lin's eyes, as he comprehended the profound depth of this realm, far exceeding his previous perceptions. At that moment, a transcendent and ethereal sound akin to a celestial chant resonated from the heavens, as if it could cleanse the hearts of men. He extended his consciousness and followed the sound. Before him appeared a group of monks clad in robes, holding prayer beads, descending upon clouds. suffused with a radiant aura and exuding a serene yet weighty presence. The Western 10,000 Buddhist sect? Chen Lin's heart stirred, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Their intentions were of no concern to him. He shifted his focus back to Wu Tian and inquired solemnly, "What news of the three from the Tao domain, sacred domain, and the blade domain?" Wu Tian replied with respect, "The palace master of the sacred palace is currently in a critical period of seclusion and has yet to emerge. The sect master of the heavenly sect has issued a decree severing all ties with the Dayan Empire. As for the enigmatic figure from the blade domain, there is no intelligence available at this moment." He paused, his tone growing serious. "However, our investigations reveal that the three major forces in the central region have secretly issued orders to eliminate any Dayan Empire cultivators who fall within their jurisdiction without mercy. Yet, they are biding their time, waiting for the moment when the Nirvana realm opens and the heavens undergo a transformation. That will be their moment to strike." Upon hearing this, a cold smile played at the corners of Chen Lin's lips, a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. As his words fell, two tomes radiating immense energy materialized in his hands. "These are my original works, the Great Yin Heavenly Scripture and the Great Yin Compendium, both classified as celestial grade techniques." Chen Lin's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The Great Yin Heavenly Scripture serves as the foundational doctrine of cultivation, possessing remarkable universality, allowing any individual, regardless of their innate constitution, to practice it. The Great Yin Compendium encompasses a vast array of martial techniques, from fists and feet to swords and blades. You shall present these to Tenor as the treasured legacy of the Great Yin Academy, to be passed on to the students. The techniques are to be disseminated throughout the world, with each individual contributing a mere 10 spirit stones to partake in their study. This action is not driven by profit, but rather aims to replenish the national treasury. Although the treasury of the Heavenly Sword Empire has been acquired, abundance is always welcome. Furthermore, exchanging 10 spirit stones for 2 volumes of celestial level cultivation methods represents an extraordinary opportunity for cultivators across the realm. They will undoubtedly express their gratitude without a hint of complaint. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. He bowed deeply, his voice brimming with excitement. This strategy from the celestial monarch paves a magnificent path for the sovereign. Consequently, the world's talents will surely flock to the academy, rather than being divided among the various sections. Given time, all cultivators will emerge from Artiyen. Having spoken, he solemnly accepted the 2 tomes, heavy as mountains, and in an instant transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the imperial capital with astonishing speed. After Chen Lin completed this task, he gradually narrowed his eyes, as if his gaze penetrated the walls of the Taoist temple, fixing upon the void just an inch beyond the door. There, the fabric of space shimmered with imperceptible ripples. "There is a relic." A flicker of realization sparked within him, and he promptly rose. For him, a relic is akin to a blind box, containing resources and opportunities that often exceed one's imagination. In a flash, Chen Lin vanished from his previous location, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. His figure quietly materialized in a desolate valley. Before him, a semi-transparent rift in space loomed like an unsightly scar, suspended in the air and exuding an ancient, chaotic energy. With a casual wave of his hand, the energy fluctuations, born from the instability of space, subsided as if they had never existed. Having accomplished this, he hesitated not a moment and stepped directly into the rift. Entering the relic, the scene before him transformed dramatically. Instead of the anticipated ruins, he found himself in a peculiar space shrouded in endless gray mist. The ground beneath his feet was not earth, but a black stone slab, smooth as jade, intricately carved with complex and arcane patterns, though most had long since lost their luster. The air was thick with an aura of antiquity and silence, as if time had frozen in this place. Chapter 15. The Furnace of All Heavens. Chen Lin frowned slightly. As soon as his consciousness expanded, it was swallowed by the omnipresent gray mist of this space, limiting his exploration to a mere 100 meters. He advanced slowly, each step deliberate and steady. After traversing about a mile, the outline of a magnificent palace finally emerged from a mist, constructed entirely from an unknown white stone. The palace soared to a height of 100 feet, devoid of doors and windows, resembling a colossal natural monument. Above the main entrance, 3 ancient characters were inscribed in seal script, Tomb of 10,000 Weapons. The Tomb of 10,000 Weapons? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. It appeared that this was not the dwelling of some formidable being, but rather a resting place for divine weapons. He reached out and gently touched the cold stone door. At the very moment his fingertips made contact, the entire palace seemed to awaken. The inscriptions on the stone door glimmered with an intense light, and a formidable aura of martial spirit surged skyward, dispersing the surrounding gray mist for several paces. With a low hum, the stone door silently swung inward. Revealing a profond passage. Flanking the passage were not empty spaces, but rather imposing stone statues. These sculptures varied in form. There were mighty warriors wielding colossal axes, archers bearing longbows, and seated swordsmen, each vividly lifelike. Chen Lin stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the stone sentinels, ultimately resting at the end of the corridor. There lay a grander hall. At the center of this hall, instead of a throne or altar, stood a massive stone wall, adorned with an array of weapons. There were long spears resembling dragons, ancient swords reminiscent of lightning, battle axes capable of cleaving the heavens, and soul-devouring demonic blades. Each weapon radiated an intimidating cold light and an indomitable will, as if recounting the glory and tragic tales of their former masters. In front of this forest of arms sat a skeletal figure, its bony form clad in tattered armor. Though reduced to mere bones, it retained an upright posture, exuding a dignified battle spirit that had endured through millennia. In its grasp was an ancient, unadorned stone sword, devoid of any sharpness. Chen Lin approached the skeleton, his gaze fixated on the stone sword it held. Suddenly, flames of spirit ignited within the eye sockets of the bones, and an ancient, domineering consciousness surged into Chen Lin's mind. I am the master of arms. What a splendid body! This form belongs to me. It was an attempt at possession. Unfazed, Chen Lin let out a cold snort. Within his consciousness, the essence of the Sacred Heart erupted, transforming into an intangible seal that forcefully suppressed the invading spirit. The consciousness struggled and roared, but could not budge an inch. Chen Lin's voice resonated within its awareness. Master of Arms, given your formidable cultivation, submit to me, and I may allow you a remnant of your soul to see the light of day once more. The spirit's resistance waned, ultimately delivering a reluctant acquiescence. Very well. Time was of the essence. He had calculated that a great transformation in the world was imminent, and now he had been awakened. With a thought, Chen Lin contracted the seal, binding the remnant soul within an imprint. The flames of the skeleton's spirit extinguished, and the stone sword fell. Chen Lin surveyed the wall of divine weapons. Now, he not only possessed this vast armory, but also had acquired an ancient ally. The voice of the Master of Arms, aged yet resonant, reverberated deep within Chen Lin's consciousness. Your physical cultivation has astonishingly reached such incredible heights. Have you perhaps endured the legendary 9 extreme thunder tribulations? The voice carried a note of incredulity. An intangible consciousness swept over Chen Lin, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, causing even the remnant soul of the master to tremble, as if glimpsing an unfathomable abyss. Chen Lin remained impassive, merely raising an eyebrow. What is it? Is there something amiss? The voice of the Master of Arms resounded once more, this time imbued with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of palpable excitement. Little one, should you succeed in consolidating the unprecedented 18 heavens from this foundation, and subsequently step into the realm of nirvana, you may well forge the legendary Celestial Furnace. The Celestial Furnace? Chen Lin's gaze sharpened. This term was entirely unfamiliar to him. The weapon master patiently elucidated, his voice akin to unfurling an ancient scroll. In the realm of true caverns, gathering 12 heavens allows one to attempt the ascension to nirvana, a mere standard achievement, resulting in an ordinary nirvana cultivator. However, should one transcend limitations and reach the realm of true cavern, condensing 15 heavens would enable the transformation into the heavenly furnace, endowing one with unparalleled foundations and potential, allowing them to engage in battles beyond their rank. He paused, his tone turning gravely solemn. According to legend, only by entering the pinnacle of true cavern and achieving the complete 18 heavens can one utilize these heavens as a basis to refine the laws of all things and forge the celestial furnace. Once the furnace is established, the initial phase of nirvana will wield power comparable to that of an ordinary mid-phase nirvana cultivator. Unless faced with equally formidable adversaries who have also forged a furnace, you could traverse borders to confront foes within the Nirvana realm. Yet, the weapon master shifted his tone, emphasizing that to bear such weight, one must endure great hardship. The power augmentation provided by the celestial furnace is immense, and the resources required for each incremental advancement will be exponentially greater than those needed by cultivators of the same rank, rendering the journey exceedingly arduous. A glimmer of ambition ignited in Chen Lin's eyes, and he felt a profound clarity within. Having embarked on this path, he naturally aspired to pursue the supreme pinnacle. The 18 heavens and the celestial furnace were his unwavering goals. He then recalled a matter and inquired, "I have heard tales of individuals capable of contending with Nirvana cultivators while still within the realm of the 18 heavens. Is this true?" The weapon master affirmed, "Indeed, it is so. Those who attain the complete 18 heavens can effortlessly suppress ordinary early-phase Nirvana cultivators and even challenge those who have ascended from the 15 heaven-based heavenly furnace. However, he cautioned that even with the forging of the celestial furnace, one in the early phase of Nirvana can only contend with mid-phase cultivators. To triumph, or even subdue them, requires the support of more potent techniques. Royal-grade techniques are the minimum requirement. This is because, in the mid-phase of Nirvana, a cultivator's true essence undergoes a complete metamorphosis into a higher form of Nirvana essence, resulting in a transformative change in both quality and quantity. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's understanding of the Nirvana realm became significantly clearer. With a shift in thought, he asked, "What level did you reach in your lifetime?" The weapon master's spirit exuded a hint of the pride characteristic of the strong. "In my lifetime, I forged the heavenly furnace with 15 heavens and ascended to the pinnacle of Nirvana. Only one final step remains to dominate the realm of the celestial sovereign, the pinnacle of Nirvana." Chen Lin felt a stir in his heart. If he could reconstruct the weapon master's physical form and restore some of his strength, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. This thought quietly settled within him. Subsequently, under the guidance of the weapon master, Chen Lin unearthed numerous rare resources within this ancient relic, including several formidable royal artifacts, though alas, no traces of imperial artifacts were found. The greatest gain from this expedition was undoubtedly the erudition of this ancient weapon master's lingering soul. Chapter 153. The Perfect Imperial Ascendancy. Here lies a precious imperial elixir that I once left behind, and I bestow it upon you. The War Master extends a gesture of goodwill. I exist now merely as a remnant soul, and even if I were to venture forth, it will be challenging to find a suitable vessel for my essence. For the time being, I shall reside within your consciousness." No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground nearby suddenly fissured, and a resplendent jade box emerged from the earth. Though it was securely sealed, an enticing fragrance of the elixir wafted forth, causing Chen Lin's blood to surge and his barriers of cultivation to feel slightly loosened. "This elixir is called the Celestial Departure Pill," the War Master explained. "Crafted from several royal-tier medicinal herbs, complemented by the primordial blood of 3 Nirvana-grade great demons. Its potency is immense, capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation of even those at the Nirvana realm. Take it, and I shall assist you in refining it. Given your current level, you will not be able to absorb it all at once. Any surplus potency will be drawn by me to nourish my lingering soul." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lin accepted it without hesitation. He possessed great confidence in the resilience of his current physical form, unafraid of common treachery or poison. Furthermore, the survival of this War Master's remnant soul until now was a remarkable feat. Attempting to usurp a low-tier true void practitioner would be feasible, but any malevolence toward him would undoubtedly result in self-destruction. This transaction necessitated no harm to himself. With resolve, Chen Lin consumed the Celestial Departure Pill and immediately settled into a meditative posture. The elixir dissolved upon entering his mouth, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy akin to a volcanic eruption within his being, surging through his limbs and bones like a river unleashed from its dam. He swiftly focused his mind and circulated his cultivation technique, directing this overwhelming energy to assail the barriers of his cultivation. The War Master's remnant soul transformed into a gentle force, assisting him in guiding and compressing the nearly explosive medicinal potency. Time passed quietly during his cultivation. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Lin's aura surged dramatically, causing the void behind him to tremble. The seventh vortex of the cave, heaven, manifested alongside the eighth and ninth, coalescing into form. Brilliant light intertwined, emanating a pressure that was both awe-inspiring and daunting. His cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the ninth cave heaven, just a hair's breadth away from condensing the 10th. Meanwhile, the remnant soul of the War Master, having absorbed some of the dissipated essence, grew more substantial, no longer as ethereal and insubstantial as before. As Chen Lin sensed the tumultuous power within him, the 9 cave heavens flickered in his dantian, creating a profound resonance. A sense of elation filled his heart. This archaeological expedition indeed resembled a treasure hunt, yielding continuous surprises. Transitioning from the 7th to the 9th cave heaven marked a qualitative leap in strength. Based on prior comparisons of combat capabilities, he had been able to contend with an 11th cave heaven expert at the 7th level. Now, with the 9th fully realized, he was confident in his ability to confront a 12th level practitioner, even to emerge victorious. With your current foundation, the War Master's voice resonated at an opportune moment, carrying a note of measured affirmation. Should you choose to harness my power, your cultivation aura could be elevated to the 11th cave heaven level in a short span. In this current era, which seems to be devoid of true rebirth, you have indeed become formidable. Chen Lin nodded slightly, but his mind began to race with possibilities. The pressing concern was how to maximize the benefits from the ancient spirit of the soldier, the master of arms. Without delay, he shifted his form and left the core of the relic, returning to the tranquil side hall of the Taoist temple. The remnants of the master of arms sensed the external environment and couldn't help but emit a soft gasp. Oh, you reside in such a serene place? This is indeed unexpected. With your innate talent, I presumed you would be a core disciple of a powerful faction or a guest of a great figure. Chen Lin smiled nonchalantly, brushing away the dust from the stone bench before settling down. The turmoil of the mundane world is not my desire. Such a tranquil place is more conducive to cultivation. He shifted the conversation, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Master of Arms, I happen to have an adversary. Exceptionally gifted, yet still under a century old. He has already reached the late stage of true realization, having condensed 7 heavenly realms and possesses the rare sword bone. If I can subdue him, his physical form could serve as your vessel for re-entering the world. What do you think? The image of the disciple from the hidden divine sword sect floated in his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Sorbonne. The Master of Arms' tone revealed a hint of intrigue, but quickly shifted to caution. Young man, do not attempt to deceive me. With your foundation and potential, I do not believe anyone within the same realm could genuinely threaten you. However, his tone softened, carrying a note of warning. The hidden divine sword sect has deep roots. Even if it is currently in decline, there must be ancient entities in slumber within its ranks. If you cannot acquire sufficient strength for self-preservation or even resistance before the great upheaval of heaven and earth, you will indeed find yourself in a precarious situation. To ascend to the 18 heavenly realms in a short time requires an immense amount of resources, unless you can seize the accumulation of several top-tier sections. After a brief contemplation, the Master of Arms seemed to come to a resolution. Very well, since we are now in the same boat, I shall lend you my assistance once more. The Heaven and Earth Qian Kuan technique that I mastered in life is a complete Imperial-level cultivation method, and today I shall pass it on to you. Your true essence is profoundly rooted, and it already possesses certain characteristics of an Imperial fragment. By practicing this technique, you may be able to integrate it, helping you to complete or even surpass your original cultivation framework, innovating anew. After all, your essence seems to possess a remarkable ability for assimilation. Chen Lin nodded, having long perceived that regardless of the cultivation method employed, the resulting true essence would gradually be assimilated by the Holy Heart true essence. This characteristic might indeed serve as an opportunity for further integration with more formidable techniques. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to the elder. Chen Lin centered his thoughts, preparing himself to receive the teachings. The weapon master ceased to speak further. Esoteric and intricate formulas flowed like a gentle stream, gradually infusing Chen Lin's consciousness with unique insights into the principles of the universe. The cosmos. The interplay of yin and yang, all things bearing yin while embracing yang, harmonizing through the clash of energies. This impartation continued for approximately the duration of a single incense stick. Once the transmission of the technique concluded, The weapon master quietly observed Chen Lin, curious to see how long it would take this young prodigy to grasp the essence of this royal-level technique. However, the moment Chen Lin received the entirety of the information, he silently intoned a premeditated command: extract. Random extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Today's grand completion of the royal-level technique Heaven and Earth Qian Kuinju. Chapter 154. Enlightenment and Transformation. A torrent of profound and majestic understanding, far surpassing that which the weapon master had imparted, instantaneously engulfed Chen Lin's entire consciousness. It was as if countless scenes of relentless cultivation flashed before him, illuminating the myriad intricacies of the Heaven and Earth Qian Kuinju, its operational routes and mystical applications deeply imprinted within the depths of his soul. His aura involuntarily began to fluctuate, resonating in a marvelous communion with the surrounding space. As faint manifestations of the cosmic reversal and the awakening of yin and yang flickered momentarily within the side hall, just as the weapon master prepared to offer guidance, he was abruptly taken aback by Chen Lin's sudden and flawless aura, reminiscent of someone who had cultivated for millennia. His residual soul quivered violently, nearly causing him to exclaim, "How could this be? How little time has passed? A breath? 2 breaths?" From a moment he finished imparting the technique to now, only a few breaths had elapsed, let alone comprehension and digestion. Even ordinary geniuses would struggle to untangle the threads of such a technique. Yet, the changes occurring within Chen Lin were undeniably real. His previously surging holy heart true essence now seemed infused with a more ancient and grander will. As the true essence flowed, it subtly outlined the ethereal shadow of the cosmic beginnings and the cyclical nature of yin and yang. An indescribable aura of Tao naturally radiated from him, not merely an enhancement of power, but a profound elevation in essence, signifying a complete mastery of the core principles of the Heaven and Earth Qian Kuinju. Only by thoroughly comprehending the technique and perfectly aligning one's foundational essence with its true meaning can such phenomena manifest. What further astonished the weapon master was that Chen Lin did not cease, his eyes slightly closed, as if plunging into a profound state of enlightenment. The original holy heart true essence within him, along with the various imprints of techniques previously cultivated, began a silent yet earth-shattering fusion. The true meanings of the old and new techniques no longer resisted one another, but intertwined and restructured under a higher order. The purity of the holy heart true essence was preserved, even further refined, while simultaneously integrating with the power of the Heaven and Earth Qian Kuinju. The lingering soul of the warlord remained suspended in the vastness of the consciousness realm, every instructive utterance caught in his throat, leaving only an unparalleled sense of astonishment. He had lived through countless ages, witnessed a multitude of prodigies, and even once stood as a formidable force in his own right. Yet he had never encountered such an unfathomable spectacle. The warlord murmured to himself, his voice trembling slightly, the cosmic principles of heaven and earth. I have approached nearly 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, yet I have never attained true perfection, and he achieves it in an instant. He beheld Chen Lin, who was immersed in a profound state of integration, his aura growing increasingly inscrutable as tumultuous waves surged within his residual soul. Shock and disbelief gradually morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions. After a long pause, the warlord sighed softly, the tumult of his spirit gradually calming. As he spoke to himself with a sense of resigned acceptance, perhaps this is indeed fate, allowing me, on the brink of my soul's dissolution after an eternity of silence, to encounter such a transcendent individual. To follow him and witness an unprecedented legend may hold more significance than my solitary struggle for survival. He ceased to disrupt the moment, silently drifting from Chen Lin's consciousness to watch over him. He understood that when Chen Lin opened his eyes again, his power would undergo a profound transformation. At that moment, as Chen Lin was deeply engrossed in the intricate fusion of his techniques, the door to the side hall was gently pushed open, revealing the silhouette of Wu Tian at the threshold. He had already entrusted the items to Ling Tian. However, as soon as he stepped into the hall, he acutely sensed the anomaly in Chen Lin's aura. The harmonious depth, resonating as if in communion with the very fabric of the universe, caused Wu Tian's expression to shift dramatically, instinctively prompting him to exclaim, "Heavenly Lord, you!" Before he could finish, his gaze abruptly fixed upon the ancient, ethereal remnant of the warlord beside Chen Lin. An intense sense of vigilance surged within him, his vital essence swirling in readiness to protect. A powerful, formless force, vast as a cosmic sea, quietly descended, forming an impenetrable barrier that firmly anchored Wu Tian in place. No matter how he summoned his celestial powers, he could not budge an inch, as if a mere ant were attempting to shake a tree. Do not be hasty. The warlord's aged yet authoritative voice resonated within Wu Tian's consciousness. I am the warlord. This young man is at a critical juncture and must not be disturbed. Sensing the absence of malice in this force, and instead a protective intent, Wu Tian's taut spirit eased slightly, though his curiosity and scrutiny remained undiminished. He restrained his aura and offered a respectful bow, maintaining his vigilant posture. The spectral remnant of the warlord flickered subtly, a divine thought sweeping across Wu Tian as if discerning something, prompting a soft exclamation. I did not expect that your method of cultivation traces back to the ancient holy sect, still enduring to this day without choosing to seclude itself. However, the absence of retreat implies that only a level of true enlightenment can be attained. Wu Tian was taken aback by these words, disbelief etched across his face. The origins of the holy sect were profoundly ancient, its teachings shrouded in secrecy, known to only a handful in the contemporary world. That this mysterious remnant could perceive it at a glance was astonishing. How could you, esteemed elder, be aware of my holy sect's name? The tone of Wu Tian involuntarily carried a hint of reverence. The Master of Arms replied indifferently, over countless eons, as the tides of time reshape the world. Certain names inevitably leave their mark. He seemed reluctant to delve deeper into ancient matters, redirecting the conversation towards Chen Lin. Very well. Since you share a profound connection with this young man, do enlighten me about him. Upon the mention of Chen Lin, Wu Tian instantly became animated, his admiration evident. He spoke of Chen Lin's experiences with fervor, as though eager to divulge every legendary tale associated with him. The Master of Arms listened quietly, the flickering light of his residual soul shimmering faintly with Wu Tian's narration, as if processing the information. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, Wu Tian reluctantly concluded his enthusiastic account. The Master of Arms paused momentarily, then sighed softly, so that is the essence of mastering such an array of techniques. No wonder he possesses such a solid foundation and innate understanding. Truly, he is deserving of the title of Heavenly Sovereign of all methods. His gaze shifted back to Chen Lin, whose presence seemed to deepen, merging seamlessly with the very essence of the chamber. A flicker of unprecedented anticipation crossed the remnants of his soul. It appears that my awakening may coincide with the dawn of a genuine grand era. Young man, do not let this old man down. As time flowed, Chen Lin's seclusion extended far beyond the usual, and several days had swiftly passed. Within the chamber, the Master of Arms and Wu Tian had engaged in extensive discussions. The Master occasionally offered guidance, albeit in mere fragments, yet it proved immensely beneficial to Wu Tian, allowing him to increasingly sense the profound depths of the Master's realm. Upon learning that the Master had once been a pinnacle figure of the ancient Nirvana realm, Wu Tian was filled with an inexpressible awe. An ancient titan, should he successfully reconstruct his physical form, could once again ascend to the Nirvana realm given time. To think such a being now walked alongside the Heavenly Sovereign, aiding the De Yin dynasty. Wu Tian could not help but feel a surge of emotions, contemplating the future strength of the De Yin Empire. With the Heavenly Sovereign's presence and the assistance of this Master of Arms, it seemed that even his own supreme holy sect would need to tread cautiously in its dealings with the Yin. Submission was not out of the question. Chapter 155, 12 Caves? Mia Ents. On that morning, as Wu Tian was engrossed in discussing ancient secrets with the Master of Arms, a communication jade talisman in his possession suddenly grew hot, pulsing with urgency. Wu Tian's consciousness swept over it, and his expression darkened instantly. The talisman bore an urgent message from Ling Tian. Wu Tian, the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhist sect have returned with a defiant attitude, demanding an audience with our master. The current Buddha has come in person, wielding the power of the 9 caves to exert pressure within the court. I fear their actions may incite turmoil within the capital, risking the innocent. What course of action should we take? Please advise swiftly. The origins of this matter trace back to the first month of the first year of the Tianqi era. The 10,000 Buddhist sect sought to establish their national religion within the Yin, but Ling Tian resolutely rejected their request. Instead of retreating after being denied, they lingered both inside and outside the capital, exuding an air of invincibility. Ling Tian had previously given them a 7-day ultimatum to leave the territory. Yet today, the Buddha himself led a group of monks directly into the court, leveraging the might of the 9 caves to intimidate. In the court, Ling Tian's gaze was as cold as frost, and he questioned with a chilling voice, "Is the Buddha Lord intent on waging war against Yin? Were it not for the consideration of the million souls in the imperial capital, he would have already summoned the Tsang Emperor to suppress those beyond the city walls. After all, the might of the Yin Empire is not to be underestimated." With the enemy entrenched within the city, he found himself in a position of hesitation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to send a message to Wu Tian, instructing him to inquire about Chen Lin. Wu Tian promptly relayed the situation to the military leader. Upon hearing this, the military leader scoffed, exuding the arrogance of an ancient powerhouse. A mere 9 heavens dares to make a noise? Such trifles do not warrant his attention. I shall temporarily borrow your body and unleash the power of the 11 heavens, sufficient to intimidate and eliminate these petty foes. In the military leader's view, this was a fortuitous opportunity. By intervening, he could establish a rapport with Chen Lin, the disciple, while further binding himself to the Yin Empire. The benefits outweighing the drawbacks. Just as Wu Tian was about to acquiesce, a figure that had been silent for days in the central chamber suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, it was as if the void sparked with electricity, and a profound yet fleeting aura surged forth. Chen Lin slowly rose, his eyes calming as the chaotic energies within settled. "This matter requires my personal involvement," he declared, his voice serene, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "It is an opportune moment to meet with the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Should I acquire some resources, it would greatly benefit my cultivation." The hidden God Sword sect possessed the Nirvana realm, and he felt a pressing urgency, especially after the recent elixirs from the ruins had invigorated him. This sensation was pleasant, far surpassing the pace of enhancement offered by royal grade elixirs. "Heavenly Sovereign, little one, you have awakened." Both Wu Tian and the military leader were taken aback. The military leader, unable to contain his eagerness, sensed Chen Lin's state with palpable urgency, asking, "How do you feel?" Chen Lin smiled faintly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. His recent seclusion had yielded results far beyond his expectations. Drawing upon his profound holy heart true essence, he perfectly integrated the mysteries of the heaven and earth Qian Kuan technique, using this as a catalyst to fully complete and elevate the previously incomplete heavenly slaughter sacred technique, thereby creating an entirely new martial art unique to himself, free and unfettered heavenly art. This technique harmonizes the pure and majestic essence of the holy heart true essence with the vast inclusiveness of heaven and earth, operating effortlessly at will, wielding boundless power. At this moment, he felt an absolute confidence that even against a formidable opponent harnessing the 12 heavens, he would emerge victorious. "I feel quite well," Chen Lin replied calmly, his gaze already directed outside the hall, as if penetrating through the layers of palace walls to perceive the turbulence within the court. "It is time to meet our guests." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's face immediately lit up with genuine joy and reverence as he bowed and congratulated. "Congratulations, Heavenly Sovereign, on your monumental achievement. With your intervention, the crisis of the 10,000 Buddhist sect shall be swiftly resolved." He then revealed a hint of concern and murmured, "However, while the current Buddha Lord of the 10,000 Buddhist sect may not be formidable, it seems there are connections to the heavenly origin Buddha realm behind them." On that day, the primordial Buddha realm was undeniably the sovereign of the Buddhist domain. Even the existence of the true Dragon Temple held it in a certain regard. It was rumored that a Buddha, embodying the essence of the 12 heavens, presided there. Upon hearing the name of the 12 heavens Buddha, Chen Lin merely raised an eyebrow, followed by a subtle, disdainful curl of his lips. 12 heavens. Mia ents. His tone was unremarkable, yet it carried an undeniable, absolute confidence. "Huh, well said." The War Master beside him laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying the moment. "Young man, for your audacity, I shall accompany you on this journey. Wu Tian, lead the way." As soon as he finished speaking, the remnant soul of the War Master transformed into a dark, flowing light and willingly entered Chen Lin's consciousness. Chen Lin did not take precautions, allowing it to enter. He understood that Wu Tian must have shared some of his information with the War Master, establishing a foundation of trust between them. As for what the War Master could perceive within his consciousness, Chen Lin harbored no concerns. This was his absolute domain. What the War Master could see was merely what he chose to reveal. Let us proceed. Chen Lin spoke no more, his sleeves sweeping as he took Wu Tian along. With a single step, they melded into the void, an embodiment of the perfected ascending heaven step, and, in an instant, they vanished from the tranquil side hall of the Taoist temple. Meanwhile, within the Dian Empire at the Imperial Palace, the atmosphere in the magnificent hall of ascending heaven was so tense it was almost suffocating. The civil and military officials stood on either side, their faces taut, scarcely daring to breathe. An invisible pressure hung in the air, reminiscent of the eerie stillness before tempest. Upon the dragon throne sat the young Emperor Ling Tian, his expression stern and his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the hall. Beside him, the presence of the Tsang Emperor flickered like a slumbering behemoth. Yet this oppressive force could not entirely suppress another formidable power within the hall. In the center stood the current leader of the 10,000 Buddhist sect, Huinan, exuding an air of defiance. Draped in a resplendent robe, wielding a 9-ringed staff, he was enveloped in a halo of Buddha light, with 9 illusory heavens revolving behind him, emanating vast pressure that stood in equal measure against the aura of the Tsang Emperor, even seemingly gaining the upper hand. Behind him, 7 arhats, each possessing the cultivation of the 5 and 6 heavens, lined up, their expressions fierce and their aura formidable. The voice of Emperor Ling Tian and Buddha Master Hui Nan was calm, yet imbued with an unmistakable authority. Old monk asks once more, "Where exactly is the heavenly sovereign of 10,000 laws? My 10,000 Buddha sect seeks to establish a national religion to enlighten all beings. This is a great opportunity for merit. If the heavenly sovereign does not make an appearance to provide an explanation, do not blame me for employing thunderous means to summon him forth." As his words fell, he thrust the 9-ringed staff down heavily. Boom! The sound resonated like a drumbeat against every heart, causing the entire hall of ascending heaven to tremble, and some lower-ranked officials turned pale, nearly losing their footing. Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his knuckles whitening. Were it not for the consideration of the millions of lives in the imperial capital, he would have already ordered a bloodbath. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, "Oh, who dares to employ thunderous means? May I inquire?" A tranquil and indifferent voice resonated, as if it emanated from the heavens, piercing through the air and overpowering all chance and imposing presences. The atmosphere rippled like water, and 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, without warning, silhouetted against the light as they stepped forward. The foremost figure, clad in a flowing azure robe, maintained an air of calmness. It was none other than Chen Lin. Chapter 156. After so much talk, if you do not perish, who shall? His gaze swept across the Buddha Master Huinan, as if appraising a mere inanimate object. The tension that had reached a critical point surged to an unprecedented climax with his arrival. Upon seeing the familiar figure enter the hall, Ling Tian felt an immediate release of the taut strings of anxiety in his heart, as if he had found the most steadfast support. With his master present, even if the sky were to fall, he need not bear the burden alone. Chen Lin faced the dragon throne and slightly bowed, his voice calm yet resonant, echoing throughout the hall. "I pay my respects, Your Majesty." As the imperial tutor, he held an exalted position, yet before the civil and military officials, he still needed to uphold the dignity of his disciple as the emperor. While others were required to perform a kneeling salute, his bow was already a grand gesture of respect. As for private matters, such formalities were unnecessary. Upon witnessing this, the Buddha Master Huinan's smile grew even wider, imbued with a sense of audacity. "Indeed, it is I." His tone was nonchalant, seemingly unfazed by Chen Lin's formidable power of 11 celestial realms, despite his own mere 9. Wu Tian, observing from the side, curled his lips into a cold, sharp smile, yet remained silent, merely watching the unfolding events. Chen Lin turned with an expressionless face, his gaze like a frigid blade, fixating on Huinan. "Do you comprehend the catastrophic consequences your actions today will bring upon the 10,000 Buddha sect?" Huinan's expression remained unchanged, and he replied with a serene smile, tinged with a hint of pride derived from his background. "You are mistaken, benefactor. The 10,000 Buddha sect is a branch of the heavenly origin Buddha realm. What can you possibly do to me?" Heavenly origin Buddha realm? These 4 words detonated among the civil and military officials like thunder, inciting a wave of hushed gasps and expressions of alarm. Even Ling Tian's pupils contracted in surprise. evidently unprepared for the astonishing origins of the 10,000 Buddha sect. It was a colossal entity presided over by the Buddha of 12 celestial realms. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's countenance remained as calm as a still pond, though his gaze deepened with intensity. Your reliance must be that decree granted by the peak Buddha of the celestial realm, is it not? Queen Anne, caught off guard by this revelation of his greatest support, paused momentarily before bursting into raucous laughter, filled with unabashed bravado. Indeed, now that you are aware, why not hasten to convert? Today, I shall guide you to become a loyal guardian spirit dog at the feet of our Buddha, an unparalleled glory for you. The 8 great arhats behind him erupted in laughter, their audacity reaching new heights. As Chen finished his laughter, brimming with self-satisfaction, he extended his hand towards his storage ring, intending to summon the decree from the Buddha that could alter the very fabric of reality. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the ring, his movements abruptly froze. The pupils abruptly constricted to their utmost, and an expression of profound astonishment and disbelief enveloped his face. A slender line of blood materialized without warning from his brow, swiftly expanding thereafter. In the next moment, the radiant aura surrounding him dissipated like a burst bubble. The spark in his eyes extinguished completely, and his body fell rigidly backward, crashing onto the golden hall floor with a thud, devoid of breath. All transpired in the blink of an eye, faster than anyone could react. Only when Huinen's lifeless form hit the ground did the raucous laughter of the group of arhats abruptly cease, transforming into boundless dread and silence. Chen Lin slowly retracted his hand from behind his back, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust, and spoke with an expressionless demeanor, his voice coldly resonating in the stillness of the Grand Hall. Will the true self wait for you to reveal your treasures? With so many words, if you do not perish, who shall? He was not so foolish as to await the unveiling of another trump card. Upon finishing his words, the storage ring belonging to Buddha Huinan levitated on its own, hovering in front of Chen Lin, and then vanished from sight. Having accomplished this, Chen Lin's gaze drifted indifferently toward the accompanying arhats. Thud! Thud! Several arhats were already terrified to the core. Witnessing the Buddha's instant demise, any thought of resistance fled, and they all knelt down simultaneously, their heads bowing like pounding garlic, their voices trembling with a hint of weeping. Spare us, O heavenly sovereign. We beseech your mercy. We are willing to surrender. Please grant us a path to survival. They could never have imagined that Huinan, who bore the profound backing of the Buddha's decree, would meet his end without even revealing his trump card. Chen Lin's expression remained impassive, his voice as frigid as ancient ice, pronouncing their fate. From this day forth, you shall bear the sins of the Dayan Empire, your lives and honors entwined with the sovereign's will. With the remainder of your days, atone for the transgressions of today. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant divine light erupted from his eyes, and several strands of formless yet potent divine will instantaneously penetrated the depths of the arhat's consciousness. Simultaneously, an even purer strand of divine will descended upon Ling Tian's brow. Ling Tian's body quivered slightly, and he immediately sensed the establishment of a profound and absolute connection between himself and the arhats. With but a thought, he could dictate their fates. The arhats, in turn, distinctly felt the presence of a terrifying force in their consciousness, akin to a sword suspended above them, emanating a disquieting aura, as if it could shatter their souls at any moment. Instantly, their faces turned ashen, filled with fear, yet tinged with a sliver of relief. At least they were still alive. To cultivate to the realm of true enlightenment was no easy feat. To survive was certainly preferable to immediate annihilation of body and spirit. Chen Lin's actions were laden with profound significance. With the imminent upheaval of the world, if the Dayan Empire wished to remain steadfast amidst the forthcoming turmoil, it must possess a sufficient reserve of elite forces. Rather than eliminating these true enlightenment arhats, it was far wiser to convert them into assets for one's own strength, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. For instance, as cannon fodder, the future is fraught with chaos, and he cannot personally intervene in every matter. You, Chen Lin, pointed casually at one of the highest-ranking arhats and instructed him to lead you to the western 10,000 Buddha gate. He then turned to the Emperor Ling Tian seated upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, in the coming year, there will be monumental changes in the world. Exhaust all imperial resources and spare no effort to cultivate cultivators and strengthen our foundation. Having conveyed his message, Chen Lin said no more. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he vanished into the grand hall alongside the Arhut, whose face was ashen, vanishing like a specter. Their destination was the western 10,000 Buddha Gate in the northern Xian domain. In the imperial court, silence reigned, interrupted only by the heavy breaths of a few surviving Arhats and the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within the hearts of the civil and military officials. Departing from the Dian imperial palace, Chen Lin, accompanied by the Arhut Huiming, tore through the fabric of space and sped towards the western region of the northern Xian domain. Huiming's countenance was pallid with fear of the unknown fate that awaited him, as well as astonishment at Chen Lin's prowess. He dared not make any sudden movements and could only obediently indicate the direction. The 10,000 Buddha Gate is situated atop the Ling Mountain in the far west of the northern Xian domain. This place, once barren of spiritual energy, had been transformed into a land radiant with Buddha light and enveloped in sacred sounds, thanks to generations of effort from the 10,000 Buddha Gate, which activated the earth's veins and established a grand gathering array. Amidst the towering mountains, the temples and halls gleamed in gold and jade, with countless pagodas rising majestically. Chapter 157, Arrival at the 10,000 Buddha Gate. In a brief moment, however, an ominous haze enveloped the skies above this sacred land. The news of the extinguished lamp of the Buddha Huinan had spread, sending shockwaves through the entirety of the 10,000 Buddha Gate. The protective mountain array was fully activated, and a heavy golden barrier of Buddha light enveloped the entire Ling Mountain. Countless monks, armed with staffs and divine instruments, stood in readiness, the atmosphere charged with tension. Chen Lin's figure appeared silently in the high skies outside the Ling Mountain, with the trembling Huiming Arhut following closely behind. Gazing upon the formidable protective array and the monks of the 10,000 Buddha Gate who stood as if facing a great enemy, Chen Lin's eyes remained indifferent. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire Ling Mountain. The one in charge of the 10,000 Buddha Gate, come forth and answer me. The pressure embedded in his voice caused the golden protective array to ripple violently, leaving many lower-tier monks shaken to the core, nearly collapsing in reverence. After a moment of silence, an elder clad in a red robe, gaunt yet sharp-eyed, emerged at the edge of the great array, flanked by several elders. He was Huijue, the junior disciple of Buddha Huinan. Suppressing his own fear, Huijue joined his palms together and declared loudly, Amit Ba, who is the benefactor. We are unaware of your arrival at the 10,000 Buddha Gate. What is your purpose? Chen Lin, uninterested in pretense, replied coldly. I am the heavenly lord of all laws. Huinan has offended the heavenly might and has been vanquished. I come today to pose but one question. Will the 10,000 Buddha Gate submit, or will it perish? At this proclamation, an uproar erupted throughout the 10,000 Buddha Gate, although they had anticipated such news. Hearing the fall of their Buddha directly still filled the monks with a mixture of sorrow and fury. Arrogant, a demon, how dare he slay our Buddha? We shall fight him. The atmosphere was charged with indignation, and the fierce visage of the Vajra was unmistakably evident. Huiju's expression was equally grim, yet he was acutely aware of the terrifying power of his adversary, who was capable of vanquishing Huinan. After all, Huinan was acting under the divine mandate of the Buddha. Suppressing his fury, he spoke in a grave tone. Your words are misguided, celestial lord. My senior brother acts in accordance with the Buddha's will. Even if there were an offense, it does not warrant death. Furthermore, our 10,000 Buddha sect is a branch of the heavenly origin Buddha realm. Would you presume to subdue us at your whim? Though you may be formidable, do you truly wish to engage in a relentless battle with our sacred Buddhist domain? Once more, he invoked the illustrious name of the heavenly origin Buddha realm, hoping to instill a sense of trepidation in his opponent. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's lips curled into a frigid smile. The heavenly origin Buddha realm? Is it truly so remarkable? Today, I shall first trample upon your branch and see what the heavenly origin Buddha realm can do to me. Before his words had fully faded, Chen Lin had already launched his attack. With fingers poised like a sword, he gently sliced through the immense golden Buddhist light barrier enveloping Ling Mountain. A seemingly unremarkable gray sword chi materialized from thin air, initially minute but expanding dramatically the instant it left his fingertip, transforming into a colossal sword aura that spanned the heavens and the earth. This sword aura, devoid of dazzling brilliance, instead emanated a profound sense of annihilation, signaling the end of all things. As the sword aura traversed its path, it seemed to silently erase the very fabric of space, leaving behind a pitch-black trail, advancing with an appearance of slowness that belied its incredible speed, cleaving towards the mountain-protecting formation. Not good. Activate the formation with all your might. Huiju's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted frantically. All the elders and disciples of the 10,000 Buddha sect poured their Buddhist power into the formation, causing the array disk to whirl violently. Sanskrit characters surging like a tidal wave. The golden Buddhist light instantly blazed to its zenith, coalescing into an immensely thick barrier adorned with the ethereal figures of countless Buddhas. However, when the annihilating sword aura made contact with the barrier of countless Buddhas, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a faint sound reminiscent of shattered glass. The mountain-protecting formation, which had been fortified by the collective effort of the 10,000 Buddha sect over countless years and was capable of withstanding the ferocious onslaught of 10 cave realm powerhouses, was effortlessly sliced apart as though it were made of paper in the presence of that annihilating sword aura. The sword aura maintained its momentum, cleaving the massive barrier along with several mountain peaks behind it in two. With a thunderous roar, the severed peaks began to slide slowly, raising clouds of dust. The mountain-protecting formation collapsed in an instant, and the backlash of its failure caused numerous monks to spew blood, while those with lesser cultivation fainted from the impact. With a single sword strike, merely one sword, the formidable formation of the 10,000 Buddha sect had crumbled to dust. The entire Ling Mountain fell into a profound silence. All the monks stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the tear in the formation above and the figure that resembled a demonic deity, their eyes brimming with despair. Yuizhu, representing the sect leader, turned ashen, his body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Hui Ming observed this scene with a heavy heart, marveling at the unexpected turn of events. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Lin stepped forward, having traversed through the breach in the formation, and now hovered above the plaza in front of the main hall of Ling Mountain. His gaze swept over the terrified monks below, finally resting on Huiyu as he spoke with an expressionless demeanor. It seems you wish to court death. This time, no one dared to voice a reprimand. In the face of absolute power, all arguments and backgrounds appeared feeble and powerless. However, after a brief struggle, a near-maniacal determination surfaced on Huiju's face. He abruptly raised his head, his expression dark as water, and cried out, "The 10,000 Buddha's gate with a legacy spanning millennia. The bones of the Buddha resounding. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like tiles. I would rather die than surrender." Upon hearing these words, the disciples behind him, who had previously shown despair, suddenly ignited a morbid fervor in their eyes, as if they had found a sense of martyrdom. Unyielding, Chen Lin's gaze remained utterly unperturbed. Huiju suddenly produced an ancient, dark golden scroll from his sleeve, his face twisted with a mix of pride and madness. The celestial sovereign of all Dermis. The Buddha's edicts are manifold. Without hesitation, he unfurled the scroll, chanting incantations as his essence surged within him, akin to flames being ignited. Lines of Sanskrit on the scroll glimmered like living golden serpents, radiating blinding light and soaring skyward. The vast Buddhist power erupted instantly, coalescing into a colossal Buddha figure that exuded an even more substantial and terrifying pressure than what Huinan had summoned before. This Buddha, majestic in appearance, with eyes half open and half closed, seemed to both pity all beings and disregard the material world. Its aura unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the 12th heaven of the true void realm, though still a manifestation of a decreased power. Its refinement and might surpassed that of the ancestral beings of the 11 heavens. Please, Buddha's physical form, descend to vanquish demons and uphold the path. Huiju shouted, seemingly in a frenzy. The immense Buddha figure slowly raised its golden hand, which obscured the sun, as the swastika seal within its palm rotated, embodying supreme power to suppress evil and purify the world, descending gradually upon Chen Lin. Wherever the palm's wind passed, space solidified, and the resonant sound of chanting filled the air. The force of this strike was sufficient to heavily injure or even subdue an ordinary 11-heaven strongman. Chapter 158, Subjugation, Apprehension. In the face of this unforeseen, formidable trump card, a hint of faint derision finally flickered in Chen Lin's eyes. An ant trying to shake a tree. He did not make any grand gestures. Instead, he simply punched upward at the slowly descending Buddha's massive palm. This punch, though seemingly slow, transcended the boundaries of space and time. On its edge, there was no dazzling brilliance, only an essence of profound restraint and a return to simplicity, as if it contained the first stirrings of power at the dawn of creation. As the fist and palm met, there was no thunderous crash as anticipated, only a muted, resounding hum, reminiscent of two worlds colliding. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next instant, to the incredulous gazes of Huijue and all the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha's gate, the Buddha's colossal palm, emanating the pressure of the 12th heaven, began to crumble and disintegrate from the point of contact with the fist, as if it were a sand sculpture scattered by the wind. In the depths of Chen Lin's consciousness, the master of arms witnessed a scene that filled him with exhilaration. Indeed, the 9 heavens could subdue the 12 heavens. Chen Lin was undeniably stronger than the average cultivator who had traversed the 9 extreme thunder tribulations. Fragments of golden Buddhist light scattered in all directions, and the colossal silhouette of the Buddha emitted a silent roar, writhing violently before ultimately collapsing, transforming into countless radiant specks that vanished from sight. The terrifying power encapsulated in Chen Lin's punch had not yet been exhausted. It spread outward like an invisible ripple. The foremost victim, Huiju, was struck as if by a tremendous blow, violently spewing forth a mouthful of blood. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall of the Grand Hall, embedding himself within it, lost to the realm of life and death. The intangible wave of force swept across the square, overwhelming all kneeling or standing monks, who felt as though they were being crushed beneath a mountain. They coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, even lifting their heads becoming an arduous task. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. If Chen Lin's previous strike had been shocking, then at this moment, his nonchalant punch that shattered the Buddha's decree of the 12 heavens utterly dismantled the last vestige of defense and belief within the hearts of all disciples of the 10,000 Buddha sect. What manner of being was he that even the Buddha's decree could not restrain him? An unfathomable dread, akin to a frigid tide, instantaneously engulfed the spirits of every individual present. Chen Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the desolate scene below, where despair reigned supreme. His voice remained calm, yet colder than the harshest winter. Now, you may answer my question. Surrender or perish? This time, there was no hesitation. The remaining elders struggled to rise, disregarding their injuries, and frantically bowed to the airborne Chen Lin, their voices trembling with utter fear and submission. We surrender. The 10,000 Buddha sect is willing to yield. We implore the Heavenly Sovereign for mercy. We beseech the Heavenly Sovereign for mercy. We pledge allegiance to the great Yin Empire, forevermore loyal and unbetraying. Cries for mercy arose in a cacophony. In the face of absolute power, the notion of fighting to the death became a laughable jest. Only by experiencing that profound despair could one truly grasp the preciousness of life. Chen Lin observed all of this with indifference, choosing not to annihilate them entirely. He was not a person driven by bloodlust. His purpose was to establish authority and to subdue, not to massacre. Incorporating external forces into the great Yin Empire was undoubtedly a swift means to bolster its strength. Thus, he imposed an edict. From this day forth, the 10,000 Buddha sect would merge into the great Yin Empire, under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Enlightenment Emperor. The resources within the sect would be cataloged and submitted to the national treasury. All cultivators of the true cave realm would retain half of their number, while the other half would journey to the imperial capital to await assignments. He issued his final command, his voice leaving no room for dissent. As for you, Chen Lin directed his gaze toward Hui Ming. You shall atone for your sins and temporarily oversee the management of the sect, stabilizing the hearts of the people. Should there be any dissent, you shall face annihilation. Hui Ming trembled and hastily bowed, declaring, I shall faithfully obey the heavenly sovereign's decree. Yet, a flicker of ambition glimmered within his heart. To everyone's astonishment, he has ascended to become the new leader of the 10,000 Buddha sect. Although the sect is currently subservient to the Dayan Empire, under the guidance of the celestial sovereign of 10,000 laws, it may well surpass the present sect and even the entire Buddhist realm. Furthermore, the Dayan Empire is undoubtedly poised to extend its influence towards the central regions. The celestial sovereign possesses the ability to suppress the 12 caves of heaven, rendering any opposition futile. In that eventuality, the 10,000 Buddha sect, as the second power to submit, may find its status elevated. Perhaps I too could become a Buddha. The role of the Buddha rotates. This year, it is my turn. Chen Lin refrained from further discourse. Now that the 10,000 Buddha sect has already submitted to the Dayan Empire, its strength has significantly waned. Nonetheless, they remain a viable force. At present, the Dayan Empire lacks the capacity to fully incorporate the Western territories, and thus the 10,000 Buddha sect acts as a temporary vassal. Yet, their lifeblood remains firmly in Chen Lin's grasp. His formidable consciousness swiftly enveloped the entire sacred mountain, locating the scripture repository and the treasury. Subsequently, he unleashed a series of intricate runes, embedding them within the bodies of those arhats in the true cave realm, instilling a restriction akin to that which was previously placed upon Hui Ming and others, transferring their life and death control to the distant Ling Tian in the imperial capital. Having completed this, Chen Lin did not depart. Suppressing the 10,000 Buddha sect was merely a strategic move in his response to the forthcoming changes. He firmly believes that, following this incident, no power within the northern Xian region or its surroundings will dare to provoke the Dayan Empire lightly in the near future. One of his objectives is the profound heritage accumulated over millennia within the sect's scripture repository and treasury. The myriad martial arts texts within the repository will vastly enrich his knowledge and strengthen his foundational understanding of the Great Tao, while the abundant resources in the treasury will suffice to support his breakthrough, allowing him to condense the 10th cave of heaven in one fell swoop. The news of the 10,000 Buddha sect's annihilation spread like a ferocious storm, sweeping across the entire northern Xian region. The name of the celestial sovereign of 10,000 laws has transitioned from legend to a terrifying taboo. All have come to realize that this hidden dragon of the Dayan Empire has soared into the sky, its rise now unstoppable. In the central northern Xian region, the leaders of the three supreme powers gathered atop a mist-shrouded mountain pavilion. The atmosphere is tense as an impending storm. The venerable ancestor of the Tianxing Merchant Guild, Su Xian, summoned through ancient bloodline techniques by Su Tian, bore a grave expression. That celestial sovereign of 10,000 laws can disregard the Buddha's decree and has even killed Huinan. Such means are beyond the capabilities of the 11 caves of heaven. His cultivation likely reaches the 12th cave of heaven, attaining the pinnacle of the true cave realm. The ancestor of the Yuming Pavilion, Qin Wufa, nodded slowly. His voice hoarse, indeed. The Western 10,000 Buddhist sect has been eradicated, and he is now consolidating his gains. All three of us have past grievances with him. Who will be his next target? The current sword master of the Hunyuan sword sect, with his sword energy restrained, yet concealing a sharp edge, had recently achieved success. He spoke calmly, proposing a sinister scheme. To the west of the northern Xian region lies the Buddhist domain. The 10,000 Buddha gate has been subdued, and the celestial Buddha realm will undoubtedly not rest easy. Why not let us act as intermediaries and invite the Buddha of the celestial Buddha realm to personally intervene, dragging the Lord of 10,000 laws along? Simultaneously, we shall invite Lord Yan of the Yin Palace to jointly assault the great Yin Empire. Once its foundation is destroyed, the Lord of 10,000 laws will become a mere rootless reed, no longer a source of fear. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Xian's eyes. This plan is excellent. However, Sword Master, why not summon your esteemed elder sword deity from your sect? If you were to intervene, it is certain. Qin Wufa chuckled and interjected, the elder sword deity is naturally awaiting the opportune moment amidst the grand upheaval of the world. Yet, should we delay until then? If the Lord of 10,000 laws steps into nirvana first, even if the elder sword deity successfully breaks through, he may not be able to suppress him decisively. The sword master's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable pride. To cultivate to such a realm requires its own tenacity and foresight. How could he be easily swayed by our words? Moreover, our Hunyuan sword sect is not without means to contend. He did not explicitly state it, yet his words revealed an unwavering confidence in the strength of their sect. Upon hearing this, Qin Wufa chose not to speak further. The Hunyuan sword sect's ability to maintain its preeminence in the northern Xian domain is precisely due to the unfathomable elder sword deity at its helm. Su Xian shifted the topic with a hint of probing. By the way, Sword Master, it seems that the talented sword disciple from your sect has not chosen the hidden divine sword sect. Meanwhile, the remnants of the heavenly sword empire, Huang Puyan, appear to be thriving in the hidden divine sword sect, allegedly having secured the recognition of the royal artifact within the sword tomb. The sword master's demeanor remained unchanged, his tone imbued with the pride befitting a top-tier sword sect. The hidden divine sword sect possesses its own strengths. Yet the legacy of our Hunyuan sword sect is equally formidable. At that moment, Su Xian received a communication that altered his expression. A newly discovered relic has emerged in the central region, exuding an ancient aura, suspected to be left behind by a powerful being of the ancient Nirvana realm. However, a sword sovereign from your sect who went to investigate seems to have encountered misfortune, having been possessed by an ancient soul within the relic. Upon hearing this, the sword master's eyes glinted with cold light. Humph! How dare the remnants of a bygone era covet the present world? I shall personally confront him. He then formulated a plan. Su, old ancestor, I need you to head to the Southern Yin Palace and ensure that Lord Yin is summoned. Qin, old ancestor, you shall take charge of the matters in the Buddha realm. Make certain to inform the Buddha of the celestial Buddha realm regarding the threat posed by the Lord of 10,000 laws. In 7 days, we shall unite our efforts and resolve this in one fell swoop. With that, the sword master's figure vanished. The remaining two exchanged glances. Qin Wufa sighed. The great upheaval of the world approaches, with opportunities and crises coexisting. We must hasten to break through to the 12 heavenly caverns, an even glimpse into the realm of true heavenly caverns, to secure an advantage on the path to nirvana in the future. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with determination. Rest assured, elder brother, I have already found 2 royal-grade medicinal pills within a relic. Once I break through to the 12 heavenly caverns, I shall harness the power of these pills to strive for even greater heights. In due time, the Su family may indeed rise to prominence in this grand world. Upon hearing this, Qin Wufa burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, the Yin Palace in the southern frontier stood majestically between the heavens and earth of the northern Qian domain. This land is replete with volcanoes, where the fiery essence surges relentlessly, harboring the ethereal flames of heaven and earth, enticing countless cultivators to specialize in the arts of fire. The Flame Palace towers majestically atop the largest volcano, surveying the scorched earth for miles. A figure clad in red robes stands silently before the palace, gazing towards the central region. Beside him, a graceful woman with alluring eyes softly remarks, "Flame Sovereign, the 10,000 Buddhist sect has surrendered. The 3 great powers of the central domain will not remain passive and may come to test us." The Flame Sovereign's expression remains unchanged. We have reincarnated and lay in wait until now, seeking merely to conceal our brilliance and cultivate in obscurity. Although we command the foremost sect of the southern border, it does not encompass the entirety of the Flame Palace's strength. If they come to visit, inform them that I am in seclusion. The woman smiles charmingly. When the world undergoes great changes, it shall be the true moment for our Flame Palace to emerge. As her words linger, 10 silhouettes enveloped in flames materialize. The strongest among them has reached the late stage of the true cave realm, their 10-fold heavenly cultivation shaking the void. Your Majesty, we have completely refined the ethereal flames of heaven and earth. The Flame Sovereign nods slightly, a flicker of red lotus fire pulsing within him. Once I fully refine this flame, I shall surpass the pinnacle of my former life. He silently contemplates before issuing an order. Continue to gather the flames of heaven and earth, bestowing the finest upon our disciples for their cultivation. Simultaneously, disseminate the foundational flame technique widely, selecting those with affinity. Upon receiving the command, though the crowd is astonished at the prospect of sharing core techniques, none dare to question it. The Flame Sovereign's figure flickers, and several avatars, each exuding distinct essences, including sword intent and demonic energy, quietly depart, vanishing beyond the northern mysterious domain. 7 days later, within the highest floor of the 10,000 Buddha sect scripture pavilion, the morning light softly illuminates as Chen Lin gradually opens his eyes. Within 3 days, he has cultivated the 3 royal-level Buddhist techniques and martial arts contained in the pavilion to the realm of perfection, exuding a pure Buddhist essence naturally. During these days, when the mood strikes him, he occasionally offers guidance to the cultivators outside the door. Often, a seemingly casual remark strikes at the heart of the matter, revealing his profound understanding of Buddhist doctrine, which has astonishingly reached a state of completeness. This has caused quite a stir within the 10,000 Buddha sect, with many disciples beginning to revere this heavenly sovereign of all laws, believing his affinity for Buddhism is profound, perhaps indicating he is a reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. Chen Lin finds this somewhat burdensome, but remains indifferent. The military leader observes all of this with keen eyes, stroking his beard in amazement. Despite his prior preparations, he is still astounded by Chen Lin's speed in attaining perfection in 3 royal-level Buddhist techniques within just 3 days. Such a Buddhist nature makes him wonder if this youth is indeed the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. Only those who have attained the peak of nirvana can be honored with such a title. Subsequently, the military leader imparts 4 royal-level techniques and martial arts to Chen Lin. Dedicating himself to contemplation, Chen Lin masters them completely in merely 4 days. Utilizing the abundant resources of the 10,000 Buddha sect's treasury, he elevates his cultivation to the 10 cave heaven realm. In a military leader's eyes, Chen Lin has become indistinguishable from a child of destiny born of fortuitous circumstances. As Chen Lin opens and closes his eyes, the light of Buddhism within them deepens, exuding an even greater depth. Military leader, the heavenly step is remarkably profound, and the Zhou Tian celestial body refinement technique is truly exceptional. He has perfected the steps to ascend the heavens, enabling him to traverse vast realms in an instant. Although the consumption is immense, it can be deemed unparalleled in speed. Upon achieving the consummation of the Zhou Tian star body refining technique, he immediately consumed a copious amount of vital elixirs, elevating the strength of his physical form to an extraordinary level. The master of weapons remarked that those who attain the consummation of the Zhou Tian star body refining technique are exceedingly rare throughout history. Their corporeal forms capable of dominating within the realm of true void, even rendering the might of the 12 heavenly caverns ineffective against their defenses. Should one acquire another imperial-grade body refining technique, it may propel their physical prowess to a realm comparable to that of imperial artifacts. Regrettably, I possess but this single tome in my collection. To advance further in the future, aside from techniques, one must rely on the treasures of heaven and earth or miraculous pills. The synergy between true essence and physical strength is profound. Their combined might is far beyond mere addition. In recent days, I have extended my consciousness to the outside world and discovered that numerous cultivators from the Buddhist domain have crossed into our realm, including individuals from the longtime adversary, the True Dragon Temple. The Master of Weapons mentioned these recent developments. However, Huiju has completely returned to his senses. With his cultivation at the late stage of True Void's 9 heavenly caverns, he is well equipped to handle most troubles. He has even managed to enlighten several batches of visitors from the Buddhist domain. Although Huiju survived the last encounter, his status remains beneath Huiming, accepting directives from him. Upon awakening, he seems to have embraced this reality and learned of Chen Lin's rapid advancement in Buddhist teachings, immediately venerating him as an ancient Buddha, a reincarnation of the Buddha himself, with utmost reverence. Chen Lin's expression remained calm, his tone imbued with absolute confidence. It is of no concern. My strength has greatly increased. Apart from the mysterious lord of the celestial domain, the rest pose little threat. The Master of Weapons nodded in agreement and advised, "It is indeed beneficial to practice various techniques, as this pertains to the comprehension of future laws. The myriad techniques are merely manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth. Engaging in diverse practices allows one to touch upon the surface of different laws in advance. This will vastly benefit your future path. The more, the better." Chapter 160. What is Buddhism? Chen Lin nodded, and at that moment, Huiju arrived at the door. Respectfully speaking, Heavenly Sovereign, the many disciples within the 10,000 Buddha Gate, feeling the majesty of your presence and apprehensive about the road ahead, dare to request your guidance to illuminate their paths and dispel their confusion. Might you grant this, Heavenly Sovereign? Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's gaze shifted. The timing was perfect. Seizing this opportunity to win the hearts of these newly subdued disciples and strengthen their cohesion with his side would be most advantageous. Given his profound level of cultivation, offering guidance to such cultivators was a mere trifle. With a creak, the door opened of its own accord, and Chen Lin's figure appeared before Huiju, his expression unperturbed. Yet, before he could finish speaking, he stepped forth, his form blurring as he manifested atop the grand preaching platform of the 10,000 Buddha Gate. Huiju hurriedly followed, his heart racing with excitement as he swiftly transmitted the message using the Buddha's lion's roar technique. The Heavenly Sovereign, in his compassion, shall impart the great Tao atop the Prajna platform. All who are fated may come to listen. The news spread like a stone cast into water, stirring ripples of fervor. In mere moments, the expansive Prajna platform was engulfed by a sea of eager individuals. The disciples and even some elders of the Wanfo sect hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news, each bearing expressions of complexity, some filled with reverence, others with curiosity, and a few with uncertainty about the future. Chen Lin sat cross-legged upon the elevated lotus seat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. Rather than delving into profound Buddhist teachings, he began with the familiar Vajra, subduing demons technique. This very technique is renowned as one of the most widely practiced king-tier methods within the Wanfo sect. Instantly, the audience held their breath, as most of them had previously cultivated this technique, but hearing it expounded by this inscrutable celestial monarch imbued it with an entirely different significance. However, Chen Lin's elucidation completely subverted their understanding. He did not merely recite the teachings, but instead pierced directly to the essence of the technique, his words concise yet profoundly impactful, highlighting the critical nuances and common misconceptions that practitioners often overlook. The Vajra is not merely strength, and subduing demons does not rely solely on force. The rigid can easily break. Why not realize its indestructible essence? Here, the true essence should flow like a stream through stone, ceaseless and unwavering, rather than a flood that bursts its banks, wasting its power. Visualizing the Vajra with a fierce gaze is intended to intimidate the inner demons, not to foster resentment. Do you comprehend the subtleties therein? His speech, though unadorned, seemed to harbor supreme wisdom, each sentence resonating like the evening drum and morning bell within the hearts of the listeners. Many of the vexing challenges that had plagued them for years were suddenly illuminated in mere moments. Furthermore, at the height of his discourse, Chen Lin casually pointed at several individuals in the crowd. Your true essence has long been stagnant in the tan. Follow this pathway for 3 cycles to unblock it. Your eagerness in cultivating consciousness has led to hidden injuries. You must focus on nurturing instead. Your foundation is unstable, yet you strive for breakthrough. Disperse 30% of your energy now to rebuild your foundation, for that is the righteous path. Those called upon initially stood in astonishment, but soon followed his advice, their expressions transforming into those of ecstatic revelation. One elder, who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, experienced a sudden surge in aura after Chen Lin's remote guidance of pure essence, astonishingly breaking through to a new realm on the spot. This scene ignited the atmosphere entirely. All attendees became fervent, their gazes towards Chen Lin brimming with fervor and adoration. This was not merely a transmission of knowledge, but a true awakening. Observing the fervor, Chen Lin maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "Techniques have no hierarchy and realms vary in depth. All methods converge into one. Diverse paths lead to a singular destination. If you can discern your true nature and penetrate the illusory, your future achievements need not be shackled by past constraints." He did not forcefully impose his teachings, but rather used their familiar technique as a guide, clearing the fog and illuminating the way forward. This guidance, rooted in his own lineage yet transcending it, bore greater persuasive power and resonance. The discourse lasted for a full 3 hours. When Chen Lin's figure quietly vanished into the sky, the majority of the audience remained immersed in profound insights and astonishment. It was unclear who first bowed deeply in the direction of Chen Lin's disappearance, exclaiming, "Thank you, celestial monarch, for your teachings." In the next moment, a tumultuous wave of gratitude and reverence echoed throughout the entire Prajna platform. Through this event, the sense of belonging and loyalty among the former disciples of the 10,000 Buddha sect will undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new echelon. The profound image of the heavenly Lord of all laws enlightening sentient beings has been indelibly etched in their hearts. As Huiju witnessed this scene, a myriad of emotions surged within him, and his reverence for Chen Lin reached its zenith. He understood that from this day forth, this land would no longer be home to the 10,000 Buddhist sect, but rather to a new order that venerates the heavenly Lord of all laws. Silently, Chen Lin returned to the highest level of the scripture repository, where the setting sun cast a golden hue, elongating his silhouette. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as if the grand sermon that had drawn the masses back to their hearts was merely a speck of dust brushed aside. Young man, your words just now, with a mere smile, struck at the very essence of the heart, reminiscent of the ancient Buddha presenting the flower to the assembly. The spirit of the War Master emerged from Chen Lin's consciousness, its ethereal form swirling, a hint of playful derision in its tone. Alas, it was merely a semblance, lacking the true essence of a Buddha. Chen Lin continued to gaze out at the twilight. Intrigued by the remark, he inquired softly, "From your words, might it be that you have encountered a true Buddha?" The War Master's apparition seemed to solidify slightly, as if lost in distant memories. Its voice tinged with a sense of antiquity. "A Buddha? Naturally, I have encountered such an existence. What they possess is a compassion that transcends the world, akin to a fundamental law. However, this compassion never implies a lack of decisiveness or the absence of destruction." After a pause, the tone became distant and solemn. In ancient times, there existed a Buddha, whose cultivation reached the zenith of the cosmos. The immortal teachings he established, the authentic methods of the Buddha, cannot merely be encapsulated by the principle of non-killing. This Buddha, having witnessed countless beings fall into the abyss of demonhood, entangled in karma beyond redemption, unleashed unparalleled divine powers. The voice of the War Master carried an ancient chill. In a mere thought, he transformed that vast domain, along with its myriad beings, into enlightenment. The demonic aura dissipated, grievances were quelled, and all sentient beings, regardless of their nature, instantaneously took refuge in the Buddha, becoming the most devout of followers. This was not slaughter, yet it was far more thorough. It fundamentally altered the will and destiny of all beings. That is the true method of a Buddha, where compassion and majesty coalesce, and salvation and destruction spring from the same source. A certain indescribable sentiment colored the War Master's tone, as if he were either cautioning Chen Lin or reminiscing about an age when formidable beings wielded powers capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth. In response to this, Chen Lin merely chuckled lightly, a sound laced with transcendental detachment. The world may declare what constitutes a Buddha, but who has the authority to dictate its form? His gaze was clear, like a mirror reflecting the vast universe. In my eyes, a Buddha is neither a clay statue nor a gilded figure, nor is it bound by the confines of scriptures. My heart is my Buddha. My thoughts embody the Buddha's intent. I act solely in accordance with my true self, discerning only through my own path. This is my Buddha. He spoke calmly. If one is overly fixated on external appearances, striving to become the true Buddha in the eyes of others, one risks losing their true nature, becoming neither human nor Buddha. That is the greatest delusion. As this point was reached, Chen Lin gently shook his head, his tone imbued with a hint of dissent, as for forcibly altering the will of countless individuals. Even if it is cloaked in the guise of enlightenment, it appears to me no different from the tyrannical enslavement of the spirit. If the existence of the Buddha is merely to transform sentient beings into followers devoid of self-awareness, then such a Buddha bears no essential distinction from a powerful practitioner who acts recklessly through sheer force. The lingering specter of the military sovereign abruptly halted, as if struck by this unprecedented Buddhist philosophy. Having survived for eons and witnessed the myriad stratagems of formidable beings, he had grown accustomed to defining Buddhas and saints by their levels of power and vast supernatural abilities, yet had never contemplated from the perspective of the heart and the self. After a prolonged silence, a profoundly complex sigh emerged from the remnants of the military sovereign spirit, tinged with self-mockery and a dawning realization. After countless years of rise and fall, having witnessed the might of the celestial lords and contemplated the profound mysteries of ancient doctrines, I have only now come to realize that in my long existence, my comprehension of the Tao is surpassed by that of you, this young child. My heart is indeed the Buddha. What an exquisite revelation. In that moment, the military sovereign regarded Chen Lin not merely as a promising junior, but with a gaze that bore a trace of scrutiny and acknowledgement toward the seeker of the path. Chen Lin, upon hearing this, merely smiled with a calm demeanor. Of course, this is merely the Buddha within my heart. As for the Buddha in their hearts, I remain indifferent. Whether I become the Buddha in their eyes is of no concern to me. In his past life, he had grown weary of the relentless pursuit and had long since exhausted his reverence for so-called metaphysics. After all, he identified as a materialist. Yet now, traversing this foreign realm, his path naturally commenced from his own heart. Why should he confine himself to the frameworks defined by others? However, he suddenly remembered that he had previously cultivated the Buddhist art of Buddha, source, heavenly skill. They are coming. Suddenly, Chen Lin turned, his gaze sharp as lightning. penetrating through the layers of palatial structures, casting his sight towards the Western Buddhist domain. Almost as soon as his words fell, a resounding roar erupted. The western sky seemed to be violently torn asunder by an unparalleled force. The vast expanse of clouds was suffused with golden hues, and the resounding chants of the Vedas arrived before the figures, initially like a trickling stream, but in an instant transformed into a torrent sweeping across the heavens and earth, shaking the very souls of gods and men alike. Radiant and resplendent, the light of the Buddha enveloped all, coalescing into a golden pathway that spanned the firmament. Upon this path sat a figure of majestic countenance, seated upon a nine-tiered golden lotus platform, surrounded by 12 celestial realms that spun like immortal suns, exuding a terrifying pressure that suppressed the universe and enlightened sentient beings. It was none other than the Buddha of the heavenly origin Buddha realm. Behind the Buddha, the heavenly dragon Buddha of the True Dragon Monastery manifested a 100-foot-tall Arhat Dharma body, with a dragon-shaped specter coiling around, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy from 10 celestial realms, exuding an overwhelming might. Further back, countless venerable monks, arhats, and bodhisattvas from the heavenly origin Buddha realm and various temples appeared like a golden tide, obscuring half of the sky. The convergence of such formidable auras caused the mountains surrounding the ancient site of the 10,000 Buddhas to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand this immense power. A colossal pressure descended like a tangible firmament, enveloping the previously clear sky in an instant with golden Buddhist clouds. The air became thick and still, rendering all creation mute. Countless disciples of the original 10,000 Buddhas turned pale, trembling as they gazed towards the western sky. There, a radiant light of Buddha illuminated the heavens, accompanied by celestial chants that reverberated through the air, as if a multitude of divine beings had descended, their golden figures sprawling across the horizon, all aimed at the solitary figure in azure robes before the scripture repository. Fear spread like a contagion. Many practitioners felt their legs weaken, almost collapsing to the ground. Before such overwhelming Buddhist might, they felt as insignificant as ants. Within the scripture repository, the residual spirit of the warlord flickered momentarily, not in trepidation, but rather with a hint of mockery. What a grand display. Young one, it seems your actions have thoroughly provoked the Buddhist realm. Very well. I shall clean up this mess, ensuring future tranquility. In the eyes of this ancient powerhouse, the mere 12 caves of heaven Buddhas were naught but robust insects. The same sentiment resonated within Chen Lin. At this moment, under the oppressive gaze of the Buddhist might that loomed like a prison, Chen Lin's figure quietly appeared atop the scripture repository. His azure robes billowed as he stood alone against the overwhelming golden tide. The surging Buddhist winds whipped his garments. Yet they could not disturb his resolute stature, nor could they dissipate the indifference reflected in his eyes, a gaze that seemed to look down upon the world. The terrifying aura, capable of shattering the resolve of ordinary true realm practitioners, merely brushed against him like a gentle breeze against a colossal boulder, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Celestial monarch of 10,000 laws, the heavenly Buddha of the origin sat upon a 9-petaled lotus throne, his voice resonating like thunder from the heavens, imbued with an undeniable sense of judgment. To desecrate the true Buddha and destroy my branch of the Tao. Your sins are boundless. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens to enact punishment, erasing you and this blight from this place. As these words echoed, panic surged among the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhas, many revealing expressions of despair. Who could defy the pronouncement of the Buddha? Yet, surprisingly, an increasing number of individuals within the crowd, after the initial shock, began to straighten their spines. They recalled the profound wisdom Chen Lin had imparted during his teachings, the guidance that had aided their breakthroughs, in contrast to the lofty Buddha who wielded power over them, viewing all beings as mere grass. The azure-robed, celestial monarch evoked a sense of authenticity and warmth, drawing them closer to the path of the Tao. The celestial monarch is the true guide to our enlightenment. They thought, this Buddha, perched high above, is not the Buddha within my heart. I choose to follow the celestial monarch. A sense of solemn and unwavering conviction took root in the hearts of many practitioners. They clenched their fists, their eyes shimmering with the light of those prepared to face death. At that moment, as the multitude held their breath in a tense atmosphere, Chen Lin finally moved. He slowly raised his gaze, meeting the golden pupils of the heavenly Buddha, which brimmed with immense pressure, a faintly indifferent and domineering smile gracing his lips. His clear voice, though not loud, cut through the cacophony of celestial chants, resonating in every corner. Eradicate me? Do you, a false Buddha, even have the right? Today, I stand here before you. You may attempt to test whether it is the boundless grace of the Buddha that saves me, or if I shall extinguish your existence, devoid of humanity or divinity. As my words fell, an overwhelming aura, rivaling the celestial Buddha's might, surged forth from within me, akin to an ancient, slumbering behemoth awakening from eons of dormancy. It was domineering, resolute, and imbued with an unwavering sense of supremacy. The heavenly Buddha sat upon his lotus throne, perceiving the ascendant force emanating from me, equal to his own. His eyes glimmered with golden light, and a chill coursed through his heart. I was not inferior to him. Fortunately, he was well prepared for this encounter. Chapter 162, Discussion of Victory and Defeat. Behind him, the myriad monks of the 10,000 Buddha sect had silently activated the grand array of the 10,000 Buddhas, their collective power intertwining with the cosmos. The formation was complete, granting him the strength to contend even against the formidable figures of the 13 heavens. Furthermore, he, too, was an exceptional talent, having traversed far along the path of Buddhism. With his profound foundation and the support of the formation, he could subdue the average practitioners of the 13 heavens. At this tense juncture, the void nearby was silently torn asunder, revealing two figures who appeared, observing with cold detachment. One of them radiated an unmatched sword aura, fixating his gaze upon me, filled with boundless hatred. This was the Lord of 10,000 Laws. Such terror was palpable, yet he declared with us, "It is a matter of life and death." Beside him, another voice emerged, icy and laced with deep-seated malice. The heavenly Buddha scanned the complex expressions of the disciples of the original 10,000 Buddha sect below, noting the trust and even reverence they held towards me. A nameless fury ignited within him. He was determined to shatter their delusions and demonstrate who the true Buddha was. Amitabha, the heavenly Buddha suddenly intoned a resounding Buddhist chant, echoing for miles. It reverberated not only through the 10,000 Buddha sect, but extended far beyond, aiming to amplify his influence and gather the power of faith. Lord of 10,000 Laws, you slander the Buddha and destroy the path, uttering falsehoods about the true essence. I, this Buddha, have endured countless tribulations, guiding innumerable beings. When did I become the mere object of your derision? Today, let us discuss what constitutes the true Buddha and the great path. He intended to first crush me with reason, dismantling my authority before engaging in combat, thus achieving a more effective outcome. I, standing atop the scripture pavilion, my azure robes billowing in the wind, maintained an air of serene indifference. Oh, you wish to debate? Very well, allow me to clarify your defeat. A discourse regarding the essence of Buddhist philosophy unfolded amidst the pervasive atmosphere of impending violence. The heavenly Buddha took the initiative, speaking with eloquence and invoking an extraordinary phenomenon. The Buddha embodies awareness. To awaken oneself and others leads to perfect realization. Compassionate at heart, to universally save beings and establish a pure land is the ultimate righteous path. Your acts of violence and slaughter are not the ways of Buddhism. I responded with calmness. Yet my words resonated clearly in every ear. The awakened must first understand their own hearts. Seeking the Dharma outside oneself is mere illusion. You speak endlessly of a pure land and beings, yet you use formations to exert pressure and intimidation. Such compassion is indistinguishable from tyranny. A true Buddha, while present in the world, strikes at karma, not beings. You are mistaken. Your arguments are fallacious. The Dharma is boundless, and there are means to subdue demons. Evil is born from the heart. When the heart is pure, the Buddha's land is pure. As you cling to the desire for control over spiritual influence, the demon has taken residence within your heart. How can you speak of subduing demons? What you cultivate is merely the visage of the Buddha, not the heart of the Buddha. Insolence. The golden body of the Buddha is indestructible, and the Dharma is profound. The golden body is a shackle, and the Dharma has become a mere formality. You are ensnared by the title of Buddha, forgetting that the essence of cultivation lies in awakening the mind and perceiving one's true nature. In your effort to guide sentient beings, have you ever inquired if they wish to be guided by you? This is not guidance, it is enslavement. Chen Lin spoke with a calm demeanor. He did not resort to lofty scriptures, but instead approached the fundamental nature of the heart, peeling away layers of ornate exteriors to reveal their inherent frailty. Initially, the heavenly origin Buddha could quote scriptures with grandiosity, yet as the discourse deepened, he found that the principles upon which he relied for enlightenment appeared pale and feeble in the face of the other's seemingly simple yet profound words. The more he defended himself, the more agitated his own heart became. The multitude of disciples from the 10,000 Buddha sect listened in rapt attention, as Chen Lin's words felt like a sudden awakening, elevating their comprehension of the Dharma to an entirely new realm, their eyes shining brighter with understanding. In contrast, the heavenly origin Buddha, despite his dignified visage, revealed an increasing impatience and anger in his words. "You speak nonsense," he interrupted Chen Lin abruptly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible sharpness. He realized he was entirely overpowered in reasoning, and even his faith began to waver, a sense of unprecedented defeat and anger surging within him. With a sudden rush of fury and the shattering of his resolve, the heavenly origin Buddha felt a tumult in his vital energies, causing golden blood to surge into his throat, which he forcefully swallowed, his complexion turning ashen. The flawless radiance of his 12 heavenly realms began to dim slightly. A subtle yet fierce inner demon quietly took root deep within his seemingly impenetrable Buddha heart. 10,000 Dharma, Heavenly Lord, your sweet words disturb my Buddha heart. Today, I shall cast you into the abyss of hell, never to be reborn. The heavenly origin Buddha could no longer maintain his compassionate and dignified facade. His countenance twisted into a fierce mask, an overwhelming intent to kill mingled with immense Buddha power. Erupting like a tsunami, the 10,000 Buddha array roared in response, a terrifying pressure mounting once more as he sought to utterly crush this individual who threatened his foundation with absolute force. Chen Lin gazed at the seemingly frantic heavenly origin Buddha and slowly shook his head, a hint of pity in his tone. The Buddha heart has been lost, and the mind is unstable. Even with the cultivation of the 12 heavenly realms, it is but a castle in the air. You're no longer worthy of being a Buddha. Arrogance. 10,000 Buddha array. Suppress him. The roar of the heavenly origin Buddha echoed through the heavens. He formed a seal with his hands, and thousands of Buddhist practitioners behind him simultaneously chanted scriptures. An immense swastika Buddha seal, embodying the terrifying power to suppress the universe and purify all things, coalesced from the vast Buddha power and descended upon Chen Lin. The space cried out under the unbearable weight of this force. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, capable of instilling fear even in the strongest of the 13 heavenly realms, Chen Lin simply raised his right hand with tranquility. He did not unleash overwhelming true essence. Instead, with a mere flick of his finger, he executed the imperial martial art known as the Shattering Sky Finger. As his indifferent voice resonated, an unassuming phantasmal finger materialized. Yet, at the moment this finger appeared, the surrounding space shattered like a fragile mirror. Wherever the finger passed, all fell into oblivion, and the laws of reality crumbled. It embodied a power that was both supremely pure and overwhelmingly tyrannical. It was a flawless amalgamation of physical strength and unparalleled martial prowess. With a resounding crack, the immense swastika seal, imbued with the might of countless Buddhas, shattered upon contact with the shattering sky finger's projection, as fragile as glass. Unable to withstand even the slightest force, the finger's momentum remained unabated, as if traversing the very fabric of space, directly targeting the 9-petal lotus seat beneath the heavenly origin Buddha. No, the heavenly origin Buddha's pupils constricted in sudden fear, sensing an unprecedented crisis of death. He desperately summoned all of his celestial energy, the Buddha's light blazing with utmost intensity in an attempt to resist. Boom! Another muffled sound erupted as the astonishingly defensive 9-petal lotus seat, along with the layers of protective Buddha light hastily conjured by the heavenly origin Buddha, was pierced through as if made of mere paper. Chapter 163. Escape, Inner Demons. Rumbling. Behind him, the 12 celestial spheres whirled in a frenzy, merging into a vast and ethereal illusion. It was a golden realm where infinite Buddhas chanted scriptures, bodhisattvas and arhats engaged in meditation, and the eightfold celestial dragons, guardians of the Dharma, emanated an immense will to enlighten and suppress all. This was the nascent form of his ultimate divine ability, the Buddhist kingdom of his palm. though merely a semblance, far from the true realm where a single thought births an entire world. Its might was already earth-shattering. The entire sky was enveloped by this Buddhist illusion, the formidable force of enlightenment spreading forth, causing many lower cultivators below to gaze in bewilderment, nearly compelled to convert on the spot. Amitabha, the celestial dragon Buddha, upon witnessing this, sensed something amiss and roared in fury, manifesting the thousand-handed, thousand-eyed Buddha form. Each palm gathered its own divine power, poised to unleash. The multitude of eminent monks and arhats behind him also exerted their full strength, and in an instant, myriad Buddhist techniques, Vajra demon subduing fist, great compassion mantra, prajna palm, and the light of the silent Buddha, converged into a catastrophic torrent, surging forth in pursuit of Chen Lin. Following the Buddhist illusion. At this moment, heaven and earth dimmed, illuminated only by the radiant Buddha light, as a chilling aura of death pervaded the atmosphere. This combined force was potent enough to compel any formidable master of the 13 celestial spheres to brace themselves or even retreat from its fierce onslaught. In the distance, two figures observed. One of them gasped as their pupils constricted in horror. This bald monk is desperate. How could the Lord of all laws withstand such an assault? Yet, faced with this terrifying combined strike capable of obliterating mountains and rivers, Chen Lin remained atop the Sutra Pavilion, motionless, his form unchanged. He did not even manifest the celestial domains behind him. He simply raised his gaze calmly. The spectacle was extravagant. He offered a subtle remark, and then, astonishingly, he neither flinched nor evaded, nor did he invoke any defensive spells or martial techniques. He simply stood there, as if he intended to withstand this cataclysmic assault with his bare flesh. Had he lost his mind? Countless thoughts of disbelief surged within the hearts of onlookers. In the next moment, the ethereal visage of the Buddha descended with inexorable force, its power of enlightenment and suppression crashing upon Chen Lin like a tangible mountain. Following closely, a torrent of divine powers enveloped him entirely. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated through the heavens, blinding light, rendering it impossible to gaze directly. As a terrifying energy storm ravaged the surroundings, leveling nearby peaks by several feet. All breath was held, eyes fixated on the epicenter of the explosion. As the brilliance gradually waned and the energy storm subsided, a figure clad in azure remained tranquil at the epicenter, not a shred of his garment marred. A faint, almost imperceptible light of the stars enveloped him. He had activated the stellar body refinement. Chen Lin gently brushed away the non-existent dust from his sleeve, as if merely touched by a gentle breeze moments before. He raised his gaze toward the astounded Tianyuan Buddha and the assembly of Buddhist practitioners. A faint smile curving his lips. Is this the extent of your strength? Not even sufficient to tickle me. With his flesh enduring the combined assault of the Buddha's ethereal form and myriad divine powers, he remained unscathed. In that instant, the world fell into a profound silence. The terror within all adversaries reached a zenith. This was beyond mere strength. It was utterly superhuman. Chen Lin's gaze calmly swept over the disarrayed followers of the Buddha, particularly the Tianyuan Buddha, who struggled to rise. He spoke with indifference, since you have acted in the name of Buddhism to impose suppression. Today, let us use the teachings of Buddhism to suppress you. No sooner had his words fallen than Chen Lin's aura underwent a sudden transformation. The overwhelming vitality of his physical form receded, replaced by a grand compassion imbued with supreme authority, an essence of Buddhist truth. He did not form any seals. He merely raised one hand gently, pressing forward. Vajra demon suppression technique. Buddha conquers mountains and rivers. A resonant tone, reminiscent of ancient Brahma chants, echoed from the void. Behind Chen Lin, it was not a manifestation of the celestial realm, but the imposing figure of a diamond Buddha emerged. This Buddha, in stark contrast to the ornate yet domineering image of the Tianyuan Buddha, bore an expression of majestic compassion, with eyes clear as mirrors, reflecting all worldly illusions. As Chen Lin moved, the Buddha's ethereal form extended a colossal golden hand, slowly descending. No, this cannot be. How could you? The Tianyuan Buddha sensed this purity of Buddhist nature, realizing that his opponent had cultivated the Buddhist teachings to an unparalleled perfection. Yet this individual seemed indifferent to Buddhism. Nevertheless, beneath the shadow of that golden Buddha hand, his proud teachings melted away like snow before the sun. The ethereal visage of the Buddha behind him emitted a mournful wail, fracturing inch by inch. The venerable Tianlong Buddha and all the approaching Buddhist practitioners found themselves as if crushed beneath the weight of Mount Tai, blood gushing forth, their golden forms dimming. Those of weaker cultivation fainted outright, all suffering grievous injuries. The Tianlong Buddha, due to a fateful statement made by Xuanzang in the Yin Empire, met with instant demise. With a resounding thud, the Tianyuan Buddha was gravely wounded, his aura waning to its nadir, his eyes filled with dread and despair. He was acutely aware that if he lingered even a moment longer, death was inevitable. The Lord of all Dharma, this grudge shall be avenged. The Tianyuan Buddha let out a venomous roar, a fleeting agony flickering in his gaze, and he abruptly crushed a golden relic he had nurtured for countless years, infused with the fervent wishes of innumerable devotees. In an explosive eruption, of vast willpower, far surpassing the realm of true void and brushing against the threshold of nirvana, burst forth. A radiant golden light, suffused with incense and wishes, enveloped the severely injured Tianyuan Buddha and the few remaining core practitioners, transforming into a golden stream of light that transcended the boundaries of time and space, instantly tearing through the void and vanishing without a trace. The swiftness of this escape was such that even Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, unable to intercept them in time. The power of incense and wishes is extraordinarily profound, especially when accumulated over millennia through the beliefs of sentient beings, capable of unleashing such remarkable effects in moments of peril. Touching upon the treasures of nirvana, they ultimately remain external entities, deeply tethered, yet now escaped. In the wake of this battle, the vitality of the Buddhist realm was severely depleted, and the name of the Lord of all Dharma would resonate with an unmatched authority, shaking the four corners of existence. Although the Tianyuan Buddha had narrowly evaded capture, his Tao heart was shattered, his foundation compromised, and having exhausted the incense and wishes accumulated over countless years, whether he could ever recover remained an enigma. A sliver of inner demons, born from his crushing defeat and fear, would cling to him like a shadow, becoming the greatest obstacle on his path of cultivation. Chen Lin could distinctly sense the faint traces of malice and turmoil entwined within the fleeing Buddhist light of the Tianyuan Buddha, signs of the burgeoning inner demons. The seed of inner demons had been sown, and his foundation had been damaged. Given time, the Buddhist realm would inevitably descend into internal strife. He understood this all too well. Pursuing the victory and striking at the heart of the adversary would indeed be exhilarating. Yet the opponent had expended their essence to activate the relic that embodied the willpower of countless devotees, capable of unleashing the might of the nirvana realm. A forced interception could lead to victory, but at a significant cost. Moreover, the hidden God Sword sect lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, necessitating caution. Furthermore, eliminating the Buddha would leave the Yin Empire powerless to control the Buddhist realm. Nevertheless, the interest must always be collected. Chen Lin shifted his gaze towards the Buddhist realm, where treasures soared to the heavens and temples stood tall, all ripe for the taking. Chapter 164, Scavenging, Central Region. In the Sea of Consciousness, the warlord marveled. This old Tianyuan has amassed quite a substantial fortune, such an immense reservoir of willpower, if harnessed during a great upheaval, could propel him straight into the mid-stage of nirvana. Alas, it has now suffered considerable depletion, a significant injury indeed. At this moment, the ruins of the former 10,000 Buddhas sect erupted with thunderous cheers. All the former disciples of the 10,000 Buddhas sect were moved to tears. Having witnessed a miracle, the formidable Tianyuan Buddha, accompanied by countless Buddhas, was ultimately subdued by the unparalleled Buddhist law of the Heavenly Lord, fleeing in utter disarray. The Lord of all laws is invincible. With boundless compassion, he manifests his sacred will to vanquish evil. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Chen Lin stepped forth, his figure transforming into a stream of light, heading straight into the Buddhist realm. He did not venture into the core area of the celestial Buddha land. Rather, like a precise surgical scalpel, he descended upon the numerous grand temples that had recently participated in the siege, each boasting formidable strength. He spared the innocent monks, yet he swept away the invaluable resources accumulated over millennia in the storied repositories and medicinal gardens of the temples, leaving them utterly bare. Wherever he passed, the brilliance of treasures faded, leaving behind a throng of stunned monks, rendered speechless. This act swiftly stirred a tempest across the vast Buddhist realm. Many neutral practitioners, who had initially regarded Chen Lin's profound understanding of Buddhism with awe and even admiration, now turned to scorn. Bah, we thought him to be a true practitioner. But he is no different from a thief, profaning the sanctity of the Buddha's teachings, seizing the offerings of sentient beings. Such behavior is hardly worthy of discussing Buddhist principles. A demon. Truly, he acts like a demon. In the face of the accusations and vitriol from the entire Buddhist realm, those disciples of the former 10,000 Buddhist sect who followed Chen Lin remained remarkably composed. An elder of the highest cultivation stepped forward, confronting the skeptical gazes from all directions. With his hands clasped in reverence and a countenance of compassion, he spoke aloud, his voice imbued with pure Buddhist power, resonating far and wide. Ba, fellow practitioners, you are caught in appearances. All things in the world arise from conditions and are inherently empty. The resources of the temples are but external possessions. Clinging to them is but greed and aversion. The Lord takes not for personal gain, but to sever our attachments to materiality and to shatter our illusions. In ancient times, the Buddha offered his flesh to eagles and sacrificed himself to tigers. Did he ever begrudge his own corporeal form? The Lord's actions, though seemingly an act of taking, are in truth a relinquishment of our dependencies on illusory forms, allowing us to perceive the true essence of our hearts, unanchored and free. Should one perceive forms as formless, one will behold the Tathagata. The Lord employs a thunderous approach, revealing a heart of a bodhisattva. Only those of great wisdom and compassion can achieve this. If you only see the act of theft and fail to recognize the heart of salvation, you are blind in spirit and possess a shallow connection to Buddhism. This explanation, rich with scriptural references and deeply aligned with Buddhist philosophy, elevated Chen Lin's seemingly thievish actions to an unparalleled height of transcendence and liberation. Many originally incensed practitioners found themselves momentarily dumbfounded, pondering deeply, and some even felt a flicker of truth in his elder's words. Thus, not only had Chen Lin pillaged vast resources, but his actions were also imbued with profound Buddhist significance, rendering his image in the Buddhist realm more enigmatic than ever. The warlord in the sea of consciousness erupted into laughter. Kid, your subordinates are even better at persuading than you. Having completed his plundering and feeling the resources sufficient to bolster his ascent to higher realms, Chen Lin chose not to linger, gracefully departing, leaving behind a chaotic scene and countless monks ensnared in philosophical contemplation. He did not tarry at the 10,000 Buddhist sect, but instead directed his path toward the central region. The matters of the Buddhist realm had reached a temporary conclusion. It was now time to settle another score. Those treacherous rebels who had taken advantage of his confrontation with the celestial Buddha to attack the Dayan Empire must pay the price. As his thoughts stirred, he became acutely aware of the avatar he had left behind in the Dayan Empire, subduing the three factions of cultivators. While he battled against the heavenly Yuan Buddha, the Xinqing Merchant Association and the Yuming Pavilion of the Hunyuan Sword Sect made their way towards the Dayan Empire, in a bid to ensure a lethal strike. They nearly emptied their ranks, mobilizing over half of their core combat forces to the north. This indicated that their current stronghold was in an unprecedented state of vulnerability. It was the perfect moment to invade. He harbored no concerns regarding the Dayan Empire. After all, his avatar was more than capable of suppressing the Dongjin realm. A chilling smile crept across Chen Lin's lips as his figure abruptly blurred. In the next instant, he traversed boundless mountains and rivers, appearing silently like a specter above the headquarters of the Xinqing Merchant Association in the central region of the North Xian domain. Below him lay a bustling city, its towers and palaces rising in splendid succession, with a constant flow of people and a mist of spiritual energy enveloping the air. At the heart of the city stood a magnificent palace complex, seemingly forged from white jade and golden essence, radiating brilliance. This was the Tianqing Palace, the core of the Xinqing Merchant Association. Surrounding the palace, powerful protective formations pulsed with a formidable aura, exuding an air of inviolability. However, within Chen Lin's perceptive grasp, the seemingly impregnable palace revealed a significantly weakened presence compared to previous days. Though many cultivators remained, the number of top-tier experts was alarmingly sparse. Without uttering a single word or proclamation, he simply raised his right hand, extending his fingers like a sword towards the vast protective barrier enveloping the Tianqing Palace, and made a gentle swipe. Swoosh! A slender yet razor-sharp sword energy materialized from thin air, as if imbued with the power to rend the fabric of reality, effortlessly cleaving through the protective barrier that could withstand the relentless assaults of late-stage Dongjin cultivators, carving a massive gash as easily as a hot knife slicing through butter. The piercing sound of alarms instantly resonated throughout the Tianqing Palace and the city below. Countless cultivators looked up in terror, witnessing a figure clad in azure, descending step by step from the breach in the formation, as though a divine entity had descended upon them. An enemy assault. Maximum alert. It is the 10,000 Laws Celestial Lord. Why is he here? The elders left behind in the Merchant Association were struck with panic. They had never anticipated that while the front lines were besieging the Yin Empire, this harbinger of doom would directly invade their stronghold. Form a formation. Quickly, form a formation to block him. A mid-stage Dongjin elder shouted hoarsely, attempting to organize a defense. Yet, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, all resistance proved futile. Chen Lin did not even resort to his formidable martial techniques. He merely unleashed a single punch. Boom! The immense force of his vital energy transformed into a visible shockwave, pushing forward like a tsunami. The hastily assembled defensive formations and the rushing cultivators crumbled before this power, shattering and being sent flying, either dead or grievously injured. He walked like a reaper among mortals. With each step he took, buildings collapsed and lives extinguished. The divine consciousness resembled an invisible net, precisely enveloping the entirety of the Heavenly Commerce Palace, instantly locking onto the core locations of all the treasure vaults, scripture pavilions, and medicinal gardens. Chapter 165. The Downfall of the Heavenly Commerce Association. In a fleeting moment, he appeared before a heavily guarded vault protected by numerous restraining spells. Two elders at the initial stage of the cave truth realm guarding the vault roared and charged forward, brandishing their magical artifacts. Without even a glance, Chen Lin flicked his finger. Boom! Boom! The two elders, along with their treasures, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. He placed his hand upon the vault's massive door, channeling his power, causing the intricate runes inscribed upon it to dim and shatter in an instant. As the door swung open, a mountain of spiritual crystals, precious ores, celestial artifacts, and royal treasures gleamed brilliantly within, dazzling the eye. With a sweeping motion of his robe, akin to a great whale drawing in water, he gathered all resources into his possession. Just as he completed the collection, his gaze sharpened, landing on two unassuming ancient jade boxes in a corner. The surface of the jade boxes was sealed with complex runes, yet it failed to completely contain the overwhelming aura emanating from within. An energy fluctuation similar to the heavenly departure elixir he had consumed before, albeit far more pure and fiery. Imperial grade elixirs? Chen Lin's thoughts stirred as he grasped the two jade boxes in his hands. Without needing to open them, the spirit of the weapon master in his consciousness exclaimed in surprise. Oh, these are Imperial-grade, cloud-patterned divine pills. My goodness, the Heavenly Commerce Association truly harbors remarkable treasures. This pill was crafted from dozens of royal-grade herbs rich in potent vitality, supplemented with the blood and souls of 10 Peak Cave Truth Realm dragons. Its medicinal potency was unparalleled, specifically designed to refine the physical body and break through realm barriers. Young man, should you consume this pill with your current foundation, you might very well elevate your physical strength to the true Imperial artifact level in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Chen Lin's eyes. An Imperial artifact level physique. That would signify a qualitative leap, enabling him to withstand attacks from the initial stage of the Nirvana realm without sustaining harm. This was indeed an unexpected boon. He then appeared in the scripture pavilion, disregarding the various divine attacks that surged toward him from behind. Those assaults shattered into nothingness upon reaching within 3 feet of him, obliterated by an invisible force field. With a sweep of his consciousness, all the jade slips of techniques, ancient tomes, and rare manuscripts seemed to respond to his call, flying into his storage artifact. Subsequently, with a casual strike, he transformed the cultivators behind him into a cloud of blood mist. Next, he arrived at the medicinal garden. He directly descended upon the most spiritually abundant rear mountain garden, where countless ancient medicinal herbs were cultivated, including several royal-grade herbs radiating a hazy glow. Chen Lin unleashed his profound powers, uprooting the entire patch of spiritual soil along with all the medicinal herbs, burying them 3 feet deep and securing them completely. His movements were as swift as lightning, with an efficiency that was astonishing. Everywhere he passed, not a blade of grass remained, nor a tile was left intact. The remaining cultivators of the association attempted to impede him, but it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They could not even manage to halt his steps for a moment. The sounds of wails, explosions, and collapsing structures echoed relentlessly. The once prosperous and thriving heavenly commerce palace had now transformed into a hell on earth. Blood stained the pristine white jade steps, remnants of shattered walls scattered throughout. An elder of the merchant guild, with hair as white as snow and mastery at the late stage of the cave true realm, burst forth from his secluded retreat, the strongest presence in the vicinity. Upon witnessing the harrowing scene before him, his eyes brimmed with fury. Wan Feixianjin, your actions are no different from that of fiend. The Tianqing Merchant Guild will not rest until we exact our vengeance upon you. Chen Lin finally cast a glance at him, his gaze indifferent. Not resting until then? That was decided the moment you ambushed Dian. With a mere gesture of his finger, he unleashed a swift strike, obliterating the elder along with the royal artifact he had summoned into mere dust. An absolute annihilation, a slaughter devoid of any suspense. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the core region of the Tianqing Merchant Guild's headquarters was laid waste. The remaining high-ranking combatants ruthlessly slaughtered. Only a handful of low-ranking cultivators and servants managed to escape, their hearts gripped by terror as they scattered in panic. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. From the depths, the void twisted, and a vague yet solid figure suddenly emerged. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Su Xian, yet his gaze was far more profound and frigid, exuding an overwhelming aura that surpassed the ordinary late-stage cave true realm. Indeed, it was a fragment of Su Xian's essence. Wan Feixianjin. As Su Xian's avatar materialized, his voice resonated like ancient ice, imbued with an icy coldness of absolute control. Fortunately, I left a contingency plan, anticipating your despicable act of ambush. His words dripped with confidence, clearly unaware that his essence had yet to establish the latest communication with his main body. Oblivious to the fact that Chen Lin had already engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the Tianyuan Buddha and had utterly crushed his adversary. In his mind, even if the enemy was defeated, it would be a severe injury. He had anticipated a cleanup operation for the central region. Little did he know it was a complete rout. However, as his menacing proclamation fell from his lips, his gaze instinctively swept across Chen Lin and the entirety of the Tianqing Merchant Guild's interior. In that fleeting moment, the confident and icy demeanor on his face froze in place. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, Su Xian's avatar became rigid in midair, his pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks, filled with disbelief and confusion. Blood. Everywhere was the blinding sight of blood. The once resplendent palatial complex, adorned with white jade, now lay in ruins, a chaotic scene of destruction. The familiar pavilions and towers of yore had either crumbled into debris or were marred with patches of dark crimson. Viscous blood. The once lush, spiritual herb garden was now ravaged, the medicinal plants uprooted, the soil saturated with blood, exuding an eerie, sweet scent. What sent shivers through his very soul was the perception of death surrounding him. They were all dead. The familiar auras, the elders stationed at various locations, the devoted disciples nurtured by their loyal attendants, had their life forces extinguished like candles snuffed by a tempest, utterly vanished. The entire headquarters of the Tianqing Merchant Guild, save for a few insignificant, trembling low-tier servants and cultivators at the periphery, lay almost entirely slaughtered in the core region. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and the ominous presence of death, coalescing into a tangible, crimson cloud. A legacy spanning millennia, the headquarters of the Merchant Guild had transformed into a veritable inferno of despair in such a fleeting moment. No, this cannot be. This was utterly inconceivable. The voice of Su Xian's avatar, once cold and detached, now twisted into a sharp, anguished shriek reminiscent of a dying beast. In moments of peril, this avatar would instinctively awaken, yet it was only now, amidst the total annihilation of its kin and the depletion of resources, that it stirred. Tremors coursed uncontrollably through his body, the energy within the avatar fluctuating wildly due to the overwhelming surge of emotions. He suddenly raised his gaze, his blood-red eyes fixating intensely on Chen Lin, the venomous rage and madness within them threatening to overflow. Heavenly Sovereign of all laws, How dare you slaughter my disciples and obliterate my foundation? Chen Lin regarded him with an impassive expression, as if the catastrophic scene before him bore no relevance to his existence. With a dispassionate tone that was chillingly infuriating, he replied, "Otherwise, am I to believe that my presence here is merely for the purpose of philosophical discourse with you?" Those seemingly trivial words ignited a powder keg of fury. Ah! Su Xian's avatar was driven to the brink of madness. A lifetime of dedication lay in ruins, and the brutal deaths of his trusted elders unfolded before his eyes. This was a torment far more profound than mere plunder, shattering the very fabric of his sanity.